Chapter 1. The world turns upside down. Seriously, it's actually good that I broke up with Lin Jiao. She's almost 30. I was already tired of her. If we broke up, why not find someone young and beautiful again? There are beautiful flowers everywhere in the world. At a barbecue stall, beside a wooden table, Lu Ming gripped a beer bottle and smiled at his brother Qin Yong. Qin Yong raised an eyebrow. Really, truly, I wanted to break up with her a long time ago. I had no choice but to do it. You don't know, for the wedding, my parents even borrowed money and sold our house in the hometown to rent a small place. And combined with the 5 years I saved up, it was barely enough to meet her mother's requirements. $1 million down payment, $300,000 for the car, $200,000 as betrothal gifts. After marriage, we'd still have debts. This life doesn't sound promising at all. What's the point of getting married? What a joke, Lu Ming said. Now she's run off with someone else, letting that poor sucker pay for the car and house instead of making me waste my money. I still have over $1 million to spend on dating girls. How great and happy is that? Looking at Lu Ming, who had already finished 5 bottles of beer, and at the skewers and rice noodles he hadn't touched at all, Qin Yong silently sighed. As long as you feel okay with it, come on, let's not talk about her anymore. Today, my brother came out to drink and eat late dinner with you. I'm not hungry. Listen to me a little more. Lu Ming interrupted Qin Yong, laughing out loud. Do you know how I found out that Lin Jiao cheated on me? I don't know. Qin Yong murmured quietly. Drinking so much that his whole face was red, and even his eyes were rimmed red, Lu Ming still chuckled. When I went to pick her up tonight, that guy was sending her downstairs. Right as they came out of the elevator, the two couldn't help but kiss a few times. There were dozens of people at the door watching them kiss my girlfriend. How funny is that? Qin Yong could not bring himself to smile. Lu Ming continued. These two, upon seeing me, weren't even embarrassed. They greeted me instead. I was somewhat stunned then and didn't look at Lin Jiao much. I focused my attention only on that guy. You know what? He actually looked pretty handsome. Rumors say he is Jiang Yun, the young master of Jiang Group, wearing Armani suits worth hundreds of thousands, and a watch on his wrist probably worth hundreds of thousands as well. Outside there's even a Ferrari parked, also his, and that single car alone equals 100 of me. I tell you, in Qingqing City, I struggled for 5 years to save 30,000, yet I can't even afford a single tire of his car. If I were a girl, I would like him too. When that guy saw me, he was actually polite enough to greet me, asking if I was Mr. Liu. I really wanted to reply I was your father, but I didn't then, because I couldn't speak at all. I simply stared blankly at Lin Jiao. That guy even said to me, thank you for taking care of Xiao Xiao. Then Lin Jiao told me, since you saw all this, don't even think about getting married anymore. So we broke up. We had been together for 6 years, and the breakup took only 4 words. At this point, Lu Ming harshly snorted, then took a deep breath before saying, so unfair, at least she should have thanked me. Still silent, Qin Yong reached out and patted Lu Ming on the shoulder. Come on, let's have another drink. We'll ask her to make up that thanks later. Lu Ming sneered. No need to make up. I never want to see that woman again in my entire life. Muttering affirmatively, Qin Yong poured another glass of wine and nodded. Fine. Lu Ming took the cup. 1 glass finished. Another glass gone. After several more glasses, Lu Ming, who had always acted indifferently until now, finally became sad, his face flushed with drunkenness. Yongzi, tell me, why am I so poor? Why did I only have 200,000 left after buying the car and the house? Then this 200,000 even had to be given away as a betrothal gift. Hee, why couldn't this 200,000 be 2 billion or 20 trillion instead? Do you think she left because I was too poor? Hearing Lu Ming's murmurs and the string of rhetorical questions, Qin Yong patted Lu Ming's shoulder. Not your fault. It's her who wants too much. Hearing the comfort from Qin Yong, the continuously muttering Lu Ming suddenly felt a string deep in his heart completely snap, finally breaking down into a fit of tears. Yongzi, 6 years, a full 6 years. Whatever she wanted, I gave to her. Exactly where did I do wrong? Hundreds of dollars on skincare, 8 to 9,000 on an iPhone 13, several 10,000s on bags. Even the new car I bought was given entirely to her. I treated her so well. Why would she treat me like this? 6 years, and I didn't even touch her once. Yet she went off. Damn her. Drove off to the hotel with that Jiang bastard right before my eyes. The person I loved with my heart and soul stepped on every bit of that love. F******. This green hat feels so heavy. Click. In the silent darkness, the door suddenly opened, and a beam of light crept in through the seam of the wall. The one opening the door was Lu Ming. After parting from Qin Yong, Lu Ming returned to his rented apartment alone, opened the door, and turned on the light. Looking at the scene before him, Lu Ming fell silent. In the living room, rose decorations and balloons were everywhere. In the center of the room sat a diamond ring. After meeting Lin Jiao's parents, Lu Ming had planned to propose tonight and, according to the plan, would hand over the bride price to Lin Jiao's mother at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, then set the wedding date. Although marriage was practically a given, and the proposal ceremony wasn't strictly necessary, Lu Ming knew this was a dream scene for Lin Jiao, so he wanted to make it happen and give her a big surprise. But Lin Jiao gave Lu Ming an even bigger surprise first. After standing in silence for a while, Lu Ming threw everything away. Yet, instead of feeling better, he felt even more upset inside. I need to get back the car keys and the house keys tomorrow, Lu Ming said through gritted teeth. He had already bought a new car and a new house, but since his rented apartment was close to his workplace, he hadn't moved into the new place yet, nor had he needed to use the car, so both keys had been with Lin Jiao. He hadn't thought much of it before, but now that she had betrayed him, there was no way he would allow her to enjoy his house and drive his car.
After drinking heavily, Lu Ming collapsed onto the bed. His phone buzzed as several messages popped in. Ding. Payment due tomorrow. Total amount of 1,699 renminbi and 37 cents will be automatically deducted at midnight. Please make sure the account balance is sufficient 1 day in advance. Auto repayment of 2,498 renminbi and 36 cents from your savings account will be processed on June 9th. Please log in to check details. Your June 2nd bill for account remains unpaid. 29 renminbi and 87 cents has been paid, and 1,992 renminbi and 66 cents remains. Please complete the payment on time. Looking at the reminders and thinking about the extra money his parents had borrowed after selling the house in their hometown, Lu Ming took a deep breath and felt a throbbing headache in his head. I'll use the bride price money to pay off the debt first and transfer the money back to my parents later. Right now, he felt incredibly fortunate. Thankfully, he hadn't sent the bride price to Lin Jiao's mother yet, or else now both he and his parents would have been completely broke. Thinking about this, Lu Ming felt a pain in his chest. He had once solemnly promised his parents that he would be with Lin Jiao forever, which was why they had sold the house. But now, how could he tell them the truth? Forget it, I'll tell them later. Lu Ming sighed, turned off the lights, and slowly fell asleep in the pitch-black darkness. While asleep, Lu Ming suffered a splitting headache, constantly reliving the image of Lin Jiao and Zhang Yun kissing outside the company building, the moment that had shattered his heart. Unknowingly, however, the real world was subtly changing. Until morning. The still asleep Lu Ming didn't notice the numerous unusual news alerts popping up on his phone. Shocking. Yesterday, a new property development in Qinsheng was launched at the astronomical price of 65,000 renminbi per square meter. Surprisingly, it still caused a frenzy of buying. Has property pricing really not reached its peak yet? How many billionaires are there in our country? The celebrity billionaire ranking is updated. Currently, Jeff Bezos, the richest man in the world according to Forbes, is worth 12,000 renminbi. However, according to Bezos himself, there is actually someone else even wealthier, whose identity is unknown even to him. Who exactly is this never-before-heard-of billionaire with hidden riches? The editor would like to know too. Please leave your comments in the section below. Under the repeated ringtone of his alarm, Lu Ming was woken up. Sunlight poured through the window as he struggled to sit up and grabbed his phone. What time is it? He glanced at the time. Only 7 in the morning. Lu Ming breathed a sigh of relief. He had feared that the hangover would cause him to miss work and lose his full attendance bonus. That's just how it was being a regular worker. Even after experiencing the pain of being betrayed by a 6-year girlfriend, he still worried about whether the next day at work would be affected. Yet after confirming the time, Lu Ming casually glanced at the news and suddenly wondered if he was still drunk. Housing price at 65,000 jiao? World's richest man worth 12,000 yuan. What kind of joke is this? Shouldn't that be 120 billion? These were definitely bizarre news headlines of the year. Didn't the housing price used to be 65,000 yuan per square meter? How did it become jiao? And calling the world's richest person a 10,000 yuan household, when their wealth is supposedly 12,000 yuan, even though it was actually 120 billion? Lu Ming burst into laughter after reading. The quality of today's online media is getting worse and worse. If a 10,000 yuan household is already the richest in the world, then with 200,000 yuan, am I supposed to be invincible? Chapter 2. A villa for $1. After watching the news, Lu Ming opened his social media feed and noticed a new post from Lin Jiao. When you meet the right person, you finally realize all past relationships were mistakes. The post was accompanied by a photo of Lin Jiao and Zhang Yun's hands, both wearing expensive watches. It was obvious the photo was taken in a hotel room. At this moment, Lu Ming's pupils contracted sharply, his hands clenched tightly, his veins bulged, and fury and humiliation surged in his chest. He had thought that after a night had passed, his anger would have cooled significantly. But right now, his impulse to kill this couple was 1,000 times stronger than it had been last night. What is a mistaken relationship? And who exactly is the right person? He had given so much to Lin Jiao, only for it all to be negated with one sentence. But after a long pause, he helplessly put down his phone and quietly got up to wash up. What does anger achieve? The other party is the eldest son of the Zhang group, someone who could crush him easily with just money. What was he, a penniless nobody? Even if Lu Ming worked for years, he couldn't afford even one tire of Zhang Yun's car. For Lin Jiao, he was indeed the wrong man. Thinking this, Lu Ming sat on the sofa for half the morning, swallowing his anger before changing clothes and heading downstairs to buy breakfast. Boss, I'll take a roll of steamed rice flour, and I'm paying in cash. Lu Ming approached the breakfast stall. All right. The boss didn't even lift his head. Lu Ming reached into his pocket and pulled out a $10 bill. These days, it was rare to get small change. This money was actually what Lu Ming had picked up on the roadside the previous night. Qin Yong had even joked that this was a good omen since Lin Jiao was gone and his luck was turning around, making Lu Ming bitterly laugh. However, when he took out the bill, he felt something odd. Running his fingers over the paper money, Lu Ming noticed it was smoother than usual, covered in densely woven golden threads on the image part. What's going on? Did I pick up newly issued money? Muttering to himself, he handed over the bill. Boss, here's the money. He had assumed the boss would accept it without hesitation. But to his surprise, the boss, who was busy making the steamed rice rolls, became stunned the moment he saw the bill. His eyes appeared to have nails, fixated on the money in Lu Ming's hand. His body shivered slightly, instinctively stepping back 2 steps. Boss, what's wrong? Seeing that the man still hadn't taken the money, Lu Ming asked, puzzled. And the boss's expression gradually transformed, from shock to disbelief, and finally, before Lu Ming's very eyes, into pure rage. In the next instant, the boss slammed the table and shouted angrily, "You're deliberately causing trouble, right?" Lu Ming froze. What did you say? When did I try to pick a fight? The boss roared. You give me counterfeit money and dare say you're not trying to cause trouble? I'm warning you. I'm giving you a chance to leave now, or I'll call security to arrest you. Lu Ming was speechless. He had never expected that pulling out a $10 bill would result in an almost immediate police threat. What world is this? He was furious. Boss, are you crazy? This is definitely real money. The boss grew even angrier, shouting, real my ass. You think I won't recognize counterfeit money when I see it, and you still want to argue with me? I'm telling you, I've only seen $10 bills on TV before. You're so poor. How can you possibly have real money? I say it's fake. Got a problem with that. Lu Ming stood there, initially thinking the boss was messing with him. What did you say? You've only seen $10 bills on TV? Are you kidding me? Your steamed rice rolls are $10 a serving, right? The boss gave him a fierce glare. Kid, are you mentally ill? Did I make it with gold? How could it possibly be that expensive? Who doesn't know 10 yuan equals 10 billion jiao? Am I robbing you by charging 10 yuan? Just read my menu clearly. The boss threw the menu directly in front of Lu Ming. Hearing those words, Lu Ming was bewildered. Looking at the prices on the menu made his eyes practically bulge out. There was written clearly, egg and meat rice roll, 10 jiao per serving. Lu Ming thought maybe his eyes had gone bad. How can it be 10 jiao? Isn't it 10 yuan? That's too cheap. Young man, have your studies fried your brain? Let me repeat, 100 million jiao equal 1 yuan. 10 yuan is 10 billion jiao. 10 yuan can buy your entire housing complex behind you. Did you know that? The boss was completely speechless. He suspected Lu Ming had escaped from a mental hospital. This time, Lu Ming wondered if his ears were malfunctioning. Boss, did you say what I think you said? 1 yuan equals 100 million jiao? And 10 yuan can buy a whole residential complex. The boss replied in a dissatisfied tone. Exactly. Check your phone for yourself and confirm what I said is correct. Don't you even know such basic facts anymore? What's wrong with today's youth? Did you attend college with dogs? Don't even know how much 1 yuan is worth. Lu Ming quickly pulled out his phone and checked a shopping app. This time, he was completely stunned. An Apple phone costs 10,000 jiao. A Ferrari costs 500,000 jiao. A top-tier luxury villa in Qingqing. After seeing the price, Lu Ming's eyes almost popped out. Only 1 yuan. Seriously, he hadn't misread it. Just 1 yuan. What the boss said was correct. 1 yuan really equals 100 million jiao. What the hell is going on? Why did everything's price change after just one night's sleep? Just then, Lu Ming's phone suddenly received a notification. Ding. Dear Bank Alliance Black Card user, your allowance wallet has been automatically debited 1,699.37 jiao at 7:12. Your current account balance is 211,436 yuan and 999,983,006.3 jiao. In that moment, Lu Ming's mouth fell open in shock, speechless. His hands were trembling. He realized the truth, that the prices of everything in the world had changed, but his money had not. He still had 200,000 yuan. Now, as long as he wanted, he could buy 200,000 luxury villas, 4 million Ferraris, 2 billion Apple phones. At that moment, there was only one word in Lu Ming's mind. What the hell? So I'm actually richer than the richest person in the world. So I really am going to defy the heavens. Moreover, when Lu Ming tried to use his phone's QR code to pay, he found the payment interface had also changed. The unit wasn't yuan anymore, it was jiao. Kid, why are you silent now? Did you get caught trying to trick me with fake money, and now you don't dare to speak? Seeing Lu Ming's expression, the boss smirked smugly. Boss, you're absolutely right. Thank you. Lu Ming looked at the boss, barely suppressing the wild joy in his heart, and chuckled. Now that he knew the true value of 10 yuan, naturally he wouldn't insist on proving to the boss that his 10 yuan note was genuine. If other passersby noticed, it would be troublesome. Learn from this. I'm no fool. Seeing Lu Ming back down, the boss raised his eyebrows and no longer held a grudge over Lu Ming's earlier attempt with the counterfeit money. Then, after buying breakfast, Lu Ming planned to head home. Just then, suddenly, a woman stepped out of a parked Audi not far away. More accurately, she was a breathtakingly beautiful woman. She wore a crisp business suit, her seductive eyes dazzlingly charming. Her delicate face resembled a perfectly ripened peach, fresh and tender. Especially her slim, curvaceous figure, accentuated by the tailored trousers, displayed flawless leg lines even through the fabric. Her presence instantly raised the temperature at the previously quiet neighborhood entrance. Everyone's gaze turned hot and greedy, fixated on her. Lu Ming, too, had his gaze slightly glued on her. He worked as a gym coach and had seen many fit and beautiful women, but a beauty like this was rare indeed, rare enough to shock him. But what shocked him even more was about to come. After stepping out of the car, the woman walked directly toward Lu Ming and spoke softly. Sir, hello. My name is Ming. Excuse me, could I trouble you for 2 minutes of your time? She appeared nervous, keeping her head lowered while speaking, only daring to steal a glance at Lu Ming after finishing her sentence, shyly and timidly. It looked as though she carried a hint of shyness. Chapter 3, A Request. After Ing Rongrong finished speaking, there was an obvious moment of silence at the entrance of the residential complex. In the next instant, Lu Ming could clearly feel the envious and jealous gazes from passersby beside him, almost as if they could kill him with their eyes. Especially the breakfast stall owner, who couldn't believe that someone who had just tried to use a counterfeit 10 yuan bill and couldn't even distinguish basic economic principles could be approached by such a beautiful woman. This world really is unfair. Lu Ming himself was also quite shocked. He had never encountered a situation before where such a stunning woman, driving a luxury car, had approached him on her own. Heir, Miss Ing, hello. My name is Lu Ming. May I ask what you need? He introduced himself just as she had, then asked the question. Ing Rongrong was about to speak when, catching others still watching, she stopped herself and said, It's not really convenient here. How about we move to a quieter place? After speaking, her eyes glanced toward the distant Starbucks, indicating that's where she intended to go with Lu Ming. But instinctively, Lu Ming responded, What about coming to my place? I'm alone at home, and it's very quiet. Though he'd seen where her eyes had gone, he still wanted to save money. Going to Starbucks would be such a waste. 2 drinks would easily cost dozens. Lu Ming, who had been saving every penny to afford marriage, couldn't change such a habit overnight, even after knowing he had become unexpectedly rich. Ing Rongrong was taken aback, then bit her red lips and hesitated, finally nodding after some internal struggle. All right, then I'll trouble you to lead the way. After speaking, Ing Rongrong clearly felt her heartbeat quicken. This was the first time she had ever been to another man's house, which made her somewhat nervous. After all, knowing how charming she was, if Lu Ming suddenly lost control and attempted something inappropriate while they were inside, it wasn't out of the question. But she had no choice. This might be her last lifeline. Lu Ming smiled. No problem. Then just follow me. With that, Lu Ming turned and led Ing Rongrong into the residential complex. The bystanders behind them, Witnessing how easily Lu Ming had convinced such a beauty to go home with him went wild. This kid really hit the jackpot this morning. Could that guy actually be a kept man? If such a beautiful woman wants to keep me, I'd be more than willing. Thinking about Ing Rongrong's graceful figure, the crowd was consumed by envy, their bellies churning with jealousy. Why did all the good things always happen to someone else? Lu Ming, unaware of the gossip behind him, stepped into the elevator with Ing Rongrong. Inside the enclosed space, neither of them spoke. Lu Ming inhaled the faint fragrance coming from the beautiful woman by his side. From the corner of his eye, he glimpsed the delicate white collarbone peeking from beneath her neckline, and the endless white just slightly revealed. Suddenly, his heart raced. He took a deep breath to suppress the rising tension within. They reached his apartment. Opened the door. Sorry, it's a bit messy at my place. Looking at the cluttered room, Lu Ming said with some embarrassment. It's fine. Ing Rongrong gave a slight smile, inspecting Lu Ming's apartment with mild surprise. How could Lu Ming live in such a shabby place? It was far worse than she had imagined. Even the servants in her home seemed to live tens of times better than this. Could she have really misjudged him? Was Lu Ming actually penniless after all? Wait. Suddenly, Ing Rongrong's gaze locked onto the shoe cabinet, her expression turning to disbelief. On her delicate and beautiful face appeared astonishment and shock. There, scattered casually on the shoe cabinet, lay over a dozen 1 yuan coins. One of them was even partially covered by a sock. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. These were 1 yuan coins. You see, 1 yuan coins were top-tier rare currency, each one bordered with pure 24-karat gold. Just one coin could buy a luxurious villa in Xinjiang. Each coin had its own unique identification number and embedded chip installed by the banking union, making their manufacturing difficult. With both manufacturing and economic value combined, each one was extraordinarily rare. It was unknown if even 100 existed worldwide. Yet now, dozens of such coins were casually strewn about Lu Ming's house, and even covered with a sock. Unlike the ignorant breakfast stall owner, Ing Rongrong was not clueless. With her eye for value, she immediately recognized that all these coins were real. Precisely because of this, she was shocked into silence. Missing, please have a seat. Missing. At this moment, Lu Ming was hastily tidying the sofa, and when he cleared his space, he noticed Ing Rongrong staring blankly at the shoe cabinet and hurriedly called out. It wasn't until Lu Ming spoke that Ing Rongrong snapped back to reality, flustered, and replied, Mr. Lu, I'm sorry. Her breathing was somewhat quickened, and her beautiful face flushed slightly red. She had simply been too stunned by what she saw. Sorry for the mess. I've been living alone, so I've gotten used to being a bit slovenly. Lu Ming thought he had frightened her with his messiness, so he quickly stepped forward, threw the sock away, and gathered the scattered coins in a careless pile, awkwardly explaining on instinct. These coins? At first I wanted to find a piggy bank to store them, but later I brought home too many and just forgot about them. I didn't expect you to see this and be embarrassed. At the nearby supermarket, 1 yuan coins were needed to unlock shopping carts, and since Lu Ming never brought one, he always exchanged with the store, and over time he ended up with coins scattered all over his home. He actually offered this explanation as an excuse for his sloppiness. But who would have guessed that after hearing this, Ing Rongrong's beautiful eyes widened like she'd seen a ghost, staring at him in shock. Was this even human? What kind of reasoning was this? Too many coins, too lazy to tidy them up. Suddenly, Ing Rongrong felt a rush of blood to her head and felt slightly dizzy. She'd met wealthy people before, but never someone this rich. She remembered even her grandfather, who was extremely wealthy, had instructed his people to store 1 yuan coins in a safe. Yet Lu Ming had only wanted to put them in a piggy bank, and then actually forgot about them afterward? Who in the world is this rich? And no, it's fine, Mr. Lu, I don't mind at all. Ing Rongrong finally forced out a dry laugh. Suddenly, she realized that it made perfect sense for someone like him, who lived in a humble room, to feel normal about such things. Because Lu Ming's wealth had already reached a level that ordinary people like herself could not possibly understand. So what if his residence was modest? Some rich people were just so refined that they preferred a simple life. Unaware of what had just transpired, Lu Ming coughed twice and said, Come on, let's sit down. Missing, now can you tell me what business you have with me? Only now did Ing Rongrong finally snap out of her shock. She took a deep breath, fixed her gaze on Lu Ming, and got straight to the point. Here's the thing, Mr. Lu, I hope I have the opportunity to cooperate with you. Chapter 4, Ing Rongrong's shock. Cooperate. Cooperate on what? Lu Ming asked. Ing Rongrong pursed her lips and said, Mr. Lu, to be honest, I'm actually the branch manager of Jianon Bank's Qinghe branch. I saw you take out a huge sum of 10 yuan at the breakfast stall just now, so I'd like to invite you to deposit your money with our bank. She didn't intend to hide anything from Lu Ming because she knew that hiding things would only disgust wealthy people like him. Being open and honest was more likely to win his favor. Oh, so that's it. Lu Ming suddenly understood. You want me to deposit money in your bank, right? It was only now that he realized why Ing Rongrong had targeted him, purely because he had taken out 10 yuan. While the breakfast stall owner might not be able to tell whether the money was real, a branch manager of a bank definitely could. That's why she had come to him for deposits. Exactly. Ing Rongrong began talking nonstop. If you are willing to cooperate with our bank, I will strive to give you the most favorable treatment. For example, for that 10 yuan sum you just showed, if you have no particular need for liquidity, I can get you a 10% interest rate for a 3-year fixed deposit, and also a lot of value-added services, including myself, who can provide you with 24-hour financial assistance. She was desperate to grab onto Lu Ming as a lifeline. If she couldn't meet her family's performance expectations, she would be forced to become a tool for arranged marriage. But suddenly, Lu Ming interrupted her. Director Ing, I have a question. Please ask. Ing Rongrong stopped immediately. I already have money deposited in your bank. Can I still get such favorable terms if I deposit again? Lu Ming asked. He clearly remembered that his 200,000 yuan had just been deposited in the Qinghe branch where Ing Rongrong worked. When did you deposit money in our bank? Ing Rongrong was stunned. If someone of Lu Ming's caliber had deposited money, she certainly would have known. Yes, I did a long time ago. Here, see my bank card. Lu Ming turned around and pulled out the bank card from his wallet. Upon seeing the card, Ing Rongrong was instantly shocked into opening her crimson lips wide. Before her lay a credit card completely black and purple in color. On its dark surface was a faintly visible golden dragon. The sunlight from the window made it seem as if the dragon emitted an astonishing and terrifying aura. In addition to the dragon, there were 2 lines of text in the lower left corner. Line 1, World Banking Alliance. Line 2, VIP Hotline, 159XXXXXXX. What was this? World Banking Alliance? Private assistant? Lu Ming was stunned. He suspected whether he had taken the wrong card by mistake, but he clearly remembered there was only 1 bank card and 1 ID card in his wallet. He couldn't have possibly taken the wrong one. Just at that moment, Ing Rongrong could no longer contain herself and exclaimed, "Is this the Black Golden Dragon card from the Banking Alliance? My god, what Grandpa said is actually true. Black Golden Dragon card? What is that?" Lu Ming was taken aback. Without thinking, Ing Rongrong explained. It said that the Black Golden Dragon card is a special card issued exclusively by the Banking Alliance to the world's top billionaires. All the value-added services and bank privileges that other cards have, this card has as well. Moreover, they provide you with a personal manager only you can contact directly and the ability to move funds across all banks worldwide. Not to mention, the most remarkable feature of this card is its unparalleled data security. Even staff within the Banking Alliance can't access the holder's information. Only the sole administrator of the Banking Alliance knows who the cardholder is. So far, no one in the world knows exactly how many people actually hold this card. I used to wonder how such a bank card could possibly exist. Wouldn't it cause massive management problems for the banks? I never expected to see it in your hands. After hearing Ing Rongrong's explanation, Lu Ming was stunned. Since when did he ever get such a powerful bank card? Then, he quickly figured it out. It must have changed when the world changed dramatically. Just at that moment, Ing Rongrong suddenly stood up, bowing 90 degrees with deep fear. "I'm sorry, Mr. Lu. I was showing off earlier. With you possessing this card, you obviously already know about its services. I was speaking out of turn." She had been so shocked earlier that she had overstepped her place. Only now did she realize that what she said just now could easily make Lu Ming feel as if his money were being recklessly handled if entrusted to her. If he became angry and called the World Banking Alliance, then she would truly be in serious trouble. Seeing Ing Rongrong apologizing so dramatically, Lu Ming waved his hand. "No problem, no problem. You sit down first. I really didn't understand, and only after your explanation do I understand now." As he spoke, Lu Ming suddenly noticed that Ing Rongrong's collar had fallen open from the bow. Instinctively, his eyes darted toward the lush curve between her generous cleavage. His eyes suddenly widened, as a surge of blood rushed up to the top of his head. Wow. Now that's what they call deep calculation and hidden intentions. After glancing twice, he quickly withdrew his gaze before Ing Rongrong noticed, straightened his posture, and sat properly. "Thank you, Mr. Lu." Upon hearing that, Ing Rongrong slowly straightened her back and sat back on the sofa, a slight warmth arising from deep inside her heart. In her mind, Lu Ming, as the owner of the Black Golden Dragon card, how could he possibly not know what services the card provided? Certainly, he pretended not to know just to give her away out of embarrassment. No wonder he was a top billionaire who stood atop the world. Such magnanimity truly made her feel ashamed of her own inadequacy. "No problem, no need to be courteous," Lu Ming said with a polite smile. After thanking him, Ing Rongrong hesitated for a moment and then sighed. "In that case, I won't stay to disturb you any longer, Mr. Lu." But Lu Ming looked puzzled. "Didn't you want me to open an account and deposit money? Why are you leaving so soon?" The card hadn't even been issued yet, and she was already leaving? Ing Rongrong was taken aback. "You already have the Black Golden Dragon card. Why would you need a card from our bank?" If Lu Ming's card had belonged to any other bank, Ing Rongrong would still have confidence in creating a compelling offer to get him to open an account. But the Black Golden Dragon card offered the world's most elite banking services. With just a small branch like hers, no matter how capable she was, she could never offer Lu Ming anything more attractive than that. She had no choice but to leave. "Of course I still need one. I can't possibly walk around every day flaunting this card everywhere I go." Lu Ming smiled. Ever since discovering that he had the Black Golden Dragon card, he had decided to open another card at a regular bank for easier daily use. Otherwise, if someone knowledgeable saw him using the Black Golden Dragon card one day, it might attract unwanted attention. Ing Rongrong's previously dimmed eyes instantly lit up with a mix of surprise and joy. "You really mean it?" "Of course." Lu Ming smiled again, then added, "But let me make one thing clear. I can open this new account at any bank in Qingcheng, not necessarily yours. So, if your offer isn't more favorable than those other banks, I won't open an account here." Although Ing Rongrong was as seductive and charming as a goddess, he wasn't a man driven purely by base instincts. If she couldn't provide him with better terms than other banks, he wouldn't deposit his money with her. "No problem at all, Mr. Lu. Compared to the World Banking Alliance, I certainly can't match them, but compared to the other banks in Qingcheng, I'm confident I can win you over." Ing Rongrong smiled with full confidence. "Good." Lu Ming nodded approvingly. Just at that moment, click. The doorknob suddenly turned, and the door opened. Lu Ming and Ing Rongrong were instantly startled and quickly turned around. When they saw who had entered, Lu Ming's expression immediately turned grim. "Lin Jiao, what are you doing here?" Chapter 5. You ruined my brother. At the entrance stood a tall, leggy beauty, Lin Jiao. Lin Jiao was wearing a tight-fitting mini dress that accentuated her curvaceous figure. Her wavy long hair and heavily made-up face gave her a seductive and alluring appearance. She wasn't stunningly beautiful, but her body was exceptional. Back in college, Lu Ming had drawn countless jealous stares for being with her. Now, Jane, a man who had dated countless women, had taken notice of her for her remarkable figure. Right now, she was holding the key to the apartment and stood at the doorway with an icy expression on her face. Lu Ming hadn't had time to retrieve the key yet, which gave her the chance to open the door. When Lu Ming saw her, memories of her recent WeChat moments flared his temper. He snapped coldly. "What are you doing here?" "Lu Ming, don't act like I'm eager to come here," Lin Jiao replied with a sarcastic look. She tossed the key carelessly onto the shoe cabinet and sneered. "I'm here to demand an apology from you." Lu Ming stared at her in shock. She had cheated, yet she wanted an apology? Did she even realize what she was saying? Just then, a woman stepped out from behind Lin Jiao. She was wearing a black silk dress that clung tightly to her shapely body. Thin, lace-like black stockings hugged her long legs, making her look extremely seductive. She immediately shouted at Lu Ming. "That's right, Lu Ming. Hurry up and apologize to Jiao Jiao." "Wei Xiner, what are you doing here too?" Lu Ming frowned slightly. Wei Xiner was not only Lin Jiao's best friend from college, but also Lu Ming's classmate during university. He had often heard Lin Jiao and other classmates talking about Wei Xiner. She had a great figure from years of fitness training and always knew how to dress well. Ever since college, she had been the goddess of many male classmates, but had never been in a romantic relationship because she was an extreme gold digger. In her eyes, only rich young masters like Longdu were worthy of her. Because of this, Wei Xiner had constantly mocked and belittled Lu Ming when he had dated Lin Jiao. Wei Xiner smirked. I'm here to support Jiao Jiao, of course, just in case you want to bully her or something. Bully. Lu Ming laughed in bitter amusement. Wei Xiner, do you even know what she did? Wei Xiner, naturally knowing he was referring to Lin Jiao's infidelity, said playfully, well, we're all adults. We can do whatever we like before marriage. Besides, it was Zhang Yun, the young master himself, who took her. You should feel honored to have been honored by such a rich man instead of being a poor loser like you. You. Lu Ming's anger reached its peak. Behind Lu Ming, Ying Rongrong looked up at Wei Xiner in shock and disbelief. Calling someone a poor loser who had a black dragon card, who treated 1 yuan coins as trash, and lived like a billionaire? Did this person even know what she was saying? However, Ying Rongrong quickly realized that perhaps Lu Ming had pretended to be poor while dating Lin Jiao, which was why others misunderstood him. This was actually quite common. Many wealthy people like to do this to test their partner's loyalty. As Ying Rongrong was thinking, her gaze drew Wei Xiner's attention. When Wei Xiner saw Ying Rongrong, her eyes widened with surprise. Bright eyes and red lips, a tight, stunning figure, a beautifully enchanting face. This woman was too beautiful. But a moment later, she spat on the ground. So early in the morning and you already have a woman at home? Humph. Lu Ming, did you sleep with her last night? You scoundrel. They had just broken up yesterday, and today he had already brought another woman home? And one who looked so beautiful? Lu Ming looked decent on the outside, so he was actually a man who couldn't be faithful to one woman for even a day? Seeing Ying Rongrong, Lin Jiao's expression soured. Lu Ming, weren't you standing outside my office building playing the tragic lover yesterday? And now you've already found a new woman. Even if Lu Ming no longer belonged to her, she still believed that he should have continued loving her. She wouldn't allow another woman to take him. Especially not a woman like Ying Rongrong, whose figure, appearance, and figure completely outshone her. Don't make wild accusations. She has nothing to do with me. Lu Ming didn't want to drag Ying Rongrong into this. Ying Rongrong, wanting to explain, chose to stay silent behind Lu Ming instead. Let Lu Ming say whatever he wanted, she didn't care. In fact, even if people mistook her for Lu Ming's one-night stand, Ying Rongrong didn't mind. Perhaps this misunderstanding would make Lu Ming feel guilty and allow her to collect more money toward completing her family's goal. After all, it wasn't like she was really losing her virginity. But Lin Jiao refused to listen to Lu Ming's explanation. She only believed what she wanted to believe and mocked. A man and a woman together so early in the morning. If you're saying nothing happened, who's going to believe you? Lu Ming, to be honest, I originally felt a little guilty about what I did to you, but now I clearly don't need to feel any remorse. In her eyes, cheating on Lu Ming now seemed perfectly justified. Otherwise, she felt Lu Ming might have cheated on her first with Ying Rongrong anyway. Wei Xiner chimed in. Jiao Jiao, a poor and despicable man like him isn't worth staying with. Leaving him early is actually good for you. Lu Ming laughed bitterly. He no longer wanted to bother explaining anything to these two hypocrites. What do you two want by coming to my place? If all you're here for is to twist the facts, then can you please just get out? You? Wei Xiner was furious. How dare you tell us to get out? Xiner, don't waste your energy getting angry with trash like him. Lin Jiao held her back and turned to Lu Ming, saying, Lu Ming, I'll overlook your cheating, but you still have to apologize to me. This time, not only Lu Ming, but even Ying Rongrong couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. How did Lin Jiao manage to slander him so brazenly? Without even a shred of evidence, she actually dared to accuse him from atop a moral high ground. Apologize? Apologize for what? For catching you playing Pan Jinlian outside your company building. Lu Ming sneered coldly. Lin Jiao's expression darkened. Show a little respect when you speak. The apology I want is for you to give it to my mom and my younger brother. What? Lu Ming was stunned. Why the hell would I need to apologize to your mom and brother? Because you didn't transfer the 200,000 RMB to my mother's card this morning on time. Lin Jiao gritted her teeth. Don't you realize, because you didn't send the bride price, my brother couldn't afford the engagement, and the girls said no. You know that. Originally, the 200,000 RMB that Lu Ming had planned to give Lin Jiao as a dowry had been used by the Lin family for her younger brother's wedding. Now, since Lu Ming hadn't given it to them, their engagement was off, and naturally, Lin Jiao had come to confront Lu Ming. Lu Ming was caught off guard by Lin Jiao's accusation. He started to wonder whether his ears were broken or whether the world itself had gone mad. What are you talking about? You cheated, so our engagement is already cancelled automatically. And now you still expect me to send the bride price to you? Did a donkey kick your head or something? Lu Ming roared furiously, and at the end, he laughed bitterly again. I've been with you for 6 years. How come I never noticed how shameless you could be before? Behind Lu Ming, Ying Rongrong's eyes widened in disbelief even more. Lu Ming, a super rich tycoon who treated 1 yuan coins as trash. How did he end up falling for a woman like her? Could it be that the tastes of super rich people were really this unique? A thought involuntarily flashed through her mind. If someone like Lin Jiao could get engaged to Lu Ming, then perhaps she could too. Thinking this, Ying Rongrong couldn't help blushing, then inwardly scolded herself. What's wrong with me? Why do I have such strange thoughts in my head? Faced with Lu Ming's accusations, Lin Jiao not only showed no sign of guilt, but instead grew even more defiant. I admit I was unfaithful, but you were the one who promised my mother this morning to transfer the money. That's why she agreed to the engagement terms. Now you broke your promise first, ruining my brother's marriage. How will you take responsibility for that? Chapter 6. What is this garbage? Lu Ming looked at Lin Jiao's solemn expression and remained silent. He was wondering, what the hell had possessed him 6 years ago to become so infatuated with this woman? Aren't you going to be a deadbeat? Lu Ming, hurry up and transfer the money. What are you waiting for? At that moment, Wei Xiner, striding with her long legs, walked up to Lu Ming and shoved him hard. The embarrassing part was that Lu Ming didn't budge at all. She simply couldn't push a man like Lu Ming, who was a fitness trainer. A deadbeat? Wei Xiner, are you out of your mind? Lu Ming sneered, his eyes flashing with fury. His anger was now completely uncontrollable. Wei Xiner felt a little frightened, yet she started blaming Lu Ming again. You're the crazy one. You promised you'd transfer the money to Auntie. You didn't keep your word. You're the one breaking your promise, the one who owes money and won't pay back. Do you even know what that makes you? A deadbeat. You're nothing but a deadbeat. Lin Jiao seized the opportunity to stir up trouble alongside her best friend, shouting loudly, "Deadbeat, pay us back." Hearing Wei Xiner's loud accusations, neighbors outside the door had already started pointing fingers, whispering amongst themselves. Once they really believed that Lu Ming was a deadbeat, his anger had reached its peak. After wronging him, Lin Jiao still wanted to swindle money from him and ruin his reputation. Thinking of this, and recalling Lin Jiao's cold-hearted attitude from yesterday, along with the kiss he'd seen her sharing with Jiang Yun at the company building, Lu Ming's eyes bulged with rage, and he roared, "Shut up!" As soon as he spoke, both women instantly fell silent. Looking at Lu Ming, whose eyes were red-rimmed and whose muscles were visibly tense with fury, exuding an intimidating aura, they instinctively felt fear. But they quickly regained their composure, resuming their arrogant expressions. After all, they didn't believe Lu Ming would dare lay a hand on a woman. If he dared to strike, they would certainly ensure he paid a heavy price. Just one thing. You cheated, so there's no way I'll pay the bride price. If you dare to cause trouble again, I'll call the police. Lu Ming spat on the floor. Lin Jiao panicked. If Lu Ming wouldn't pay the 20,000 yuan, then her brother Lin Yonglong's wedding would be off. Then who would she ask for money? Certainly not Jiang Yun. Lu Ming was a good, simple man, without power or influence, easy to deceive and take advantage of, naturally the one to squeeze for cash. Trying to get anything from Jiang Yun might scare him off completely. Seeing this, Lin Jiao finally decided to play her ultimate card. Lu Ming, what if I cheated? So what if we can't get married? I was with you for 6 years and brought you face, didn't I? Don't you think you should compensate me for my lost youth? If you still refuse, I'll go to your parents' hometown and cause chaos. I'll make your parents, because of their unfilial son, fall ill with worry. I'll cause trouble at your gym and ruin your reputation and your job. Hearing this, Lu Ming's mind buzzed and blood rushed to his head, fury burning in his chest, hatred etched deeply in his eyes. Had Lin Jiao not only destroyed his hopes for love, but now planned to destroy his parents, his job, his entire life? Behind him, Rong was truly furious this time. What kind of heart must this woman possess? But instead of growing angrier, Lu Ming actually calmed down. So what you're saying is, you want me to pay you 200,000 yuan as compensation for your youth? That's right. Seeing Lu Ming like this, Lin Jiao gave Wei Xiner a triumphant look. Lu Ming's demeanor suggested he was scared. Perhaps he'd even be foolish enough to give them the money. Fine, just wait. I'll go get my phone right now and transfer it to you. Lu Ming showed an icy expression and walked inside. I'll talk. In the end, he's still going to hand over the money obediently, huh? Wei Xiner curled her lips, showing deep contempt. She had thought Lu Ming might put up a stronger fight. Seemed like this nice guy was just easy prey. Tired me out. Why couldn't he just give me the money earlier? I had to come all the way here myself. What a disgrace. Just like his rural, rustic parents. Makes my skin crawl. Why doesn't this kind of person just leave Qingxing already? Lin Jiao muttered to herself. Then, acting as if she were at her own home, she sat down unceremoniously on Lu Ming's sofa with casual posture. She glanced toward Rong, who had remained standing still the entire time, and sneered jealously. Hey, since you're so pretty, why do such a low-life job? You're embarrassing to all women. That's right. Wei Xiner chimed in, her face full of disdain. She assumed Rong was a masseuse Lu Ming had brought from some parlor. She couldn't believe that someone like Lu Ming could have landed such a beautiful girl on his own. Upon hearing this, Rong didn't get angry, instead smiling slightly. Miss Lin, to give up Mr. Lu for a mere Jiang Yun, I think that will be your lifelong regret. She wouldn't argue with someone like Lin Jiao, whose vision was as shallow as the bottom of a well. As for a woman who regarded Jiang Yun as treasure yet abandoned Lu Ming, she could only feel pity towards her. How could a mere Jiang family, only capable of bullying people in Qingxing, ever be compared to someone like Lu Ming, a global billionaire? Rong truly felt sorry for Lin Jiao, who would never understand what she had missed. Ha! To Rong's words, the two women responded with even louder mocking laughter. Wei Xiner covered her mouth, laughing nonstop. Miss, how much love potion did Lu Ming give you yesterday? You know in your heart. The money he gave you only covered your service fee in bed. He certainly didn't pay you to keep flattering him off the bed. Lin Jiao's eyes showed deep hatred, sneering coldly. Regret? I'll tell you too, sleeping with Lu Ming will be your biggest regret in life. With your looks, you could have become a high society social butterfly, and people in your line of work surely dream the most about sleeping with the rich. But rest assured, I'll be sure to promote you in high society properly under the identity of Mrs. Jiang. Tell me, later on, which rich man would want a used-up whore like you, already tainted by a poor loser? But upon hearing this, Rong couldn't help but laugh out loud. Then I'll trouble Miss Lin to do the promotion for me. Seeing Rong still so calm and elegant even under her threats, Lin Jiao finally lost her composure. Jealousy made her clench her teeth. Why didn't this woman panic? Wasn't she afraid? Right then. Come here. Here's your compensation for lost youth. You wanted it, right? I'm giving it to you now. Lu Ming walked out. Lin Jiao and Wei Xiner immediately shifted their attention. Lin Jiao showed excitement. What met her eyes, however, wasn't a money transfer from Lu Ming, but her old suitcase she had left behind. Bang! Lu Ming threw the suitcase in front of Lin Jiao and sneered. Here, take it. Your youth compensation fee. Lin Jiao was stunned. Why cash? She hurriedly opened the suitcase, and inside wasn't the 20,000 yuan she had been dreaming of. Instead, it was filled with ragged clothes and several cheap handicrafts, along with some incense. Seeing this, Lin Jiao instantly became furious. What is this garbage? Where's the money? Lu Ming burst into laughter. Don't you remember what this is, Lin Jiao? These pieces of trash, these were the gifts you gave me every year. You told me when giving them that each item contained your heartfelt affection, priceless and irreplaceable, remember? Surprised? Did you forget everything? As soon as those words came out, Lin Jiao froze. Chapter 7. Withdrawal of 200,000. She never expected that these trash, not even worthy for dogs, were actually the gifts she herself had given. Looking at the stunned Lin Jiao, Lu Ming sneered bitterly. The gifts he had given Lin Jiao had amounted to nearly tens of thousands. Every single penny had been earned through relentless work day and night. As for the gifts Lin Jiao had given him, the most expensive was just a 20 yuan scented candle bought on Taobao. And now, Lin Jiao couldn't even remember the gifts she gave him, yet he had cherished every single one so dearly. I don't care. These things are unimportant now. Give me the money right away. Then Lin Jiao, flustered and furious, shouted. Wei Xiner also chimed in. Quickly give us the money, or we'll call your parents immediately. Fine, go ahead and call. I'd like to see who dies first. But Lu Ming was unfazed by their threats, his expression mocking. Just try messing with my parents, Lin Jiao, and I'll gladly tell your brother's fiancée how your brother got a girl from a vocational school pregnant and settled it with only 30,000 yuan. What did you say? Lin Jiao's face turned green instantly as panic set in. You dare threaten my younger brother? She never imagined that Lu Ming, usually gentle and sincere, would resort to such tactics. Not long ago, Lin Yonglong had secretly impregnated a girl behind his fiancée, Feng Lu's back. The girl's parents confronted Lin Yonglong, demanding he take responsibility. Eventually, it was resolved with 30,000 yuan in compensation, but it had been kept a secret from both the family and the fiancé. And the reason Lu Ming knew all the details was because the 30,000 Lin Yonglong paid had actually been requested by Lin Jiao from Lu Ming. Initially, Lu Ming had hesitated, but Lin Jiao had cried and threatened to break up with him unless he paid. That's how he ended up covering it. Thinking back now, what utter foolishness. Call that a threat. Lin Jiao, I'll tell you this. You'd better leave right now, or I'll hand over the entire chat history between us, where you beg me to pay for your brother, directly to his fiancée. Lu Ming sneered. At the same time, he inwardly mocked himself. 6 whole years, never once deleting a single conversation between him and Lin Jiao, for the purpose of preserving their lifelong bond. In the end, that bond didn't even last a lifetime, and the only use that chat history ever had was to protect himself from being hurt by Lin Jiao. As these words fell, Lin Jiao's face turned deathly pale, her body trembling in silence. You'd better pack your stuff and leave immediately. If anything happens with my parents because of you, I will cut all ties. Got it. Lu Ming spat out. Faced with this situation, Lin Jiao dared not press Lu Ming for the 200,000, though she was reluctant. Grinding her teeth, she said, then if I leave now, would you at least delete the chat records first? Still trying to haggle? Get out. Lu Ming roared. Reluctantly, Wei Xiner pulled a still sputtering Lin Jiao out the door. Bang. The door slammed shut, and finally, the world returned to silence. I'm sorry, Miss Ying, that you had to witness all this. After Lin Jiao left, Lu Ming turned around to apologize to Ying Rongrong. He felt slightly embarrassed. It's all right, Mr. Lu, this wasn't your fault. After witnessing Lin Jiao's entire spectacle, Ying Rongrong found herself developing a small amount of liking for Lu Ming. People whose deep affections are misplaced always evoke sympathy, especially when that person is an ultra-wealthy man. Let's return to the topic about our previous discussion of deposits, Miss Ying. Lu Ming sighed. All right, Mr. Lu, the thing is, I'd like to propose my best condition to you. Ying Rongrong started to speak. Unexpectedly, Lu Ming waved his hand. Never mind, you don't have to. Just help me issue the card. I'll deposit directly. Why? Ying Rongrong was puzzled. She never expected Lu Ming, who had previously wanted to compare offers before making a decision, to suddenly agree so readily. You just got dragged into a mess that had nothing to do with you. I hope you won't take it to heart. When Lu Ming was cleaning up the room earlier, he could hear clearly how Lin Jiao and Wei Xiner insulted Ying Rongrong. Putting himself in her shoes, Lu Ming thought that if he were falsely accused of something he didn't do, he would surely be furious. But Ying Rongrong didn't get angry at all. Instead, she defended and empathized with him. Just for that reason alone, Lu Ming felt it only fair to open an account with her. Upon hearing this, the puzzled Ying Rongrong finally understood and sighed. Mr. Lu, you really are broad-minded. The ones who insulted her were Lin Jiao and the others, but just to help her feel better, Lu Ming decided to compensate her anyway. Flattery. Lu Ming shook his head. Just then, Ying Rongrong said, however, Mr. Lu, I will definitely offer you the most favorable conditions across the entire Qingqing. Just wait for the card. All right. Lu Ming nodded. At this moment, Ying Rongrong smiled slightly while pursing her lips. There's one more thing I think you'd really want to hear. What is it? Lu Ming was taken aback. Recently, the Zhang family is trying to secure a loan of several $100,000 from the provincial bank. I found out this loan is crucial to their cash flow. If it doesn't get approved, their funding chain will break. Ying Rongrong continued with a smile. I heard the process is already in motion, but if you, Mr. Lu, are willing to put in a word, I think. If the Zhang family don't want to go bankrupt, they'll have to beg you on their knees to spare them. Knowing that Lu Ming's enemy was Zhang Yunho, she immediately recalled the Zhang family borrowing money in the provincial city and decided to bring up this matter to make a good impression. As her words settled, Lu Ming was immediately surprised. Is that true or false? Has I really become this powerful? Just by putting in a word, could I destroy the Zhang family completely? And who should I contact to do that? Of course it's true. With your status in the banking circle, a single word from you can make it happen. Ying Rongrong paused here before saying, alternatively, if you find it inconvenient, I can do it for you. I can mention this to someone at the provincial bank. In that case, I'll trouble Miss Ying. After some thought, Lu Ming immediately agreed. You're too polite, Mr. Lu, Ying Rongrong smiled. She felt a little excited in her heart. Because she felt that ruining the Zhang family was just a phone call away for Lu Ming, yet now he was willing to let her handle it. Definitely, because they've gotten closer. Being able to form a close relationship with a billionaire of such a high status in a short period of time, Ying Rongrong was very happy. But Ying Rongrong didn't realize that the reason Lu Ming chose to let her handle it was entirely because he didn't know who to call to ruin the Zhang family. At this moment, Lu Ming felt he shouldn't let Ying Rongrong work for free. So after thinking for a moment, he said, then, since it's like this, Miss Ying, maybe I'll deposit 1,000 yuan in your bank. Do you think that's enough? Of course it's enough. Ying Rongrong smiled as she started to say. She thought Lu Ming's first deposit, at the very least, would be in the tens of millions, or even 1 yuan. No matter the amount, she could accept it. Cooperation needs to be gradual. Therefore, she immediately agreed readily. But as soon as she agreed, she suddenly realized something was off. 1,000 yuan? 1,000 yuan? Wait, is it too little? Lu Ming blinked, slightly embarrassed, scratching his nose. In truth, his perception was still stuck in the time before inflation. Although 1,000 yuan was a large amount, when it came out of his mouth, it still made him feel slightly awkward. After all, previously, when depositing 1,000 yuan at the counter, people looked down on you. Budding Rongrong immediately shook her head violently. Her face flushed with a beautiful red tinge, and she started to stutter. Mr. Luer, you're kidding? 1,000 yuan is really too much. She was shocked, her brain still buzzing. Is this how the super rich deposit money? So exciting? This isn't 1,000 jiao. It's 1,000 yuan. He casually threw out 1,000 houses? After grasping the meaning of this number, Ing Rongrong was greatly stunned, feeling the blood rushing to her head, and her body temperature rising instantly. Oh, then, nothing to it. When you get the card ready, I'll transfer the money in. Seeing that Ing Rongrong wasn't upset over the small amount, Lu Ming calmly waved his hand. It's just some spare change, don't think it's too much. 1,000 yuan was just a spare change. When Ing Rongrong left Lu Ming's home, her pretty face was flushed, her steps were unstable, her eyes dazed, and the entire world seemed unreal. 1,000 yuan was really going to be deposited? Even for her family, arbitrarily mobilizing a large sum of 1,000 yuan would require a meeting with all the members to argue for half a day before making a decision. But Lu Ming spoke one sentence, opened his mouth, and 1,000 yuan was immediately transferred? Is this what the world of the rich looks like? She didn't understand. She couldn't comprehend. Back to another story. After Lin Jiao and Wei Xiner left Lu Ming's house, they grew increasingly angry. Xiner, no way. I can't swallow this humiliation. How dare he treat me like this? Also, why did you pull me away? You should have let me scold him properly. Sitting in the car Lu Ming had bought for her, Lin Jiao screamed hysterically, continuously pounding the steering wheel, as if venting all her frustration on the steering wheel, as though it was Lu Ming himself. I pulled you away because I was afraid you'd insult him. And what if he got angry and released all the chat records? Wei Xiner complained. I did it for your own good. So why are you blaming me now? You're just too cowardly. You don't know that he dares not release the chat records. Lin Jiao retorted. His gym owner is one of Jiang Shao's subordinates. If Jiang Shao says one word, he'll lose his job. Do you really think he dares to release the records? He was just trying to scare me. Lin Jiao had merely been intimidated by Lu Ming just now. Now that she thought about it, Zhang Yun could crush Lu Ming with a single word. How would Lu Ming dare to resist? Upon hearing this, Wei Xiner felt reassured and joined in angrily. Then in that case, we must come up with another way to get 20,000 yuan from him. Let him scare us. That's right. I must get back the 20,000 yuan from him. That money was originally mine. Lin Jiao's eyes revealed resentment and anger, then suddenly lit up with realization. Right? That guy, in order to prove his loyalty earlier, told me I could spend whenever I wanted. He even gave me the account password and payment password of his payment app. Can't I just log into his account and transfer money now? Really? Or are you kidding? Wei Xiner reacted instantly with surprise and delight. With this, wouldn't Lin Jiao be able to get whatever money she wanted? Of course it's true. Watch me. That guy broke up with me just yesterday, so he definitely hasn't changed his password yet. Let's transfer the money quickly. Lin Jiao pulled out her phone and swiftly entered the username and password. Wei Xiner looked closely, her eyes immediately sparkling with excitement. They were in. The account was successfully logged in. Chapter 8 Lin Jiao's ace up her sleeve. Wow, are there actually people this dumb nowadays? Wei Xiner giggled. She never expected someone would actually tell their partner both account and password and not change them after breaking up. Such a person must be hopelessly stupid. I told you, his brain doesn't work so well. Just flatter him a bit, and he hands everything over. Lin Jiao huffed. This was exactly why Lin Jiao was so angry that Lu Ming hadn't given her money this time. Because previously, whenever she wanted something, Lu Ming would eagerly hand it over to her. Unexpectedly, this time Lu Ming dared to resist her. It was really infuriating. You're really good at handling him. If you hadn't trained Lu Ming so well, you wouldn't have been able to log into his account. Wei Xiner said. Well then, quickly transfer the money over. He must be with that hussy, enjoying himself, not looking at his phone. You transferring money right now won't be noticed by him. The hussy, she referred to as Ing Rongrong. Okay. Lin Jiao immediately transferred 200,000 from Lu Ming's account to her own. After the transfer, Lin Jiao had originally planned to log out of Lu Ming's account. However, Wei Xiner suddenly said, why don't you transfer a little more? He dared to threaten you just now. You should teach him a lesson. She wanted Lin Jiao to transfer all of Lu Ming's money away. That's right. Let him threaten me. I'll just transfer all his money away. However, Lin Jiao suddenly remembered something. But he might be out of money now since he's preparing for marriage. Try anyway. Who knows if he's been secretly hiding some personal savings from you. He dared to visit a prostitute last night, and today dared to threaten you. You really think this man is still as honest as he appears on the outside? Wei Xiner smirked. Men like Lu Ming who are two-faced were the most despicable. Lin Jiao agreed with Wei Xiner and immediately used Lu Ming's account to attempt another money transfer. However, she didn't dare to transfer too much. Deep down, she thought Lu Ming was broke. Transfer successful, 10,000 jiao. Seeing that the transfer actually succeeded, Lin Jiao's anger instantly flared up. So this guy really lied to me, damn it. He said he had no money left? Try more, enter a bigger amount. Wei Xiner urged. Only 10,000 jiao? What kind of amount was that? Lin Jiao entered 100,000 jiao. It was effortlessly transferred successfully. This time, both Wei Xiner and Lin Jiao's faces changed. How does he still have so much money? This guy, he lied so convincingly. Jiao, go ahead and transfer 1 million jiao. Maybe he's secretly saved more. Wei Xiner suggested. Okay. Lin Jiao immediately typed in 1 million jiao. Actually, she didn't believe Lu Ming really had that much. She thought even if Lu Ming had secretly hidden some money from her, considering his tightwad appearance, there wouldn't possibly be that much money left. But reality slapped her hard in the face. 1 million jiao transferred successfully. Hiss. How can he still have so much money? Wei Xiner was stunned. In total, they had transferred 1,110,000 jiao already. Could it be that Lu Ming was actually a secret wealthy man? Wei Xiner shared this idea with Lin Jiao. How can this guy possibly be rich? Lin Jiao responded. But if he's not rich, how could he have so much money? Wei Xiner pressed further. Lin Jiao frowned but soon regained her composure. I know now. It must be that he's been hiding something from me. What did he hide from you? He said his parents sold their house to give me a down payment. Maybe the house was sold for several million, but he lied to me, saying it was only sold for a small amount. Lin Jiao clenched her teeth, full of rage. This bastard actually dared to hide things from me. What an asshole. In that case, since we've already taken all his money, we should make him write an apology letter, plus 50,000 as an apology to your younger brother, and then we can forgive him. This way we'll appear magnanimous, don't you think? Wei Xiner advised Lin Jiao. Fine, huh? I really want to see now how he can still act so tough with not a penny to his name. Lin Jiao scoffed. She wasn't afraid of Lu Ming trying to get his money back by any other means because she had Jiang Yun behind her. Lu Ming simply posed no threat. For Lin Jiao, what mattered most now was to properly punish Lu Ming. Exactly. I'll make him kneel in front of our Lin family's gate to admit his fault, Lin Jiao said as she logged out of Lu Ming's account. In her mind, now that they had already taken all of Lu Ming's assets, controlling Lu Ming would be as easy as pie. But how could she know that the million plus she just transferred away was nothing but chump change to Lu Ming? She couldn't see just how much money was in Lu Ming's bank account. At Lu Ming's house. After everyone had completely left the house, Lu Ming suddenly smacked his forehead in frustration. I forgot to take the car key and house key back with me. His new house and new car were still in Lin Jiao's possession, and just now he'd forgotten to take the keys. Thinking about it, Lu Ming opened his phone and planned to notify Lin Jiao to get the keys ready, so he could pick them up on his way to work. However, the moment he turned on his phone, his pupils instantly constricted. Before him, several transfer notifications clearly appeared on the screen. Your account was logged in on another device at 8:35. Bank card details, 10,000.00 Jiao have been transferred out. Your current account balance is 100,000.00 Jiao have been transferred out. Your current account balance, 1,000,000 Jiao have been transferred out. Your current account balance is 211,436 yuan and 999,872,006.3 Jiao. Lu Ming's eyes widened in shock, seeing his account had been accessed and all his money transferred to Lin Jiao's account. Uncontrollable anger immediately surged. Lin Jiao, this woman, after failing to get money directly from him, had actually logged into his account secretly and transferred it all away. Lu Ming abruptly stood up and immediately made a call. Lin Jiao, how dare you do this? How dare I? Lu Ming, didn't I make myself clear enough? Let me tell you, I'm just taking back the 200,000 yuan I deserved. As for the rest of the money, I took it as punishment for you. From the other end of the phone, Lin Jiao said, if you don't come to the Lin family's gate, kneel down and apologize, begging for my forgiveness, I will never return a single penny to you. This is theft. You think you'll get away with this? Lu Ming sneered coldly. Oh, theft. You gave me that account yourself, and you even said yourself I could take as much money as I wanted. I simply followed your instructions. Can that really be called theft? Lin Jiao mocked him, her tone filled with ridicule for the deep affection he had once shown her. Lu Ming instantly clenched his fist, his pupils even reddening. Why had he been so stupid back then? Fine then. Since you're like this, don't blame me. Right now I'm sending all the chat records to Lin Yonglong's fiancé. Lu Ming spat furiously. If you dare send it, I'll make sure you get fired, and even have Jiang Yun ban you completely in Qingqing. You won't find a single job ever again. Lin Jiao smugly revealed her trump card. She knew exactly how much debt Lu Ming owed. She was absolutely sure that Lu Ming would eventually bow his head. But reality was about to prove her wrong. Chapter 9 Gym Termination. Lu Ming didn't lower his head as Lin Jiao had expected. Alright, go ahead and tell everyone. I'll send out these chat records right now. Let's see who dies first. Lu Ming sneered. Unemployment? He was 20 times richer than the world's richest man. He had absolutely nothing to fear. You're not afraid? Lin Jiao panicked. She hadn't expected that not only would Lu Ming refuse to beg for forgiveness, he'd actually go so far as to fight to the bitter end. Lu Ming didn't answer her. Instead, he warned, I'm giving you half an hour to return the money. Also, I want my car keys and the house keys back. Be ready to give them to me soon. Otherwise, not only will you be unable to protect your brother's wedding, but you won't be able to protect yourself either. I'll come see you in prison. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Jiao exploded. Lu Ming, let me tell you, you haven't realized how serious this is. Beep, beep, beep. Lu Ming didn't bother to hear her out, hanging up the phone directly. Looking at the missing sum of more than 1 million in his account. Although it wasn't much for him now, maybe enough for a Mercedes or a down payment. He was still furious. Lin Jiao's endless, shameless acts, one after another, were like slap after slap across his face. A slap across the face of his once devoted, loving self. Lu Ming looked at the suitcase left behind by Lin Jiao, his fists clenching tightly. If I had known better, I should have treated my parents better and myself better. Shiner, this bastard dares to go against me openly. I'll make sure he pays. You go home first. I'm going to find young Master Jiang. Lin Jiao stamped her foot angrily downstairs. All right. Wei Shiner nodded, then smirked slightly. Though, really, this Lu Ming is stingy. It's only 1 million or so. Is it really worth taking such an extreme stance? 1 million or so is just young Master Jiang's pocket money for a single day. Lin Jiao merely took a little money, and Lu Ming wants to have her thrown into jail? What a narrow-minded man. These kinds of people usually appear honest and decent, but they're actually scheming and full of malice. Luckily, I broke up with him long ago. Lin Jiao sneered. Then, she stepped hard on the gas, dropping Wei Shiner off. Inside the Jiang Corporation, in Jiang Yun's office. Lin Jiao knocked on the inner office door. Come in. Jiang Yun's voice rang out. Lin Jiao approached Jiang Yun. Her eyes somehow turned red with tears at an unbelievable speed. Young Master Jiang. Jiao, what's wrong? Seeing Lin Jiao crying, Jiang Yun was startled, then wrapped an arm around her slim waist, his big hand skillfully kneading her thigh. Lin Jiao leaned Sinsure into Jiang Yun's embrace, sobbing. Lu Ming threatened my mother. He said because I'm with you, he wants to retaliate against our Lin family. He said if our family doesn't give him 500,000, he will have someone beat my younger brother and ruin my reputation, putting me in jail. Jiang Yun stared at Lin Jiao. Did he really say that? Lin Jiao felt slightly guilty, but still carried on the act, nodding pitifully. He's really got nerve. Yesterday, I was nice enough to speak to him, yet he didn't even address me properly as young Master Jiang. Today, he dares to threaten your family? Looks like he doesn't want a peaceful life anymore. Jiang Yun snorted and dialed a number. Call the owner of Qijing Gym, have Lu Ming fired. If he fires Lu Ming, I'll agree to grant him a loan. And let that owner tell Lu Ming, only if he comes before me and kneels, apologizing to the Lin family, can I possibly forgive him and spare him a path to survival. Yes. Qijing Gym was the gym where Lu Ming worked. Jiang Yun smirked. Without a job and with the debts Lu Ming owed, he'd soon be ruined. If Lu Ming refused to kneel and try to find a new job, he would use the Jiang family's influence to blackball Lu Ming from every single gym in Qingqing. Watching Jiang Yun decide Lu Ming's fate with a single sentence, Lin Jiao couldn't help but feel secretly delighted. Lucky that she had made the correct choice. If it hadn't been for being with Jiang Yun, where else could she have experienced this kind of life? Lu Ming, now, I'd really like to see how you're going to get back on your feet after threatening me. All right, Jiao, I've taken care of everything for you. Just wait for him to come crawling here to apologize. Jiang Yun smiled. Thank you, young Master Jiang. Lin Jiao expressed her gratitude, then gave Jiang Yun a sultry glance. Now, it's my turn to thank young Master Jiang. How do you plan to thank me? Looking at her seductive appearance, Jiang Yun's eyes turned slightly fierce. Lin Jiao blushed shyly yet alluringly. Biting her lip gently, she suddenly knelt in front of Jiang Yun and clumsily began using the techniques she had just learned. After Lin Jiao completed her gratitude, Jiang Yun looked at her swaying backside as she left, his expression slightly mocking. Lu Ming, you're not completely useless after all. At least you left me a little lamb. As a reward for Lu Ming, Jiang Yun decided that once he got tired of playing with Lin Jiao, he would return her to Lu Ming. If Lu Ming refused, he would show him exactly how powerful the Jiang family was. Later, he would even force Lu Ming to publicly thank him at the wedding in front of friends and relatives for disciplining Lin Jiao. Just imagining that scene made Jiang Yun feel exhilarated. Qijing Gym. After hanging up the phone with Lin Jiao, Lu Ming went directly to the gym. Not that he was in such a rush to work, but his boss had already called him multiple times, ordering him to come immediately. Efficiency sure is fast. Lu Ming sneered. He knew exactly that this must have been arranged by Jiang Yun trying to get him fired. As soon as he arrived at the gym, he was met head-on by Qin Yong. Lu Ming, what's going on? Qin Yong's face was full of concern. They were college classmates and had been hired together at Qijing Gym as fitness trainers after graduation. They were really close. Qin Yong originally thought Lu Ming wouldn't come to work after such a breakup, but just now, when he passed by the office, hearing the boss shouting furiously at Lu Ming, Qin Yong immediately realized something was wrong. Nothing, Yongzi. You go do your thing. Your student will be here soon for a lesson. Lu Ming didn't want to worry Qin Yong. It wasn't that big of a deal anyway, so he smiled and changed the subject. Bullshit. Tell me what the hell is going on. Qin Yong shouted in anger. He grew up in an orphanage without parents, with only a few close brothers he deeply trusted, and Lu Ming was definitely one of them. Seeing Lu Ming in trouble now, there was no way he'd just stand by and do nothing. Nothing really. But Lu Ming still shook his head and then smiled, saying, Don't worry, just sit tight and wait. You? Qin Yong's eyes widened. Lu Ming, so you're here? All right then, I'll officially notify you of two things. At this moment, the boss noticed Lu Ming's arrival and walked straight out of his office. First, go and kneel before young Master Jiang to apologize. Second, you can stop coming to work for now. Come back only when young Master Jiang forgives you. As soon as the words dropped, Lu Ming's lips curled slightly, exactly as he expected. Just as he was about to speak, suddenly, Qin Yong exploded in rage, pointing his finger straight at the boss's nose. Old Yong, do you even know what Jiang Yun has done? Why are you treating Lu Ming like this? Have you lost your conscience? Chapter 10 Paying Back. Qin Yong was furious. When Yang Qijing was setting up this gym, he and Lu Ming had contributed the most effort. Not only did they sell training packages, Lu Ming had also worked tirelessly in managing the official account and promotions. And now, with just one word from Jiang Yun, Yang Qijing didn't even bother to ask for an explanation, directly ordering Lu Ming to leave? How could he possibly tolerate that? How dare you call Master Jiang by his name directly? But to his surprise, Yang Qijing didn't care at all what Jiang Yun had done to Lu Ming. He shouted back, Shut up, or do you want me to fire you as well? To him, both Lu Ming and Qin Yong were just tools. They were willing to work tirelessly, helping him build his luxury cars and villas, which he considered only natural, given that they were employees collecting salaries and commissions. In fact, he thought they hadn't done nearly enough. If they had, wouldn't he, Yang Qijing, already be as rich as the Jiang family? Qin Yong couldn't believe it. What did you say? He had never expected Yang Qijing to grovel before the Jiang family like this. Lu Ming stepped forward, shielding Qin Yong behind him, and looked straight at Yang Qijing. What did Jiang Yun offer you? Why would you treat your two long-time employees like this? Long-time employees? Get over it. Lu Ming, you and Qin Yong are nothing more than two dogs I keep feeding. Yang Qijing sneered, showing clear annoyance. I'm giving you a way out by asking you to apologize on your knees to Jiang Yun, just because you two have been relatively loyal. Otherwise, do you really think anyone in this society would waste time on two dogs like you? Qin Yong's eyes turned instantly fierce. He roared, Yang Qijing. Lu Ming held Qin Yong back, signaling him to calm down, and then spoke calmly. Yang Qijing, if I'm not mistaken, Zhang's probably agreed to lend you money to cover your debts. That's why you're groveling so hard before him, right? For several 100,000 yuan, you're ready to kiss up to Jiang Yun across the distance. I have to say, Yang, you truly mastered the art of ass-kissing. Lu Ming gave Yang Qijing a sarcastic thumbs up. He knew firsthand how much he himself had contributed to the gym. He naturally also knew that Yang Qijing had debts due recently, and had been scrambling to raise money from any possible source. Obviously now, having heard that the Jiang family was willing to lend money, Yang had quickly turned on him. Hearing Lu Ming's sarcasm, Yang Qijing didn't even get angry, but instead laughed out loud. Lu Ming, what if I do kiss up to Master Jiang? After all, whoever has money is your father. He is willing to fund me and help me through this tough time. So he's my father. I'll tell you this. If you had the money to bail me out, I'd kiss your shoe soles without hesitation. But you, a dead broke nobody, couldn't even stop your girlfriend from getting seduced by Master Jiang with a mere finger gesture. You were even blacklisted across Qingxing after a single word from Jiang. What do you have left that I should grovel to you? Ha! Yang Qixing, treating money as the highest god, now laughed aloud, his true colors fully exposed. Qin Yang's eyes turned bloodshot. He gritted his teeth, clenching his fists so hard his knuckles turned white. He desperately wanted to punch Yang Qixing, but he knew, alone and without support, they couldn't fight back. In the end, Qin Yang could only give in. He turned and called out, "Old Lu, let's go. I'll go with you to apologize to Jiang Yun." If he couldn't help Lu Ming take revenge on Jiang Yun, then at least, he would resign together with Lu Ming and go apologize together. If Jiang Yun refused their apology and insisted on making them kneel, well, they could just move to another city. However, Lu Ming smiled and said, "Yongzi, don't be in a hurry. I'm definitely going to find Jiang Yun, but at least let Yang Qixing bow to his father first, and then we'll leave." Qin Yong was stunned. What did those words mean? How could Yang Qixing possibly bow down willingly? Lu Ming, have you gone mad? You don't even have money. You want me to call you father? Yang Qixing burst into laughter. What fantasy was this guy living in? He must have snapped after the stress. Just then, an older man suddenly arrived at the door. "Old son, what brings you here?" Upon seeing the man, Yang Qixing's face immediately changed. It was his creditor. He thought the man had come early in the morning to demand payment again. But to his greatest surprise, instead of his usual angry face, which seemed to wish Yang Qixing's ancestors dead each time he entered the gym, Old Sun now appeared beaming, as if his old chrysanthemum was blooming in full glory. Old Sun laughed loudly. "Yang Qixing, looks like you've met a powerful benefactor." "What?" Yang Qixing stood frozen. Then, to everyone's shock, Old Sun pulled out 2 pieces of paper and turned to hand them to Lu Ming. "Here you go, Mr. Lu. These are yours from now on. Thanks for making this trip." Lu Ming smiled slightly. My pleasure, my pleasure. I'm really happy to do this kind of thing." "Huh? Well then, I'll be taking my leave now." Then, laughing loudly and visibly relaxed and excited, Old Sun walked out of the gym. Seeing all this, Yang Qixing was completely dumbstruck. What the hell just happened? What was the document Old Sun handed over? Unable to resist his curiosity, Yang Qixing took a step forward and looked. Upon doing so, his face went blank. Now he knew exactly why Old Sun had been so joyful and relaxed just now. Because what Old Sun had handed to Lu Ming was none other than Yang Qixing's promissory notes. In other words, Lu Ming had paid money to buy back all the promissory notes from Old Sun. You paid off my debts for me?" Yang Qixing stared, stunned. Lu Ming didn't answer. Qin Yong was equally confused. "Old Lu, why would you help him?" He wanted to ask more. But then a group of people arrived, interrupting Qin Yong mid-sentence. Bank staff arrived, business partners of the gym showed up, and Yang Qixing's friends and acquaintances who had come to demand payment previously also appeared. Every single one of them had been blocked by Lu Ming before. Therefore, Lu Ming had all their contact details, and just moments ago, he easily reached out to them, retrieving all the promissory notes they held. As each person walked in, they came smiling, handing their promissory notes over to Lu Ming. After everyone had arrived and left, Lu Ming now held a thick stack of promissory notes in his hand. The total amount, exactly 1 million yuan, not a penny more, not a penny less. Staring at the notes, Qin Yong stood frozen. "Old Lu, what exactly are you after? And besides, aren't you supposed to have no money left?" He knew that Lu Ming must have spent his own money to settle all of Yang Qixing's debts, but he couldn't understand why Lu Ming would do that. Could it really be because Yang Qixing had said, "If you have money, you're my father," and now Lu Ming actually spent so much money just for that? "I have money now. Don't worry, I'll explain later," Lu Ming said with a smile. Then, turning toward Yang Qixing, he added, "Mr. Yang, this stack of promissory notes, do you think it's enough now for you to call me father, enough for you to kiss the soles of my shoes?" Yang Qixing mumbled, You're impressive. Call me father," Qin Yong shouted furiously. Yang Qixing stayed silent, his face turning green. Looking at Yang Qixing's face, like he'd just swallowed shit, Qin Yong felt somewhat satisfied. But what Qin Yong didn't know was that, though Yang Qixing's expression looked terrible on the outside, inside he was already laughing like crazy. He believed, without doubt, that Lu Ming had been pushed to the edge by his taunts, that Lu Ming had gone completely insane, trying to force Yang to acknowledge him as father willingly, by throwing away everything he had to repay the debts. Lu Ming really was an idiot, spending so much money just to save face. How incredibly stupid. As long as there was money to be made, calling someone father meant nothing, not like he'd lose any flesh doing it. As for Lu Ming, after today, he'd have to beg Yang Qixing to give him a job again. Otherwise, he could only end up sweeping the streets and begging on the streets. Time to repay the debt. All these promissory notes have matured. I'm giving you half an hour, get me all the money. Lu Ming's lips curled into a faint smile as he said coldly. Chapter 11, Screwed Over. Yang Qixing had anticipated that Lu Ming would come to collect his debt, but still he immediately resorted to denying it. You know damn well that I don't have a single penny right now. If you want money, forget it, take my life instead. He'd evaded debts from so many others. Surely someone like Lu Ming wasn't a problem. Seeing Yang Qixing's despicable behavior, Qin Yong immediately became furious. This kind of person was simply despicable. Yet Lu Ming only smiled. Are you really sure you have no money? I think the equipment and space here in this gym are good enough. Transfer it all to me for 1 million, and we'll call it even. Upon hearing this, Yang Qixing's face immediately changed. What the hell are you talking? I invested 2 million into this gym. You think you can just take it for 1 million? He finally caught on now. But Lu Ming's offer to accept repayment hadn't come from anger, had it? He obviously just wanted to exploit the situation. Lu Ming remained very calm. Taking this stuff as payment seems perfectly fair to me. I'll give you 10 minutes to think. If you still won't hand over the gym, then you'll regret it. He had already decided, making Yang repay the debt was merely a chance to take advantage. From the beginning, this gym had been poured with his and Qin Yong's efforts. Now Yang wanted to fire him? Then he'd flip the script, oust Yang from this gym completely, and place it under Qin Yong's management. It would be a gift for his sworn brother. Regret? I regret it more if I actually handed things over to you. Yang Qixing roared. Just half the equipment is worth 1 million already. You still want it all? Why don't you just die already? Fine. If you insist on going this way, don't blame me then. A cold, ruthless arc finally appeared on the corner of Lu Ming's lips. Hee hee, you're just an outsider Dagongjura with no connections or background. I'd like to see what tricks you've got. Yang Qijing was unimpressed. Even if Lu Ming sued him, he could just stall for a long time. Moreover, since Lu Ming had already angered the Jiang family, his death was just a matter of time anyway. Yang even thought to himself that he absolutely must not repay the money. If he paid, and then Lu Ming got killed off anyway, wouldn't that be a total loss? At that moment, 3 men suddenly walked in through the door. The one in front wore a leather jacket and had a big slanted fringe of yellow bangs. He called out to Lu Ming, "Brother Lu, good morning." Seeing who had entered, Yang Qijing's face immediately changed colors. "Black Dog, what are you guys doing here?" The 3 entering were members of He Hu Hui, a loan sharking organization in Qingqing. Yang Qijing had once borrowed high-interest loans from Black Tiger Society. Originally, he had thought he could delay repayment just like with others, but when he tried that once, he got beaten into the hospital after just 1 day of stalling, and was warned that the next time, they'd break his limbs. So after that incident, Yang Qijing had dared not get involved with He Hu Hui again, always fearing amputation. Now meeting the debt collectors again, he felt as terrified as if seeing ghosts. "You think I'm here for you? I'm here to see Brother Lu." Black Dog sneered, then pulled out a cigarette and handed it to Lu Ming. He had come to the Qijing gym several times before to collect debts, but Yang always avoided him. It was always Lu Ming who shielded Yang and talked to them instead. At first, Black Dog had been really annoyed with Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming not only invited them to meals, but also treated them to KTV. Plus, he realized that Lu Ming was just a little pawn covering for Yang Qijing. Everyone was just a small cog in the system. Why make things hard on a fellow small-timer? Gradually, after several encounters, their relationship even became somewhat friendly. Lu Ming took the cigarette, glanced at it, and smiled. "Huazi, you struck it rich, huh? Old Tiger hit the lottery recently. He's so loaded, even these Huazi. I'm telling you, a whole truckload was brought in yesterday and given out." Black Dog grinned. "After smoking them all night. Now if I smoke anything else I start coughing." Lu Ming knew he was just showing off and laughed. "Alright, forget that. I called you guys here because I have something to talk about." "What is it? Just speak up." Black Dog replied. "Does your He Hu Hui collect debts? I've got $1 million owed here, but I can't collect. I'll sell the debt to you for half price, 50,000, as per your rules." Lu Ming got straight to the point. At this, Black Dog hadn't spoken yet, but Yang Qijing's face immediately turned pale. Lu Ming, what the hell do you think you're doing?" Now he finally understood. This was what Lu Ming had been relying on. If he refused to sell the gym to Lu at a low price, Lu Ming was willing to lose 500k just to send the He Hu Hui after him. And if he still couldn't repay the debt then, he'd lose his hands and feet. "I gave you a chance." Lu Ming's lips curled slightly, and he directly handed the IOU over to Black Dog. "This is all signed by Yang Qijing." Black Dog glanced at Yang Qijing, sneered, and said, "Got it, Brother Lu. The brothers will go block his door tonight." "No, Lu Ming, don't do this. We can talk, calmly please." Yang Qijing pleaded in fear. When Black Dog fixed him with that bloodthirsty gaze, Yang Qijing nearly wet himself. He couldn't even imagine the kind of pain he'd endure if they chopped off his limbs this time, just like last time when they'd broken his hands and feet. "Will you hand over the gym? This is your last chance." Lu Ming sneered. "Aye." Yang Qijing struggled. "Brother Lu, give me the IOU. I'll move into his house tonight." Black Dog chuckled coldly and pulled out a butterfly knife from his pocket, flipping it around with a swish. Yang Qijing completely collapsed mentally. Outside the gym. "Thanks for your guys' help with the act." Lu Ming smiled and pulled out a pack of cigarettes, handing one to Black Dog. "No problem. Brother Lu has always taken care of us. It's only right we help with some acting." Black Dog grinned. "But brother, after this, if we come here to work out, don't charge us too much." "Don't worry, I'll definitely set you up with the most expensive plans." "Fuck you." Lu Ming burst into laughter. After seeing Black Dog off, Lu Ming watched Qin Yong and Yang Qijing go handle the paperwork, a sense of satisfaction on his face. His goal of teaming up with Black Dog for this little performance had been achieved. Now, he just needed to hand over the gym to Qin Yong. A little later. "Brother Lu, where the hell did you get all this money from?" After Yang Qijing left in a daze, Qin Yong walked up beside Lu Ming, asking curiously. He couldn't recall Lu Ming having so much money on hand. "Well, it's a long story, but believe me if I tell you I hit the jackpot." Lu Ming winked. "I can believe that. As long as you have money and aren't doing anything illegal or violating discipline, I'm genuinely happy for you." Qin Yong patted Lu Ming's shoulder and smiled. "Just believing me is enough. Let me tell you, the money is absolutely clean." Lu Ming smiled happily. "Then that's settled." Qin Yong nodded, then suddenly grinned. "I suddenly really want to see Lin Jiao's expression when she finds out you've become so wealthy." At the mention of Lin Jiao, Lu Ming's face immediately turned cold. "You just reminded me. I still need to go find her." Several hours had passed already, and Lin Jiao still hadn't returned the stolen 1 million, nor had she proactively contacted him about returning the house and car. Looks like he'd have to make a personal visit. Chapter 12, Surname Jiang? Or Lu? After leaving the gym, Lu Ming took the subway to Jiang Group. When he opened his phone, there was a news message about Jiang Group. Recently, it's rumored that Jiang Group is unable to renew its lease on the largest office building in Qingqing, the global building, due to financial difficulties. In response, Jiang Group stated that these rumors are baseless and that the company's cash flow is in excellent condition, with lease renewal negotiations still ongoing. Seeing this news, Lu Ming smirked. It seemed Rong Rong hadn't lied to him. Jiang Group was running low on funds. Looking at the message, Lu Ming scrolled down further and noticed the price of the global building attached at the end of the article. The global building where Jiang Group is located is the most luxurious grade A office building in Qingqing, with a monthly rent per square meter of 160 yuan. The selling price is as high as 100 yuan per square meter. Seeing this number, Lu Ming's eyes widened instantly. 100 yuan? Holy crap, that's way too cheap. As soon as he spoke, people inside the carriage were startled, instinctively turning their heads to look at Lu Ming. Where did this rich person come from? When they saw Lu Ming's cheap-looking attire, they curled their lips in disdain and turned their heads away again. Someone couldn't help but mutter quietly, "Crazy guy." 100 yuan can buy several housing complexes already, and he's saying it's cheap. Where did this idiot come from? After his shock passed, Lu Ming regained his senses again. Oh right, he had forgotten again. The value of money had plummeted. 100 yuan now equated to 100 billion from the past. Still, Lu Ming felt a surge of excitement looking at that number. In the past, Lu Ming wouldn't dare to even dream about owning an office building, but now seeing that 100 yuan price tag, his mind swirled with possibilities. With just a simple transaction, he could own a building? Didn't that mean he could immediately kick Zhang Yun and Lin Jiao out? Zhang Group would immediately become the laughingstock of the city. Of course, ending the lease early to evict a company would require paying a hefty breach of contract fee. Even if he bought the building and became the new owner, it would be the same. But how could he possibly care about that? Nowadays, merely collecting interest, he could make more than a yuan a day. What was a small penalty fee to worry about? At that moment, Lu Ming could already picture the humiliating look on those two's faces when he kicked them out of the office building. Thinking of that, Lu Ming smirked and immediately sent a message to Ying Rongrong, asking her to buy the building for him. He didn't understand how to handle the paperwork. He just knew that money could fix everything. Meanwhile, a few bystanders nearby, already suspicious of Lu Ming after hearing his absurd claim earlier, couldn't help but sneak glances as they noticed him sending a message to someone else claiming to purchase the global building. They all started suppressing laughter, afraid they might burst out laughing. After exiting the subway station, Lu Ming received a payment code sent back by Ying Rongrong, black with golden borders, labeled exclusive for black gold dragon card holders. Puzzled, Lu Ming typed a message asking, "What is this?" "Mr. Lu, this is a custom payment interface provided especially for you by the Banking Alliance, which has no transaction limit. Paying a one-time 100 yuan wouldn't be possible for a while, but the payment channel offered by the World Banking Alliance could resolve this instantly." "I see." Lu Ming found a secluded place, scanned the QR code, then after a unique confidential verification process, successfully paid the 100 yuan. At this moment, he had already become the owner of the Global Office Building. Global Office Building, roadside parking lot. Seeing his purchased car parked in the space he had specifically rented for Lin Jiao, Lu Ming inhaled deeply, suppressing his anger. He knew there was no need to be angry anymore, but when seeing familiar things, he couldn't help but feel a surge of hatred. "Lin Jiao, I'm at the parking lot. Bring me the car keys and house keys immediately. And the million yuan I asked you to return, you transfer that back to me now." Lu Ming dialed the call, letting out a cold snort. "Lu Ming, you're already on death's door and still dare to look for trouble with me? Do you know that young Master Zhang has already ordered you to be fired?" Lin Jiao shouted sharply. She hadn't expected that someone in such a dire situation as Lu Ming would still have the time to come demanding money. Lu Ming had no intention of telling her that he had already made Yang Qijing willingly hand over the gem. Coldly, he said, "Humph, whether I die or not is none of your damn business. You just need to come over immediately and return the money." Without another word, Lu Ming hung up the phone, ignoring Lin Jiao's loud curses on the other side. A moment later, they arrived. Lu Ming, growing impatient waiting, turned to look and narrowed his eyes instantly. He had expected Lin Jiao to come alone, but the group that arrived included not only Lin Jiao, but also several tall, burly security guards, and Zhang Yun. "Zhang Xiao, hurry up and help me drive him away. He said if I don't return the car, he'll humiliate me in front of everyone in the company." Lin Jiao sobbed dramatically with tears streaming down her face, as if no one knew how much Lu Ming had bullied her. "Lu Ming, looks like you've got quite the guts coming here to take the car," Zhang Yun said with a calm tone. "The car is mine." Lu Ming raised his eyebrow. "Outrageous. I've already given you the chance to apologize on your knees, but you still dare to come here, shamelessly demanding the car and threatening Jiao Jiao." Zhang Yun looked at Lu Ming as though he were a lowly ant. "It seems like you really want to die in Qingqing. To teach you a lesson, you better choose your left or right hand." At the sound of Zhang Yun's voice, the big burly security guards behind him were already moving forward with their clubs. That domineering attitude made Lu Ming's expression darken. "Zhang Yun, you're too arrogant. Do you really think Qingqing belongs to the Zhang family?" He glanced toward the guards behind Zhang Yun who were moving in. "Qingqing doesn't belong to the Zhangs, but at least this building does." Zhang Yun sneered. But just then, a voice with full vigor suddenly interrupted him. "Who says this building belongs to the Zhang family? It clearly belongs to the Lu family." A voice rang out from not far away. The moment these words were spoken, everyone turned their heads in shock. Chapter 13. 3 sentences convinced the richest man to work for me. Not far away, a middle-aged man was stepping out of a Rolls-Royce and walking toward Lu Ming. He wore a neat suit, had gray temples, a well-trimmed mustache, and his hair was perfectly groomed. His every step carried an aura of authority, which was heightened even further by his currently grim expression. When Zhang Yun saw the man approaching, his face changed completely. Lu Ming glanced sideways, raising one eyebrow. Just then, "What the hell are you talking? This building belongs to the Zhang Group, so why wouldn't it be under the surname Zhang? You even say it's under the surname Lu. Are you trying to say this building belongs to Lu Ming? Are you out of your mind? Are you an actor hired by Lu Ming?" Lin Jiao suddenly pointed at the newcomer and started shouting. She thought the man had come to back Lu Ming up. Otherwise, there's no way he would have randomly said the building belonged to the Lu family. Immediately, she launched an aggressive verbal attack. "Oh, Zhang Yun, am I just an actor then?" The middle-aged man smiled instead of becoming angry when he heard Lin Jiao's accusation. He looked amused. "Now I'm curious, in the entire Qing city, who could possibly have enough clout to invite me to act? You're just bragging. Like anyone couldn't invite you? Lin Jiao became even more disdainful hearing the man talk, ready to mock him further. But right then, Zhang Yun suddenly turned around and slapped her across the face. Lin Jiao let out a painful cry immediately. Zhang Xiao, why did you hit me?" Zhang Yun gave her no explanation. He was sweating profusely, terrified as he faced the middle-aged man. Zhongshu, she doesn't know better. Please forgive her." "Zhang Xiao, you're too much for me to handle that title. After all, the entire building is under the surname Zhang now." The older man gave a slight sneer. "Zhongshu, you're making a joke. I only said that earlier because there were outsiders around." Zhang Yun's face turned purple with fear, as if he'd swallowed a load of crap. "Everyone in Qing City knows this building belongs to you." The moment he said that, Lin Jiao, who had been angry and demanding an explanation from Zhang Yun moments ago, felt as if ice water had been poured over her. Her heart sank. She had never imagined that the man approaching was the owner of Global Tower himself. Was he not, in fact, the richest man in Qing City, Heir? And she had just shouted in his face and insulted him? In that moment, Lin Jiao felt as if she'd fallen into icy water, fear rooting her to the spot. Talk too much, huh? Heir sneered. That's quite the understatement. Truly the son of Jiang Shengwan, skilled at downplaying major issues. Let me tell you, Jiang Yun, with the attitude you showed just now, calling it talking too much, you could call it tempting fate. By the end, Heir's expression had turned sharp. His voice wasn't loud, but it rang heavily like thunder. Jiang Yun was instantly terrified by the imposing presence of Qing City's richest man. He became even more fearful. Zhongshu, I'm young and inexperienced. Please forgive me for not knowing my place. He believed Heir was furious because he claimed this building belonged to the Jiang family. Forgiveness. Heir snorted coldly, then said, the one you offended isn't me. You should go beg Mr. Liu for forgiveness. What? Jiang Yun was immediately stunned. Mr. Liu? Who? Still asking who? Are you blind? He's right in front of you. You dare to ignore him now. Heir exploded in rage. Hearing that, Jiang Yun's face changed dramatically, and beside him, even the frightened Lin Jiao stood in stunned silence. The two of them had never imagined that the Mr. Liu Heir was referring to was none other than the Lu Ming standing right in front of them. To Jiang Yun, Lu Ming was nothing more than a nobody, a loser who'd lost his job and his girlfriend simply by being mentioned in a passing remark. How could someone like him possibly be addressed by Heir as Mr. Liu? No, impossible. Zhongshu, what if I scolded such a nobody a little? Jiang Yun still refused to back down. Shut up. Heir had finally had enough. He had no patience to let Jiang Yun speak further and risk worsening the situation. Then, turning toward Lu Ming, he said respectfully, Mr. Liu, I'm sorry for Jiang Yun's disrespect. That does not represent my position. Please accept my apologies. No problem. Lu Ming, who hadn't spoken all this time, waved his hand casually, showing no concern. If you have the time, may I give you a tour of Global Tower right now? That way, when you formally take over the building, you'll have a clear idea of its layout. Heir continued. As soon as he spoke, Jiang Yun and Lin Jiao froze. Take over this building? What did that mean? Only now did Jiang Yun finally grasp the severity of the situation. He suddenly recalled Heir's words when he arrived, claiming the building bore the surname Liu. Could this Liu possibly refer to Lu Ming? Sure, Lu Ming showed no concern. His mind was entirely set on revenge, and so he wore a subtle, meaningful smile. However, before that, I don't want to see Jiang Yun or Lin Jiao inside this building. Understood. Heir nodded, then turned to look at the guards behind him. Take these two outside. Got it. Jiang Yun offended someone first, and how he handled it showed he didn't fear any backlash from the Jiang family. Got it. Heir's bodyguards immediately rushed forward to remove Lin Jiao and Jiang Yun. As for the security guards Jiang Yun had brought, they were no match for Heir's well-trained men and couldn't stop them. No, you can't do this. We're from the Jiang group of Global Tower. Lin Jiao screamed shrilly. With so many people passing by the entrance, if they were thrown out, they'd lose all dignity. She couldn't comprehend it. She couldn't understand. Why? Her ex-boyfriend, who was once nothing more than a poor nobody, Jiang Yun could have crushed him with a single finger. So how could he now turn the tables and command Qing City's richest man with just 3 sentences? Was there some mistake? Chapter 14. Will you give the car or not? What about the Jiang group? Heir sneered. Uncle Zhong, give us a chance. At least let us walk out on our own. Jiang Yun pleaded in panic. As the eldest son of the Jiang family, he couldn't afford to lose face. Moreover, if he were thrown out, it would be like announcing to the entire Qing City that the cooperation between the Jiang family and the Global Tower had completely collapsed. The implication behind that would be a sharp drop in stock prices, and the Jiang family would suffer enormous losses. I just gave you a chance, but you didn't grasp it properly. Heir rejected him again. He had told Jiang Yun to beg Lu Ming for forgiveness, but Jiang Yun had failed to recognize the opportunity, so he wouldn't be polite anymore. Heir's response instantly made Jiang Yun's heart sink into despair. Just at that moment. Wait. Lu Ming suddenly spoke up. Stop. Heir immediately ordered upon hearing Lu Ming's words. The bodyguards released the two. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yun felt even more terror in his heart. How had this poor Lu Ming managed to get the richest man in Qingxing to obey him with just one sentence? Mr. Liu, how would you like us to deal with them? Heir asked. I came here not to throw them out, but to collect something from them. They owe me a car, an apartment, and 1,000,000 yuan. I'm here to get these back. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Heir suddenly understood. So that's it. Well then, let them repay it. As soon as these words came out, Lin Jiao's expression changed instantly. Lu Ming, don't talk nonsense. Those things were given to me voluntarily by you. Lu Ming had no desire to argue with Lin Jiao, a woman with twisted values, and turned his attention to Jiang Yun. You deal with her, or else I'll deal with you. Jiang Yun looked at Lu Ming's aloof attitude, which reminded him of himself just moments ago, and his teeth clenched in anger. But facing Heir's gaze, he still had to compromise. Lin Jiao, hand over the keys and transfer the money back. I won't. Heir frowned. At that moment, Jiang Yun panicked, and his final patience with Lin Jiao disappeared. Fuck. Transfer it back right now, or I swear I'll kill you. Jiang Yun was so angry he started jumping and shouting furiously. Faced with Jiang Yun's reaction, Lin Jiao was frightened into tears. Alright, I'll give it back. Witnessing this scene, Lu Ming's face remained expressionless, but his heart was a mess of emotions. If it had been before yesterday's incident, anyone who dared to yell at Lin Jiao in front of him, he would certainly have defended her to the death. But now, he would just watch coldly. This person was no longer the girl he used to hold dear in his heart. As Lu Ming retrieved the keys to the apartment and the car, and received the full refund from Lin Jiao, Jiang Yun showed a hint of a fawning smile and asked, so can we leave now? Compensate me with a car. Lu Ming said indifferently. Huh. Jiang Yun was confused, not catching the words clearly. I said give me a car. Heir repeated impatiently. What for? Jiang Yun's expression suddenly changed, showing shock. He hadn't expected Lu Ming to start extorting him all of a sudden. For what? Lu Ming repeated mockingly, then continued. You said this building belongs to the Jiang family, and dared to break my hand. Now this building belongs to Liu, yet I only asked for a single car in return, which is already being generous to you. He had wasted half a day here, and only got back what originally belonged to him. That was something Lu Ming wouldn't accept. He at least wanted Jiang Yun to bleed a little, like taking away that Ferrari he had driven with Lin Jiao to the hotel. No, impossible. I won't give it to you. Taking it forcefully would be robbery. Jiang Yun started shouting. His private car was worth over $1 million, specially imported from Europe as a limited edition. If he had to give it to Lu Ming, he would surely faint. Throw them out. Lu Ming immediately turned around and waved his hand, adding, also, the Jiang Group must vacate the global tower within 3 days. I'll pay whatever penalty there is for the breach of contract. Upon hearing this, Zhong Heir's pupils slightly contracted. The contract specifically stated that the penalty fee was tens of yuan. Was he not worried about that? Having been the richest man in Qingsheng for years, this was the first time he encountered someone even more pretentious than himself. Yet deep down, he thought Lu Ming wouldn't really want to spend even a few yuan just to prove a point. Zhong Heir turned to Jiang Yun and said, did you hear that? Give the car or get lost. What? Still reeling from the shock of losing his beloved car, Jiang Yun could only be stunned anew by this bad news. Lin Jiao, with tears still fresh on her face, stared at Lu Ming in disbelief. Was this really the same good-for-nothing boyfriend of hers who used to be so helpless? Jiang Yun trembled as he spoke. Lu Ming, are you really going to be this ruthless? The penalty fee is a lot. You can't afford to pay it. Lu Ming didn't care at all about the penalty fee Jiang Yun mentioned and coldly asked, will you give me the car or not? Chapter 15. Lu Ming can't possibly be rich. Ever since the other party had taken Lin Jiao away from him, tried to make life impossible for him in Qingsheng, and even gone so far as to attempt cutting off his hand, he had wanted to destroy Jiang Yun in the same way. I'll give it. Jiang Yun stared at Lu Ming's face, thinking of his father Jiang Shenwan and the Jiang Corporation, and finally had no choice but to give in. As he handed over the key to his Ferrari, Jiang Yun's hands trembled, his face pale as death. Lu Ming took the key and walked up to Jiang Yun's Ferrari, nodding slightly. Nice car. Jiang Yun didn't respond, but inside he was bleeding. He knew that next, Lu Ming would surely take his Ferrari out to flirt and race. But surprisingly, Lu Ming didn't even touch the car, and turned around instead, saying flatly, smash it. Those 2 words stunned everyone. Why smash the car? Are you crazy? This car is worth 10 million. Jiang Yun screamed in horror. Are you out of your mind, Lu Ming? Lin Jiao shouted. Zhong Heir was shocked too, staring at Lu Ming in disbelief. What the hell? First ignoring a breach of contract fee in the tens of thousands, and now smashing a $10 million luxury car. Have today's young men really raised the level of showing off this high? So what if it's 10 million? Lu Ming smiled, staring at Jiang Yun, his eyes flashing with cold sharpness. Jiang Yun, you like to wear the broken shoes I've worn, but I have no interest driving the broken car you've driven. Mr. Zhong, please have your people do the honors for me. The bodyguards inhaled sharply, their expressions showing terror. Holy crap, he's serious? They had thought Lu Ming was just bluffing. Thinking of this, they could only cast pleading glances at Zhong Heir. Are we really smashing it? Zhong Heir's face expressionless, simply said, smash it. The bodyguards had no choice but to obey. They picked up the batons from Jiang Yun's security and started smashing the car. No, Jiang Yun desperately rushed forward, but was immediately kicked aside. Crash, bang, smash. In Jiang Yun's despairing eyes, his most cherished car became nothing but junk. After driving Jiang Yun away, Lu Ming and Zhong Heir went upstairs, touring the premises briefly before entering the office. In the office, the moment they entered the office, Lu Ming immediately apologized to Zhong Heir. Mr. Zhong, I'm very sorry to cause you so much trouble, and even made you do all those things for me. Earlier, while humiliating Jiang Yun, in the heat of anger, he had sounded too much like giving orders to Zhong Heir, which, in Lu Ming's opinion, was impolite. Mr. Lu, you're taking care of my business, and helping out a little can't be called trouble. You're making me feel like a stranger. Zhong Heir replied cheerfully, without the slightest air of an important figure. But in truth, he also dared not underestimate Lu Ming. Mr. Zhong, you flatter me. By the way, if the Jiang family comes after you for what you did to Jiang Yun today, just let them come to me. Lu Ming said thoughtfully. Zhong Heir waved his hand. Jiang Wanqing doesn't have the guts to cause trouble with me. In that case, that's good. Lu Ming wasn't sure how great the gap was between the Jiang family and Zhong Heir, but he chose to believe it for now. Oh, by the way, I haven't yet asked where you're originally from, Mr. Lu. At this moment, Zhong Heir brewed a cup of tea for Lu Ming and smiled as he asked. I'm from Linqing. Lu Ming answered honestly. Oh, Linqing, huh? A great place. Zhong Heir paused, then spoke with meaningful undertones. Yeah. Lu Ming nodded with a smile. After that, the two talked about matters concerning the handover date and subsequent procedures, and then Lu Ming left the Huanqiu building. He asked me to help him, but even now, this kid won't reveal a single thing about himself. Standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, watching Lu Ming drive off in his own car, Zhong Heir murmured. On the way here, he had already looked into Lu Ming. Officially, Lu Ming was from the remote town of Linqing, but Zhong Heir knew in his heart that a person who caused Winter Group to mobilize such massive funds to purchase the Huanqiu building couldn't possibly be from Linqing. Zhong Heir looked out the window, frowning thoughtfully, his mind flashing with several thoughts. Lu Ming, just what kind of extraordinary qualities do you have to earn the favor of Winter and Ying? And Winter suddenly buying the Huanqiu building, though it did relieve my financial pressure. Could it mean Winter intends to encroach on Qingqing territory again? Troubles, such troublesome thoughts. That's right. In Zhong Heir's eyes, Lu Ming just couldn't be that rich. Chapter 16. Ying Rongrong's thoughts. Because he had never heard of any major families surnamed Lu in the Dragon Nation. In addition, Lu Ming transferred money to Ying Rongrong first, which made him see that the account making the lump sum payment to him was actually Ying Rongrong's personal account. Therefore, he believed that Lu Ming must have relied on the Ying family to purchase the building. However, he didn't think less of Lu Ming for this, nor did he believe Lu Ming was a kept man. Because those who could live off the Ying family's wealth were all extraordinary individuals with unique merits. But in their brief interactions, he truly couldn't identify where Lu Ming's special qualities lay. He could only assume that the Ying family had their own discerning eyes, which must be sharper than his. Lu Ming wasn't aware that after he left Global Tower, Zhong Heir had been thinking about him from every possible angle. If he knew, he would definitely show Zhong Heir that he was genuinely just an ordinary and simple person. Right now, Lu Ming had just arrived at Jianong Bank's Qinghe branch, in Ying Rongrong's office. Mr. Lu, your card is ready. Ying Rongrong handed the bank card to Lu Ming, her delicate, pretty face still carrying traces of redness from being busy. After returning to the bank, she had been working nonstop preparing the card for Lu Ming and handling the purchase of Global Tower, which left her feeling dizzy and overwhelmed. Thank you. Lu Ming accepted the purple bank card. Seeing that Lu Ming kept examining the card after receiving it, Ing Rongrong explained, Mr. Lu, to avoid confusion with your Black Dragon card, I specially requested the purple card. It's a top-tier VIP card. Although it cannot match your Black Dragon card, it still has a high credit limit and other value-added services I mentioned earlier. Thanks for taking care of my card, President Ing. Lu Ming smiled slightly. No problem, I should be thanking you actually. Compared to the morning, Ing Rongrong now appeared slightly reserved, mainly because of Lu Ming's offhand action of buying a building with a simple sentence. It gave her a much more direct impression of his financial strength. Within her family, those wealthy people who spend extravagantly still wouldn't dare to spend like Lu Ming. A full 100 million, just casually transferred out. He didn't even check whether the payment QR code she sent was real. Almost as soon as she sent the QR code, the money arrived instantly. This letting Rongrong realize that Lu Ming wasn't pretending to be indifferent. He genuinely didn't care how much money he spent. That kind of attitude made it seem like the 100 million he spent wasn't enough to buy a building, but only enough to buy 2 caddies of beef. Putting the card into his pocket, Lu Ming smiled and said, thanks again, and for that 1,000, I've already transferred it in. I've confirmed it already. Ing Rongrong nodded, her eyes glowing with barely contained excitement. With the money received, it meant that her performance goal set for the family at the beginning of the year was already exceeded by dozens of times. Right now, she was completely free. Okay, then I have something to do. I'll leave first. Lu Ming stood up. All right, take care. Seeing Lu Ming was in a hurry, Ing Rongrong didn't try to stop him, and instead saw him off directly. After Lu Ming left, Ing Rongrong kept staring at his receding figure before sighing deeply. From childhood till now, she had met countless rich people. Each one was money-obsessed, lustful for beauty, and greedy for power. Even if they appeared like elegant gentlemen on the surface, their hearts must be just like others. This was the drawback of big families. Anyone who didn't think about making money all the time would quickly become an outsider in the family. Besides this group, there were only playboy aristocrats who wasted their days in pleasure. Lu Ming was simply different. He was wealthy to an extent so extreme. Even Ing Rongrong, the respected daughter of the Ing family, felt astonished. Yet his manner was no different from an average person. Frugal, simple. He maintained excellent physical shape and showed no signs of bad habits at all. And he was also incredibly devoted. Chapter 17. Buying things for mom and dad. After leaving Lu Ming's house, Ing Rongrong used her resources to investigate Lu Ming's financial debts, family relations, and more. Only then learning that he had been in a long-term romantic relationship with Lin Jiao. If she hadn't accidentally witnessed him cheating with Zhang Yun at the Zhang Group headquarters yesterday, she would still be in the dark. Such a wealthy man, yet so devoted, and still ended up betrayed. Ing Rongrong watched Lu Ming's retreating back and couldn't help but sigh. True devotion truly was the cheapest thing in the world. Meanwhile, the female bodyguard who had grown up with Ing Rongrong since childhood, noticing her fixated gaze on Lu Ming's distant figure, said jokingly, my dear miss, if you really like him, why don't you go chase him and invite him for lunch? Hearing this, Ing Rongrong startled, her pretty face suddenly reddening, a hint of fluster creeping in as she turned around and scolded. You talk nonsense. I was just thinking how pitiful he was. What a lie. You clearly looked like you were about to follow him away. The female bodyguard teased. Ing Rongrong's seductive, glistening eyes, locked onto Lu Ming's figure, indeed resembled the perfect image of a lovesick wife waiting endlessly. No wonder the bodyguard misunderstood. Go away. I never thought that. Ing Rongrong denied vehemently. Women are naturally drawn to strength, especially to men like Lu Ming, muscular, wealthy, and imposing. Ing Rongrong was no exception. Initially, she hadn't had any particular feelings for Lu Ming, but after hearing her bodyguard's words, her mind had unexpectedly begun to wander into unfamiliar territory. If the man she were engaged to wasn't that Su family guy, but Lu Ming instead, that wouldn't seem too bad. After leaving the bank, Lu Ming got into his car. Frankly, he didn't really have anything to do. Lingering a bit longer in the bank, sharing the same room with Ing Rongrong, admiring her delicate, stunning features and graceful figure. It was even a kind of pleasure. But right now, Lu Ming wasn't in the mood. He felt inexplicably restless. It started after leaving the global building, because his mind had been replaying the image of Lin Jiao, crying as Zhang Yun shouted at her. To say he felt Xin Kong could be true, but not quite. He thought Lin Jiao had deserved it. There was even a trace of satisfaction in his heart. But still, that girl had once been in his heart for a full 6 years, over 2,000 days and nights. Watching her being hurt, no way could he really feel good about it. Right now, he just felt incredibly complicated. Damn, I'm so pathetic. Lu Ming cursed himself. Now that he had money, he should head to a bar, find 8 or 10 girls, indulge wildly, sleep for 3 days straight, and finally make full use of his 28 cm. What the hell was he thinking about Lin Jiao for? He slammed the gas pedal and drove toward the city center. But in the end, he didn't go to the bar. He passed Century Plaza, the largest commercial center in Qingqing, and suddenly stopped. He remembered, Lin Jiao had loved shopping here. But everything here was luxury. How could he possibly spend here, when he'd been saving every penny for their wedding? In the past, whenever he came here with her and spent not a single cent, Lin Jiao always left angry. Lu Ming looked up at the grand, dazzling exterior of the plaza, at the dazzling displays of luxury goods, his eyes flickering with impulse. He wanted to spend money. Lu Ming didn't care what he called this psychology. Poor guy suddenly rich, or revenge shopping, whatever the reason, he wanted to splurge. He desperately needed an outlet to release all this emotional chaos inside. At the same time, he also wanted to understand, once and for all, what exactly was this hedonism and material indulgence that made Lin Jiao betray 6 years of affection. Of course, splurging didn't mean random purchases. He would buy gifts for his parents, as a way to make up for his guilt. These past 6 years, the money he'd earned had not been used to take care of his parents. It had all been lavished on Lin Jiao. Now that he was rich, if he still neglected his parents, he really would be a bastard. Stepping into Century Plaza, it was still the afternoon, and the crowd was sparse. As Lu Ming walked in, the first thing he saw was a flagship store of massage chairs. Back when he had brought his parents to shop in Qingsheng before, he had taken them to sit on shared massage chairs. His parents had always worked hard, their bodies long, stiff, and sore, yet they remained frugal, never bothering to pay someone for relief, maybe just giving each other a simple rubdown. After that session in the massage chair, even though the relief hadn't been much, his parents still said they felt refreshed all over. Back then, Ming had thought of buying them a massage chair. He had checked online, even an affordable one cost just over 1,000 yuan. But his parents had refused, telling him to save the money to buy a gift for Lin Jiao instead. And back then, it had been Lin Jiao's birthday. Ming had foolishly agreed with his parents and didn't even spend over 1,000 yuan for them. Thinking of this, Ming wanted nothing more than to slap himself hard across the face. He truly was a beast. Moments later, Ming stepped into the massage chair store. The shop was nearly empty, with hardly anyone around. Only a few sample massage chairs lounged carelessly in the corners. "Sir, may I help you with anything?" A salesgirl in a black uniform and showing off her white thighs approached with a smile the moment she saw Ming walk in. Her eyes subtly scanned his attire, then dulled slightly with resignation. Here we go again. Another one who won't buy anything. What a waste of time. Chapter 18, Meeting Wei Xiner. Ming got straight to the point. What's the most expensive chair in your brand? The most expensive? This one, the KG008 Capsule Fully Automatic Multifunctional Luxury Edition. The salesperson hesitated for a moment, but still pulled up a display image for Ming, though thinking to herself that he wouldn't be able to afford it. We don't have a sample of this model here. You can only see the picture. 39,000. Ming looked at the price tag with a spark of excitement in his eyes. Something this expensive must be the most comprehensive, safest, and most stable model available. When buying things for his parents, it's not about having the ultimate experience. It's more about safety and stability. That way, his parents, who don't know much about operating gadgets, can use it without worry. That's right, sir. The salesperson gave a polite smile, though thinking internally that they were all just ordinary people. Those who couldn't afford it should just not ask. All right, Ming nodded, then frowned slightly. But why is it gold? That's way too showy. Is there a color that makes it look cheaper? This luxury version was pure Tuhal gold, shiny enough to blind someone. He thought if he brought this chair home, his parents would surely know how expensive it was and might not approve of him buying it. The salesperson was stunned by Ming's question. After moving her red lips a couple times, Xi Mencheng managed to smile. Sir, our designers don't have that kind of unique design concept. In other words, it simply meant Ming had a strange mind. She was secretly feeling exasperated. Could she have possibly run into a madman? Who would specifically pick a cheap-looking color while buying something so expensive? At this moment, this black low-key luxury edition is nice. It doesn't look that expensive and is only 350,000. I'll take this one. Ming flipped to the next page, saw a new massage chair, nodded approvingly, and directly took out his card and handed it over. What? The salesperson was stunned. Is he serious? Swipe the card. Here's the address. You can just arrange for delivery directly. Ming said. Okay. The salesperson finally caught on this time, yet after realizing, she was left in awe. What kind of person is this? Doesn't one need to think twice before spending hundreds of thousands? How could he just decide and swipe the card upon seeing the picture? Is he splurging money like it's paper? Sir, won't you consider or compare options a bit more? Unnecessary. Salesperson. Do rich people always behave so ostentatiously? Beep. Hundreds of thousands charged in an instant. After swiping the card, Ming headed to a men's clothing store, a women's clothing store, and even made a stop at an appliance store. In each store, he only went for the expensive options, not caring if they were the right fit. Each salesperson reacted exactly like the massage chair store's employee. Initially dismissive, then shocked, then dazed. Because Ming spent money like water, deliberately choosing items that appeared cheap, yet actually came at a steep price. Everyone was thinking the same question. What kind of preference is this? Do the rich enjoy pretending to be poor? A short while later, the entire mall was buzzing. Within 5 minutes of entering, he'd spent 5 million. A monstrous customer. Soon, the whole mall went into overdrive. Every store manager with any brains clearly understood one thing. They must keep this client at all costs. Instantly, tens of phone calls started pouring into their respective headquarters. Get Mr. Chen on the line. We've got a big client at Century Plaza. Can the headquarters grant a special privilege and let me offer him a major discount so I can give him a VIP membership card? Get Mr. Wang on the line. Can someone be sent over? We've got a major client we're trying to secure. We won't need to open another store for the next decade. Get Mr. Lin on the line. There's a super wealthy client in our store who didn't even look at the luxury items we displayed. Is there a problem with our inventory? Please urgently send over a new batch. I want to win his heart. They had to secure the best conditions possible for keeping Ming as a client in the shortest time. At this point, Ming had no idea that his act of buying gifts for his parents had stirred up a huge storm. At this point, Ming was descending from the 5th floor to the 1st floor jewelry store. I should buy Mom a set of gold jewelry, Ming murmured. When his parents got married, his father had given his mother a set of gold jewelry, earrings, necklaces, pendants, bracelets, and so on. Originally, Mom had planned to keep them for a lifetime. However, in order to buy Ming a house, she sold the set of golden treasures she had cherished so dearly. Mom, now I will buy you a better, newer set. Ming walked into the jewelry store. As soon as he entered, someone immediately walked over. Hello, sir. How can I assist you today? I want a set of 999 pure gold ornaments. No, wait. What kind of high-quality gold items do you have in store? Anything auspicious or symbolic? Just bring me a full set. Ming mused for a moment before saying. He wanted to get everything ready for his parents in one go. However, right after he finished speaking, the man suddenly said coldly. All right, then I'll just... Wait a second, Ming? Is that really you? Hearing this voice, Ming, who had been deep in thought, immediately snapped out of it. He turned his head to look, and his eyes instantly chilled. The woman wore heavy, Jingzhu makeup, a black suit, and a tight miniskirt 3 centimeters above the knee. Her sexy curves looked as if sculpted, wrapped in sheer black stockings that hugged her toned legs. It was Wei Xiner. Chapter 19. I am the rich young master. Why couldn't it be me? When Ming saw Wei Xiner, his expression immediately darkened, inwardly cursing his bad luck. Only now did he remember what Lin Jiao had told him before. Wei Xiner, in an attempt to create an opportunity to marry into a wealthy family, specially chose to work at luxury stores or jewelry shops. Even though her educational background qualified her for a more glamorous white-collar job, she refused. all in hopes of constantly interacting with the rich. However, there was one thing Wei Exiner failed to understand. Even if a wealthy man took a liking to her, he would never agree to let her marry into high society due to her current occupation. You still dare to ask? Shouldn't you be kneeling and apologizing to Jiao Jiao right now? Wei Exiner sneered. She knew that Zhang Yun had gotten Lu Ming fired, and now with his money transferred, the unemployed Lu Ming should be at the end of his rope, kneeling in tears before Lin Jiao's door, not having the time to shop at a gold store. Lu Ming smiled mockingly. Make me kneel and apologize? I'm still waiting for you and her to kneel and apologize to me. They had stolen his money in secret. Just asking for a kneel was being lenient on his part. But Wei Exiner became furious. What did you say? You broke your promise, delayed the bride price, and ruined Lin Jiao's brother's marriage. You, this kind of despicable deadbeat, still want me to kneel and apologize to you? Do you even have a conscience? As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the staff around the gold store changed upon looking at Lu Ming, filled with contempt. So this guy's a scumbag. He actually did so many despicable things. Hearing Wei Exiner speak of her lies as if they were facts, Lu Ming laughed bitterly. Lin Jiao left me for money. It was only natural that I didn't give the bride price. You sure know how to twist the truth. Spit. What's so-called twisting the truth? These are all facts. You are scum. Wei Exiner scorned, then no longer wanting to face Lu Ming's face. She feared that his poverty-stricken aura would rub off on her. If a rich person came to buy something later and disliked her for having spoken to Lu Ming, what then? She turned her head toward the security guard nearby. Wang Yu, this person is harassing me. You must immediately kick him out for me. Upon seeing this, none of the gold store employees attempted to intervene. Lu Ming clearly wasn't wealthy. Combined with Wei Exiner claiming his character was terrible, they were more than happy to see him kicked out. The bald security guard, Wang Yu, on duty, hurried over upon hearing Wei Exiner's call. Looking at Lu Ming and then at Wei Exiner, who was dressed neatly and looked furious, Wang Yu couldn't help but hesitate. Manager Wei, this doesn't seem appropriate. Isn't the rule in the store that we cannot expel customers arbitrarily? He didn't see Lu Ming harassing Wei Exiner. Instead, it seemed like Wei Exiner was being unreasonable. What's this? Hurry up and remove him. Otherwise, I'll fire you immediately. Seeing that the bald security guard wasn't obeying, Wei Exiner flew into a rage. Hearing that, Wang Yu's expression changed. He begged, Manager Wei, please don't rush. Let me think of a solution. He had only barely secured this job, a much easier position compared to the assembly line, one that even allowed him time to do part-time work and visit his hospitalized mother. If he were fired now, he'd be ruined. This is better. Wei Exiner sneered, then looked at Lu Ming proudly. See? How can someone like you, a poor nobody, match me and Jiao Jiao? With just a single word from us, we can decide a person's fate. She found the feeling of having such life-deciding power absolutely delightful. No wonder Lin Jiao betrayed Lu Ming to be with Zhang Yun, because Zhang Yun alone could determine the fates of tens of thousands. How could Lu Ming possibly measure up to people like them? Lu Ming said nothing, only coldly watching Wei Exiner. Sir, I'm sorry. By then, Wang Yu was already giving Lu Ming an apologetic look. He knew Lu Ming was in the right, but there was nothing he could do. For the sake of his mother and himself, he could only ask Lu Ming to leave. No problem. Lu Ming shook his head and walked out of the gold store. Originally, upon seeing Wei Exiner, he had no intention of buying gold here, to avoid giving her any sales credit. Moreover, he didn't want to get the security guard into trouble over a moment of anger, so he simply decided to leave. I'm sorry. Seeing this, Wang Yu felt even more guilty. But Wei Exiner was extremely happy. That's right. Just as Lu Ming was reaching the door, a middle-aged man with a stern face and a crisp outfit walked in. Manager Wei, Manager Zhou, do you know a big customer has arrived at Century Hub? Manager Lin, what big customer? Wei Exiner was momentarily stunned. Just now I received a call from the mall manager saying that a young, handsome, and extremely wealthy customer has arrived at Century Hub. He has already spent over 10 million yuan in an hour. He has enormous financial strength. Store manager Lin Shen said seriously. If our store can attract him, it will bring an incredible performance. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire room was shocked, and everyone gasped. Hissing, this was someone who had spent over 10 million yuan in just 1 hour, not through investing, stock trading, or business deals. Was this tycoon's family running a printing press for money? Wei Exiner was especially shocked by the news, her face turning blank with disbelief. How incredibly wealthy must this VIP customer be? And he's young and handsome too? Could he be a young master from a powerful dragon city? Thinking of this, the stunned Wei Exiner suddenly became excited. A faint flush rose to her pretty face, and her heart began pounding rapidly. If that's the case, then her waiting for the right one, maintaining her virtue for over a decade, had finally paid off? Manager Wei, I'm assigning you to check the surveillance footage right away to find out who this VIP is. We must locate him quickly. What if he leaves Century Hub? We'd regret it for the rest of our lives. Lin Shen immediately ordered. Yes, store manager, I'll check right away. Wei Exiner was frightened too. If the rich young master escaped, she might never get another opportunity. At that thought, she could no longer contain her eagerness to meet this young master and was about to rush out to check the surveillance. Just then, no one expected what would happen next. Lu Ming's voice suddenly rang out. There's no need to check. I'm the wealthy customer you're looking for. Let me tell you all, I won't spend a single penny in your store. As soon as he spoke, Wei Exiner, who had already rushed to the door, froze in place, shock written all over her face. Every pair of eyes in the entire store instantly focused on him. Chapter 20, they have arrived. Could Lu Ming really be that young and extravagant billionaire? Everyone was stunned, unable to believe their eyes. How is that possible? The next moment, Wei Exiner laughed so hard she nearly fell over. Lu Ming, what kind of joke are you playing? I've known you for 6 years. How come I've never heard of you being this wealthy? Come on, were you pretending to be poor all along? At her words, everyone burst into laughter. So this guy had just been bragging all along. That made sense. If he really were a young billionaire, wouldn't the gold-digging Wei Exiner have already groveled at his feet after knowing him for 6 years? Lu Ming wasn't offended. He spoke calmly. I'm not joking with you. I'm just warning you. After you check the surveillance footage, don't come looking for me. There's no way I would ever spend money here. Actually, Lu Ming hadn't planned to reveal his identity. However, considering they were going to check the surveillance, they'd inevitably find him later. Then why not openly declare he would never spend here? Wei Exiner sneered coldly. Do you think I care about your few hundred yuan, you poor loser? Get lost, and the farther the better. Alright, Manager Wei, let's go check the surveillance. Don't waste time. At this moment, Lin Shen frowned as he watched Wei Xiner driving Lu Ming away. Wei Xiner had violated store policy by expelling Lu Ming, which he should have addressed. However, since Lu Ming didn't seem to be a rich man anyway, he decided not to intervene. What mattered most right now was finding the young billionaire. As for Lu Ming claiming to be a young billionaire himself, he didn't take it seriously at all. It was just more bragging. Yes, I'll go right away, Wei Xiner replied anxiously, cursing Lu Ming internally in her heart. It was all this poor bastard's fault. If he hadn't wasted her time, she'd have already checked the surveillance by now. Seeing that Wei Xiner insisted on checking the surveillance anyway, Lu Ming decided to leave. Otherwise, once the truth was uncovered, these people would definitely cling on to him, trying to make him spend money. Just at this moment, pung pung pung. Suddenly, a group of men and women in luxurious attire poured out of the elevator. Each one looked excited, scanning the surroundings eagerly. When they spotted Lu Ming standing at the entrance of the jewelry store, their eyes immediately lit up and they became ecstatic. There he is. Hurry, hurry. They rushed like crazy toward Lu Ming. Seeing so many people charging toward them, the staff at the jewelry store were instantly scared. What's going on? Lin Shen's face darkened. Could this guy have gotten himself into some kind of trouble? Wei Xiner's face paled. She suspected Lu Ming might have stolen something upstairs, and now these people were coming to arrest him. Realizing this, both Wei Xiner and Lin Shen immediately took several steps back, terrified of being implicated by Lu Ming. What if they were mistaken for accomplices? Only Wang Yu instinctively moved to stand in front of Lu Ming. Even if Lu Ming really had caused trouble, out of a sense of guilt for just having chased him away, Wang Yu wanted to protect Lu Ming and prevent him from being harmed. Seeing this, a faint smirk appeared at the corner of Lu Ming's mouth. In the blink of an eye, the crowd rushed right in front of Lu Ming. They had come panting, barely managing to catch their breath, not even having time to open their mouths yet. Lin Shen spoke first. Ladies and gentlemen, this gentleman has absolutely nothing to do with our jewelry store. Please don't block our entrance. He noticed that customers in the mall were looking in this direction. What if they mistakenly thought that this troublemaker, Lu Ming, was associated with their store, damaging their reputation? That's right. Please go elsewhere to handle your business. Wei Xiner chimed in. But something strange happened. Right after the two had spoken, the entire crowd looked at them as though they were fools. Lin Shen, I think being a store manager has gone to your head. Someone sneered mockingly. Hearing that, Lin Shen's pupils shrank while a feeling of dread instantly crept up in his heart. What do you mean? What was going on? The situation seemed to be slipping out of his control. No one offered an explanation, because now, they simply had no interest in him anymore. All eyes turned to Lu Ming simultaneously. The person nearest to Lu Ming put on a beaming smile and said, Mr. Lu, Guk's Great Dragon District has specially made a VIP tulip card for you. This card is a limited edition this year. You may use this card too. Mr. Lu, please listen to me first. Our headquarters in the Great Dragon District has specially approved a discount quota of 1 million yuan for you. You can enjoy this with no threshold. Mr. Lu, please listen to me. The entire crowd burst into clamorous voices. Amid an economic downturn, they had all gone all out to fight for this golden cow, Lu Ming. At this moment, the entire jewelry store was noisy and chaotic. Someone even had their hair pulled out, their shoe heel broken, and their pants torn off just for trying to speak one sentence to Lu Ming. In stark contrast to this commotion, the jewelry store stood in dead silence. Lin Shen's and Wei Xiner's faces turned pale with horror. At this moment, even a fool could tell, Lu Ming truly was that young, extravagant billionaire. But Wei Xiner couldn't bring herself to believe it. How was that possible? Her face turned deathly pale, completely drained of color. How could Lu Ming, who was dirt poor, suddenly turn into this overnight? Wei Xiner, I demand an explanation. At this moment, Lin Shen roared in fury, glaring daggers at Wei Xiner. He had never imagined in his wildest dreams that the billionaire he had been desperately searching for was standing right in front of him. Now he finally understood why someone had just mocked him for getting too big for his shoes. Because he had been trying to distance himself from Lu Ming. This was practically digging his own grave. Realizing this, Lin Shen's heart twisted with regret. And it was all Wei Xiner's fault. The entire jewelry store staff shot Wei Xiner looks filled with hatred. Because of her, they had just lost an extremely valuable customer. Chapter 21, Meeting an Old Classmate. The manager, Faced with everyone's stares, Wei Xiner was extremely frightened and panicked, trying to defend herself. But her mind had been completely blanked by the revelation of Lu Ming's true identity. How could she possibly say anything now? Shut up. From now on, you're fired. Lin Shen roared, determined to take immediate corrective measures. Perhaps there was still a chance to win Lu Ming back. Manager, no, please don't. Give me one more chance. Wei Xiner completely broke down. She never expected that merely mocking Lu Ming a couple of times would cost her job. But Lin Shen wouldn't give her the chance to explain. Immediately after speaking, he strode toward Lu Ming to offer an explanation. Mr. Lu, what just happened was a misunderstanding. Actually, Wei Xiner hasn't been our employee for a long time. But Lu Ming only had one sentence. Stay away from me, or I'll make sure you lose your job too. Lu Ming knew Lin Shen had driven Wei Xiner away, but he had already firmly decided not to spend a single penny here. In this situation, Lin Shen could only tremble as he walked back. He knew that with Lu Ming's financial power and his own earlier silence, if Lu Ming simply mentioned the incident to his superiors, he would definitely lose his job. Therefore, he could only admit defeat, turning around and venting all his fury on Wei Xiner. It took a while for Lu Ming to reluctantly accept a few membership cards. As for what happened to Wei Xiner afterward, he didn't care. He couldn't be bothered to pay attention to someone like her. Rather, it was Wang Yu. Lu Ming had him transferred away from the jewelry store to work as security at another shop, where the job was much easier, and the salary was significantly increased thanks to Lu Ming, which was Lu Ming's way of showing goodwill. After leaving the jewelry store, Lu Ming walked out of Century Plaza and followed a middle-aged man to the next building's Hengyuan Huafu sales center. This middle-aged man was Sun Luo, the regional president of Hengyuan Huafu in Qingzhou. Earlier, when the crowd surrounded Lu Ming at Century Plaza, Sun Luo had also joined in, hoping to make Lu Ming's acquaintance. Sun Luo, serving as the regional president of Hengyuan Huafu, especially in a prosperous place like Qingzhou, was not only financially powerful but also highly prestigious, with enough influence to chat with people like Zhong Heir. Normally, he didn't have to chase potential buyers like other salespeople, but regrettably, the financial power Lu Ming had displayed was just too impressive. Anyone who could casually spend so much money must either be an elite billionaire or a wasteful son of one. Sun Luo wanted to meet both types. Moreover, to his pleasant surprise, while he had only approached Lu Ming with hopes of befriending him, Lu Ming actually told him he wanted to buy a house. That news delighted Sun Luo greatly. A wealthy customer like this could buy a villa worth hundreds of millions without blinking. Mr. Lu, our sales office is right ahead. Sun Luo was full of excitement. Good. Lu Ming nodded. The reason he agreed to come with Sun Luo was because he thought of his parents, who were still renting a place. If he bought another house, he could improve their living conditions. Besides, he had also heard of the Hengyuan Huafu project before. He heard that Hengyuan Huafu not only bombarded Qingxing with advertisements, but also aggressively expanded into other cities in Qingzhou, including Lingxing, his hometown. And in Qingcheng, Hengyuan Huafu even sold top-tier luxury villas. Thinking of that, Lu Ming's mind started turning ideas. Since that's the case, why not buy a house for his parents back home and also get a villa here, inviting the two elders to visit on vacation later? He knew that convincing his parents, people who had lived in their hometown their whole lives, surrounded by relatives and friends, to move to Qingcheng was an impossible thought, so buying a house in Lingcheng was a definite decision. But as a son, if he hadn't had money before, it was okay. Now that he was rich, he also wanted his parents to experience the joy of living in a villa. As soon as Lu Ming entered Hengyuan Huafu, Sun Luo smiled and asked, Mr. Lu, which house would you like to see first? Shall we take a look at the villas in Qingxing first? Let me first take a look at the information about Lingxing. We can talk about the villas later. Lu Ming replied. All right. Sun Luo wasn't surprised at all that Lu Ming intended to buy a house for his parents. Immediately, he went to his employee's office to personally retrieve the materials. He didn't assign a subordinate to fetch them, preferring to go himself to show his respect for Lu Ming. When a regional president personally does the errand for you, that's showing enough respect and face, right? He knew that many wealthy people love this exact kind of face value respect. But Lu Ming didn't actually realize that Sun Luo was giving him special treatment. He thought Sun Luo was simply approachable and unwilling to trouble others. Therefore, he secretly praised Sun Luo a couple of times in his mind. As Sun Luo left, Lu Ming had nothing else to do but casually stroll around, looking at the digital model of Hengyuan Huafu, browsing property information. At that moment, Lu Ming, is that you? Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind Lu Ming. Lu Ming turned his head and saw a young woman about his own age standing not far away. The woman had wavy hair, an oval face with fluttering eyes, faintly blushing cheeks, and lips as lusciously red as peaches. She wore a light blue office lady's uniform, a tight skirt that accentuated her perfect figure. Blue all over. The sight of her instantly brought a name to Lu Ming's mind. He furrowed his brow, hesitating as he said, Lan Lulu. He wasn't entirely sure, because the Lan Lulu in his memory didn't look like this. She wasn't this attractive. It really is you. What are you doing here? Upon confirming it was indeed Lu Ming, Lan Lulu's face broke into a subtle, slightly teasing smile. Chapter 22 Lan Lulu takes the initiative. I'm just browsing around. Lu Ming wore a look of caution, not wanting to reveal too much to Lan Lulu. Back in college, Lan Lulu had once pursued him obsessively because of his good looks. Even after he had started dating Lin Jiao, she wouldn't give up. On one mid-autumn night, when all Lu Ming's dorm mates had gone home, she had rushed into the boys' dormitory and thrown herself naked onto his bed, trying to seduce him. That time, alone in the empty dormitory, Lu Ming had nearly been scared out of his wits. It was only after that incident that Lu Ming fully realized that even if he was poor, as a charming and handsome guy, he couldn't recklessly let his charm run wild. Now, facing the still obsessive Lan Lulu again, Lu Ming dared not reveal even the slightest bit of personal information about himself, afraid of causing trouble. Oh, just browsing around? I thought you were planning to buy a second house. Lan Lulu smiled. You know I bought a house? Upon hearing this, Lu Ming sucked in a cold breath inwardly. He hadn't told her anything about it at all. Of course I know. It's easy enough to find out. Lan Lulu covered her mouth and gave him a shy, alluring glance. Lu Ming nearly scared himself to death. Was she still hung up on him? Even though Lan Lulu now looked really good, he had no intention of getting involved with this woman. At that moment, Lan Lulu leaned closer to Lu Ming, nibbling her red lips slightly as she asked, What do you think? It's been so long since we've met. Don't you think I've become really beautiful? After speaking, Lan Lulu stared at Lu Ming with sultry eyes, her hot breath almost brushing against his face. She caught the fleeting look of admiration and surprise that had passed through his eyes just now. At this moment, her heart was filled with joy beyond words. She had restrained herself for years, all for this moment of dazzling amazement in his eyes. But faced with Lan Lulu's bewitching allure, Lu Ming dared not feel anything. On the contrary, he forced out a smile so pitiful it looked worse than crying. He chuckled dryly. Yeah, did you have plastic surgery? If it were another woman, he wouldn't mind getting close. He was only human, after all, and who didn't enjoy seeing a beauty? But for Lan Lulu, he'd better just pass. Go away. Lan Lulu gave him a glare. I didn't have surgery. I dieted, took all kinds of courses, and even ate papaya to increase my breast size to change myself into this. Oh, really? Huh. Lu Ming replied awkwardly. That's right. By the way, I heard someone say that you became a fitness trainer, right? Lan Lulu asked. Yeah. Lu Ming replied with a fake smile, while feeling speechless inside. Who the hell had she heard this from? If that's the case, can I join your class later? Can you personally coach me, huh? Lan Lulu coquettishly extended her finger and absent-mindedly brushed across Lu Ming's chest, sending waves of tingling pleasure through him. The person he failed to win in youth would remain in one's heart forever. Lu Ming was precisely the one Lan Lulu had kept in her heart for her entire life. All those seduction techniques were things she had practiced countless times in front of mirrors, just waiting for this day to enchant Lu Ming and make him fall head over heels for her. She wanted Lu Ming, even if he had Lin Jiao, to betray her and chase after her instead. Especially now. This morning she had just found out that Lu Ming had been dumped. Now, with no money and no girlfriend, he was basically under her control. Maybe he would even regret not being with her in the past. However, what surprised Lan Lulu was that, In the face of her seduction, Lu Ming actually flinched back in fear, chuckling. Too bad, but I've already quit. I'm not working at the gym anymore. You're lying. Lan Lulu frowned immediately. There was no way Lu Ming could afford to quit with his current financial state. She believed he was just making excuses to get away from her. No, I'm not lying. Lu Ming was telling the truth. He was the boss now, not an employee. Then can you come work at Hengyuan Huafu? I can help you. Lan Lulu changed tactics on the spot. As she spoke, she subtly inched even closer to Lu Ming during their conversation. No thanks. Lu Ming immediately stepped back. At this point, he would rather Lan Lulu mock him like Wei Xiner and Lin Jiao used to, than endure her constant teasing. Don't resist me like this. Seeing this, Lan Lulu became anxious inside but pouted. It's been such a long time since we've met. Don't you miss me at all? Do you know I've never dated anyone else just for you? Now that you've broken up with Lin Jiao and are probably in a bad financial situation, my salary in the past 2 years has exceeded $1 million. It's more than enough to help you pay off your debts. Don't you want to give me a chance? Chapter 23, Sun Luo's Goodwill. Lan Lulu had earned quite a fortune over the years by selling houses. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming opened his eyes wide. Well damn, how is Lan Lulu managing to work out and lose weight while also earning $1 million RMB annually? Is she a robot or something? Seeing Lu Ming's shocked expression, Lan Lulu felt an inner sense of pride. She assumed that he was shocked because she was making $1 million a year. He might already regret not staying with her, the rich girl. What do you think? Are you interested? I'm rich, obedient, and good-looking. Don't you really want to have me? Lan Lulu blinked her flirtatious eyes at Lu Ming seductively, appearing extremely forward. Lu Ming wore a bitter expression. Lulu, I'm already rich. I don't need your help. Don't pretend anymore. I can see through your bravado. Just quietly be with me. Lan Lulu said with a half smile. She was convinced that Lu Ming, who had bought a house and was now buried under debt, must be broke by now. Lu Ming's face grew even more sour. He couldn't just use force on Lan Lulu directly, but without it, she'd definitely never stop clinging to him. Observing this, Lan Lulu's heart filled with joy. She knew for sure she had hit a nerve. No problem. She would heal his heart and take good care of him. Just then, Mr. Lu, I brought the documents you requested. Please take a look. Sun Luo walked up to Lu Ming, bowed slightly, and offered the files. Seeing the newcomer, Lan Lulu, who had been confident about capturing Lu Ming, immediately stiffened. President's son, you. Sun Luo was the regional president of Hengyuan Huafu in Qingzhou. How could he personally bring someone documents and even bow to them? This was going too far. At that moment, Lan Lulu felt a bit dazed, her eyes looking at Lu Ming with growing suspicion. Lu Ming was also surprised. President's son, you're too courteous. Sun Luo hadn't been this respectful toward him earlier. How had things changed so suddenly during the time it took him to fetch these documents? Only Sun Luo himself knew why. The reason he took so long getting the documents was that he had used the time to call Heir to ask about who Lu Ming actually was. The answer stunned him. Lu Ming was the new owner of the global building. Of course, Heir hadn't told Sun Luo about the wedding with Ling Rongrong because that was only a guess. But the fact that Lu Ming owned the global building alone was enough for Sun Luo to feel shocked and awestruck. At that moment, Sun Luo suddenly realized Lu Ming was a big shot. He had to treat him with full respect. Not at all. It's my duty. Sun Luo smiled, waiting for Lu Ming to take the documents before straightening up. Only then did Sun Luo notice Lan Lulu standing nearby. Director Lan, you're here too? He asked in surprise. Yes, Mr. Lu is my classmate, so I came to greet him and catch up. Lan Lulu forced a smile. Her brain still felt like mush. How could President's son be so polite to Lu Ming? Could Lu Ming really be rich? Sun Luo raised an eyebrow. You two were classmates? Yes. Lu Ming nodded affirmatively. What a coincidence. Sun Luo sighed, noticing how close Lu Ming and Lan Lulu stood together. His eyes twinkled slightly with a teasing tone. Well then, I'll leave Mr. Lu in your hands for reception. Mr. Lu is planning to purchase both a villa in Qingqing and a house in Lin City. Director Lan, be sure to give him a good introduction. Since they were old classmates, communication would certainly be more convenient. Sun Luo immediately handed the responsibility to Lan Lulu. As soon as he finished speaking, Lan Lulu gasped in shock. Is that true? Her attention was entirely on the villa in Qingqing. When had Lu Ming become so wealthy? Was he telling the truth earlier and not lying to her? As for Lu Ming, his eyes instantly widened. Don't, President's son. Oh come on. Sun Luo, you bastard. You can't just throw me into the tiger's mouth like this. He had just thought Sun Luo had come and saved him from a crisis, only for the man to actually betray him and sell him out? Sun Luo mistook Lu Ming's expression as modesty. Many wealthy people liked to feign indifference, acting as though they wanted nothing when, in reality, they wanted everything. Therefore, now he needed to let the other party reluctantly accept his favor. Mr. Lu, frankly, I have other things to attend to. Director Lan is the most professional here. You can absolutely trust her, Sun Luo said, confidently walking away. As he turned, his steps were swift and decisive. In his heart, he quietly thought, Mr. Lu, you don't need to thank me. Hey, can't you just let me finish a word? Lu Ming stared in disbelief. After Sun Luo left, both fell silent for a while. Lan Lulu looked hesitant, a bit stunned. Lu Ming, when did you become so rich? She asked cautiously. Chapter 24 Abuse of Public Resources. After Sun Luo showed up, she had completely believed that Lu Ming had the financial means to buy a villa. That's exactly why she was so shocked. A clear city villa at Hengyuan Huafu cost at least several million, and larger ones even exceeded tens of millions. Could Lu Ming actually afford it? Well, it's a long story. I won the lottery recently. Lu Ming made up a casual excuse. Seriously? Is that true or not? Lan Lulu was astonished and skeptical. Lu Ming had always been broke, so suddenly having money really could only be explained by winning the lottery. However, the regional president of Qingzhou, Sun Luo, held sincere respect for Lu Ming, something that someone who simply won the lottery wouldn't receive. Why don't you first introduce some houses to me? I want to buy one for my parents in our hometown, and then a vacation villa in Qingcheng that offers great views. Lu Ming steered the topic away, unwilling to dwell on it any further. He certainly couldn't tell Lan Lulu that prices in the world suddenly dropped. Alright, then let me show you. Lan Lulu no longer pressed the issue and responded. However, now Lan Lulu wasn't as assertive as before. Originally, she thought she had the money and could have the upper hand with Lu Ming. Now, the situation had suddenly flipped on her, making her feel much more restrained. Seeing Lan Lulu's demeanor, Lu Ming couldn't help but sigh. It turned out money could not only attract women, but also help reject them. Money was truly everything. Shortly after, Lan Lulu quickly picked a house in Linqing for Lu Ming, with a floor plan and size that were perfect choices. Lu Ming was too lazy to inspect the place in person and just decided to pay in full. If there was any problem, he'd deal with Hing Yuan Huafu. This gesture surprised Lan Lulu immensely. A mortgage would have been more reasonable, yet Lu Ming insisted on paying the entire sum up front. How much money must he have to not even blink when spending millions? Because of this, admiration in Lan Lulu's heart began to arise again. Women were naturally drawn to strength. Ing Rongrong was this way, and so was Lan Lulu, especially since Lu Ming was the man Lan Lulu had chased for years. This time, an idea began to solidify in her mind again. She had to take the opportunity of Lu Ming breaking up with Lin Jiao to win him over. Alright, now let's move on to buying a villa. After finishing the credit card transaction, Lu Ming said. He pointed at a villa on the model layout, ready to make the purchase directly. Being rich allowed you to be Ringxing. It allowed you to be Hao Hong. But Lan Lulu stopped him. Don't be in such a hurry. Let me take you to see the actual location. You should definitely take more time to look around and touch things before buying a villa. Anyway, it's not far from here. Lan Lulu blinked her eyes and looked at Lu Ming, appearing quite serious. Lu Ming, however, furrowed his brows. Why did it feel like there was something else hidden in her words? Come on, I'm just doing it for your own good. After saying this, Lan Lulu attempted to take Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming skillfully dodged. Alright then, let's go. Inwardly, he thought, this woman still craves his body. This nimble move made Lan Lulu so angry she stamped her foot. Are men's hearts really made of stone? In Lu Ming's view, buying a house with Lan Lulu was fine, but he didn't want any extra contact. Despite the fact that, other than that initial scare, Lan Lulu hadn't misbehaved in any other way, he still had his reservations. Lu Ming got into Lan Lulu's car. Lan Lulu insisted she knew a shortcut, so she could drive. Lu Ming had no choice but to agree. How long will it take to drive to Heng Yuan Huafu? Lu Ming asked as soon as he got into the car. He wanted to view the villa quickly and buy it, then clarify things with Lan Lulu. But Lan Lulu sensed his intention and intentionally refused to go along. While turning the steering wheel, she replied in a melancholy tone, Lu Ming, don't you have a bit of sympathy for me? I've been working all morning and haven't even had lunch yet. Lu Ming, so that's your real reason for insisting on driving? This woman was clearly just using the excuse of viewing a villa to get closer to him, abusing public resources for personal use. Despicable. Chapter 25 Lan Lulu's feelings. Do you remember that we've eaten together before? In the restaurant, after finishing ordering, Lan Lulu smiled and asked. There was a genuine happiness in her eyes. Even though Lu Ming remained somewhat distant, even such a small matter was enough to bring her satisfaction. Before she found out about Lu Ming's fortune, she had shown a very domineering attitude, but deep down, she had to admit, she had fallen for him. I do. That was when you started liking me. Lu Ming replied. He remembered clearly. They were both members of the same student organization. Back then, Lan Lulu had been plain-looking and a little overweight, so no one really paid attention to her. Only Lu Ming had taken the initiative to talk to her, so she wouldn't feel awkward. After that, something between them had changed. I was wondering at that time, were you into me? Otherwise, why would you want to talk to me first? Lan Lulu said. Lu Ming helplessly responded. You thought too much. But don't you guys always do that? When a pretty girl initiates conversation, you assume she must like you. Lu Ming. What Lan Lulu said was annoyingly reasonable. Then, Lu Ming coughed slightly. Well, I didn't. Don't say such things. Suddenly, Lan Lulu blurted out. I know that Lin Jiao was the one who approached you first because she liked you. Back then, it was Lin Jiao who made the first move. As soon as those words came out, Lu Ming's hand, flipping through the menu, instantly froze. His eyes lowered slightly before he clicked his tongue and laughed. Is that right? Seeing the visible gloom in Lu Ming's expression at that moment, Lan Lulu slightly clenched her teeth. Damn you, Lin Jiao. Why do you get to treat the man I couldn't have this way? After a moment of silence, Lan Lulu suddenly said, I want to explain something to you. Explain what? Lu Ming raised his head and asked. That Mid-Autumn festival. You know I didn't do it on purpose, right? I originally wanted to wait for you in your dorm, but your quilt smelled so good that I thought I'd lie down just for a moment, and ended up falling asleep. And in my sleep, I felt hot, so I took off my clothes. Lan Lulu's gaze faltered slightly. I know it sounds ridiculous, but believe me, since that Mid-Autumn festival, Lu Ming had blocked her. They only exchanged a few words during occasional meetings, never allowing her a chance for a private conversation. And because of that, she had cried for a very, very long time. In the heart of young men and women, nothing is more heartbreaking than being disliked by someone you care about. Lu Ming was surprised. So you weren't on purpose? Lan Lulu's face suddenly flushed with embarrassment, and she shot him a glare. No matter how much I like you, I wouldn't stoop that low. That's true. Lu Ming inhaled deeply and, recalling Lan Lulu's actions over the years, even when she inquired about him, it had always been discreet. He scratched his head afterward. Then I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. Seeing Lu Ming sincerely apologize, Lan Lulu unexpectedly felt her eyes well up. Years of being misunderstood finally had an outlet. Oh, don't cry. Awkwardly, Lu Ming hurriedly stood up and handed her tissues. Only after Lan Lulu stopped crying did Lu Ming sit back down and say, well then, we're still friends. He raised his glass of water, hoping for a toast. Lan Lulu originally wanted to confess that she wanted more than friendship with Lu Ming, but the words stuck in her throat. Instead, she nodded uncertainly and muttered, okay. When Lu Ming kept her at arm's length, she fearlessly flirted with him. Now that Lu Ming was willing to just be friends, she had suddenly become timid, because she feared losing the hard-won friendship from him. After raising their glasses, they continued their meal. After finishing dinner, the two made their way to the villa area of Heng Yuan Huafu. Meanwhile, the Jiang household. Dad, exactly what kind of person is Lu Ming? Jiang Yun returned to the villa, his face filled with fury. Lu Ming had smashed his car that morning, humiliating him publicly. This grudge, he would never forget. He would make Lu Ming pay dearly for it. Chapter 26 Lu City Su family, the Ying family. Yet Jiang Yun knew that in order for Lu Ming to pay the price, he couldn't act recklessly. He must find out exactly where Lu Ming's confidence came from, how he could afford to buy the global tower, and why Zhong Heir had been so respectful toward him. So he asked his father, Jiang Shengwan, to make a few inquiries. I just delivered a vase to your Uncle Zhong. Jiang Shenwan, wearing a polo shirt and black trousers, stood upright by the floor-to-ceiling window and spoke indifferently. He told me about Lu Ming's background. What? Jiang Yun asked impatiently. He's caught the eye of Ying Rongrong. Jiang Shenwan said. Jiang Yun's face immediately changed and then turned dark with fury. What? How is that possible? When Ying Rongrong, the eldest daughter of the mighty Ying family, first arrived in Qingcheng, he had pursued her relentlessly for half a year. Yet she had never given him a second glance, and now she had fallen for Lu Ming? He simply couldn't accept it. Was it not the same as saying he, Jiang Yun, was inferior to Lu Ming? At this moment, a sense of humiliation surged through Jiang Yun beyond anything he had felt before. His anger burned even fiercer than when he had first confronted Lu Ming in the parking lot. I found it hard to believe as well, but the money used to purchase the global tower came from Ying Rongrong's account. Do you think someone like Lu Ming could possibly afford to buy a building like that? Jiang Shenwan continued. So, it can only mean that Lu Ming has attracted the attention of Ying Rongrong. Jiang Yun was momentarily stunned, and then clenched his teeth in rage. Exactly. That must be why the Ying family is backing Lu Ming's purchase of a tower. We may not know why the Ying family favors Lu Ming, but one thing I do know is that our Jiang family cannot afford to make enemies with them. Jiang Shenwan added. Then Dad, are we really going to bow our heads to this useless bastard? Jiang Yun resisted, unwilling to accept the idea. After all, just yesterday Lu Ming had been a mere ant he could crush with a single word. How had he suddenly become someone who could dee him into submission? Kowtow? Why would we do that? Surprisingly, Jiang Shenwan snorted in contempt. I wouldn't mind giving way to the Yings, but should I kneel to some useless gigolo who lives off women's favors? Do you think your old man wasted all these years of hard work? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yun was filled with both surprise and delight. Dad, I've already made a call to the Yings, Jiang Shenwan continued calmly. Although Ying Rongrong supports Lu Ming, it doesn't mean the Ying family fully accepts him. I still remember clearly that the Ying's preferred son-in-law is Su Shan from the Su family. The Su family is a banking giant in Long Kingdom. The Yings have always wanted to form a marriage alliance with them for deeper cooperation. To avoid marrying Su Shan, Ying Rongrong came to Qingcheng to take the position of bank manager at Jianong Bank and was given an impossible task. Su Shan had always treated Ying Rongrong as his exclusive possession, waiting only for her task to fail so he could marry her. Now suddenly, Lu Ming comes along. Do you think Su Shan will accept that calmly? After hearing this, Jiang Yun's expression slightly changed. So behind Ying Rongrong's arrival in Qingcheng was such a story. At this moment, he felt secretly shocked. Luckily he had not succeeded in pursuing Ying Rongrong before, otherwise, his rival in love would have been Su Shan, and he would definitely be doomed. But now, thinking of this, Jiang Yun's heart swelled with malicious glee. Because now, it was Lu Ming who would have to face off with Su Shan directly. Right now he could hardly wait to see how this bastard Lu Ming would die. Go make a call. I've obtained the phone number of Su Shan, the eldest son of the Su family. Call him and report the matter truthfully. Su Shan himself will decide Lu Ming's fate. Jiang Shenwan said nonchalantly. Anyone who dares to encroach upon Ying Rongrong deserves nothing less than death. Yes. Jiang Yun immediately got up excitedly and left to make the call. While walking, a cruel smirk slowly curved Jiang Yun's lips. He muttered to himself, Lu Ming, the power of the Su family and the Ying family in Long Kingdom could easily crush you and your entire family without even trying. I'm really looking forward to the moment you beg on your knees before the Jiang family. Chapter 27, The Values of Lin Jiao. Of course, even if you were to kneel in front of my family's doorstep, I would never forgive you. Jiang Yun murmured mockingly. In his mind, he was picturing Lu Ming crying and begging for mercy, only to be rejected ruthlessly by the Jiang family. The thought itself brought him a sense of satisfaction. In a cafe, palm trees swayed as sunlight filtered through the leaves onto a large tent. Under the tent, beside a black table, sat two women face to face. They were Wei Xiner and Lin Jiao. At the moment, Lin Jiao looked disheveled, her hair messy, her expression grim. After Jiang Yun's Ferrari was smashed by Lu Ming, he held Lin Jiao responsible for everything. So Jiang Yun slapped her across the face and drove her away, leaving Lin Jiao lost and dejected ever since. Her heart was in pain. She hadn't expected Jiang Yun to treat her like this. After all, before, Lu Ming had treated her like a precious treasure, never letting her do any heavy or rough work. Now, not only did Jiang Yun insult her, but he also hit her. Thinking of this, Lin Jiao suddenly felt nostalgic about the time she spent with Lu Ming, especially now that Lu Ming had become rich again. If she apologized to Lu Ming, perhaps he would forgive and welcome her back just like before. No, there's no way he could be rich. There's no way I will apologize. Suddenly alert, Lin Jiao tried to shake away such thoughts. She could never admit her own mistake. It would be more painful for her to apologize than being killed. Lu Ming should be the one apologizing to her. But now Lu Ming had such a beautiful woman beside him. Why would he come to apologize? At this thought, Lin Jiao clenched her teeth in anger. She still felt that it was Lu Ming who wronged her. At this moment, Wei Xiner finally spoke. Jiao Jiao, who exactly is Lu Ming? He spent more than 10 million in just one morning. Do you even know what happened with the store managers? Her face pale with shock. After being fired from the jewelry store, Wei Xiner had hurried to find Lin Jiao immediately. She needed to inform Lin Jiao everything that happened at Century Plaza. How could that be? After hearing Wei Xiner's account, Lin Jiao stared blankly, trembling all over. Spent 10 million carelessly? Fired Wei Xiner with a single sentence? And caused all the store managers at Century Plaza to follow him around like eager dogs? When she and Jiang Yun went to Century Plaza, those people had never been so respectful toward Jiang Yun. Recalling Lu Ming's recent actions, buying the global building, smashing the Ferrari, Lin Jiao was thrown into confusion. Was this really the same Lu Ming she used to know? How could he have become more powerful than the Jiang family? Seeing Lin Jiao sitting in silence, Wei Xiner hesitated and said, he must have been a rich man pretending to be poor all along. Jiao Jiao, should we go apologize to him? I'll go with you, okay? What Wei Xiner wanted now was to consider both of their futures and see if they could make amends. If Lu Ming decided to take revenge, the two of them would truly be done for. However, the suggestion from Wei Xiner acted like a flame igniting all the accumulated regret and anger within Lin Jiao since morning. Lin Jiao suddenly screamed, pouring all her fury toward Wei Xiner. Shut up. That piece of trash can't possibly be rich. I don't need to apologize. I made no mistake in leaving him. Until now, she still refused to face reality. At her words, customers around them began to stare. Who was this crazy woman? Wei Xiner was so shocked by the yelling that she froze for a moment. Then anger crept onto her pretty face. It was you who left him first. Why are you yelling at me? I'm trying to help you all this time. You helping me? No, you're laughing at me, aren't you? You're mocking my poor eyesight now, right? Like a rabid dog, Lin Jiao started to lash out at anyone nearby. Speechless and stunned, Wei Xiner trembled with fury. You're insane. When have I ever laughed at you? I should have never helped you. I should have helped Lu Ming instead. Maybe by now, I would have already been promoted to store manager of the jewelry shop. Wei Xiner thought how sincerely she had treated Lin Jiao. How could Lin Jiao do this to her? Chapter 28 The Call from Longdu. You. Lin Jiao's eyes widened instantly, revealing hatred. I've always known you had ulterior motives. Tell me, have you had your eyes on Lu Ming all along? You only gave him to me because he was poor, didn't you? Yes, that's right. I've had my eyes on him for a long time. I've always wanted to steal my best friend's boyfriend. Yes, you figured it out perfectly. Are you satisfied? Wei Xiner was furious. How could someone think so poorly of her? Hearing these words, Lin Jiao could no longer hold back. She raised her hand and slapped Wei Xiner directly across the face, furiously screaming, Go find him then. Get out of here. Smack. The slap landed. Wei Xiner froze completely, the pale skin on her face visibly swelling. After a long pause, her eyes suddenly reddened, but her lips curved into a cold smile. Lin Jiao, now I finally see through you. She no longer argued with Lin Jiao and stood to leave. Xiner, don't go. After delivering the slap, Lin Jiao finally came to her senses, but Wei Xiner had already left without hesitation. After Wei Xiner left, Lin Jiao sat back down in defeat. I didn't really want to hit you. Why did you have to go? Can't you just understand me a little? She felt wronged. Why couldn't Wei Xiner understand that she had lost her temper only because of Lu Ming? Thinking about it, she felt it was all Lu Ming's fault. If Lu Ming hadn't suddenly become rich, she wouldn't have been hit by Jiang Yun and wouldn't have driven away Wei Xiner. And most of all, since this morning, her mother and her younger brother, Lin Yonglong, had called her non-stop, threatening that if she couldn't bring back the bride price money, she should just leave the Lin family forever. It was all Lu Ming's fault that she had lost everything. Cursed Lu Ming. Just at this moment. Ring ring. Lin Jiao's mobile phone suddenly rang. Seeing the incoming call, Lin Jiao felt a mixture of shock and joy and quickly answered the phone. Yun, are you finally willing to contact me? I've told you hundreds of times, don't call me by my name. Call me young Master Jiang. Jiang Yun sounded impatient. She wasn't worthy enough to utter his name. Lin Jiao stiffened for a moment before her tone quickly turned submissive. Yes, young Master Jiang. Come to the usual place tonight. Be sure to wear that outfit I bought you last time. I need to release some stress. Jiang Yun said with a cold sneer. Okay. Hearing Jiang Yun's voice on the line demanding to use her for stress relief, Lin Jiao's face darkened momentarily before she hesitated and asked, What about the matter with Lu Ming? Humph. At this point, Jiang Yun scoffed. That guy? A poor fraud. Nothing to worry about. I've already contacted someone from Longdu, and they're already dealing with him. Just wait and see how he dies. A fraud. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiao's face lit up with sudden delight. So it was true. Lu Ming wasn't actually rich? Didn't that mean the Jiang family could crush him with ease? Didn't that prove she hadn't made a mistake in abandoning Lu Ming? And if that were the case, then Xiner asking her to apologize earlier was wrong. And that slap she had given Xiner, wasn't it completely justified? She had done nothing wrong. Thinking this, Lin Jiao suddenly swept all the gloom from her heart and straightened with confidence. Her tone became lighter. Great. Then I'll definitely serve you well tonight. Remember to arrive half an hour early to shower and do your makeup. Don't make me wait and waste my time. After saying this, Jiang Yun couldn't be bothered to speak with Lin Jiao any further and immediately hung up the phone. Who cared about the feelings of a mere tool? Lin Jiao, however, felt sweet and pleased inside. She believed Jiang Yun had gone to Longdu and arranged someone to deal with Lu Ming for her sake. So in that case, she must work even harder to please Jiang Yun. In time, she'd finally have a chance to marry into the Jiang family. And then, she would make Lu Ming and Wei Xiner regret everything. Jiaonong Bank. Ing Rongrong's mobile phone rang. The caller ID showed a number from Longdu. On the other end came a voice furious beyond measure. Ing Rongrong. Who is Lu Ming? What have you done? Chapter 29 Ing Qingfeng's wrath. Upon hearing those words, Ing Rongrong immediately frowned. On the other end of the phone was her father, Ing Qingfeng. Ing Rongrong said, Dad, why are you angry? Lu Ming is just a client of mine. Inwardly, she cursed. How come? Barely a day after meeting Lu Ming in the morning, the Ing family had already caught wind of it by afternoon. Who exactly had been watching her? She thought to herself that perhaps the Ing family was afraid she might get involved with another man in Qingsheng, hence the surveillance. Just like when she first came to Qingsheng, when many rich second-generation men pursued her and her phone never stopped ringing. The family had repeatedly emphasized the importance of preserving her virginity for Su Shan. That made Ing Rongrong feel like laughing. Forget the fact that she had never intended to sleep with anyone, even if she did, so what? Su Shan himself was known for his infidelity in Longdu, living day and night in hotels and clubs, yet he dared to demand that she stay pure? What utter nonsense. A client? Humph. I know you withdrew a huge sum from your account to help him purchase the global tower. Where did that money really come from? Ing Changfeng sneered. If you don't give me the truth right now, I'll send someone to find Lu Ming immediately. Ing Rongrong's eyes turned cold. Dad, the money belongs to Lu Ming, not me. He's a very rich man. Bullshit. Ing Changfeng exploded in rage. I've never heard of any Lu in the country with that kind of money. Before making the call, he had specially asked someone to check the banks to see whether Lu Ming might be someone important. The result came back. There was no such person at all. This could only mean one thing. The money used to buy the building must have been secretly provided by Rongrong on Lu Ming's behalf. Dad, I can't tell you Lu Ming's identity, but I'm warning you. You must not offend him. If you do, the entire Ing family could be in danger. Ing Rongrong clenched her teeth. She couldn't possibly tell her father that Lu Ming was a holder of the Black Gold Dragon card. It was classified information. Lu Ming trusted her and had chosen to reveal this to her, and she wouldn't betray that trust. But she knew that the power behind a Black Gold Dragon card holder was immense. If her father thought he could easily take on Lu Ming, it would bring nothing but great trouble upon the Ing family. For a while, Ing Changfeng fell silent. After a long pause, he sighed. Rong, your father knows it's been unfair to force you to marry Sushan, and it's been hard on you. I've always wanted to make it up to you. But this doesn't mean I'll stand by and watch my daughter lose her mind. Do you even know what you're saying? Do you understand that crushing him wouldn't be harder for me than stepping on an ant? By the end, Ying Qingfeng's voice turned completely cold. He couldn't help but feel furious. What had his daughter gone through in Qingqing? Had she gone mad? She was actually saying that the Ying family of Longwu couldn't afford to offend a gym coach? It was a joke of the highest degree. Dad, Ying Rongrong knew that Ying Qingfeng wouldn't listen, and she began to feel anxious. Please, don't do anything to him. Fine. Ying Qingfeng repeated 3 times, merely to suppress his rising impatience. He didn't want to take out his anger on his daughter, so he took a deep breath and said, I can promise you that the Ying family will not make any move against him. I understand he must have some charm to attract you. If you want to play around with a pretty boy, I can accept that. But remember this, never speak of Lu Ming being a wealthy man in front of me or in front of Su Shan, understand? I know everything, including that you helped him buy the building to give his cheating girlfriend and that cuckolded Jiang Yun a lesson. A man who depends on women, a man who lives off them, is destined to be a waste of space. This is my only advice. Have your fun, then wait for Su Shan to come looking for you, and make sure you treat him well. No more crossing the line. The Ying family will no longer clean up after someone like Lu Ming. After finishing those words, Ying Qingfeng refused to listen to any more of Rongrong's pleas and hung up the phone. He thought that, for the sake of his daughter, not taking action against Lu Ming was already the greatest mercy he could offer. Beep. Listening to the busy signal, Ying Rongrong wore a face of anxiety. Why won't you even let me explain? She quickly dialed her father a few more times, but Ying Qingfeng never answered again. At the same time, Zhong Heir, who was currently at Villa No. 5 of Hengyuan Huafu, received a call from Ying Qingfeng. Chapter 30 Zheng Yu's Contempt. At the Hengyuan Huafu Villa District. After having dinner, Lu Ming and Lan Lulu arrived here. Which villa do you want to look at first? Lan Lulu asked after getting out of the car. Let's start with the one that has the best view. Lu Ming replied decisively. Since he was buying it for his parents' vacation, it had to be the most comfortable and pleasant one. Hearing this, Lan Lulu hesitated slightly. But the ones with better views are more expensive. Hengyuan Huafu was built on Qingqing Mountain, where villas number 2 to number 5 on the hillside had the best views. However, these were also the largest in area and therefore the most expensive. Even the richest man in Qingqing had only purchased villa number 5, leaving the other villas unoccupied until now. As for the most prestigious villa number 1 halfway up the mountain, it remained unsold. This was because Hengyuan Huafu had a highly peculiar requirement. It accepted only full payment in cash. Under such conditions, those who could afford to pay in full would not buy in Qingsheng, but rather go straight to Longdu instead. As for those who couldn't afford it, they didn't even dare to dream about it. How expensive can it be? Do they want 100 million? 100 yuan. Seeing Lan Lulu hesitate, Lu Ming couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. In this world, was there actually something he couldn't afford? Upon hearing this, Lan Lulu froze for a moment, then hurriedly waved her hands. How could that be possible? The most expensive villa number 1 is only 16 yuan. Our Qingqing doesn't have villas that sell for 100 yuan. In her mind, how could a 400 square meter villa possibly sell for just 100 yuan? After hearing this, Lu Ming exhaled in relief and smiled. Only 16 yuan? That's nothing. It's very cheap. Calculating in his mind, he had enough money to buy 10,000 villas. No big deal. Lan Lulu was startled by Lu Ming's nonchalant tone. 16 yuan wasn't a small amount of liquid assets. Even the richest man in Qingqing wouldn't casually spend 10 odd yuan on a villa. How could Lu Ming speak so casually? Just then, Lan Lulu, do you think work's too easy and you've come here to entertain me? The gate of the villa area opened, and a young woman dressed in a suit and wearing black lace-edged stockings with alphabetic patterns on her legs stepped out with a cold laugh. She carried a Gucci handbag, from which several orange cards with golden edges could be seen. Lu Ming didn't know much about handbags, but he could tell she seemed quite wealthy. Yujia, I didn't come to bother you. Seeing the woman, Lan Lulu's face changed slightly as she lowered her head and replied. Zheng Yu's eyes swept toward Lu Ming, then she said angrily, you told me you were bringing a customer to look at villas. I thought a real big customer was coming to buy. Turns out this big customer is just your university classmate. I remember clearly when you told me that this classmate of yours came from an ordinary background. Now he dares to boast that a 16 yuan villa is cheap? Is someone like that really capable of buying a villa? Are you still saying you didn't come to mock me? As her words ended, Lu Ming immediately frowned. Though he didn't know how Zheng Yu found out he was Lan Lulu's university classmate, he understood one thing. She was looking down on him. Lan Lulu's expression immediately changed. Yujia, you misunderstood. Lu Ming isn't poor anymore. Please give us the access cards. I want to show him the villas. No way. Do you think the villas of Hengyuan Huafu are open to any dog or cat who wants to peek around? If that were the case, countless Wong in Qingshang would take advantage under the pretense of buying houses, get the access cards from me, then shoot videos to attract traffic, dragging down our prestige. Zheng Yu mocked coldly. Hengyuan Huafu was determined to build a high-end villa brand, and couldn't allow just anyone to view the properties. What if too many poor people entered and upset the existing residents? Lu Ming furrowed his brow even more deeply. The underlying implication of her words was clear. If he entered the villa, it would lower the standard of the whole villa community. Yujia, please listen. Lu Ming just bought a house in Lin City in full, and it was even Mr. Sun who allowed me to bring him here to look around. Lan Lulu tried to explain further. Shut up. Zheng Yu directly interrupted Lan Lulu. What is Lin City? Just a rural village. As for what Mr. Sun said, I don't recognize it anyway. Chapter 31. A show of financial strength. Zheng Yu continued. Since you insist on going in to see the villa, fine. Let's do this by the book. I'm going to check your financial assets. But don't say I didn't warn you. If his assets don't meet the standard and he's not capable of paying in full, you and he are just wasting my time. In that case, I want you both to make a video apology online, as a warning to others who think they can come here to the Hengyuan Huafu estate and piggyback on its popularity. And if you don't want both of you to be publicly humiliated, then right now you should get the hell out of here, go to the headquarters alone, publicly apologize to me in front of everyone, and hand over your 3 biggest clients. At this, Lan Lulu's expression finally turned extremely sour. Ms. Yu, so this was all a plot against me? She finally understood. No wonder Zheng Yu was being so confrontational. She had initially thought it was merely about not wanting to waste time, but now realized Zheng was actually trying to snatch her clients. Zheng Yu looked down at Lan Lulu with a condescending stare, her lips finally curling into a cold, smug smile. So what if it is? This was exactly the effect she wanted. Lan Lulu's sales record was just too good, causing Zheng Yu, as the head responsible for Qingxing City, nothing but embarrassment and an intense sense of danger. There was a real possibility that Lan Lulu could replace her. Now that she had finally caught Lan Lulu in a mistake, there was no doubt she would kick her while she was down. Zheng Yu looked at Lu Ming and inwardly burst out laughing. Lan Lulu, blame yourself for bringing a poor nobody like him to view the villa. Right now, she knew there was no way Lu Ming could produce that much money. And she also knew that Lan Lulu, with her heart completely invested in Lu Ming, would without doubt take full responsibility herself so as not to humiliate him. At this moment, Lan Lulu inhaled deeply and was about to say something. She felt Lu Ming likely couldn't come up with the money right away. If only, maybe she should just swallow her pride and submit to Zheng Yu. That way, at least Lu Ming wouldn't be shamed. Just then, you want to check my financial status? Fine, go ahead, check. Lu Ming, who had been silent until now, suddenly stepped forward and said coolly. As the words fell, Zheng Yu arched an eyebrow. Are you sure you want to proceed with this asset verification? You talk too much. It's just $16. Who doesn't have that? Lu Ming was tired of arguing and directly pulled out his wallet. Lu Ming, don't be impulsive. Lan Lulu grew anxious. She knew Lu Ming well. He was extremely proud. If they ended up recording a video, it would be so embarrassing. As for Zheng Yu, she burst into laughter. Fine then, let's see where you're going to get this money. If Lan Lulu were to record a video and upload it online, the headquarters would surely be ashamed and immediately fire her. By any measure, Zheng Yu had the upper hand. But just then, Lu Ming suddenly stopped flipping through his wallet. Seeing this, Lan Lulu exhaled in relief. She thought Lu Ming had probably come to his senses and stopped acting out of spite. What? No money? Then get the hell out of here. Zheng Yu, noticing that Lu Ming stopped going through his wallet, secretly thought, go on, pretend. Pretending is all you've got left, isn't it? I'm not out of money. I just forgot one thing. What thing? If my verification fails, you get a benefit. So, if I pass the verification, what benefit do I get? Lu Ming suddenly sneered. Zheng Yu's expression froze. You're saying you expect me to bear a cost too? Of course. Lu Ming smiled. Here's the deal. If I do have $16, you also have to record a video and upload it online, apologizing for looking down on people wrongly. What did you say? Zheng Yu's face instantly changed. She was the manager of the Hengyuan Huafu estate in Qingcheng, second only to Sun Luo. Asking her to record a video? Wouldn't that be asking her to die? Lan Lulu was also stunned. She never thought Lu Ming hadn't calmed down at all, but instead was going all out to corner Zheng Yu. Afraid? Then get out of my way. Lu Ming spat. Zheng Yu felt deeply insulted by these words. She sneered coldly. Fine, I accept. Then show me. Right now, those $16. Finally, she lost her temper. Here, recognize money, do you? Lu Ming sneered, directly pulling out a $10 bill and 6 coins from his wallet, tossing them to the ground. Clank, clank. Under the sun, the $10 bill woven with golden threads and the 6 coins lying on the ground brought the entire world into silence. Seriously, $16? At this moment, Zheng Yu's burning fury felt like it had been instantly extinguished by a bucket of icy water. Despite the warm sunlight, she felt as though submerged in ice, her whole body shivering with cold. Chapter 32. Using power to bully others. Lan Lulu's red lips parted slightly, her face filled with shock. She hadn't expected Lu Ming to have 16 yuan, let alone carry it on him. This was simply too reckless with money. Wasn't he afraid of being robbed on the street? Zheng Yu wore a dazed expression, feeling as though the air itself had become suffocating enough to crush her. Record a video, what are you waiting for? Seeing Zheng Yu frozen in place without moving, Lu Ming shouted angrily. These people dared to bully others with power and plotted against Lan Lulu. It had already ignited Lu Ming's rage. No, this is fake. Who would carry such rare currency around? Zheng Yu, hearing Lu Ming's sharp words, instantly lost control and screamed. She couldn't believe it. Who in this era would carry so much money while going out? Lu Ming, angry to the point of laughing, said coldly. So what? I have money. I'm Renxing. I just like carrying it around. What about it? The 10 yuan note was from breakfast he hadn't spent that morning, while the coins were ones he usually carried. No, I don't believe it. Zheng Yu bent down, picking up one coin. Her face turned whiter than the corpse of a deceased villager who had died 5 days earlier. Her heart became even more panicked. Could it be that Lu Ming really was a rich man? Lan Lulu, seeing Zheng Yu's expression, immediately understood. Zheng Yu, being well experienced, had surely identified that the coin was real. Realizing this, Lan Lulu felt a great shock. She and Zheng Yu had held the same opinion before, that it was impossible for any normal person to carry so much money outside. Yet now, seeing Zheng Yu's expression, she looked at Lu Ming differently. Record a video. Don't make me force you. Lu Ming said calmly. You? Zheng Yu gritted her teeth, her face filled with terror. She had recognized that the coin was genuine, and precisely because of this, she was now deeply afraid, daring not to resist Lu Ming. Anyone who casually walked around carrying such coins must be an important figure from Long Country. Ending a small fish like her was merely a matter of one sentence. But, to record the video, she simply couldn't do it. That would cost her job. Mr. Lu, I failed to recognize your value earlier. Could you please show mercy? Let me seek your forgiveness in another way. Zheng Yu finally managed to smile uglier than crying. Record the video. Lu Ming stated indifferently again. The other party had clearly intended to drive Lan Lulu away. Now was not the time for him to show leniency. Mr. Lu, Zheng Yu cried, her face contorted with grief. Forget it, Lu Ming. Lan Lulu could see Lu Ming wanted to stand up for her. She hesitated, pulling at his sleeve. She didn't want to push things too far. Hearing this, Lu Ming frowned and was about to speak when suddenly, screech, a Rolls-Royce suddenly pulled to a stop. Lu Ming, I didn't expect to see you here. I was just looking for you anyway. A middle-aged man got off the car, speaking in a calm tone. Lu Ming frowned and turned his head, puzzled. Why was it him? The person who came out of the car was Zhong Heir, the richest man in Qingcheng, who had helped him embarrass Jiang Yun earlier that day. Mr. Zhong, what is it you need to speak with me about? Lu Ming asked with confusion. Nothing important. I just want to tell you not to eat soft rice like it's hard, or rely on power to act arrogantly and domineer others. Zhong Er said blandly. As the words landed, Lu Ming's pupils constricted, his face instantly darkening. Zheng Yu, who had been trembling in fear, now looked relieved and hopeful. Was she saved? Lan Lulu's face also changed greatly. She also knew that the newcomer was Zhong Er, the richest man. Zhong Er, I don't understand your meaning. In that moment, Lu Ming's tone had turned very cold, even directly addressing Zhong Er's name. He had paid to buy the man's building. Although it had been to shame Jiang Yun, it had also eased Zhong Er's financial pressure. Yet now, Zhong Er dared to say he used power to bully others? He would definitely no longer give this old bastard any face. Die? How dare you directly address Mr. Zhong's name? Beside Zhong Er, a black-suited bodyguard instantly grew furious, stepping forward to teach Lu Ming a lesson. But Zhong Er raised his hand, offering a slight smile. Don't rush. It's normal for the youth to become arrogant after believing they've grabbed a big tree. Let me teach him the truth about reality. At these words, Zheng Yu's expression changed immediately. Grabbing a big tree? What did that mean? Could it be that Lu Ming wasn't actually wealthy himself, but only rich because he relied on a powerful family? Chapter 33 Zhong Er's attitude. Zhong Er, say whatever you want to say directly. Don't speak in a sarcastic and roundabout way. Lu Ming said coldly. Lan Lulu was so frightened she didn't dare to speak. She never imagined that Lu Ming would dare to speak to an important figure like this. Was this really the same Lu Ming she knew? Lu Ming, you're great. Just your courage alone is remarkable enough. No wonder Missing favored you. Zhong Er said ironically, his voice full of icy coldness. Let me tell you, Missing has already called me. I will return the money for the global building to them since they don't acknowledge any relationship between you and Missing. And also, you've caused unnecessary conflict with the Jiang family and almost offended the Su family. Let me tell you, I will settle all these accounts with you slowly. Zhong Er, who had just received a call from Ying Qingfeng, was extremely furious at Lu Ming. Because Ying Qingfeng had called him personally, informing him that the Ying family had never decided to purchase the global building, instructing Zhong Er to return the money, and warning him that if he supported Lu Ming ever again, both the Ying family and the Su family would not be polite anymore. Only then did Zhong Er realize that the Ying family knew nothing about Lu Ming's relationship with Ying Rongrong. Now he had been dragged into a mess by Lu Ming and had nearly caused a major problem. He practically wanted to kill Lu Ming with rage. Lu Ming laughed. Zhong Er, if there's something wrong with your head, just go get it treated, okay? If you want to return the money, fine. But return it to me. I used my own damn money to buy your building. What does it have to do with the Ying family? He didn't know Ying Rongrong's background, nor did he care about the Ying family. He only knew that he had paid the money, and yet he was accused of being a gigolo living off Ying Rongrong. Now the Ying family even asked Zhong Er to return the money to them. At this moment, if Ying Rongrong's father stood before him, he would certainly berate the man without a second thought. Don't you know how much money your family spent? And you still have the nerve to ask others to return the money to you? Ha! After Lu Ming finished speaking, Zhong Er froze for a moment, then burst into loud laughter, as if he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. Lu Ming, you've fallen into the role too deeply? You actually think that the money from the Ying family is yours? Do you really believe you can possess such a huge amount of money? You wouldn't have survived at all without being fortunate enough to receive Miss Ying's favor. You would still be trembling under the Jiang family's oppression. Zhong Er knew that Jiang Yun had originally intended to wipe Lu Ming out completely. If Miss Ying Rongrong hadn't stepped in to buy the building, Lu Ming would have been ruined long ago. Lu Ming was so angry at Zhong Er's logic that he burst out laughing. He spat and fiercely said, Zhong, I want to clarify two things. First, I have no relationship with Ying Rongrong. Second, the money is mine. If you want to return it to me. Got it. And now, get lost if you have nothing else to do with my house purchase. Lu Ming had no patience to talk further with Zhong Er. Facing Lu Ming's rudeness, Zhong Er showed no anger at all. Impossible. The money came from somewhere, and I will return it to its origin. If it belongs to the Ying family, it belongs to them. A truly refined and cultured wealthy person would never care about the screeching of an ant. Lu Ming snorted contemptuously, unwilling to bother with him. Zhong Er continued. Also, I'll give you two sincere pieces of advice. First, denying your connection with a woman just for the sake of money will earn you nothing but contempt. He looked at Lu Ming with disdain. Clearly, Lu Ming's claim of having no relationship with Ying Rongrong made him see Lu Ming as a spineless man. Zhong Er continued. Second, if young people want to make big money and enter high society, they should better know etiquette. People like you who speak vulgarly all the time can neither achieve great things nor build a career. You won't go far in life. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Ming chuckled, no longer arguing, but actually nodding in agreement. All right, old Zhong, you're absolutely right. I should indeed listen to you and behave more politely. Chapter 34. Su Shan is suspicious. But even as he verbally agreed, Lu Ming was thinking to himself. His current bank balance was 20 times that of the world's richest man. Even if he did nothing every day but spend money recklessly, squandering 100 million daily in wild extravagance, it would still take him 547 years to exhaust it. There was no way he would ever be poor again in this life, as long as he didn't break the law. If this kind of wealth was considered not going far, then Lu Ming would rather never go far for his entire life. Zhong Er didn't know Lu Ming's thoughts and assumed he had actually taken the advice to heart. Smirking, he said, since you realize your mistake, there's still time to turn back. Allow me to advise you one more time. Miss Ying's fiancé, young Master Su Shan, is about to arrive in Qingqing. He has already declared that he wants you to kneel before him and admit your error. My suggestion is you immediately go to young Master Su, kneel and apologize, and swear you will never meet Missing again. That way, you can still live a peaceful life. At this moment, Zhong Er was thinking that if he could help Ying Qingfeng and Su Shan get rid of Lu Ming as a nuisance, he might have the opportunity to officially connect with the influential circles of Longdu. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming nodded his head, seemingly giving it serious thought. Right, you're correct. Then I'll give Missing a call now. With that, Lu Ming took out his phone. Go ahead. Zhong Er smiled in satisfaction. This kid was willing to actively separate from Ying Rongrong. Pretty clever after all. As for the bodyguards and Zheng Yu standing nearby, they merely curled their lips. A weak-willed loser. Even being a kept man wasn't bad enough. He was actually this spineless. Lan Lulu frowned and sighed. Earlier, when she heard Lu Ming confront the richest man in the world so directly, she had truly been worried for him. Now that she saw the richest man willing to forgive him and Lu Ming willing to step back, her heart felt relieved. Although this act was quite humiliating, at least it provided a path to survive, right? Neither the Su family of Lengdu nor the Ying family were ones to be trifled with easily. Moreover, Lan Lulu actually had a more selfish thought. She had heard of Ying Rongrong before. If such a top-tier white rich beauty targeted Lu Ming, he would certainly fall for her charms. Then, she would have no chance with Lu Ming at all. But now that Lu Ming was willing to leave Ying Rongrong, she wouldn't have to worry anymore. Of course, leaving Ying Rongrong did come with a cost. That Lu Ming would end up with not a penny to his name, no longer the wealthy man he had been just moments ago at the property sales center. But so what? Money was not the reason Lan Lulu liked Lu Ming, and she also believed she could support him. Starting tomorrow, they could leave Qingqing together and start a new life elsewhere, where Lu Ming could become her personal trainer. They could get married within a year, have children within 3, and then choose a primary school for the kids. Just as Lan Lulu's thoughts were getting more fanciful, the phone Lu Ming had dialed for Ying Rongrong rang through. "Hello, missing." Lu Ming spoke up. This voice instantly drew everyone's attention. Looking at Zhong Heir's gaze, a mocking smirk curled the corner of Lu Ming's lips. Seeing this, Zhong Heir's heart suddenly sank with an ominous premonition. Sure enough, Lu Ming continued. "Oh, I'm calling you for no major reason. Just wanted to warn you to be careful. Your fiancé, young Master Su, is coming to Qingqing. Mr. Zhong just said that Su recently contracted an STD and is under treatment. Be careful and don't get too close to such a scum." That's all. After saying that, Lu Ming immediately hung up. In that moment, a deathly silence filled the entrance of Heng Yu and Huafu. Zheng Yu, Lan Lulu, and the bodyguard stared at Lu Ming in wide-eyed disbelief. Zhong Heir's originally smug expression instantly froze and, in the blink of an eye, turned to fury. Moments later, he screamed with all his might. "Lu Ming, you bastard. What the hell did you say?" Zhong Heir was both furious and panicking, scared to the point of nearly wetting himself. If Ying Rongrong took this seriously and the news reached Su Shan's ears, he was as good as dead. Chapter 35, Instant Defeat. Hey, old Zhong, wasn't it you who said that rich people should have cultivation? How come you're swearing now? Lu Ming mocked. Su Shanga dared to demand he kneel, and Zhong Heir actually wanted him to back down? Nonsense. If he had listened to even half of what they said, he wouldn't deserve to have that 28-centimeter thing between his legs. "You damned fool, how dare you slander me?" Zhong Heir clenched his teeth, his fury unable to be concealed any longer. "Capture him now. I'll personally discipline him and deliver him to young Master Su, where he'll beg for forgiveness on his knees." Zhong Heir decided not to give Lu Ming any more chances. He would make Lu Ming apologize in person, as soon as he finished speaking. Yes. The surrounding bodyguards roared loudly and charged directly forward. They had long been looking forward to taking down Lu Ming. Seeing this, Lu Ming showed no panic at all. Instead, he sneered. "What? Is it true that the only methods the rich people use are throwing money and using brute force? If might makes right, then money and strength are our mightiest weapons. You have no choice but to kneel, even if you resist." Zhong Heir sneered coldly. At this moment, he finally tore off his well-cultivated disguise. He had completely lost his patience with Lu Ming. "Attack!" A group of them rushed forward. Seeing this, Zhong Heir chuckled coldly. He wanted to see how Lu Ming would cry for mercy. These bodyguards of his were all elite warriors. "Don't!" Lan Lulu immediately panicked and wanted to run forward to pull Lu Ming away. How could Lu Ming survive a beating from bodyguards serving Qingqing's richest? But Zheng Yu immediately grabbed her, growling, "Stay out of it. If you dare save this good-for-nothing gigolo, you will offend both young Master Su and the Ying family. You're signing your own death note." Lan Lulu was from Heng Yu and Huafu, so she could easily drag them all down with her. "Let me go." Lan Lulu's face was filled with despair as she watched Lu Ming get surrounded. But in the next moment, she suddenly froze. To everyone's astonishment, instead of retreating, Lu Ming charged forward, rushing straight into the crowd. With a speed that the naked eye could barely track, he punched out the person who came charging in first. Then, he ducked under a punch and swept both legs outward. Crash! With tremendous force, he knocked everyone off their feet. Instant victory. Zhong Heir's cold grin froze on his face. Lan Lulu and Zheng Yu stood wide-mouthed, unable to believe what they had just seen. How could this be possible? Meanwhile, Lu Ming cracked his neck and gave Zhong Heir a warm, calm smile. "Old Zhong, TSK, your men aren't very good, are they? You're just a fitness trainer, right? How can you be so strong?" Staring at Lu Ming, who had not even a single scratch on him, Zhong Heir's lips started trembling. How could his highly paid bodyguards be no match for Lu Ming at all? This just couldn't be right. Hearing this, Lu Ming gave a mocking and disdainful look, without bothering to explain. Did they really think he was only a fitness coach? After graduating from university, for the sake of marrying Lin Jiao as soon as possible, Lu Ming's first job was not as a fitness instructor, but as an underground boxer. Every underground fight was a life-risking battle with a payout of tens of thousands of yuan. If it hadn't been for the death of the comrade who guided him, taught him skills, and had been both teacher and friend, his loss had shattered Lu Ming's heart so badly that he broke down, gave all his money to his comrade's parents, and decided to retire. Perhaps he would have already reached the pinnacle by now. Even without reaching the top, back then Lu Ming had already been in the top 3 rankings. So now, facing Zhong Heir's few weak and useless bodyguards, could they even hurt him? Absolutely impossible. And this was also the reason why the current Lu Ming could remain fearless in front of people like Zhong Heir. Because he not only had money, but also fists, and even guns. He knew how to handle them all. He had nothing to fear from any rich man. Leave now immediately. As for wanting to send people to ambush me or drag me to see Su Shan, go ahead. I'll be waiting for you at home. A cold and ruthless smile curved on Lu Ming's lips. But I'll warn you, if you dare really attack me and I escape, I'll find a way to sneak into your house and kill you. Do you understand? Upon hearing these words, Zhong Heir, faced with the coldness in Lu Ming's eyes, finally shivered involuntarily and revealed deep fear. I've already said everything nicely, Lu Ming. If you don't want to listen, that's up to you. In the end, the dead man won't be me. Seeing Lu Ming's fearless expression, the weak and hollow Zhong Heir finally couldn't hold on anymore. After a couple of threats, he quickly got into his car and drove off. He no longer wanted to speak another word to a man like Lu Ming, a man who had his death sentence written already. As Zhong Heir and his bodyguards left, Lu Ming finally turned to look at Zheng Yu and Lan Lulu. Chapter 36, The Photo. Let's go. Zhong Heir has left. Let's go take a look at the house. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, you still want to see the house now? Are you out of your mind? Zhong Yu spoke up first before Lan Lulu could say anything, her tone dripping with mockery. Now that she knew Lu Ming was just a weak man living off Ms. Ying, she no longer felt afraid of him. Lu Ming frowned. All right, I almost forgot about you. Film it. What are you standing around for? Zhong Yu sneered. Why would I film? The money isn't even really yours. What a useless person you are. Isn't it better for you to obediently be a kept man instead of pretending these 16 chips from Ming are yours? How daring of you. And another thing, I suggest you leave Hung Yuan Huafu immediately, or I'll call the police to take you away. Now that Lu Ming had made so many enemies, there was no way she would allow someone in. So you're saying you don't intend to keep the bet? Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. You lied first, and now you're blaming me for not keeping it? Are you insane? Zhong Yu fired back. Fine then, if that's the case. Lu Ming curled his lips into a cold smile. Since she refused to apologize to him and Lan Lulu, he would just have to handle it himself. Seeing Lu Ming's dangerous aura as he stepped closer, Zhong Yu panicked immediately. She had just witnessed firsthand how Lu Ming had defeated Zhong Heir's bodyguard. Just then, forget it, Lu Ming, let's just go. Lan Lulu hurried forward and blocked Lu Ming, who was getting aggressive, shaking her head anxiously. Now that it was clear Lu Ming was broke, there was no need to cause trouble in the villa area over pride and end up in even more trouble. That's right, Lan Lulu, take that kept man away already. You're really bringing bad luck. Zhong Yu jeered. Lu Ming wanted nothing more than to rip the woman's mouth off, but looking at Lan Lulu's pleading face, he sighed and suppressed his irritation. All right then, we'll leave first. Only then did Lan Lulu nod hastily, pulling Lu Ming with her as they quickly picked up the money and left. As the pair disappeared into the distance, Zhong Yu sneered and took out her phone, dialing the regional president, Sun Luo. To be seen so close to a pathetic kept man who had already offended both Ying and Su families, Lan Lulu was doomed. This was the perfect opportunity to get rid of her. I'm sorry, Lu Ming. It's all my fault you got targeted by Zhong Yu. Lan Lulu drove with a heavy heart. Putting Zhong Heir aside, she felt that if not for Zhong Yu being jealous of her, Lu Ming wouldn't have been dragged into this mess. But as Lu Ming, who had been staring absent-mindedly out the window, heard that, he turned back and smiled. Are you crazy? It's me who dragged you down. After all, we're old classmates. Don't talk like that again, okay? Lan Lulu, okay. Seeing her like that, Lu Ming sighed and changed the topic. By the way, how does Zhong Yu even know me? He clearly remembered that when they first met, he hadn't even introduced himself, yet she had seemed to know all about him. At this, Lan Lulu suddenly tensed up, her pretty face blushing. It was something I accidentally let slip. How did you end up mentioning me to her? Lu Ming asked curiously. It wasn't exactly her. Actually, I used to set your photo as my phone wallpaper, thinking I'd see you every day like that. But my colleagues saw it, asked me about you, and I said a few things, so they found out you were my college classmate. Lan Lulu mumbled nervously, her cheeks burning red. She thought it was terribly embarrassing that Lu Ming now knew about this. Lu Ming coughed twice awkwardly and replied. So that's how it happened. That's why she recognized me. Although after having dinner together, Lu Ming had come to know that Lan Lulu wasn't actually a crazy person. In the face of such a confusing and awkward situation, with his limited experience in romantic matters, he really didn't know quite how to react. Chapter 37. Looking for Ying Rongrong. Lan Lulu didn't know what to say, and softly replied, Then where did you get my photo? There was a group photo at the company dinner before. You don't remember? Oh, you mean that one? Yeah. The car fell silent. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward, yet underneath the awkwardness lingered a hint of tenderness. Just then, Lan Lulu suddenly seemed to gather her courage and spoke again, her voice barely above a whisper. Then can I still use your photo as my wallpaper in the future? Her eyes remained fixed on the road ahead, but her peripheral vision carefully watched Lu Ming's expression. Her heart was pounding hard. Upon hearing that, Lu Ming was taken aback and said, no, better not. Lan Lulu was instantly struck as if by lightning, her pretty face suddenly paling. After a long moment, she managed a painful smile. Okay, then I'll change it when I get home. Lu Ming looked at her expression and nodded. Yeah, change it. I'll send you a new one. I'm handsomer now. Okay, Lan Lulu instinctively replied, but after speaking, her eyes suddenly widened in surprise, and she looked at Lu Ming with both shock and delight. Really? It was fine not to look at Lu Ming, but the moment she did, Lu Ming nearly jumped out of his skin, terrified. Why are you looking at me? Watch the road. Man, is this woman even paying attention to driving? Okay, Lan Lulu quickly turned back, though her lips couldn't help curling upward. So, you really will send me a new photo? Yep. You won't lie to me? No lie. I took a selfie while I was pooping last time. It's still fresh. Can you not be so gross? It's not that bad. The photo doesn't smell anyway. You're saying that again. Do you want me to look at your photo and feel like I can smell it? Lan Lulu's face was full of affectionate irritation, slightly annoyed. Why was Lu Ming always teasing her? When they arrived at Lu Ming's place, Lan Lulu deliberately said she was thirsty and insisted on going up to have some water. Truthfully, she just wanted to peek at what Lu Ming's home looked like. Seeing this, Lu Ming didn't stop her. Meanwhile, the breakfast stall owner was packing up and happened to see Lu Ming walking side by side with the curvy Lan Lulu. Seeing Lan Lulu deliberately snuggling close to Lu Ming under the guise of playful teasing, nearly sticking to him, he couldn't help but open his mouth wide in disbelief, letting out a cry filled with envy and jealousy. Whoa, isn't that the guy who couldn't tell 10 yuan from 1 yuan? Why the hell does he get someone like that? Lan Lulu didn't dare to do anything too forward at Lu Ming's house. After drinking her water, she left. Then, Lu Ming pulled out his phone and dialed Ying Rongrong's number, inviting her to dinner. He needed to personally talk to Ying Rongrong about Zhong Heir's refund. Otherwise, this guy might return the money to Ying Qingfeng directly in an attempt to please the Ying family, which would be a huge loss. Ying Rongrong readily accepted the invitation to dinner. Half an hour later, a Western restaurant. As Lu Ming walked in, he had expected he might have to wait for Ying Rongrong. However, looking up, he saw her already sitting at the table. She remained as strikingly beautiful as ever. Her delicate face, white as a fresh egg, had a faint rosy hue, resembling a ripe peach so enticing that it dazzled the eyes. She had changed out of the uniform she wore in the morning at Lu Ming's door. Instead, she wore a simple white dress. Her smooth, fair shoulders were partly exposed. Looking down from there, one could still see subtle curves of her silhouette even under the loose dress. Lu Ming couldn't help whistling inwardly. Ing Rongrong really was beautiful. Without the work uniform on, she looked almost like a celestial fairy. No wonder Su Shan had rushed to Qingqing out of fear that she would be taken away from him. As Lu Ming noticed Ing Rongrong, she raised her hand and waved, indicating her presence. At the same time, she secretly sighed in relief. There was still half an hour before their agreed time. If she hadn't been careful and decided not to arrive early, Lu Ming would have had to wait for half an hour. Ing Rongrong dared not even imagine the consequences. At the same time, she couldn't help biting her lips slightly. Lu Ming was just too informal. She had never seen any top billionaire willing to arrive half an hour early. Only Lu Ming was such a strange exception. Chapter 38, Roaring with Laughter. You've been waiting long? Sorry, there was a bit of traffic on the way. Facing Ing Rongrong, who had arrived early and was waiting for him, Lu Ming stepped forward and took his seat, first apologizing. It's fine, I was just nearby, so I got here early. But what about you? I remember your home is quite far from here, and we were supposed to meet half an hour later. You must have left home more than an hour early. Ing Rongrong smiled sweetly. You prepared too much in advance. Lu Ming smiled slightly. I'm used to it. Back then, when I was waiting for someone, I'd always arrive half an hour ahead. Upon hearing this, Ing Rongrong couldn't help but clench her hands beneath the table. She immediately understood who the person Lu Ming was referring to. Who else could it be, if not Lin Jiao? She couldn't help but sigh inwardly. A top billionaire, reduced to being abandoned by such a woman. It was truly pitiful how devotion was so cheap. She didn't doubt that after this heartbreak, the future Lu Ming would no longer have just one woman by his side. Alright, let's talk about serious matters, Miss Ing. Lu Ming got straight to the point. Please go ahead. Ing Rongrong straightened herself, although she couldn't suppress a strange feeling of pettiness rising in her heart. This man was really clueless. Why jump straight into business? Couldn't they chat about something else first? She had even spent a long time picking out this dress. But she quickly suppressed this thought, scolding herself inwardly for why she always started daydreaming whenever it came to Lu Ming. Unaware of Ing Rongrong's chaotic thoughts, Lu Ming continued. Zhong Heir said your father called him, demanding him to return the money, claiming he would return it into the Ing family's hands. Ing Rongrong's expression immediately changed. What? Did my father really say that? That's right. Lu Ming nodded. So I hope Miss Ing can explain clearly to your father that this money is mine, and the Ing family has no right to claim it. Although this action might seem like bad-mouthing her father in front of her and harming their father-daughter relationship, Lu Ming didn't care. After all, at this point, Ing Rongrong was just a cooperative partner. If protecting their familial ties led to his losses, he certainly wouldn't allow that. Alright Mr. Lu, I'm sorry. I will immediately talk to my father and clarify everything. I'm truly sorry. I apologize. Ing Rongrong's face filled with regret, repeatedly apologizing. She hadn't expected that Ing Chengfeng hadn't listened to a word she said. It's okay. I understand there are some prejudices and misunderstandings from the Yings toward me, but I don't blame you. Lu Ming's tone remained strictly professional. But if you can't resolve it either, I won't hesitate to take action against the Ying family. Had he said such words yesterday, Lu Ming himself would have thought he had overestimated his influence. But now, after experiencing these events, he deeply understood his own financial power. Even if he knew nothing else, even if all he could do was to throw money at things, he could cripple the Ying family. Mr. Lu, please calm down. I will definitely give you a satisfactory response. Ing Rongrong's face turned pale immediately. She didn't doubt the truth in Lu Ming's words for a second. The holder of the Black Dragon card not only possessed enormous wealth, but also had access to the resources of the World Bank Alliance through his private assistant. If Lu Ming decided to act, it would be tantamount to opposing the entire World Bank Alliance for the Ing family. Alright then, let's eat first. We're both hungry. Lu Ming stopped talking further. Alright. Ing Rongrong sat back down cautiously, her heart filled with unease. After a moment's thought, she took out her phone, deciding to call her father immediately to clarify everything. Just then, clap, clap, clap. In the quiet restaurant, a piercing round of clapping suddenly rang out. Following it was a voice dripping with sarcasm. Impressive, impressive. Lu Ming, you truly have some skill. In all of Long Kingdom, someone actually dares dream this big during broad daylight. I really admire your talent for trickery and deception. No wonder Rongrong has taken an interest in you. You're just too impressive. As soon as the voice finished speaking, ha! A thunderous burst of laughter erupted. Amidst the chaotic laughter rang pure mockery, mocking Lu Ming for overestimating his capabilities. Chapter 39, A Wealth Showdown. Lu Ming and Ing Rongrong were instantly drawn to the commotion. When they saw a group of black-clad bodyguards surrounding a young man dressed in a gray high-end tailored suit, his face filled with mockery and sarcasm, walking out from the inner room, Ing Rongrong's expression drastically changed. She gasped, Su Shan, how come you're here? It was only at this moment that Lu Ming realized, without knowing when, the entire Western restaurant had already been cleared out. Only he and Ing Rongrong remained, along with Su Shan, who was walking straight toward them. Lu Ming, do you even know what kind of background you come from? You dare to say, I don't mind using tactics against a winner. You're truly impressive. Su Shan found Lu Ming's audacity extremely amusing, to the point of hilarious. Everyone else laughed loudly as they watched Su Shan mimic Lu Ming's earlier grandiose speech. Some even pounded the walls in laughter. Too funny. More comedic than a comedy. Lu Ming slightly narrowed his eyes but didn't get angry, silently watching them perform. There's nothing amusing here. But Ing Rongrong couldn't bear it and coldly remarked, Mr. Lu is telling the truth. Upon hearing that, Su Shan raised his eyebrows slightly. He chose not to argue with Ing Rongrong but instead changed the subject. Long time no see, Rongrong. You're still as beautiful as ever. As he said this, he offered a somewhat warm and pleasant smile that made him appear quite handsome. But his eyes betrayed deep resentment and cruelty. He could tell that Ing Rongrong's current outfit appeared simple at first glance, but was definitely carefully chosen. Yet back when they used to dine together, she had never made such an effort. A woman he considered as his personal possession was now dressing up for another man. How could he not be furious? He was practically burning with the urge to tear Lu Ming apart right here and now. Su Shan, don't waste my time with flattery. I just want to know one thing. Are you following me? Ing Rongrong's face darkened. She knew Su Shan would come to Qingcheng, but she hadn't expected to run into him at the same Western restaurant. This was clearly stalking. Moreover, he had brought so many people along, clearly targeting Lu Ming. Su Shan lifted an eyebrow but didn't answer. Instead, he turned his gaze to the restaurant owner. Understanding the unspoken cue, the owner hurriedly stepped forward, bowing. Miss Ng, I saw you here and informed Mr. Su myself. Mr. Su didn't follow you. Rongrong, did you hear that? Sushan smiled faintly. Ng Rongrong's face grew even darker, and she said nothing. This was just Sushan style. Even if you knew it was his doing, he would still openly lie about it. Seeing that Ng Rongrong remained silent, Sushan shot Lu Ming a glance, then drew his gaze back and said indifferently, Lu Ming, get out of this restaurant. I need to have a chat with my fiancée. He couldn't even be bothered to look at Lu Ming properly. Lu Ming wasn't even worth a glance. He wasn't in a hurry to deal with Lu Ming now. There would be plenty of time ahead. He'd ruin that freeloading bastard slowly. First, he would spend some time with Ng Rongrong. On what grounds do you want to drive Mr. Lu away? Ng Rongrong's face turned cold. Hearing his fiancée defend another man in front of him, Sushan's eyes grew even more venomous. Make me leave? Sure, that's possible. At this moment, Lu Ming finally spoke up. He smiled slightly and said slowly, just prove that you're richer than me. As soon as these words fell, laughter erupted from all around. This time, they couldn't hold back their amusement any longer. Is this kid retarded? Who does he think he is? Dare he even dream of competing with Su Shao in wealth? The Su family's declared assets were the strongest in the region. Who would dare compare wealth with the Zus? Sushan also found it hard to suppress a laugh. Suddenly, he didn't feel as annoyed with Lu Ming as before. After all, who would resent an idiot with obvious mental defects? Chapter 40. Sushan calls dad. Alright, Su Shao, let me play a game with you, one I used to play with my friends when I was little. The game is called, I'm Your Dad. Lu Ming showed a faintly teasing smile. What did you say? Sushan's bodyguard immediately became furious. Sushan's expression turned extremely ugly. Was this guy trying to take advantage of him? I didn't say your young master Su is my son. Lu Ming said innocently. This remark caused Ng Rongrong to stifle a laugh, lowering her head. Lu Ming was too shameless. He had already taken advantage once, but wasn't satisfied yet. Sushan's bodyguard was ready to fly into a rage, but Sushan himself stopped him. Then, Sushan sneered at Lu Ming. Go ahead, keep talking. He swore that once he caught Lu Ming, he would knock out all his teeth. The way we play is this. We both bring out the cash we can use right now, and we take turns bidding. Whoever offers more gets to make the other person call him dad. Lu Ming smiled and said, like, say you bid 1 million to make me call you dad, but I bid 10 million. If you can't offer a higher price than 10 million, then you have to call me dad. Understand? Sushan narrowed his eyes slightly, snorting. Okay, let's start. Wasn't this just a competition of who was richer? He was willing to spend money to make Lu Ming call him dad. He especially wanted Ng Rongrong to see just how wealthy the Su family was. In his bank account right now, he had at least 80 million at immediate disposal. Right at that moment. Since I proposed the game, I'll start first. Here's my bid, 17 yuan. Upon seeing Sushan's acceptance, Lu Ming went all in, slapping all the cash he had onto the table. Slap. Looking at the paper notes and coins shining with golden luster, everyone in the room was stunned beyond words. Even Sushan, who had just been planning to aggressively bid and ruthlessly crush Lu Ming, stood frozen. What is this? 17 yuan? This was the price for an entire villa in Hunyuan Huafu No. 1. Ng Rongrong was stunned. Mr. Lu, you really don't have to do this, right? An impulsive argument of pride isn't worth throwing away so much money. What extravagance. I have to do it, Lu Ming replied mockingly. Young Master Su is so rich. How could I expect to become your dad for less than 17 yuan? To your turn now, young Master Su. Why aren't you speaking? Sushan's face turned dark green with fury, remaining silent and feeling deeply humiliated. Speak nothing. How could he possibly spend 17 yuan just to make Lu Ming call him dad? Is he crazy? You've got to be kidding. These days, is there really someone who doesn't even have 17 yuan? Lu Ming started provoking him again. As soon as these words were said, Sushan's mood shattered once more. As a member of the Su family, could he actually lose in a wealth contest? But 17 yuan really was too much. Gritting his teeth, he finally spoke. I won't bid. I don't believe that's really your money. It must be from Rongrong. Sushan, don't make things up. This is Mr. Lu's money, and has nothing to do with the Ng family. Ng Rongrong said. You're defending him and covering for his lies. Sushan glared. Enough nonsense. Call me dad. You've already lost. Don't try to delay time with excuses. Lu Ming laughed. The moment the words left his mouth, the entire Western-style restaurant fell silent, with no one daring to speak. Even the bodyguard stayed as quiet as cicadas in winter. No one dared to open their mouth at this moment. However, just when Sushan had been wearing a livid expression, he suddenly calmed down and even broke into a smile. So, Lu Ming, if I call you dad, will you give me the money then? He had figured it out. 17 yuan in exchange for calling someone dad. It's a huge gain. That's significant cash inflow, possibly even rescuing a listed company on the verge of bankruptcy. As for whether it was humiliating, he didn't care. Everyone present was his bodyguards and Ng Rongrong, who would dare to spread this around and incur the wrath of the Su family. As for Lu Ming, even if he shouted it around the world that Sushan called him dad, no one would believe it. Weighing the pros and cons, Sushan thought saying dad wouldn't be so bad. In any case, the one who would lose eventually would definitely be Lu Ming. That's right. Lu Ming smiled. Okay dad, I called you dad. Lu Ming, give me the money. Sushan said very calmly. At that moment, many bodyguards lowered their heads and pretended not to hear anything, secretly admiring him. The young master really is a person capable of great deeds. To sacrifice face for money, this was the true ruthless hero. Unlike Lu Ming, he'd lose much more money just for a little bit of pride. Ng Rongrong was shocked. When she saw Sushan remain so cool and indifferent, she felt even more upset. She had originally thought Sushan cared so much about saving face that he would never say those words. Now he had said them. Had the real loser now become Lu Ming? Chapter 41. Lu Ming refuses to pay. After Sushan shouted, Lu Ming was stunned. Oh my god, this guy actually called out for real. What a tough guy. Seeing Lu Ming standing there dazed, Sushan finally grinned, then pushed aggressively. Pay up. What are you standing there for? Earlier, Lu Ming had forced him to pay, and now, he was forcing Lu Ming to pay. Hearing this, Lu Ming nodded and said, not bad, not bad. Master Su, that call of dad sounded good. Seems like you've often played the son's role in life. Don't try to talk your way out. Useless trash. Pay the money. Sushan sneered. Alright, I'll give you $17. Lu Ming nodded, then picked up the money on the table. At this moment, Ing Rongrong felt a sharp pain in her heart. This was a massive fortune, more money than some people could earn in their entire lives. As for Su Shan and his bodyguards, they were ecstatic. A brief moment of humiliation, perhaps not even that, had netted them such a fortune. So amazing, right? Just then, Lu Ming suddenly said, hesitating with doubt. Wait, did I only have $16 originally? Oh, sorry Master Su, I miscounted earlier. Actually, I don't have $17. This round shouldn't count. As soon as he finished speaking, the ecstatic look on Su Shan's face froze instantly, turning ashen and greenish, as if he had eaten feces. The entire Western restaurant felt heavy with silence. Su Shan's bodyguards opened their mouths wide in disbelief, staring at Lu Ming. Was this guy really trying to stiff the bet? Ing Rongrong looked at Lu Ming, shocked beyond belief. She had never expected that Lu Ming had no intention of paying from the beginning. Looking at Su Shan's twitching face full of bitter resentment, Lu Ming gave a mocking laugh. Let me show you. I really miscounted. This is $16, not 17. Lu Ming opened his palm for everyone to see. No one had checked his money earlier. Then, Lu Ming immediately put all the money back into his pocket. At this moment, watching the glinting coins disappear into Lu Ming's pocket, Su Shan felt as if his family's money had been robbed. He finally burst into pain, his eyes reddening. To let the other call him dad for nothing? Who could bear that? You dare to renege on the deal? You promised to give me the money. You're breaking your word. Su Shan exploded with rage, the veins on his neck bulging. Master Su really has a good sense of humor. In this world, how much is credibility worth these days? Lu Ming smiled gently. If I really gave you the money, wouldn't I be as dumb as you are? We were just playing a game. Please don't take it too seriously, Master Su. Life is like acting. As he finished, Su Shan was furious beyond words. He hated it. He was infuriated. Su family had always been the one to cheat others. He had never expected to stumble into a ditch himself today. I shouldn't have believed that any honest person could come from Qingcheng, a backwater place. Lu Ming, nice. You're really nice. As he spoke, Su Shan nearly crushed his teeth. Thank you for the compliment. Smiling gently, Lu Ming then turned to Ing Rongrong. Miss Ing, shall we go? Since Master Su likes to stay in this restaurant by himself, I'll leave him alone. Hearing this, Ing Rongrong couldn't help but smile. But seeing Su Shan, red-faced and looking as if he had swallowed 10 pounds of feces, she held it in and lowered her head. Okay. Lu Ming and Ing Rongrong immediately started to walk away. Stop right there. At this moment, Su Shan roared furiously, his eyes dark and terrifying. Lu Ming, today you must kneel before me and call me dad 1,000 times. Otherwise, I'll break both your legs. As the words fell, behind Su Shan, the group of bodyguards showed cold smiles, blocking the entrance and staring at Lu Ming in unison. They were going to use force. Seeing this, Ing Rongrong's expression changed. Su Shan, what are you trying to do? Ing Rongrong, shut up. This is not your place to talk anymore. At this moment, due to the embarrassment of calling dad, Su Shan was so angry that he had lost the patience to pretend anymore. Looking at the ferocious and hideous appearance of Su Shan, Ing Rongrong couldn't help but feel fear, and at the same time, made up her mind. Absolutely never to marry Su Shan. Lu Ming, I'll give you one last choice. Kneel down immediately, or for the rest of your life, I'll make you crippled. Su Shan looked at Lu Ming, his eyes full of cruelty. Lu Ming looked at the overbearing Su Shan, then at the group of fierce bodyguards behind him, one of whom already had a knife in hand. Lu Ming curled the corners of his mouth, and said, Su Shan, then I'll give you a choice too. As these words came out, the originally sneering crowd was startled, looking at Lu Ming in disbelief. Was this kid crazy? At a time like this, he still wanted to offer Su Shan a choice? Did he think he still had any chips left to bargain with Su Shan? Chapter 42. Jiang Yun and Zhong Heir arrive. Give me a choice? What choice are you giving me? Su Shan sneered, fully in control of the situation. First, fight me all the way and both end up in the station. Second, let everyone remain at peace. Lu Ming replied calmly. What do you mean? Su Shan suddenly froze, his expression instantly darkening. Beep. Just then, the sharp wail of police sirens echoed from outside, rapidly approaching. You bastard, you called the cops? Su Shan glared furiously at Lu Ming. Lu Ming gave a dry smile. You really have to ask? You've got over 20 guys here. I only have 2. If I don't call the police, what exactly am I waiting for? If he were alone, with just his skills, even if he couldn't win, he could still escape. But with Ing Rongrong acting as a burden beside him, if Lu Ming didn't call the security officers, things might spiral out of control. Beside them, Ing Rongrong gave Lu Ming a surprised glance. She had originally thought that facing Su Shan's provocation, Lu Ming might call upon his bodyguards. After all, she knew that someone as rich as Lu Ming would have top-level martial artists from the Dragon Country serving as guards. Any one of them could easily crush Su Shan. But she hadn't expected Lu Ming to directly call the Public Security Bureau. So indeed, unlike Su Shan, who believed only in brute force and openly disregarded the law, Lu Ming preferred to keep a low profile, follow the rules, and had never considered misusing his power for wrongdoing. Ing Rongrong felt her respect for Lu Ming grow even deeper. What she didn't know was that Lu Ming didn't even have any bodyguards. Seeing Lu Ming remain calm and composed, Su Shan suddenly calmed down, the rage disappearing completely from his face, replaced instead by a sudden cold smirk. Fine, Lu Ming, since you want to play it like this, I'll play along. He really wanted to get his hands on Lu Ming and cripple him, but he understood that right now he was in Qingcheng, not Longdu. His actions couldn't be too excessive. If he wanted to get rid of Lu Ming, he'd have to rely on other methods. As soon as those words left his mouth, an ominous premonition rose in Ing Rongrong's heart. But Lu Ming remained unfazed. Play? Then let's play. Call Zhong Heir and Jiang Yun over here. Su Shan turned to his bodyguard. Yes. The bodyguard immediately pulled out his phone and dialed. Observing this, Lu Ming's eyebrows subtly lifted. What was Su Shan scheming this time? Ing Rongrong, meanwhile, felt her heart sink with unease. Hope nothing goes wrong. Just then, 2 security officers parked their car outside the door and walked in with stern expressions, asking, Who called us here? What's going on? When they saw the unpleasant expression on Su Shan's face and the 20-odd fierce-looking men behind him, all carrying knives and clubs, compared to Lu Ming and Ing Rongrong who stood alone and vulnerable, the officers exchanged uneasy glances. Any normal person could see what kind of scene this was. Still, their hearts pounded with anxiety inside. Though Su Shan looked unfamiliar, clearly not a local from Qingcheng, his gold and silver-studded appearance and large entourage immediately suggested someone not to be trifled with. Hello, I was the one who called you. I want you to help me ask him something. Lu Ming pointed at Su Shan and said to the officers. What is it? The officer asked. Ask him what he means by bringing so many people to block me. Lu Ming said indifferently. The officer hesitated for 2 seconds before turning to face Su Shan. Su Shan, who was waiting for someone, smiled coldly without smiling. It's my habit to go out with many people. I care about appearances. Is that not allowed? Of course it is. Lu Ming smiled. But if you want to bring people, then fine. Why block me? Do I committing a crime by wanting to leave this restaurant? The officer nodded in agreement. Indeed, sir, you should let them go. Of course, of course. Su Shan smiled as he looked at Lu Ming's self-satisfied expression. If you hadn't broken the law, I'd definitely let you leave. But you did break it. The moment he finished speaking, the officer immediately became alert. What do you mean? Lu Ming also frowned. When did I ever break the law? You broke the law this morning. Just as Lu Ming spoke, Jiang Yun's voice suddenly rang out from the doorway. Chapter 43, Zhong Heir did it. Lu Ming turned his head, and his eyes immediately darkened. Outside the door, several luxury cars had just pulled to a stop. Jiang Yun, wearing a smirk and appearing as if he was waiting to see how Lu Ming would meet his doom, walked in slowly. Behind him were black-clad bodyguards, and behind them, standing aloof, was Zhong Heir. Hello, young Master Su. After everyone entered, they all greeted Su Shan respectfully. Su Shan, who came from Longdu, had already coordinated with the Jiang family and Zhong Heir beforehand. Looking at their collusion with disdain, Lu Ming said calmly, Jiang Yun, you need evidence to make accusations. Evidence? Of course there is evidence. Su Shan sneered sarcastically and then turned his head to Jiang Yun. Bring it out. Yes, young Master Su. Jiang Yun glared at Lu Ming with a cold smile, pulled out a stack of documents while gritting his teeth furiously. Lu Ming, your time is up. The grudge of destroying his beloved car and driving him out of the global building. He was here to settle it now. Look, this is the evidence of your crime. Jiang Yun finally pulled out some photographs. 2 officers immediately stepped forward to take the pictures. Their faces changed slightly as they couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Wow. Lu Ming and Ying Rongrong also came closer. At this point, Ying Rongrong's eyes also widened. In the photographs, a severely damaged Ferrari came into view. Officer, he smashed this car. I want you to take him away. I want him to pay me back and go to jail. Jiang Yun said with clenched teeth. The 2 officers exchanged glances and then looked at Lu Ming, who still looked calm, frowning slightly. If it were really the case, then they would have to take Lu Ming away. But based on just one photograph, it wouldn't hold up. Ying Rongrong's expression changed drastically. Could there perhaps be some misunderstanding? She knew that Lu Ming had gone to Jiang Group that morning, but never expected he had smashed Jiang Yun's car. No misunderstanding. He smashed the car. Officer, take him away. Zhong Heir said in a low tone. I was present throughout the whole incident as a witness. I have surveillance footage that can be checked. I will cooperate fully with the investigation. Upon hearing this, the officer's frowns eased. If Mr. Zhong has said it himself, then let's take Mr. Lu back to headquarters for investigation. Please send over the surveillance footage, Mr. Zhong. They didn't know Su Shan, but everyone recognized Zhong Heir, famous as China's richest man. If the richest man had spoken like this, and even had surveillance video, there wouldn't be much issue. Fine. I'll have my secretary send it over to you, Zhong Heir replied. Mr. Lu, please come with us to the station for further cooperation with our investigation. The officer addressed Lu Ming. After saying that, the 2 officers walked outside first. But Lu Ming didn't move an inch. The officers furrowed their brows. What was he trying to do? Resisting an officer? Why aren't you moving? Su Shan sneered. Is this the kind of game you wanted to play? Now that things have gone your way, why won't you cooperate? What's the matter? Can't handle your own game. He was smug internally. Want to challenge him? Whether it's the dark side or the clean side, fair or unfair, he had 100 ways to ruin Lu Ming, a mere pauper. Su Shan, things aren't necessarily so simple. Let's not conclude too soon. Ying Rongrong wanted to say a few words in Lu Ming's defense. However, far from stirring any mercy in Su Shan, her showing concern for another man as her fiancé only strengthened his resolve to finish off Lu Ming. Shut up. This has nothing to do with you, Su Shan said angrily. Ying Rongrong's face turned paler. Mr. Lu, if you believe you're being framed, feel free to refute the accusation or allow us to conduct an investigation to clear your name. But right now, please cooperate with us, said one of the officers with furrowed brows. Wasn't lingering here simply wasting time? The moment the words fell, in front of everyone's watching eyes, Lu Ming, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. He swept his gaze around the room, taking in their expressions, mockery, scorn, schadenfreude, then suddenly smiled. This car, he said, wasn't smashed by me. Huh, Jiang Yun immediately scoffed, taunting. Great. You say it wasn't you. Then tell me, who did smash it? They dared come here only because they felt absolutely certain. Lu Ming had to go in today. No god could save him. Lu Ming calmly answered. Zhong Heir did it. Chapter 44. Jiang Yun gets taken down. As the words fell, everyone froze for a moment, then burst into loud laughter. Ha ha ha. Did I just hear that right? I actually thought you had something useful to say, but this is it? Are you out of your mind? Jiang Yun, Su Shan, and Zhong Heir were all amused by Lu Ming. Was this guy seriously out of his mind? Even the security officer felt speechless. Zhong Heir was clearly close to both Jiang Yun and Su Shan. How could he possibly be involved in this? It was obvious now. Lu Ming was desperate and lashing out like a cornered dog. Whether I'm crazy or not, you can tell by watching the surveillance footage, right? Lu Ming sneered. Don't think you can stall for time by asking me to bring the footage. Let me tell you, I already brought it with me. Jiang Yun replied coldly. He believed Lu Ming was only using the excuse of reviewing surveillance to delay the situation, forcing them to go back to headquarters to retrieve the video. But they had long prepared for this. Tonight, they would make sure Lu Ming was dealt with. Zhong Heir mocked. Young man, I already told you some things need to be handled with discretion. Now you failed to trick us and want to pin this on me? I'll tell you this. I will absolutely look into this thoroughly, including everything that's happened today. Play the video. A bodyguard stepped forward and began the playback. The video played. In the footage, Lu Ming, facing Lin Jiao and Jiang Yun, instructed Zhong Heir to call people to smash the car. The video ended. After watching it, the two security officers exchanged glances, feeling slightly resentful. Because from the video, it was clear Jiang Yun and Lin Jiao had wronged Lu Ming first. Besides, the car had been Jiang Yun's own offer to Lu Ming. Yet now they were pushing for police intervention. They had no choice but to comply and take Lu Ming away. They looked at him with sympathy and hesitated, unsure how to proceed immediately. As for Lu Ming, he remained silent. Zhong Er glanced at the silent Lu Ming and the quiet security officers and laughed. Isn't this evidence obvious enough? You can take him now. Su Shan and Jiang Yun looked even more pleased with themselves. Wen Rong's face turned grim, but she tried to comfort herself. There was no need to panic. Given Lu Ming's identity, all he had to do was speak one sentence, and this current predicament would be resolved. Yeah, it's pretty obvious. Lu Ming spoke calmly. It was actually you, Zhong Er, who ordered your men to smash the car. As soon as he said this, everyone fell silent instantly. The faces of Su Shan, Jiang Yun, and Zhong Er stiffened. Suddenly, they sensed something wasn't right. Zhong Er's face darkened, and he hurriedly replied. But it was you who asked me to do the car smashing. Oh, so that means you admit you're my accomplice then? Lu Ming suddenly grinned, his smile laced with mockery. In that case, officer, why don't you take both me and Mr. Zhong to the security office? We're both implicated. Zhong Er's face changed dramatically. Su Shan and Jiang Yun's pupils shrank in shock, revealing expressions of disbelief. They finally understood. They finally got it. Lu Ming had never been trying to prove his innocence. He claimed he hadn't smashed the car simply to force them to bring out the surveillance video. Now that they had played the video, Lu Ming was dragging Zhong Er down with him, both heading for jail. You mother of ****. You tricked me. Zhong Er gritted his teeth, filled with fury. He was the richest man in Qingsheng, a respected public figure. Even if he could manage a suspended sentence, the damage to his reputation would be immense. Without acknowledging him, Lu Ming turned his head to the officer. Officer, take us both in. Seeing the situation, the security officer frowned and looked toward Zhong Er. Then Mr. Zhong, you should come along too. Zhong Er's expression changed drastically. Su Shan and Jiang Yun both cried out in unison. No, that won't work. If Zhong Er was taken in, where would that leave the reputation of the Su and Jiang families? Actively dealing with an enemy and ending up sending an ally to jail? People who didn't know the truth might suspect that they were conspiring against Zhong Er. This would definitely make future collaborators uneasy and full of suspicion. You were the ones who requested our presence in the first place, yet now you say no? The officer frowned again. It's not that it won't work, it's just. Zhong Er was at a loss for words, turning to glare fiercely at Jiang Yun. Quickly, say that you're withdrawing your complaint, and forget the whole thing. At this point, for his own safety, he could only get Jiang Yun to drop the accusations against Lu Ming in order to protect himself. Getting himself involved for the sake of one Lu Ming wasn't worth it. Jiang Yun was stunned, unable to accept. That would mean swallowing this humiliation without retaliation, allowing Lu Ming to walk away scot-free. Hurry up and speak. Seeing Jiang Yun silent, Su Shan too glared at him furiously. At this moment, pressured from all sides, Jiang Yun raised his head to look at Lu Ming, who looked perfectly composed and wore a faint, mocking smile. A sense of shame and frustration surged in his chest. Why? Why was it always him who ended up on the losing end? Chapter 45. An embarrassed Ing Rongrong. But he dared not defy the orders from the Su family and Zhong Er, so he could only look at the security officer and say, Comrade, this is actually a misunderstanding. The car was actually given to Lu Ming a long time ago. In the end, only Jiang Yun was scolded by the security officer. After being reprimanded, a heartbroken Jiang Yun and Zhong Er stood silently behind Su Shan, saying nothing. Su Shan gave Lu Ming a long, deep glare, his tone thick with malice. Let's go. Everyone shot Lu Ming a fierce glare before leaving in disappointment. Returning empty-handed, they felt deeply frustrated. In just one night, they had lost a Ferrari from their own side, and, even worse, Su Shan had gained an extra father. Langwei, monologue, said Lu Ming, as the three of them sped away from the Western restaurant. Approaching the two security officers, he said, That's all right. The two shook their heads, smiled and said, Then we'll take our leave. They were quite satisfied with how things had resolved. Wait just a moment. Lu Ming stopped them and ran outside. Puzzled by his sudden actions, they wondered what he was going to do. Soon after, Lu Ming returned with 2 hot milk teas and 2 small snacks, handing them over. Have a late-night snack. Sure thing. Thanks. After a moment of realization, both officers smiled at each other, accepted the items and left without even leaving their names behind. Then, Lu Ming and Ing Rongrong also left the Western restaurant. On the way to the parking lot, Ing Rongrong, who had been silent for a while, finally spoke, clearly looking down. I'm sorry, Mr. Lu. I didn't expect to cause you so much trouble. Lu Ming turned around and looked at her delicate face, which now had lowered eyebrows and a look full of remorse. Ing Rongrong was really upset. If she hadn't asked Lu Ming about his deposits this morning, Lu Ming wouldn't have encountered all of this tonight. It's nothing. Lu Ming smiled, but Ing Rongrong kept blaming herself. I'm sorry. Hearing this, Lu Ming frowned. How come she didn't take his advice? Looking at her depressed state for a while, Lu Ming fell silent. Then suddenly he said with obvious impatience, I already told you it's fine. So much crap has already happened. What good are your constant apologies? Why are you being such a nagging woman? Upon hearing this, Ing Rongrong froze. Facing his criticism, her expression of guilt deepened further. I'm sorry. She felt sadness creeping in. If Lu Ming were this angry, then her idea of establishing a long-term cooperation with him would surely vanish. Thinking of this, she became even angrier with Su Shan. Such a bastard. This was the worst word she could come up with for cursing someone. I told you it's useless to apologize, so why do you keep doing it? Can't you just do something useful? Lu Ming said, in an annoyed tone. Ing Rongrong quickly bowed her head. Please tell me, Mr. Lu, what compensation do you require? I will do my utmost. Please calm down. She was terrified, fearful and panicking like a little rabbit, waiting helplessly for Lu Ming's judgment. She had no idea what she should give in order to please someone like Lu Ming, who stood at the top of the world. Then why don't you invite me for dinner to make up for it? Lu Ming said. I'm starving. Ing Rongrong was taken aback and looked up abruptly. She saw Lu Ming, who had previously seemed quite impatient, now trying hard to suppress a smile as he looked at her. You're not angry? Ing Rongrong was astonished. Her red lips parted in surprise. Now she realized suddenly, had Lu Ming been teasing her all along? seeing her stunned and dazed expression, like an adorable little hamster that had just found its grain warehouse completely emptied. Lu Ming finally burst out laughing. Ha! Your frightened expression is quite adorable. You, Ing Rongrong widened her eyes, and from shock turned first to bewilderment, then finally to intense embarrassment, stamping her foot. Lu Ming, why are you laughing at me? I was apologizing sincerely. Seeing her reaction, Lu Ming laughed even harder. I'm not laughing at you. Wasn't I just playing along with you? You were apologizing while I got angry. How is that not cooperation? You're lying. You've obviously been laughing at me the entire time. You haven't stopped at all. Chapter 46 Warm Chest. I've stopped. You? I'm not talking to you anymore. Ing Rongrong turned her head away. What's wrong? Are you angry? Lu Ming teased. Then Miss Ing, what kind of compensation do you require from me? I'll definitely do my best. Please calm down a bit. Hearing this, Ing Rongrong's face immediately flushed red. So you're actually using my own words to mock me? Where did I mock you? I was apologizing. Lu Ming burst into laughter. You, Ing Rongrong couldn't find a retort. Then come on, let's go eat. You said I should compensate you. You, Ing Rongrong glared at him, her tender skin puffing up slightly, like an egg, forming two little bumps on her cheeks. You're just laughing at me on purpose. Ing Rongrong thought inwardly that Lu Ming had been so composed in the Western restaurant just now. How could he become impatient so quickly after coming out? Wish I hadn't apologized at all. It's just because I saw you weren't happy and wanted to cheer you up a little. Lu Ming teased with a grin. Ing Rongrong stared at him and snapped. Right, cheer me up? It's actually to make yourself happy, isn't it? Seeing Ing Rongrong's coquettish annoyance, Lu Ming couldn't help but smile. At this moment, Lu Ming finally saw Ing Rongrong as the young mistress she was. Previously, he'd always felt that this young lady from a prominent family lived rather formally, like being on display all the time. Now at last, he witnessed her other side. All right, now that you're back to normal, let's go get something to eat, Lu Ming said. Or have I become normal again? Huh, still angry? Do I have to coddle you a little to make you feel better? Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and smiled. Forget it. Let's go eat. Ing Rongrong replied curtly, stepping forward quickly. Really don't need any? I could even give you hugs and kisses and lift you up high, you know. Lu Ming quickly caught up. Go to hell. Ing Rongrong gave him a pretty glare over her shoulder and walked even faster. Lu Ming quickened his pace. Just then, boom. A sudden roar of an engine came from the parking lot's corner. Lu Ming's expression immediately changed. Be careful. He suddenly reached out, pulling Ing Rongrong back just as she had hurried forward too quickly, nearly stepping around the corner. Right after, a stylish off-road vehicle rushed past them at a wild speed, passing by where Lu Ming and Ing Rongrong had just stood. The roar of the engine left only chaotic noise in their ears. Startled by the speeding car, Ing Rongrong screamed. When she almost thought she'd been hit, she felt everything spinning, and her whole body involuntarily turned and plunged toward a warm chest. When Ing Rongrong fell into Lu Ming's arms, she instinctively looked up in surprise, directly meeting Lu Ming's eyes. The next moment, she froze. As the off-road vehicle sped away, its roaring noise faded out, leaving complete silence in the parking lot. So quiet that Ing Rongrong felt like she could hear her own heartbeat. She stared blankly into Lu Ming's eyes. Then, before anyone could notice, her delicate face reddened visibly, and her heart raced. Lu Ming looked into Ing Rongrong's sparkling eyes and flawless skin, which looked like fine jade, and subconsciously held his breath for a moment. One single thought kept running through his mind. Damn, this woman is just too beautiful. The next second, Ing Rongrong suddenly realized she was still in Lu Ming's embrace, and hastily pulled away, flustered. Thank you for saving me. Her heart was pounding hard now, and her cheeks were burning with heat. Lu Ming, looking at Ing Rongrong's flushed cheeks, suddenly coughed dryly. Ahem, ahem, ahem. You know, the way some people drive nowadays really lacks manners, right? He felt a strange emptiness in his arms. Unconsciously, he couldn't help thinking. Without a doubt, Ing Rongrong had a great figure, and the touch had felt perfect, right? Ing Rongrong shifted her gaze restlessly, too shy to directly face Lu Ming's eyes again, avoiding his gaze upward and only daring to look at what was in front of her. And what was in front happened to be Lu Ming's chest. Thinking again about their brief physical contact, an uncontrollable thought flashed through her mind. His chest really was quite warm. Chapter 47 Fairy Longlulu. Lu Ming touched his nose and said, well then, let's go get something to eat. Ing Rongrong replied softly, barely above a whisper. Let's go. Lu Ming scratched his head and instinctively reached out to take Ing Rongrong's hand, which was very close to his. Ing Rongrong stood frozen, staring blankly at Lu Ming's large hand wrapped around her own. Her mind went blank for a moment, not even knowing whether she should resist. Silently, she let Lu Ming lead her forward, her already blushing face turning even redder. After Lu Ming walked a distance, he suddenly realized Ing Rongrong had been holding his hand the entire time. He hastily let go, stammering, He wanted to explain to Ing Rongrong that he wasn't a pervert. It's not like I'm lusting after you. But Ing Rongrong surprisingly offered an explanation herself, saying, it's okay, I have my own car. There's no need to trouble you into holding my hand just to get me into your car. Lu Ming, right, that's exactly what I was trying to do, just bring you to the car. Ing Rongrong, I know, you don't have other intentions. The air became quiet again. Lu Ming stared at Ing Rongrong, and Ing Rongrong stared back at Lu Ming. Eye to eye. Suddenly, Ing Rongrong's pretty face turned red enough to bleed, and in a fluster, she spun around. I'm leaving first. With her back to Lu Ming, she walked away, covering her face uncontrollably as she went. What on earth am I saying? As for Lu Ming, after standing there dazed for a moment, he slapped his head in frustration. Had he become a dirty old man? How could he take advantage of her like that? Reaching out to hold her hand without even thinking, that was going too far. Though, truth be told, it really was soft. Then, both of their cars pulled out of the parking lot. What neither of them realized was that behind them, someone was glaring with purest loathing, their furious gaze nearly bursting into flames. Ing Rongrong, bitch. Slut. Saying there's nothing going on between you two. If I hadn't followed you here, I wouldn't have seen this scene. Su Shan completely exploded, his roar echoing throughout the parking garage. Lu Ming, I want you dead. I want you dead. In the end, Lu Ming and Ing Rongrong didn't eat together. Ing Rongrong found herself too embarrassed by her attempt to make excuses for him and decided to go home in shame. Lu Ming respected her wish. However, when Lu Ming returned home, Ing Rongrong still messaged him, sincerely apologizing for Su Shan's behavior. This time, Lu Ming accepted her apology and told her not to think too much. After putting his phone away, his eyes hardened. Su Shan dared to mess with him like this. He would make him pay double. Isn't it all about money and connections? Who the hell doesn't have that? Then, Lu Ming got up and went to the kitchen to cook noodles. He was starving after missing dinner. After finishing the noodles, ding, a message from Lulu popped in. Are you asleep? Not yet, what's up? Lu Ming replied as he continued eating his noodles. Lulu is typing. You promised me you forgot? Lu Ming paused, suddenly realizing, and replied quickly. Didn't forget. He casually opened the front camera and took a photo of himself eating noodles and sent it over. He normally disliked selfies, but since she asked for a picture, he'd take one on the spot. The photo was sent successfully. Lu Ming typed. See, I wasn't lying, right? Unexpectedly, after a short silence, Lulu replied. So you're telling me you took this photo in the toilet? You're eating noodles inside the toilet. Huh, didn't expect you had that kind of habit. Lu Ming nearly spat out the noodles in his mouth. Don't be gross with me. Lulu sent an emoji with ha ha ha. Then, after sending the emoji, Lulu asked again. You haven't eaten dinner yet? Yeah. Then why didn't you tell me? I could have cooked for you. Forget it. I'm afraid I'll go to your house and end up being devoured by you. The next moment, Lulu suddenly stopped typing and sent a voice message. Lu Ming instinctively tapped to play it. The instant he heard the voice message, his eyes immediately widened. You won't come over. So how would you know if it's me who devours you, or you who devours me? Lulu intentionally let out a soft pant, as if exhaling warm breath by his ear, her voice soft and inviting. The way she spoke made Lu Ming feel weak all over. Chapter 48 Su Shan calls Ing Chengfeng. What are you doing? Lu Ming couldn't help but type. This guy was definitely trying to seduce him. Lulu replied with a message that was soft yet subtly flirtatious. What's wrong? Can't handle it already. I've learned a lot of flirtatious tricks online. Want me to try them all on you? Hee. She knew she had him. Listening to the subtle smugness and excitement in Lulu's tone, Lu Ming frowned in frustration. Damn, she's got me under her thumb. The next moment, Lulu suddenly sent a photo. Lu Ming instinctively opened it, and his breath caught instantly. In the picture, under the blue skirt, a smooth and tender thigh was partially exposed, below the knee wrapped in black stockings, mesmerizing and seductive. Good looking? I specially wore the stockings for you guys. I know men like this. Lulu sent. Lu Ming took a deep breath. Damn, you think you've got me? Woman, you're dreaming. Lu Ming put on a righteous expression and typed back. Didn't see clearly. Send another one. Go to hell. Lulu immediately retracted the photo. Lu Ming, so stingy. Lulu then sent a voice message. I'm stingy on purpose. If you want to see more, come in person. Then, whatever my big brother wants me to wear, I'll wear it for you. Or, maybe wear nothing at all. Lulu softly bit the last 3 words, like a cat's paw, gently scratching across Lu Ming's heart. As soon as she said that, Lu Ming's eyes widened involuntarily, and the fire in his lower abdomen began to surge rapidly. This time, he really was almost tempted. Lu Ming took another deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm and silently cursing. What a seductress. Now that Lulu knew he wasn't repulsed by her, she was pulling out all the stops. Damn it, women truly are a disaster. Lu Ming replied solemnly. Then I'll visit next time. Lulu sent a laughing emoji, then started teasing him again. As Lu Ming was meeting her provocations head-on, Su Shan, who had returned to his hotel, was making a call with a gloomy expression to Ing Chengfeng in Longdu. Hello. Ing Chengfeng answered quickly. Uncle Ing, it's me, Su Shan. Su Shan took a deep breath and said, I've arrived in Qingcheng. What's the situation? On the other end, Ing Chengfeng got straight to the point. As the head of the Ing family, even though he himself doubted Lu Ming could possibly have money, for caution's sake, he had still decided to send Su Shan to investigate first before making a decision. If Lu Ming truly came from a wealthy and prestigious family and could easily crush Su Shan's arrogance, Ing Chengfeng would reconsider whether to continue with the proposed marriage between their families. However, Ing Chengfeng hadn't explicitly told Su Shan this reasoning. He only told Su Shan to deal with Lu Ming properly, without revealing any of his deeper calculations. Uncle Ing, although Lu Ming is very smooth-talking, I can tell he isn't from a noble family. Su Shan slowly stated his judgment. I had people surround him, and he actually called the joint bureau instead of summoning his own bodyguards. Also, the car he drives is really cheap, only worth a dozen 10,000. Huh? There's no way he has any real background. Oh, is that so? Upon hearing Su Shan's analysis, Ing Chengfeng's eyes lit up with understanding. Then he replied, Then I'll trouble you. Dear nephew, help me get rid of him. From Su Shan's words, Ing Chengfeng had already confirmed that Lu Ming was certainly from a lowly background. Yes, Uncle Ing. Su Shan nodded, then said, But I'd like to trouble you to freeze Rongrue's account. Don't let her give Lu Ming any more money. Ing Chengfeng nodded. No problem. As for the money Lu Ming used to buy the property, I'll arrange for Heir to transfer it into the Ing family's account. Good. A smile appeared on Ing Chengfeng's face. After a bit of polite exchange, they ended the call. Looking out the floor-to-ceiling window at the brightly lit city of Qingcheng under the dark night sky, Su Shan's lips curled into a cold smirk. Ing Rongrue, from now on, I'll let you witness what it truly means to be a noble young master. Someone like Lu Ming, a piece of scum from the lower depths, could never compare. Chapter 49, Not Man Enough. Thinking about his defeat tonight, Su Shan was so angry he could have jumped to his feet. But he believed this was only temporary. It was just that the tiger had taken a brief nap, allowing a little bug to hop around a bit longer. Next time, he would crush Lu Ming without hesitation. No matter how powerful Lu Ming was, he couldn't possibly rival someone like Su Shan, who wielded immense wealth and power. Yet, as he recalled witnessing Lu Ming holding hands with Ing Rongrong tonight, his fists instinctively clenched tighter. He hadn't even touched Ing Rongrong's hand yet. Su Shan's eyes reddened. Damn that guy. He vowed that once Ing Rongrong finally saw Lu Ming for what he really was and lost all hope, willingly choosing to obediently marry him, he would ride atop her delicate, shapely body and unleash his fury on her, discard her after he got bored. Just then, dong dong dong. Someone knocked on the door of Su Shan's hotel room. Who is it? Su Shan asked. It's Mr. Zhong, and Master Zhong, sir. A bodyguard responded from outside the door. Su Shan shoved all the documents on the table into a drawer and sat on the sofa before saying, Come in. The door opened. Zhong Heir, Jiang Shenwan, and Jiang Yun entered. Master Su. The three greeted him with neither servility nor arrogance. At this moment, Jiang Yun and Zhong Heir's expressions were filled with suppressed resentment. After tonight's incident, nobody could swallow this humiliation easily. Sit. Su Shan raised his chin slightly, then asked coolly, Zhong Heir, has the money been transferred? He cut straight to the point without bothering to exchange small talk, as if speaking to a subordinate. This action caused a flicker of displeasure in Zhong Heir's eyes. From the start, Su Shan had treated them as mere subordinates. Still, Zhong Heir maintained a smile on the surface as he replied, yes, after being approved by the board, it has been transferred already. Just like that, the 100,000 went into Ng Chengfeng's account. Good. In the future, watch carefully whom you accept money from. You must understand that not all money is acceptable. Su Shan gave a sneer, showing no mercy while lecturing the richest man in Qingqing. Zhong Heir was already deeply humiliated. Yes. Meanwhile, he was furious inwardly. This damned Lu Ming's fault. Since receiving Ng Chengfeng's call at Villa 5, Zhong Heir had cursed Lu Ming countless times in his heart. Because that morning, when they sold the Global Tower, Zhong Heir's fellow board members were overjoyed, even drinking and chatting merrily with him. But almost instantly, things took a sudden turn, and Ng Chengfeng demanded the money back. Zhong Heir had no choice but to return to the board members again, only to be mocked and humiliated. It was beyond humiliating. And then tonight's events. He would definitely destroy Lu Ming. Su Shan could see Zhong Heir's emotions clearly, but he had no intention of calming him. A mere richest man in Qingqing, what did that amount to anyway? He turned his gaze to Jiang Shenwan and Jiang Yun. What about the two of you? Weren't you the ones who claimed you had ways to deal with Lu Ming? Speak. Yin, or you explain it. Jiang Shenwan didn't even bother lifting his eyes, saying with a calm tone. He could see how arrogant and domineering Su Shan was. Not willing to tolerate the humiliation Zhong Heir had endured, he simply allowed his son to take the lead. Yes. Jiang Yun mistakenly thought his father wanted him to take the opportunity to show off his abilities, quickly stepping forward enthusiastically. Master Su, here's the idea. Isn't your main purpose in coming to Qingqing to let Miss Ng recognize the gap between Lu Ming and yourself? That's right. So, Su Shan nodded. Well then, Jiang Yun smiled confidently. Then all we have to do is strip away Lu Ming's dignity as a man, making him not even worthy to be called a real man in Miss Ying's eyes, and we're golden. At that point, Miss Ying will surely understand who the true dragon among men really is. After logical analysis by Jiang Yun, he concluded the only reason Lu Ming was able to catch Ng Rongrong's attention must have been because he was handsome, had a great body, and overall was more masculine than others. Therefore, since that was the case, he had to make Lu Ming no longer seem like a real man. Chapter 50 Lan Lulu gets into trouble. That makes sense. Jiang Yun's flattery was greatly appreciated by Su Shan, but the latter quickly frowned. Then what do you plan to do? Castrate Lu Ming? No need. He's definitely going to cause trouble again later, so I just want to let him spend a night with a bunch of men. Jiang Yun chuckled evilly. Let him swallow bitter gall silently, suffering in silence. Su Shan immediately felt excited and sat upright. How to do it? My plan is to have his ex-girlfriend, Lin Jiao, who had been with him for 6 years, pretend to apologize and lure him out. Once he lowers his guard, we'll drug him, feed him aphrodisiac pills, get a group of homosexuals to rape him, record the whole thing on video, and then send it to Miss Ng. Jiang Yun immediately presented his plan. After hearing this, Su Shan burst into loud laughter. Great, absolutely great. Let's do it exactly as you said. He thought it was excellent. Just imagining Lu Ming's miserable condition, Jiang Yun felt a surge of satisfaction from revenge and continued gleefully. Master Su, this time I will definitely let this piece of trash disappear completely from Miss Ying's sight. After that, we can quietly eliminate Lu Ming. Thinking about his smashed car made Jiang Yun feel pain all over. He swore he would kill Lu Ming no matter what. But before Ng Rongrong discarded Lu Ming, they couldn't possibly kill him openly under her pressure. Don't worry, even without your words, I'd do it anyway. Su Shan sneered coldly. Then suddenly he pulled out his business card. Plus, your information came just in time. I'm very satisfied. Here's my card. In the future, if you need anything, you can call me. Jiang Yun was immediately overwhelmed with joy and quickly accepted the card. Thank you, Master Su. The connections of the eldest son of the Su family. How many people were dreaming of it? Even his father needed to go through several people to reach Master Su, yet he now had direct access. How satisfying was that? A slight smile touched Jiang Shenwan's lips, while Zhong Heir just sneered. Damn it, just when he was about to be disciplined, the Jiang family actually gained favor? What kind of world was this? Su Shan didn't care about the reactions of these three people. Instead, he showed a sense of anticipation. He really wanted to see what kind of condition Lu Ming would be in when he was abused like a dog. The next day, Hanyu and Huafu sales office. Lan Lulu was just about to enter for work. Her mood was quite good, with a smile constantly hanging on the corner of her mouth. Thinking about how yesterday Lu Ming couldn't bear it after just a few words from her, and even promised to have lunch with her today, she felt very happy. This was a scene she had dreamed about for years, yet it had become reality so quickly. Lan Lulu was lost in thought, wondering what expression that guy would make when he came to her house and saw what she had just ordered to wear last night. Would he drool? But Lan Lulu's happiness didn't last long, because she saw Zheng Yu. Zheng Yu, who normally stayed inside the Hanyu and Huafu Villa area, surprisingly stood at the entrance today. Seeing Zheng Yu, Lan Lulu frowned. Seeing this person early in the morning brought nothing but bad luck. She was just planning to turn around and take a detour to avoid Zheng Yu, who knew that after seeing Lan Lulu, Zheng Yu's eyes lit up, and she hurried forward to block her path. Oh, how can you still dare to come to work? Lan Lulu said impatiently. What do you mean? Speak directly if you have something to say. Don't beat around the bush. You don't know what you've done? Zheng Yu sneered and scolded ruthlessly. I already told Manager Sun about your act of offending the richest Mr. Zhong with that gigolo yesterday. Offending our villa customer in unit number 5. I think from today on, you won't need to come to work anymore. Hearing this, Lan Lulu clenched her teeth. You're despicable. I didn't offend him at all. Don't frame me. Although she argued verbally, in her heart, she felt genuinely uneasy, because she knew she had indeed offended Zhong Heir yesterday. Still deny it? Lu Ming even pointed his finger at Mr. Zhong's nose and cursed him. Did you think you could remain unaffected? Zheng Yu sneered. Just at that moment, she saw a BMW slowly pulling up outside, and her eyes lit up with a look of anticipation. Here comes manager's son. Your doom is coming. Upon hearing this, Lan Lulu's face finally changed drastically. The next moment, Lan Lulu turned her head. A cold, expressionless face appeared before her eyes. Come to my office, the person said bluntly. Chapter 51 Lai Yongyi. In Sun Luo's office. Boss son, please let me explain. The situation is not exactly as Ms. Zheng described. As soon as Lan Lulu entered, she anxiously tried to plead for herself. But Sun Luo crushed all her hopes mercilessly. No need to say anything. I know you and Ms. Zheng don't get along. To prevent her from slandering you, I specially checked the surveillance footage and verified the story with the security guard at the villa entrance. Otherwise, I wouldn't have waited until today to summon you. Lan Lulu's heart sank. She knew there was no way out. I understand it's not easy for you as a young woman, especially such a beautiful one. The fact that you've managed to stay true to yourself and resist temptation is truly impressive. That's precisely why I value you so much. In fact, I even considered recruiting you to work with my wife on our startup business. Sun Luo said earnestly. But, this is Qingsheng we're talking about. You shouldn't have offended Zhong heir. Lan Lulu pressed her lips tightly together, too afraid to speak. Actually, Mr. Zhong hasn't said anything against us. I think he probably doesn't even care. So I was willing to protect you. I believed I could save your position. Sun Luo sighed heavily. Unfortunately, Ms. Zheng has already reported everything to the top. It's all done and settled now. Lan Lulu's pretty face turned pale. She knew her fate was already decided. Resign then. Let's part ways amicably, said Sun Luo. Hearing this, Lan Lulu let out a bitter laugh. All right, thank you boss Sunday. Sun Luo sighed as he watched Lan Lulu dazedly walk out of the office. And in the future, be more careful about who you associate with. People like Lu Ming. Sun Luo didn't finish, but the disdain in his voice toward Lu Ming was already evident. He thought Lu Ming was just a gigolo, a cheater trying to seduce Lan Lulu while seeing two women at the same time. Lan Lulu didn't argue. She simply turned and left. At this moment, all her thoughts were focused on where she should start anew. Moreover, having now lost her job, what she had said to Lu Ming yesterday, that she could support him, would all become void. Just then, knock knock. Someone knocked on the office door. Who is it? Sun Luo asked in confusion. It's me, Lai Yongyi. A calm voice came from outside the door. Hearing that name, Sun Luo was first surprised and then shocked. He hurriedly passed Lan Lulu to open the door. Lan Lulu was also wide-eyed. Lai Yongyi. She had heard this name before, a famous rich businessman in Qingzhou, with enormous wealth. He was also a major shareholder of Hengyuan Huafu. Why would he come here in person? Sun Luo opened the door. Mr. Lai, why are you here? A stout middle-aged man with a shrewd facial expression was standing at the doorway. He said expressionlessly, Su Xiao has come to Qingsheng. I plan to meet him to discuss the possibility of cooperation between Hengyuan Huafu and the Su family. Su Xiao? The one from Longdu. Sun Luo was stunned again. How come he's here? No idea. Why are you asking me so many questions? Lai Yongyi gave Sun Luo a sharp glance. Sun Luo, whose position was respected publicly, dared not show any disrespect toward Lai Yongyi. He lowered his head and simply replied, yes. Now, quickly help me arrange accommodation. I came in a hurry and haven't booked a room yet. Lai Yongyi continued. Yes. Sun Luo nodded while inwardly cursing angrily. This old fox. He didn't think of involving us when there were benefits. He didn't even inform us beforehand when he found out Su Shan was coming. Yet now, he expected us to cover his lodging and food costs. What a sly cheat. After giving his orders, Lai Yongyi strode directly into Sun Luo's office, intending to sit down. At that moment, he noticed Lan Lulu standing inside the office. Lan Lulu's voluptuous and seductive figure and stunning beauty immediately caught his attention. His eyes lit up as he stepped closer and stared at her up and down with a lecherous gaze. Sun Luo, why don't you introduce me? Seeing Lai Yongyi's expression, Lan Lulu instinctively felt uncomfortable, yet she still forced a smile and said, Hello Mr. Lai. Nice to meet you. I am an employee of Hengyuan Huafu. My name is Lan Lulu. Chapter 52 You may leave. Seeing this, Sun Luo sensed trouble. Lai Yongyi was famously a pervert. No woman who fell into his hands ever came out unscathed. He hurriedly stepped forward and scolded. Lan Lulu, you've already been fired. Why are you still here? Get out immediately. Be big brother son. I'm leaving right away. Upon hearing his words, Lan Lulu immediately lowered her head and replied in a trembling voice. In her heart, she felt grateful, knowing that Sun Luo was trying to save her. But before Lan Lulu could even leave, Lai Yongyi blocked her path. Don't go. Such a great employee, Sun Luo. How could you go ahead and fire her on your own initiative? Lai Yongyi was staring at her with a lecherous gaze, his eyes filled with desire. Lan Lulu was greatly alarmed and instinctively stepped back to create distance. Looking at Lan Lulu's pitiful and delicate appearance, instead of pity, Lai Yongyi felt an even stronger burning desire in his lower abdomen. So tender a woman, he truly wanted her, especially her legs, long and fair. TSK. He realized he really should visit Qingsheng more often. Wasn't chiefing meat like this everywhere here? Haha. Boss Lai, you don't know the whole story. Lan Lulu committed a serious mistake, and it's already been reported to headquarters. They instructed me to fire her immediately. Sun Luo said, what kind of mistake did Lulu make? Tell me. Uncle Lai will definitely help you resolve it. Lai Yongyi ignored Sun Luo, practically drooling over Lan Lulu. He couldn't let Lan Lulu leave Hengyuan Huafu. Otherwise he'd have no reason to get close to her. Hearing the overly familiar way he addressed her, Lan Lulu felt sick to her stomach. Lan Lulu was so bold as to offend Mr. Zhong. Sun Luo gritted his teeth. If we don't fire her, we won't be able to face Zhong heir properly. Mr. Zhong? You mean Zhong heir? Upon hearing this name, the lustful glint in Lai Yongyi's eyes vanished. He immediately furrowed his brows in apprehension. Yes. Seeing this, Lan Lulu felt slightly relieved. It seemed even Lai Yongyi feared Zhong heir. Lai Yongyi thought for a moment. He could simply say a word to Zhong heir, ask him not to pursue the matter for now. After he was done playing with Lan Lulu, he'd let Zhong heir contact Hengyuan Huafu to request her dismissal. This way, he wouldn't offend Zhong heir and could still have his way with the woman. Thinking this, Lai Yongyi smiled again. I have a solution. I can talk to Zhong heir. Once the misunderstanding is cleared up, your job will be secure. As soon as he said this, Sun Luo was left speechless. With the other party having spoken like this, if he continued pushing for Lan Lulu's dismissal, he would be showing poor judgment and would inevitably invite trouble. Only Lan Lulu herself could refuse this so-called kindness now. What do you think? Isn't Uncle Lai nice to you? Lai Yongyi looked at Lan Lulu, his narrow eyes glinting with greed. Now you don't have to worry about leaving Hengyuan Huafu anymore. Why don't you join me for lunch and show me around the properties of Hengyuan Huafu and Qingqing, the villas in particular? He planned to keep Lan Lulu by his side all day. Lan Lulu's expression changed dramatically, quickly lowering her head. Boss Lai, thank you very much for your kindness, but since I created this problem myself, I believe I should handle it myself. Just a moment ago, she had actually felt a brief flicker of temptation. That Lai Yongyi could protect her job, meant she would continue earning money, and perhaps help Lu Ming, who had offended Zhong Heir and could no longer survive in Qingqing. But deep down, she knew Lai Yongyi wouldn't offer such a big favor without wanting to manipulate her. She considered herself merely a naive newcomer who had no chance against this oily old fox. With little confidence she could dodge his tricks, she decided self-preservation was better, and wisely refused. What? Uncle has already gone to this extent, and you still want to leave? Lai Yongyi narrowed his eyes, his tone now carrying an undertone of threat. You really think I can't let you exist in the entire Qingzhou area? With his position, completely eliminating Lan Lulu was entirely within his power. Lan Lulu's pupils constricted. Instinctively, she revealed fear. She hadn't expected this old devil to bare his claws so soon. Boss Lai, you must be joking. You're such a big man. How would you possibly waste your time with someone like me? Lan Lulu immediately caved. Beside them, Sun Luo wanted to say something on Lan Lulu's behalf, but upon meeting Lai Yongyi's gaze, he ultimately kept his mouth shut. I'm not a big man. I'm telling you, the person Lai Yongyi, want is never out of reach. Lai Yongyi coldly laughed. You're free to leave Hengyuan Huafu now. But think carefully. You'll eventually crawl back here begging me on your knees, and when that time comes, my offer won't be as generous as now. Chapter 53. This is not how you show off wealth. A sense of conquest stirred in his heart. Could this woman actually be hard to win over? He was determined to have his way with her. Thank you, Mr. Lai, but I've thought it through. I'll take my leave now. Lan Lulu wore an expression of anxiety and turned to leave. She didn't want to stay here anymore. Lai Yongyi gazed at Lan Lulu's graceful figure, her silhouette swaying gently with each step, those perfect curves mesmerizing him. He was completely enchanted, truly breathtaking. Lai Yongyi sneered. Haste makes waste. Beside him, Sun Luo sighed. Meanwhile, Ying Rongrong's face was filled with panic and despair. She had called Ying Chengfeng 10 times, yet no matter what explanation she gave, he refused to believe her. Even when she showed him the transaction records proving the 100 yuan was transferred by Lu Ming, Ying Chengfeng still thought she had doctored the image. Because the card number of Lu Ming's Black Golden Dragon card was untraceable to Ying Chengfeng, he firmly believed it was fake. This 100 yuan had been siphoned away through methods Ying Chengfeng couldn't possibly know. Perhaps it was even obtained from her mother. Thus, he decided to hold on to the money for now, deal with it later, froze all of Ying Rongrong's bank cards, and informed her. If she didn't obediently agree to the engagement with Sushan this time, he would punish Ying Rongrong for unauthorized usage of the 100 yuan. Even if she was his daughter, she couldn't act recklessly. Now, Ying Rongrong's pretty face had turned deathly pale, nearly in tears from fright. She didn't care about the frozen bank accounts. What truly terrified her was how she would explain this astronomical sum gone missing to Lu Ming. A whole 100 yuan. If a person earning 5,000 yuan per month had to save without eating or sleeping, it would take 166,666 years. She'd have to start earning from the Middle Paleolithic period. Yesterday, Lu Ming had clearly told her to prevent her father from transferring the money back. But last night, when Ying Rongrong called Ying Chengfeng, he completely ignored her. Only this morning, after the money had been returned to the Ying family and her card was frozen, did he finally answer her call, and even then, she could do nothing to stop it. Right now, she was trembling as she dialed Lu Ming, praying in her heart that he could give her a little more time to recover the money. Even if he would scold her or hit her, please, just don't sentence her to death. As she anxiously waited in restless agony, Lu Ming finally picked up the call. Wait. His voice carried a thick layer of drowsiness, clearly not yet fully awake. It's me, Ying Rongrong. I'm so sorry. My father still had Zhong Heir return your money to the Ying family. As soon as the call connected, Ying Rongrong started apologizing repeatedly. Please give me more time. I'll make sure my father returns the money. The moment her words ended, there was silence on Lu Ming's end. Ying Rongrong felt suffocated by the oppressive quiet, a sense of hopelessness and fear rising inside her. Had things already gone too far to fix? At last, Lu Ming spoke. Yeah, this is indeed a bit troublesome. I'll give you more time. Then, anything else? Ying Rongrong was stunned. Her shock was absolute. This was Lu Ming's reaction. Is there a problem? Do you have something else to say? Lu Ming asked, confused. Why wasn't she hanging up yet? He'd talked too late with Lan Lulu last night, and that girl kept throwing one wave after another at him, leaving him completely confused and significantly delaying his sleep. Now Lu Ming was beyond tired. Ying Rongrong stuttered. You're not angry? This is 100 yuan. I am angry. 100 yuan isn't cabbage money. I even specially warned you about it yesterday, Lu Ming said, yawning. Ying Rongrong. You yawn while speaking so indifferently. How can this be called being angry? Lu Ming continued. But really, 100 yuan isn't such a big amount after all. Forget it. Since it was taken by your father, I'll ask him for it later. Anyway, the money wasn't lost. Don't think too much about it. I'm going back to sleep. Morning. Then, Lu Ming, unable to keep his eyes open from fatigue, hung up the call. Ying Rongrong. Left there, stunned, caught in the wind, and completely dazed. What just happened? In morning? Ying Rongrong felt absolutely stunned. She truly hadn't expected Lu Ming's reaction to be like this. Was this truly the peak of the rich's detachment? He could just casually brush aside a sum of 100 yuan. This wasn't flaunting wealth. This was beyond absurd. Chapter 54. The Hidden Truth. Lu Ming didn't get up until noon. After waking up, he hurriedly washed up and changed clothes. He had made plans with Lan Lulu to have lunch together. He couldn't afford to forget that. Are you at the sales center now? Lu Ming called Lan Lulu while driving. Lan Lulu laughed. Yeah. Are you coming to find me? Right, I'm on my way. Then I'll go to the Century Plaza to wait for you. All right. Lu Ming nodded, not refusing. They had indeed agreed to meet at Century Plaza in the first place. What Lu Ming didn't know was that at the other end of the phone call, Lan Lulu wasn't at the sales center at all. Instead, she sat inside a coffee shop at Century Plaza. Sigh. After ending the phone call, Lan Lulu sighed deeply. She knew lying to Lu Ming wasn't very good, but she didn't want to tell him she'd already been fired, and also offended a big shot like Lai Yongyi. She didn't want Lu Ming sticking his neck out for her sake. I'll just find a new job. Lan Lulu opened a job hunting app, determined to find a new position elsewhere. At Century Plaza, after arriving, Lu Ming quickly reunited with Lan Lulu. So, what do you feel like eating for lunch? Once seated, Lu Ming asked smilingly. Anything, really, it's fine. Lan Lulu returned his smile, showing no signs of distress. How about Jiangning cuisine then? Sounds good, I'm all for that. Lu Ming nodded, and stood up to head upstairs with Lan Lulu. Watching Lu Ming's back, Lan Lulu became even more certain that keeping the truth hidden was the right decision. She didn't want him to face pressures that ordinary people like themselves couldn't bear. Meanwhile, coincidentally also dining at Century Plaza, Lai Yongyi spotted Lu Ming and Lan Lulu passing by the window and narrowed his eyes. Who's that? Zheng Yu, dining with him, explained. Boss Lai, that's the one Lan Lulu has liked for a long time. No wonder she turned me down. So she already has someone she likes. Lai Yongyi snorted mockingly. Then raising an eyebrow, he asked, what sort of background does this kid have? He needed to find out more about him, feel things out a little. He shouldn't offend anyone he shouldn't mess with. He's just a gigolo, all looks and no real substance. It's because of him that Lan Lulu offended Zheng Heir. The story goes like this. Zheng Yu recounted the events of the previous day in detail. After hearing everything, Lai Yongyi laughed with utter disdain. So he's nothing but a good for nothing, all appearance and no real use. Exactly. How could he possibly compare to you, Boss Lai? Alright, I'll find a chance to crush this kid first, then get Lan Lulu for myself. At that time, I'll make sure to give you a bit of the leftover rewards. Lai Yongyi looked at Zheng Yu and burst into laughter, treating Lu Ming like an insignificant bug to be crushed anytime. Thank you, Boss Lai, Zheng Yu joyfully said as she bowed her head to thank him, yet jealousy burned in her eyes. Lan Lulu, you bitch, how dare you? She envied Lan Lulu so much. Lai Yongyi had already set his eyes on her so soon. Today, she had made a deliberate move toward Lai Yongyi, but he hadn't even given her a second glance. This stark contrast intensified her hatred for Lan Lulu. But she was also secretly delighted that Lan Lulu was foolish enough to turn down Boss Lai and now was glued at the hip to that pretty boy again. What an idiot. Nowadays, everyone knows money makes the horse go. What could possibly be the future of clinging to some good-looking man? Eventually, it'll come to ruin anyway. Zheng Yu felt delighted inside at that thought. She loved to see how Lai Yongyi would crush both Lu Ming and Lan Lulu. After finishing lunch, Lu Ming dropped Lan Lulu off at Henyuan Huafu before heading to the gym. He didn't know, though, that after arriving at Henyuan Huafu, Lan Lulu had secretly hailed a taxi to go home. Yongzi, how's it going? Lu Ming had gone to the gym. What do you mean how's it going? We've already started upgrading the equipment and recruiting people, hehe. Qin Yong excitedly replied. From yesterday till now, he had barely slept at all. After Lu Ming acquired the gym cheaply from Yang Qixing, he also wired him a sum of money, telling him to just do whatever he wanted. That left him extremely excited. That's good. Just go ahead, and later on, my bro, we'll turn this gym into the #1 gym in Qinsheng. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and smirked. But then Qin Yong recalled something else, checked the surroundings, and upon seeing nobody eavesdropping, pulled Lu Ming aside and asked, seriously, where did your money come from? I already told you I won the lottery. Why don't you believe me? Lu Ming replied with a grin. Where's the lottery ticket then? Qin Yong raised an eyebrow. Yesterday, Black Dog said his leader won the lottery, and Lu Ming said he won too. Was the world full of lottery winners like that? Lu Ming patted his shoulder. I exchanged it, obviously. Are you stupid or something? That makes sense, but Qin Yong still had plenty of doubts. Just then, Lu Ming's phone rang. I need to take this call first. Lu Ming picked up his phone. Go ahead, go ahead. Qin Yong had no choice but to give up on his questioning. Lu Ming walked outside and saw it was a call from an unfamiliar number. He answered, hello, who is this? Lu Ming, it's me. A voice came through the line, familiar beyond familiarity to Lu Ming. Lin Jiao. Chapter 55 Mother's Call. Lu Ming's tone immediately turned hostile. What do you want calling me? He had blocked Lin Jiao's number, so for her to reach him, she had to use another unknown number. I just have something to talk to you about. Lin Jiao spoke in a voice that sounded pitiful and fragile. Yet on the other end of the line, a sinister smile curled on her lips. She had learned about Jiang Yun's plan and was more than willing to cooperate. She continued, can you come see me now? But she hadn't finished. Beep, beep, beep. Hello? Hello? Lin Jiao stared at her phone in shock. In the next moment, she exploded in fury. Lu Ming, you bastard. How dare you hang up on me? On this end, Lu Ming silently blocked her number again with an emotionless face. Only a madman would bother listening to what she had to say. Still, after hanging up, Lu Ming frowned. Based on what he knew of Lin Jiao, she wouldn't just give up so easily. But what exactly did she want from him now? Was it still about the 20,000 wedding dowry? Or did she have some other scheme? Lu Ming stayed at the gym for half an hour before receiving another call. Seeing the caller ID, his face immediately darkened. Lin Jiao, you really want to die? But the call wasn't from Lin Jiao. It was from Lu Ming's mother, Shen Biqin. Unless Lin Jiao had called his mom first, prompting her to call him, Lu Ming would eat his own surname. He took a deep breath before answering. Mom, what's wrong? How, what are you doing now? Shen Biqin's voice carried clear signs of concern. Working. Lu Ming gave a brief answer before asking. Did someone call you? No, your mom is just checking in on how you're doing. Just showing some concern. Shen Biqin hesitated. Well then, Mom, I'm fine. Don't worry. When you get home later, remember to check for a few small packages I sent. I bought a bit of stuff for the family. Lu Ming, seeing his mother hadn't mentioned anything yet, decided to shift the topic, mentally preparing her for what was coming. So she wouldn't be shocked when all the deliveries arrived at Century Plaza later. Oh, okay. Shen Biqin didn't press further about these small packages Lu Ming mentioned. Her mind was preoccupied with Lu Ming and Lin Jiao's situation. By the way, Ming, have you and Jiao been getting along okay lately? Mom, that's actually what I want to talk about. I'll come back to Qingqing in a couple days and explain everything to you clearly. It was impossible to explain properly over the phone. Lu Ming had planned to do it in person, but Shen Biqin grew anxious. She caught the meaning beneath her son's words. Ming, after a quarrel, a couple can make up quickly. Don't act impulsively. Jiao says she knows she was wrong. She won't control you anymore when you go out with female clients. But you should understand, it's normal for a girl to get upset about such things. You should let her have her way a bit. Besides, it's partly your fault too. How could you drink so much with a female client that you blacked out? Mom knows you're not that kind of person, but you must know when enough is enough. You're supposed to get married soon. Can you really end a relationship over something like this? Listen to your mom and go apologize quickly. The moment the words ended, Lu Ming felt a surge of anger rising straight to the top of his head. Lin Jiao, you bitch. He could easily imagine how he had been vilified in front of his mother. He inhaled deeply, suppressing his rage. Mom, I understand. I'll go talk to her right now. It's to apologize. Shin Biqin emphasized. Okay. Lu Ming said coldly. All right then, remember to take care of yourself, and of Jiao too. Your father and I are fine here, so don't worry about us. Also you. Shin Biqin added a few more pieces of advice, all hinting at one thing. Lu Ming should hurry and clear things up with Lin Jiao, finalize the wedding date, and invite the future in-laws back to their house. Lu Ming agreed to everything, and then ended the call. He immediately removed Lin Jiao's phone number from his block list and called her. Beep, beep, call connected. Lu Ming, so you finally decided to call me? Lin Jiao's voice was still as pitiful and fragile as ever. Lu Ming's suppressed anger had already reached its limit. What exactly do you want? I just wanted you to come to our new place and sit down for a while. I wanted to have a serious talk with you. Lin Jiao looked very pitiful, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Upon hearing these words, Lu Ming laughed, his laughter filled with cruelty and menace. Fine, fine. I'm coming right away. Wait for me. I'll settle the score with you soon enough. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Ming hung up the phone. On the other end, Lin Jiao couldn't help shivering involuntarily. This was the fiercest tone she had heard from him in the past 6 years. What did he say? Zhang Yun raised an eyebrow and asked. He said he's coming. Lin Jiao's face showed hesitation, but his tone was so scary. Do you think something might happen, young Master Zhang? I feel a little scared. Scared of what? What can that useless guy possibly do? As soon as he comes, he won't even have a place to be buried. Zhang Yun sneered coldly. What a joke. He wasn't afraid of Lu Ming creating any trouble at all. You're right. Looking at the dozen or so muscular men standing behind Zhang Yun, Lin Jiao relaxed. Facing such a lineup, what resistance could Lu Ming possibly offer? Thinking of that, Lin Jiao drove away her fear and once again felt anticipation and excitement. She couldn't wait to see Lu Ming kneeling and begging for mercy. Virum. Lu Ming drove straight toward the rented house. Lin Jiao, she must be dealt with. Even if he didn't kill her, he would make sure this woman would never dare provoke him again. Calling his mother and spouting such twisted words had already touched Lu Ming's most sensitive nerve. He couldn't imagine what would happen to his parents if Lin Jiao said something extremely provocative. Lin Jiao, Zhang Yun, since you're so eager for me to come, I'll happily come see both of you. Lu Ming sneered. He clearly understood that Lin Jiao wouldn't have suddenly invited him over without planning. Zhang Yun's influence must be behind it. Perhaps it was even connected to Su Shan, whom he had met just last night. Lu Ming arrived home, entered his room, opened a hidden compartment in the wardrobe, pulled out a safe, and started entering the password. Though he didn't know what elaborate trap they had set for him, he knew this visit would definitely be dangerous. Just in case, he had to be thoroughly prepared. Beep, beep, beep. Click. The safe unlocked. Brother, when you died before me, I promised I wouldn't touch these things again and would live like a normal person. But now I have no choice but to borrow them temporarily. Lu Ming murmured quietly, then picked up the items inside and turned to leave. Qingsheng, Jingxiuan. This was where Lu Ming's newly purchased apartment was located, very close to Huanqiu building. So previously, Lin Jiao had been living here. Lu Ming parked in his assigned spot, looked up at the residential building, his eyes filled with fury, thinking about how Lin Jiao had lived in his house all this time, perhaps even bringing Zhang Yun there to do all sorts of things in his new home. He couldn't help but feel a deep hatred rising. He ascended the floor. Lu Ming took out his keys and inserted them into the door lock. Click. The key wouldn't turn. I thought as much. The lock has been changed. Lu Ming laughed bitterly. Yesterday, Lin Jiao had clearly given him the keys. Yet today, she was already back in the new apartment. Obviously, she had secretly changed the locks. His own new home. Ultimately, he didn't even know his locks had been changed. How ridiculous he felt. At that moment, Lin Jiao's voice suddenly approached from afar. Then the door opened, revealing her face. Seeing Lu Ming, Lin Jiao gave a nervous expression. Sorry, the lock was broken earlier, so I had to change it. Hearing this meaningless excuse, Lu Ming spat. Don't waste my time with this nonsense. Why did you call me here? Just come in first. I didn't really ask you to do anything. Lin Jiao appeared pitiful and delicate, but in her heart, she was cursing Lu Ming. This guy doesn't know how to take advantage of a good face, daring to talk to me like this? Right now, if Lu Ming hadn't yet entered the room and stepped into the trap, she wouldn't have been so polite. Fine. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming gave her a half smile and looked at her, causing Lin Jiao to break into a sweat before stepping into the room. Seeing this, Lin Jiao rejoiced and hurriedly closed the door. Bang. All right, talk. Lu Ming walked into the living room and said indifferently, clap, clap, clap. At that moment, clapping came from within the room, followed immediately by Zhang Yun's voice. Lu Ming, your time has come. Did you know that? Lin Jiao quickly ran to Zhang Yun's side, leaned into him, and no longer looked delicate and pitiful. Pointing at Lu Ming with extreme arrogance, she said, Did you hear that? Kneel down and beg for mercy, now. As soon as she finished speaking, a dozen or so muscular men stepped out from behind the two. Each one was fierce and intimidating, their faces full of ferocity, their eyes filled with bloodthirsty cruelty, staring at Lu Ming like beasts. Lu Ming was instantly surrounded. Chapter 57, 18 Furious Men. Seeing Lu Ming like a lamb awaiting slaughter, Zhang Yunji was filled with satisfaction and delight. Finally, he had the chance he was waiting for. Actually, according to the plan he had given to Su Shan, he shouldn't appear just yet. He was supposed to wait until Lin Jiao had drugged Lu Ming before making his entrance. Unfortunately, just from Lu Ming's tone, Zhang Yun could tell, the guy didn't trust Lin Jiao at all from the start. There was no way he was going to take the sedative, so Zhang Yun had no choice but to make his move early. Lu Ming listened to the two of them talking without moving, instead calmly watching them. What? Now too scared to even speak? Zhang Yun scoffed. Yesterday at the Western restaurant, weren't you so eloquent? I have nothing to say to you. Lu Ming replied indifferently. Hee, you have nothing to say to me? I have plenty to say to you. You smashed my car, damaged young Master Su's reputation, and tried to cut off our bank loan through the provincial bank. For each of these matters, I will settle the score with you, one by one. Jiang Yun spat, eyes blazing with anger. He knew that Lu Ming had asked Ding Rongrong to cut off the Jiang family's loan through the provincial bank. But they had Su Shan behind them. There was no way Lu Ming could destroy them through such means. Oh, and then what? Lu Ming gave a faint sneer and mocked. Then come over here. I'll give you a chance. Come settle things with me. He waved his finger, gesturing Jiang Yun to approach. Jiang Yun looked and felt a bit unnerved. He didn't dare get close to Lu Ming. Lu Ming, don't try to trick me into coming over. Let me tell you, I know you're skilled. Uncle Zhong told me too. Yesterday you took on 5 of their bodyguards alone and knocked them all out. Jiang Yun revealed a sinister smile as he continued. Therefore, to properly welcome you, I specially brought some people even more capable than Uncle Zhong's bodyguards. Allow me to formally introduce, you'll love this. These people are the 18 Furious Men, top 10 ranked in team matches at the underground boxing ring. All 18 of these people here have killed countless times. They are ruthless and merciless, and besides that, they also have a strong interest in men. I'm telling you, if you don't kneel and beg for mercy today, you won't be leaving this place. He planned to enjoy watching Lu Ming grovel, then let the 18 Furious Men take their turn with him. The whole thing would be recorded in a video and sent to Ding Rongrong. By then, all problems would be solved. As his voice fell, the gazes of the 18 men turned greedy and feverish toward Lu Ming. Soaked in violence for so long, even their sexual preferences had shifted. They really liked guys like Lu Ming, handsome and strong. After all, Lu Ming definitely could take all of them. Yet after hearing Jiang Yun's words, and facing the hungry gazes of 18 men, Lu Ming didn't feel fear. Instead, he lifted his head in surprise. The 18 Furious Men from the underground boxing ring? Why does that name sound so familiar? Seeing Lu Ming remain silent, Jiang Yun laughed even more gleefully. What? Has it scared you dumb? Jiang Xiao, I don't think so. He probably has never even heard of an underground boxing ring, so he's just stunned. Lin Jiao chimed in with a mocking laugh, her words filled with sarcasm. How would someone like Lu Ming from the lower class know about underground rings created purely for the amusement of high society? That's right, ha ha ha. Upon hearing that, Jiang Yun burst into laughter, directing it at Lu Ming. Lu Ming didn't bother replying to the two of them. Back then he had nearly made it to the top ranking. His familiarity with the underground boxing rings exceeded even that of his own home. How could he not know? He wasn't interested in engaging these two anymore. Right now, he was far more intrigued by the 18 Furious Men. Suddenly, he blurted out to the man behind Jiang Yun. Has Luo Gang's leg recovered yet? The man at the front of the 18 Furious Men, originally displaying a ferocious expression, immediately changed his look. You know my boss? Instantly, Jiang Yun and Lin Jiao, who had been laughing at Lu Ming moments before, froze. Jiang Yun quickly turned his head. Luo Yang, what do you mean by that? Aren't you supposed to be the leader of the 18 Furious Men? A sense of ominous foreboding suddenly welled up inside him. Luo Yang said, I am the leader of the 18 Furious Men, but Boss Luo Gang is my boss. There's no contradiction there. I thought the 18 Furious Men sounded familiar, so you're one of his guys. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smirk. Back then, Luo Gang's group only had 3 members, and their name was straightforward, 3 tough men. He hadn't expected that after being seriously injured and leaving underground boxing, he'd allow his underlings to enter. Correct, Luo Yang nodded. Seeing this, Lu Ming couldn't help but laugh mockingly. However, I bet Luo Gang must be furious now. His team of 3 once ranked top 5, yet your team of 18 only made the top 10? You guys are kinda weak. At these words, Jiang Yun grinned. Lu Ming, you dare to mock the 18 Furious Men as weak? Are you looking for death? What the hell are you babbling about? The uneasy feeling grew stronger within Jiang Yun from Lu Ming's earlier conversation with Luo Yang. Could it be that Luo Yang and Lu Ming have some kind of connection? But now, seeing Lu Ming mock Luo Yang and his men as weak, he became extremely excited. This would surely make Luo Yang furious enough to kill Lu Ming. Just then, however, after Jiang Yun finished speaking, he suddenly felt a powerful gust of wind rushing from behind. Plump! Jiang Yun was slapped straight onto the ground, screaming in pain. Ah! Luo Yang roared angrily. What the hell did you just say? Jiang Yun's back stung fiercely. He raised his head in disbelief. What are you doing? He's the one who insulted you, said you're weak. Why did you hit me? He couldn't believe it. His hired men actually turned on him and hit him instead. Chapter 58. Apologize, and you can still walk out by yourself. It's a beating either way. Do you think I need to pick a special day for that? Luo Yang shot back, glaring. I'm talking. What are you interrupting for? Lu Ming was very likely the person Boss Luo Gang had been looking for all along. Luo Yang was already worked up, and now Jiang Yun dared to speak out of turn? He must be looking for trouble. Jiang Yun fell silent immediately, intimidated by Luo Yang's fierce gaze. Seeing this, Lin Jiao also shivered nervously. Although they were the employers, they were still afraid of Luo Yang and his group of 18 men. Then Luo Yang turned to Lu Ming and forced out an ugly grimace that resembled a grimace more than a smile. So, may I ask who you are, sir? He knew that Boss Luo Gang might no longer be involved in underground fighting, but many people still recognized him. But those who knew about his injury, specifically, his leg injury, were few and far between. It doesn't matter who I am. You don't need to guess. I'm only warning you one last time. If you intend to take revenge for Jiang Yun, then all 18 of you will be beaten severely. Think carefully about what you're doing. Lu Ming said calmly. As soon as those words were spoken, Luo Yang's expression changed immediately. Judging by Lu Ming's composure and self-confidence, it didn't seem fake. Moreover, Luo Yang remembered what the boss had once said, that the person the boss was looking for was about 6 feet 2 and had a scar on his neck. Thinking about this, Luo Yang narrowed his eyes for a closer look. There was indeed a faint scar on Lu Ming's neck. Could he really be that same person? Hesitating, Luo Yang finally gritted his teeth and said, In that case, sir, we'll take our leave first. He thought for a moment. It would be better not to start trouble with Lu Ming in order to fulfill the boss's command. If Lu Ming wasn't the one the boss was looking for, then the most he'd lose was the money from Jiang Yun. Anyway, they made their living off underground fights and didn't care much about this extra profit. But if Lu Ming really was the person, then he was done for. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming smiled slightly. Looks like he wouldn't have to use the things he had brought out from the safe after all. Understood. Luo Yang nodded. Behind him, 17 men began to follow him out. The 17 of them didn't understand who Lu Ming really was, and they were annoyed at his mocking words. But since their boss had spoken, they obediently complied. However, when Luo Yang was about to leave, Jiang Yun was furious. You can't just leave like this. You've been paid for this job. I'll return the money then. Luo Yang said indifferently and tossed the check onto Jiang Yun's face. You can't do that. Once you take the money, you must finish the job. Otherwise, according to the contract, you'll have to pay 10 times the amount as compensation. Jiang Yun gnashed his teeth angrily. Oh, is that so? Luo Yang smiled faintly, eyes gleaming ominously. You're really asking me to pay 10 times? Looking into the dangerous glint in Luo Yang's eyes, Jiang Yun felt a chill. He thought, maybe it's better to drop this. He understood that if he took this matter to the underground fight circles for justice, Luo Yang would definitely return the money. But if he continued to press the issue and got Luo Yang angry, it would bring nothing but trouble. Scaredy cat. Seeing Jiang Yun's face alternating between green and white with anger, but unable to say a word, Luo Yang snorted contemptuously and raised his hand. We're leaving. Understood. Everyone followed. Soon, the entire room was emptied. Only Lu Ming, Lin Jiao, and Jiang Yun remained. Now that they're all gone, let's have a little talk. Lu Ming raised his eyes slightly, speaking casually. Talk about what? Get out of here. This is my house. As soon as the 18 men had left, Lin Jiao let out a cold snort and immediately ordered him out. She was extremely upset that Lu Ming hadn't been humiliated and had resolved everything so effortlessly. Your house. Lu Ming smiled, his eyes chilling with an intensity like never before. Do you even know who paid the down payment for this place? Enough already. Jiang Yun sneered. Just paid the down payment? You think you're something special? Look at how poor you are. You'll never amount to anything in your life. Get out. This house was originally given for Jiao to live in. You don't have the right to stay here. Get out. Lu Ming snorted, then directly fell onto the sofa. Oh, if you can make me leave, then come ahead and try. Old 6, old 7, throw him out. Jiang Yun growled in fury. His own bodyguard stepped forward. Inwardly, he cursed Luo Yang. Muscle-bound men were all crazy. Lu Ming had obviously heard Luo Gang's name from somewhere and tried to scare Luo Yang, and Luo Yang actually fell for it. Such a useless idiot. He had to personally step in and deal with Lu Ming in the end. As two bodyguards surrounded him, Lin Jiao became excited. Lu Ming, if you apologize now, you can still walk out on your own, she exclaimed loudly. Chapter 59, do as I please. These two stinking fish and shrimp want to stop me. Lu Ming showed a hint of mockery. I know you're strong. Of course I wouldn't come unprepared. Jiang Yun sneered and snapped his fingers. Old 6, bring it out. The bald man, called Old 6, smirked darkly and pulled out a gun from his pocket. The dark barrel exuded a chilling gleam as it pressed against Lu Ming's forehead. Facing the gun muzzle just inches away, Lu Ming's expression turned calm. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, Jiang Yun burst into loud laughter that echoed through the room. Lu Ming, I can't beat you in a fight, but blowing your head off with one shot? No problem at all. He had avoided confrontation with the 18 angry men because he believed it'd be difficult to use his gun effectively in such a confined space against 18 men. But if they dared to do anything to him, he wouldn't be afraid either. Did they really think the Jiang family could stand tall in Qingsheng for years without real power? Lu Ming still remained silent. Seeing Lu Ming didn't speak, Lin Jiao taunted. Lu Ming, what's the matter? Scared? Let me tell you, even if you knelt and begged for mercy, you wouldn't be able to walk out of here. She felt exhilarated. Only by following Jiang Yun could she feel the thrill of holding someone's life and death in her hands. Kneel down and beg for mercy from young Master Jiang, and we might not kill you. Old 6 stared at Lu Ming expressionlessly and said coldly, not kill me. Finally, Lu Ming spoke. Suddenly, he shot out his hand so fast that no one could react, snatching the gun directly from the other's hand. Then, with a powerful upward kick, bang, Old 6 and Old 7 were sent flying several meters back, screaming, ah. Kala, a bullet was chambered. Lu Ming raised the gun with a cold smirk and said indifferently, come on, let me ask you now, who's killing who? Everything happened so fast that no one could react. Jiang Yun never expected that Lu Ming would dare to grab the gun like this. Didn't he fear it might go off accidentally? But how would he know that with Lu Ming's incredible speed, someone like Old 6 was just a piece of rotten fish, absolutely no chance to react? I called your men rotten fish and shrimp without exaggeration. Lu Ming said calmly, daring to stand this close to me? Truly don't know their place in life and death. After speaking, Lu Ming shifted the gun barrel and aimed it at Jiang Yun. At this moment, Jiang Yun paled, his legs trembling, stuttering. You, what are you going to do? Lu Ming, don't act recklessly. Lin Jiao turned pale with fear. She had never imagined that Lu Ming would actually seize a gun, and so skillfully at that. Seeing Lin Jiao defending Jiang Yun, Lu Ming walked closer, his gun now pressed against Jiang Yun's forehead, taunting, Scared I'll kill him and ruin your dream of becoming a rich lady. Let's talk, Lu Ming. Jiang Yun's lips turned white. I admit my mistake. I shouldn't have taken your girlfriend away. Please spare me, will you? He was genuinely scared. He could already feel the weight of the handgun and the destructive power of the bullets inside. With just one twitch of Lu Ming's finger, he'd be dead. Unlike Lu Ming, he absolutely didn't dare try to snatch the gun back. Shut up, Lu Ming shouted coldly and directly punched Jiang Yun in the stomach. Oh! Jiang Yun screamed in pain, curling up like a boiled shrimp. Before he could even fall completely, Lu Ming kicked him hard again. Jiang Yun flew backward and crashed onto the sofa. Young Master Jiang. Lin Jiao screamed in shock. She quickly turned around, glaring angrily at Lu Ming. What are you doing? Why are you treating him like this? Have you gone crazy? How dare you hit him? Get down on your knees and apologize to him now. Perhaps because for 6 years, she had always bossed Lu Ming around, or perhaps because she had come to take Lu Ming's affection for granted. So even in this situation, she furiously turned on Lu Ming without hesitation. It was simply because in her heart, she had long been accustomed to Lu Ming always obeying and following her every word. Kneel down right now. Seeing Lu Ming staring at her coldly, Lin Jiao became furious, like a shrew screeching wildly. She raised her hand toward Lu Ming's face, actually attempting to slap him. Lu Ming's pupils narrowed. A killing intent surged in his eyes, and he slapped her first. Ha! Utter brutality. A mouthful of fresh blood spat out. Oh! Lin Jiao screamed, just like Jiang Yun, and flew backward. Sai Fei Chucher. Chapter 60, Punishing Lin Jiao. Seeing the despicable couple fall onto the sofa, Lu Ming's eyes overflowed with killing intent as a cruel smile curled his lips. Lin Zhao's actions had become the final straw that ignited the fury in Lu Ming's heart, completely shattering the last bit of restraint he had. All the feelings from the past 6 years were now severed. Who could tolerate their once-beloved girlfriend doing everything possible to destroy them, and then constantly trying to stop them when they finally fought back? If not for the remaining shred of rationality, just now he would have slapped Lin Zhao straight to death. Seeing Lu Ming advancing, Jiang Yun trembled in fear, pleading desperately. Lu Ming, please calm down. I'm wrong. I'll never dare again. I swear, I won't bother you ever again. Please just let me go now. He could clearly see that originally Lu Ming had been relatively calm, but Lin Zhao's sharp tongue and attempts to intercede had provoked Lu Ming, causing him to now lose control and possibly kill them both at any moment. Let you go. Lu Ming sneered. You think it's that easy? I'll give you 2 choices. What? What choices? Jiang Yun asked shakily. First, you and Lin Zhao jump from here together. If you survive, you're free to go. Lu Ming said coldly. At these words, both Lin Zhao and Jiang Yun paled. But this is the 7th floor. Then, I take it choice 1 is out of the question? Lu Ming countered. Jiang Yun wanted to shout that whoever picked choice 1 was an idiot, but facing the barrel of Lu Ming's gun, he lost all courage. Yes. No second choice then? Yes. The second choice is for you to hand over some leverage to me and make sure Lin Zhao never harasses my parents again. Otherwise, I won't mind killing you both. Lu Ming snorted coldly. In his heart, Jiang Yun was already a dead man. But not yet. Not at this moment. It wasn't that Lu Ming had softened. But right now, both Jiang Yun and Lin Zhao were in his house. If something happened here, it would be extremely difficult for him to clear his name once Zhang Xinhuan launched his relentless retaliation. And then, he would feel guilty toward his parents. Better to use this opportunity to get something out of it first, then find a suitable time later to finish off Jiang Yun smoothly and logically. Hearing Lu Ming's words, Jiang Yun visibly relaxed. The second choice wasn't easy either. Handing over some incriminating evidence essentially meant becoming Lu Ming's pawn, completely under his control. But compared to the first option, it suddenly seemed quite agreeable. Okay, then, what kind of leverage do you want? Jiang Yun swallowed hard and asked. Criminal evidence. Lu Ming said lightly. Jiang Yun's face stiffened. His mind flickered through the many crimes of the Jiang Corporation, tax evasion, murder, arson, and he awkwardly replied. You're joking, right? Where would I have any crimes? Lu Ming scoffed. Truth be told, he only mentioned it offhandedly. He didn't really expect Jiang Yun to comply. Otherwise, as soon as Jiang Yun left, Lu Ming could turn over the evidence, and Jiang Yun would be finished. Fine, just give me a video of you and another man then. Lu Ming said nonchalantly. Wasn't today exactly what Jiang Yun had planned for him? Being taken by the 18 furious men? So why not let Jiang Yun experience the same thing? Jiang Yun's face changed instantly. And me? Have that kind of video? How could I? Although due to long-term indulgence in lust, he had gradually become interested in men as well. He had never recorded anything like that. Then go record one now with your subordinates. Lu Ming smirked coldly, gesturing toward Lao Lu and Lao Qi, who were still on the floor. What? Jiang Yun immediately looked horrified. No, I refuse. That would strip away all dignity he had as a man. Meanwhile, Lin Zhao, who had been silent until now, widened her eyes and quickly cried out. No, Lu Ming, you can't do that. If Jiang Yun had relations with another man, what if he lost interest in her completely? Do it. Now. Lu Ming, seeing Lin Zhao speak out again, immediately kicked Jiang Yun in the stomach. Oh, okay. In pain, Jiang Yun hastily sobbed and agreed with tears and snot. At this moment, who cared about the dignity of being a man? Anything to stop Lu Ming's kicks was worth it. However, just as he had agreed, he received another kick from Lu Ming on his back. Jiang Yun fell forward face first, crying out in pain. I already agreed. Why are you hitting me again? Chapter 61 Xin Yun Xian. Look at you crying. I just can't stand it, okay? Lu Ming sneered. Jiang Yun immediately gritted his teeth tightly, kept his head down without speaking, and silently walked to 6th and 7th Master, then opened their pants. Big Master, don't do this. Seeing Jiang Yun lower himself, 6th and 7th Master were terrified. Watching the disgusting scene before him, Lu Ming began to record a video, but felt nauseated and slightly sick to his stomach. How twisted could this guy be? I only told him to do it with one person. Why did he go ahead and do it with 2? Such a pervert. Meanwhile, seeing Jiang Yun's movements being even more proficient than hers, Lin Zhao's face turned ashen. Could it be that Jiang Yun actually had issues with his sexual orientation? Then, she turned around and glared hatefully at Lu Ming. Are you satisfied now? You've ruined 6 years of my life, and now you want to ruin the rest of my happiness too. If Jiang Shao doesn't marry me, Lu Ming, I swear, I will never forgive you for the rest of my life. Lu Ming didn't wait for her to finish and slapped Lin Zhao again, angrily shouting. I never hit women before, but from today on, you're an exception. At this moment, lying on the sofa, covering her swollen cheeks, Lin Zhao looked at Lu Ming in terror and dared not speak again. Finally, she understood. Lu Ming was no longer the obedient man who always followed her every whim. After everything was over, Jiang Yun left Lu Ming's new house with his subordinates, defeated and embarrassed. They had wanted to take the guns from Lu Ming, but he didn't give them, and instead gave Jiang Yun another kick that sent him flying a few meters away. Seeing this, Jiang Yun could only endure the pain and leave quickly. As they departed, Lu Ming could still hear Jiang Yun warning Lin Zhao not to look for him again and slapping her once more. Because Jiang Yun felt that if it wasn't because Lin Zhao had insisted on standing up for him, Lu Ming wouldn't have lost his mind. It was all Lin Zhao's fault. Lin Zhao didn't say a word. She only silently endured. After everyone had left, the new house was completely silent. Looking at the messy aftermath in the new house, Lu Ming felt extremely agitated. He decided to make a phone call. He ordered someone to demolish and renovate the place, and also replace the door. He didn't want any trace of Lin Zhao remaining here. Meanwhile, Qingqing Airport. Has Miss Shin arrived yet? At the arrival's exit, Su Shan was asking with a frown. She should be here soon. One of the bodyguards beside him replied. Why did they have to ask me to meet Xin Yunxian at this time? If it wasn't in Qingcheng, I could have had a few days alone with her. Su Shan muttered in irritation. Xin Yunxian came from the World Banking Alliance, holding a high position, and was responsible for the cooperation with the Su family. But Xin Yunxian was only available these few days. Therefore, to cultivate Su Shan, the Su family specially arranged a flight for Shun Yunxian to come to Qingsheng, so that Su Shan could discuss the cooperation with Shun Yunxian while also dealing with the matter regarding Ying Rongrong. But Su Shan's main concern was that since his fiancée was also in Qingsheng, he couldn't have any MA interactions with Shun Yunxian, which infuriated him greatly. He had heard that Shun Yunxian was an exceptionally beautiful woman. As Su Shan grumbled, a group of people emerged from the arrival's exit. At the forefront, an extraordinarily beautiful woman walked out slowly. Her charm was dazzling. Her figure was icy and aloof, and despite her makeup being both vivid and dignified, it couldn't hide the distant aura she emitted. She was wearing a black dress, her figure swaying elegantly, most notably her pair of snow-white slender legs. Smooth and delicate, captivating everyone's eyes. The moment she appeared, she instantly attracted the attention of all the surrounding pedestrians, and they were all astonished. Where did this big movie star come from? At this moment, Shun Yunxian looked up at the sky of Qingsheng, her eyes revealing both unfamiliarity and familiarity. Then, on her cold face suddenly appeared a faint smile. Little Lu, it's been 15 years. Sister has come to find you. This time, I can let you know my real identity. Chapter 62. Wei Xiner pays a visit. The Su family felt it would be troublesome for Shun Yunxian to come to Qingsheng to meet Su Shan about the cooperation, but in reality, this was exactly what Shun Yunxian had wanted. She had been worried about finding time to come to Qingsheng to chat with Lu Ming. As Shun Yunxian gazed absent-mindedly at the sky of Qingsheng, Su Shan, who had been waiting impatiently, finally noticed her. There she is, let's go. Su Shan signaled to his bodyguards who were carrying gifts and took the lead, walking toward the most eye-catching figure among the crowd. Miss Shun, hello, I'm Su Shan. Approaching Shun Yunxian, Su Shan first tidied up his 150,000 yuan tailored suit and displayed what he believed was his most handsome smile before extending his hand, intending to shake hands with his famous beauty. He was very confident in his own handsome appearance. Shun Yunxian was sure to have a great first impression of him. But Shun Yunxian didn't even glance at Su Shan's hand, smiling slightly as she said, hello, young Master Su. It's an honor to finally meet you. Seeing that Shun Yunxian had no intention of shaking his hand, a shadow flickered across Su Shan's eyes, but he quickly smiled again. Miss Shun is too modest. The honor is mine. Shun Yunxian smiled without responding, then shifted the topic. I didn't expect you, young Master Su, to find time to come to Qingsheng to meet your fiancée. It seems your relationship with her is indeed excellent. Upon hearing the word fiancé, Su Shan recalled yesterday's humiliation, his expression stiffening slightly before he forced a smile. Not bad. He was currently waiting for good news from Jiang Yun, news that would allow him to kill Lu Ming off as soon as possible. Unaware that her words had infuriated Su Shan, Shun Yunxian asked, young Master Su, when will you be available? Let's talk about the cooperation then. Tomorrow, I will host a welcome banquet for Miss Shun at the Ming Central City tomorrow night. We can discuss everything in detail then. Today, let's not talk about business. You've had a long journey. Why don't you take a day to rest, and I can accompany you around Qingsheng. Su Shan intended to use this opportunity to get closer to Shun Yunxian. If he could win her over, that wouldn't be a bad outcome at all. But upon hearing what Su Shan suggested, Shun Yunxian actually smiled. All right then, I'll go rest up today. See you tomorrow. Her heart fluttered excitedly. Would that mean she could go find Xiao Luzi? As for Su Shan's suggestion of touring around Qingsheng, she completely ignored it. Who would want to go out with such a despicable, womanizing creep? Su Shan's face hardened. Did she actually just refuse him? But he didn't dare force her, managing only a dry laugh as he replied. Should I give you a ride then? No thanks. See you later. Shun Yunxian turned and walked off, casually waving her hand with an air of easy confidence. Watching her figure disappear, Su Shan silently cursed at Shun Yunxian. How dare she look down on him? But recalling Shun Yunxian's status, Su Shan could only swallow his rage. Yes, Shun Yunxian did have the capital to look down on him. At this time, Lu Ming had people already working on his new home. He had paid generously, and they had no complaints, immediately getting to work enthusiastically. As for Lu Ming himself, he decided to head home, feeling annoyed. It would be better just to lie down. However, just as he arrived at his doorstep, Lu Ming spotted a familiar figure. More accurately, it was a female figure. The woman had delicate features, skin so tender it looked as if it would burst with the slightest pressure. She wore a pure white tight little strap top that accentuated her curves, a light green shirt over it, and shorts that showed off her long, straight legs. She had an amazing figure, but her face brings bad luck. Lu Ming inwardly cursed, his gaze darkening slightly. It was none other than Wei Xiner. What was she doing showing up at his doorstep? As Lu Ming parked his car, Wei Xiner noticed his arrival and quickly stepped forward in a flustered manner. Stop right there. Don't come over. I'm asking you, what are you doing here? Lu Ming got out of the car and barked at her. Chapter 63. Sleeping on the same bed. The murderous look on Lu Ming's face made Wei Xiner tremble involuntarily, and she instinctively stopped moving. Lu Ming, I just want to talk to you. She no longer had the arrogance and superiority from yesterday, but instead appeared as humble as dust. We don't seem to have anything to talk about, right? Lu Ming sneered. He clearly remembered how Wei Xiner and Lin Jiao had ganged up on him before, secretly transferred his money, and tried to drive him away from the jewelry store. Coupled with Lin Jiao's recent trickery, he now felt that these people were definitely up to no good if they were coming to find him. There is, I beg you, give me a little time. Wei Xiner glanced around cautiously and whispered, can we go somewhere else? Hearing that, Lu Ming revealed clear signs of impatience in his eyes, but he had indeed noticed people watching from a distance. If Wei Xiner went crazy here, he'd be completely ruined. Fine, follow me. His face cold, Lu Ming walked into his home. Okay. Seeing this, Wei Xiner exhaled in relief. At least Lu Ming was still willing to give her a chance. As Wei Xiner followed Lu Ming inside, the breakfast stall owner, who was cleaning up the storefront, stared in disbelief, his lips trembling as he was overwhelmed by anger and sadness. What the hell? Just how many has this guy had already? Seriously, someone who couldn't even tell the difference between 1 yuan and 1 jiao coin. Could someone please count for him? Inside the house, the entire living room was quiet. Only the dripping of a tap in the kitchen and the chirping of insects from outside the window could be heard. Though the living room wasn't large to begin with, having 2 people inside made it feel instantly cramped. Lu Ming could even catch the faint scent of Wei Xiner's orchid-like perfume, and he became even more annoyed. Talk, do it quickly, and then leave. As soon as he spoke, Wei Xiner, who was sitting on the sofa, said, Lu Ming, I came here to apologize. I know I was wrong. I don't even deserve to speak to you. I looked down on you yesterday, but could you please forgive me just this once? I really need that job. The jewelry store had completely forbidden her from returning, and although Wei Xiner wanted to go back to work, they refused to let her. With no other choice, she could only come to find Lu Ming. To this day, Wei Xiner still believed Lu Ming was a wealthy and powerful second-generation rich kid. I never said you couldn't work. Lu Ming replied indifferently. But the manager said you wouldn't forgive me and won't let me return. Wei Xiner replied. You can ask your close friend to speak up for you in front of Zhang Yun. Lu Ming said expressionlessly. But it seems like Zhang Yun is in trouble himself now. You'd better solve this on your own. Zhao no, Lin Zhao, she won't help me. A hint of sorrow and anger flashed across Wei Xiner's pretty face. Frowning, Lu Ming asked, what do you mean? Yesterday afternoon, I told her I could come with her to apologize to you, to seek your forgiveness, but she thought I was mocking her. She even believed that I was falling for you. As she spoke, Wei Xiner avoided looking directly at Lu Ming and shifted her gaze elsewhere. Forget it. Nothing really. Anyway, she believes I betrayed her, told me to get lost, and slapped me. Upon hearing this, seeing that Wei Xiner had also suffered betrayal just like himself, Lu Ming's expression wavered. For a moment, he wasn't sure whether he should laugh at her or feel sympathy. Then, he turned away, his voice cold and indifferent. That's your matter. It has nothing to do with me. Finally desperate, Wei Xiner quickly grabbed Lu Ming's hand, her voice breaking into tears. Lu Ming, please, I know you have a kind heart. I know you only strike back when pushed to the very edge. I swear, I will never provoke you again. Could you just forgive me just this one time? Let go. A cold glint flickered in Lu Ming's eyes. He wasn't the type to pursue someone ruthlessly to the end, but he couldn't be bothered with Wei Xiner's situation. This was all her own doing. She had helped Lin Zhao force him into paying the dowry. To vent her anger, she had secretly transferred his money, trying to force him to kneel down and apologize. She had been an accomplice in all those things. Moreover, he had already been too lenient. Unlike Zhang Yun, who had completely blacklisted him, Lu Ming had never relentlessly pursued Wei Xiner the same way. She could easily switch jobs elsewhere, but it was only that she herself wasn't willing to give up the glamour of working at Century Plaza. Please, at least consider that we were classmates in college, or even consider that. At this, Wei Xiner suddenly seemed to have made a firm decision. Consider that we once slept on the same bed. Won't you let me go just this once? As soon as she said this, Lu Ming could no longer remain calm. His expression changed drastically. What the hell are you saying? Did she even know what she was talking about? I'm not making this up. Wei Xiner took a deep breath. She finally decided to speak out the embarrassing truth. Didn't our class go on a trip during the winter break of sophomore year? Yeah. Lu Ming looked at Wei Xiner with a mixture of surprise and doubt. Don't you remember that back then you wanted to video chat with Lin Zhao at night, so you rented a separate room instead of sleeping with your roommates? Yeah. Lu Ming nodded. He did recall that incident. But how does that have anything to do with you? How could we possibly sleep in the same bed? At that time, weren't we avoiding each other like the plague? We didn't even sit together at meals. Lu Ming couldn't help but add. He had absolutely no memory of sleeping with Wei Xiner. At that time, it was the period when Wei Xiner disliked him the most. At lunchtime, she even switched seats after initially drawing lots to sit with Lu Ming, publicly declaring she didn't want to sit next to him. Everyone in the class knew about this. Exactly, but who asked Lin Zhao to ask me to take care of you? Wei Xiner took a deep breath, and she thought since I hated you so much, I would definitely never fall for you. So she even texted me then, asking me to make sure you wouldn't get too close with other girls. She also told me to help you back to your room when you were drunk and wait for her video call with you. So you helped me back to the room and ended up sleeping together? Lu Ming's pupils contracted. He was indeed drunk back then. Could that be when it happened? Not that fast. Wei Xiner inhaled again. I helped you back, and after you video chatted with Lin Zhao, I was about to leave. But suddenly, as if possessed, you stood up and pushed me against the wall. Despite my strong resistance, you started kissing me, taking my first kiss. Lu Ming. He couldn't help but swallow hard. No, you're kidding, right? It's true. Although Wei Xiner was actually asking for help from Lu Ming, she still glared at him fiercely after being questioned. Why would I lie? Lu Ming fell silent. He felt momentarily nervous after being hit with this information. He racked his brain, but couldn't recall a single memory of ever kissing Wei Xiner. Wei Xiner continued. After you kissed me, I was terrified. I wanted to hit you and push you away, but I was too weak. You started touching me, threw me onto the bed, and climbed on top. I cursed at you, calling you a scum, an animal, a disgrace to humanity, daring to do this to your girlfriend's best friend, but you wouldn't listen at all. Lu Ming opened his mouth in shock. What the hell? When did I ever do something like this? Wei Xiner breathed in deeply. I thought you'd always had some sinister motives toward me, and that it was just now exposed. But later, as I cried harder, I realized something. Because of that video call, you thought Lin Zhao was in the room, and you mistook me for Lin Zhao. I swear, that night was the kindest you had ever been to me, and I remembered every word you said so clearly. You were frightened by my crying. You lovingly wiped away my tears and kept apologizing. You kept saying, I'm sorry, Zhao Zhao. I shouldn't have been so hasty. You said, baby, don't cry, and promised that we'd wait until our wedding night to give each other our first time. You gently said we would definitely get married, buy a house, and travel together. Humph. I was secretly despising you in my heart at the time. You, the type of honest, well-behaved guy, will definitely be betrayed eventually. Girls only remember the one who took their first time. Honest and well-behaved guys like you, who do nothing, make girls feel no psychological burden at all when they abandon you. Lu Ming, already shocked out of his wits by this ridiculous story, responded helplessly. At a time like that, you still had the presence of mind to mock me? Why not? I already knew for sure you wouldn't touch me anymore. Wei Xiner said. Fine. Lu Ming turned his mouth sideways. Looking at Lu Ming, Wei Xiner continued. After that, I don't know exactly what happened either. Maybe your words were just too hypnotic. I fell asleep in your arms. When I woke up, it was already around 4 or 5 in the morning. As she spoke, Wei Xiner's pretty face showed discomfort. Chapter 65 Lu Ming's attitude. In truth, she didn't feel at all that Lu Ming's words were hypnotic. The hypocritical her actually enjoyed being gently soothed to sleep by Lu Ming. Even though she knew she shouldn't, even though it might have been the effect of alcohol, That was the first time she completely relaxed in a man's arms. She hadn't even done that in front of her father. But maybe because she had once shown her most docile side to Lu Ming, the later Wei Xin'er grew increasingly irritated with him, constantly mocking and provoking him, even going too far. Lu Ming didn't notice Wei Xin'er's discomfort, and continued, "Then what? You wouldn't have seduced me in the middle of the night, would you? Are you crazy in the head?" Wei Xin'er retorted angrily. It was true that she was money-oriented, but in order to marry into a wealthy family, she had also maintained her virtue, and had never even gone out alone with a man before. In such circumstances, how could she do anything to Lu Ming? Rather, it was Lu Ming himself who not only kissed her, but also touched every place he should and shouldn't have touched. Yet, hearing Lu Ming's words, for some reason, Wei Xin'er suddenly felt a little pleased. He had never joked with her like that while sober before. "You continue." Lu Ming shrugged. Wei Xin'er said, "I was in a hurry to leave, and when I struggled out of your arms, you even threw up on me. It was so disgusting. But at that moment, I didn't have the heart to deal with you. As for what happened later, you already know." Upon hearing this, Lu Ming stayed silent. This is the whole story. After finishing her story, a sudden sense of relief washed over Wei Xin'er unlike anything before. This shameful secret had weighed heavily on her heart for far too long. She had never told anyone, and this was the first time she had ever revealed it. But as she looked at Lu Ming, she suddenly found the courage to ask, "Do you believe it's true?" Her eyes were filled with hope. She hoped that her honesty could earn Lu Ming's trust. In her heart, she knew it was impossible for him to trust her. She had made too many mistakes before. But the human heart always harbored unrealistic fantasies. For instance, hoping someone would be waiting for you just as you decide to turn back. Lu Ming didn't answer immediately. Instead, he straightened his posture and just sat there, staring at Wei Xin'er. Even though the details were so vivid, and he really did wake up the next day with vomit all over himself. And on that night, he even had a sensual dream involving Lin Jiao. Still, he couldn't fully believe her. How did he know Wei Xin'er and Lin Jiao weren't working together? What if, after he confessed, Wei Xin'er suddenly revealed a recording and accused him of molestation? Lu Ming wasn't paranoid. It's just because the person was Wei Xin'er, and thus he had to be cautious. Seeing that Lu Ming remained silent, the hope in Wei Xin'er's eyes faded away. "You don't believe me?" "Yes." Lu Ming nodded. "How do I know you don't have some hidden agenda? I told you this only hoping you might feel a bit guilty, so that you'd leave me alone. I really don't want anything else from this. Can't you even believe that?" Wei Xin'er's face began to turn pale. Looking at her earnest words, Lu Ming's frown deepened. This guy really seemed sincere. But recalling how Lin Jiao was able to perform with such affection before her betrayal, Lu Ming suddenly laughed inwardly. Was he actually tempted to believe this woman? Their acting ability could kill him. Finally, Lu Ming relaxed his body and made a scoffing sound. Casually, he said, "Well, I'll tell your boss something, so you can go back to work." "What about this incident then?" Wei Xin'er tightly clenched her hands, without even realizing that unconsciously her main concern had already changed. "Well, I can only say, I really don't remember anything like that. Nothing to do with me," Lu Ming carefully replied. Looking at Lu Ming's wary expression, Wei Xin'er's eyes went blank and her face turned pale. Her fingers unconsciously grabbed the hem of her shirt, grabbing, releasing, then grabbing again. Finally, she suddenly stood up, looking down at Lu Ming from above, laughing. "Huh? What are you laughing at?" Lu Ming frowned. "Laughing because you've become much smarter." Wei Xin'er suddenly returned to her usual scornful and mocking manner from the previous days. "It seems you've become much more alert. I was originally planning to take advantage of your wealth and blackmail you a bit, make you take responsibility for me, but I didn't expect you to not fall for it at all. Haha, seems even good guys can change." Chapter 66, Xunyue and Xun Yunxian. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and coldly smiled upon seeing this. "Thank you for your compliment. This version of Wei Xin'er looked more like her usual self. You're welcome. Anyway, I've already achieved my original goal. You promised me you would call my store manager. Here's his number." Wei Xin'er took out a business card and slammed it onto Lu Ming's desk. Lu Ming immediately made the call. Everything was quickly resolved, and as an extra, he even had a full set of gold jewelry delivered over. He would give it to Xun Biqin later. The generous order left the person on the other end extremely grateful. They immediately called Wei Xin'er back to work. After hanging up, Lu Ming looked at Wei Xin'er calmly and said, "I'm done. Don't ever bother me again. Get out." Wei Xin'er stared at him silently, then suddenly turned her head away from his gaze and coldly replied, "Fine. Feel free to leave. No need to say goodbye." Lu Ming said. Without a word, Wei Xin'er turned around and walked toward the door. Just as she stepped out, 2 streams of tears uncontrollably rolled down her cheeks. She quickly wiped them with the back of her hand, then lowered her head and left. Standing by the window, Lu Ming watched until Wei Xin'er had left the residential complex, finally releasing a breath he didn't realize he was holding. He really didn't want this ticking time bomb entering his room. But, right now, Lu Ming's mind was full of Wei Xin'er's pale face and the way her fingers nervously gripped the edge of her clothing earlier. Could it possibly be true? Lu Ming tapped the table, tightly frowning. Yet if that were really the case, why would Wei Xin'er keep covering for herself for so long? If she had no feelings for him and had been wrongly approached by him after he got drunk, she should have spoken up, right? Then why did she hide the truth for so long? Was it because she feared people finding out would lower her value, making the rich second-generation boy reject her? Thinking this, Lu Ming decided he didn't want to go any further. Only one thought remained in his mind. Regardless of the truth, perhaps it was better to choose not to believe, for his own sake. Once resolved, Lu Ming stopped dwelling and put the matter aside. He prepared to book a ticket back to Linqing. As for the 100 yuan he owed Ing Chengfeng, well, 100 yuan wasn't urgent. If Zhong Er heard this, he would definitely be furious. Yet, Lu Ming thought too soon. As soon as he opened the booking app, a call came in. An unknown number. Who's this? A sense of confusion hit Lu Ming, who had grown sensitive to unfamiliar numbers ever since Lin Jiao. Lu Ming answered the call. Who is this? A little Lu, where are you now? Hurry up and come out. Your nightmare has returned. A female voice full of mockery sounded through the line. Upon hearing this voice, Lu Ming was first startled, then suddenly remembered something, and his expression changed instantly. Xunyue, you're back. His face revealed both surprise and joy. How had she suddenly returned? On the other end, Xun Yunxian, dressed in a black dress, couldn't help but laugh hearing that familiar yet unfamiliar name, then spoke threateningly. Don't call me Xunyue, call me sister. Lu Ming ignored it completely. No way. Hell no. I'm older than you. You should be calling me brother. You're asking for death. Shen Yinchuan's tone carried a heavy sense of threat. Don't think you can fly solo now that you've grown some wings. Let me tell you, now that I've arrived in Qingcheng, if I take second place, nobody dares to claim first place. You still better call me sister. Stop bragging nonsense. Lu Ming burst into laughter. So where are you? I'll take you out to eat. Where are you? I'll come pick you up. Isn't it said you're working at a gym? There was excitement in Shen Yinchuan's tone. I can stop by to check out some muscular guys. What are you checking out? I am the most muscular guy here. Lu Ming stood up. Please, with your tiny figure? Muscular guy? Come on. Shen Yinchuan snorted. You come and see how muscular I am. I'm home now, not at work. I'll send you the address. Lu Ming became enthusiastic. All right, I'm looking forward to it. Shen Yinchuan challenged. After finishing her sentence, Lu Ming sent over the location and started changing clothes. As he changed, a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. He hadn't seen Shen Yuer in 15 years. When Lu Ming was in middle school in Qingcheng, his deskmate had been Shen Yuer. At that time, Shen Yuer was very big, fatter than even the fattest boy in class. Back then, Lu Ming had been very thin and weak. Shen Yuer could literally punch 10 Lu Mings into oblivion. Back then, Shen Yuer had hardly any friends. Even when some girlfriends approached her, it was only to use Shen Yuer for comparison and mock her body shape for amusement. Shen Yuer had sensed this clearly and decisively distanced herself from them. Over time, she ended up with not even a single friend. Until she became Lu Ming's deskmate. At first, Lu Ming had also not wanted to befriend Shen Yuer. Boys always preferred to hang out with the classroom or school beauties. Shen Yuer was well aware of this, but didn't seem to care much. But after sitting together for 2 days, because Lu Ming always liked to fall asleep during class, and Shen Yuer saved him twice, Lu Ming gradually stopped feeling so repelled by interacting with Shen Yuer, and instead started helping her with many things. Over time, their relationship became no different from that of ordinary desk mates. Until one day, Lu Ming was cornered by a group of delinquents from another school. After kicking the leader in the groin, he ended up being beaten up badly in a one-sided fight. Just when Lu Ming was being mercilessly beaten, thinking that he might die here today and never return home to see his parents again, he suddenly heard a loud roar from behind. Die, all of you. Immediately afterward, Lu Ming turned his head. When he saw what was happening in front of him, his mouth opened wide in disbelief. Chapter 67. The shocked breakfast stall owner. To everyone's surprise, Shen Yuer was actually holding a mop that had just been dipped in a toilet, charging forward like a warrior wielding a halberd. At that moment, she looked like a battle god. All the hoodlums started crying for their mothers and fathers and ran faster than dogs. At that moment, Shen Yuer swept away thousands of troops, zhengshur the entire school, and proved her unmatched divine might. She and Lu Ming became the legendary male and female devil duo, instantly becoming known to all elementary and middle school students on campus. Everyone knew them, because not only did they achieve such glorious feats, they were also specifically called out for a public reprimand. The reason was that the principal happened to walk by, and when Shen Yuer swung her mop, some of it landed on the principal. After that incident, Lu Ming, the hero saved by the beautiful, sincerely submitted and started calling Shen Yuer Big Sister Shen. From then on, the two became close comrades who had stood together on the flag-raising platform to read their letters of self-criticism. Later, when Shen Yuer left Qingcheng, they could only maintain their relationship through occasional calls every half a year or even every 2 years. In the blink of an eye, many years had passed. I wonder what she's like now. Has she gotten even stronger than me? Lu Ming couldn't help but smile. Over these years, for some unknown reason, she hadn't even sent a single photo. Let alone photos, there weren't even any calls or voice messages. Therefore, Lu Ming's impression of her had become extremely vague. After a while, I'm here. You can come down now. Lu Ming answered her call and said with a smile. Okay, I'll come down. At the gate of the residential compound, the breakfast stall owner was still tidying up his shop when he saw an extremely dark, thick-bodied Audi A8L slowly pulling to a stop at the gate of the compound. His mouth dropped open in astonishment. What the F*** K? This car is so luxurious. The breakfast stall owner wasn't just aimlessly browsing car forums. He recognized this model. It's an armored vehicle, worth a fortune. Foreign dignitaries often used it for transportation. What kind of big shot has come to this compound? The breakfast stall owner clicked his tongue. The next moment, something even more shocking happened. He saw a woman stepping out from the driver's seat. A woman of peerless beauty, ravishingly stunning. She was dressed in a simple and elegant black long-sleeved shirt and pants. Yet her beauty remained breathtakingly radiant. Her figure lush, yet slender, incredibly charming. The entire entrance of the compound seemed to shine because of her. For the first time in his life, the breakfast stall owner truly understood what people meant when they said another's waist is thinner than his leg and another's face smaller than his palm. What the F*** K? Which big celebrity is this? The breakfast stall owner swore in amazement. The stall owner's wife had originally thought her husband was slacking off, but when she came out to check, she was also stunned, showing a dreamy expression. This older sister is too beautiful. I wonder why she's here. Do you think maybe she's here for a date, honey? The stall owner nodded, even analyzing it aloud. Highly possible. Maybe she's someone important meeting a lover secretly here. After all, there's little foot traffic here, making it less likely to be discovered. His wife nodded, also curious now. I wonder how handsome the boy with her must be. I really want to see him. Me too. The breakfast stall owner laughed heartily. The couple simply stopped working, dragged over a small stool, and started gossiping. However, just as they sat down, for some unknown reason, the stall owner suddenly had a flash of a familiar face. More precisely, a certain person. No, it can't possibly be him. The stall owner shook his head violently, trying to shake off the thought. How could that be? He had brought in 3 beauties over time. But if this woman, who looked like a movie star, also had something to do with him, then how could there be any fairness for the rest of men in this world? Just then, Xiao Luzi, over here. Suddenly, the stall owner saw that dazzlingly beautiful woman waving excitedly in a certain direction. Instinctively, he followed her gaze. And when he did, Lu Ming's face became clearly visible. The breakfast stall owner froze. His eyes widened, his lips trembling gradually. The next moment, his mind screamed with one voice. F***. Why is it always this damn kid again? Chapter 68. The charm of Shen Yinxian. The breakfast stall owner was completely stunned. Could it be that just being handsome allowed someone completely ignorant of basic Shangshi to attract so many girls? His worldview had collapsed. At this moment, the breakfast stall owner was in shock. Lu Ming was also shocked. When he had just come out, he looked around for Xunyue. But after searching the area, he only noticed one extremely slim and beautiful girl, whom he instinctively ignored. Who could have guessed that the very next moment, this beautiful girl actually waved at him enthusiastically and even called out his childhood nickname, unchanged for 15 years. This time, Lu Ming was flabbergasted. He walked towards Shun Yinxian in a daze, scanning her up and down, mouth agape in disbelief. Get in the car first. Shun Yinxian pulled a still-stunned Lu Ming into the car. After getting inside, Lu Ming stuttered, Xunyue? How? How did you become like this? Can't you speak properly? Shun Yinxian felt like he was insulting her and shot him a glare. What do you mean like this? I just lost some weight. Is that not allowed? Allowed. It's just kinda hard to get used to. Lu Ming nodded, his gaze still lingering on Shun Yinxian. Her delicate features and snowy skin made her seem completely different from the old Xunyue, especially with her curves tightly outlined in black clothing, showing an undulating landscape. He felt even more astonished. What are you staring at? Are you some kind of pervert? Seeing Lu Ming's shameless staring, Shun Yinxian spat, but then she smiled. Didn't she know this was exactly how he had been back in middle school? It's not like she just met him yesterday. No, just looking. You know, we're buddies, don't take it seriously. Lu Ming didn't even try to hide, smiling openly. Bro what or what? Call me senior sister. Shun Yinxian pinched him. And I've always treated you like a little brother, but you were actually thinking about dating me? Lu Ming started shouting in pain. Ouch. Ouch. Shun Yinxian let go, amused and annoyed at the same time. What are you crying about? I didn't even pinch hard. Lu Ming wasn't embarrassed at all being caught out, just laughed straight out. How about it? Don't you think my weight loss is working out? After saying that, Shun Yinxian gave a dramatic gesture of placing her palm on her chest and straightening her slender waist, presenting herself with great poise. Yeah, you've definitely succeeded. Lu Ming gave her a thumbs up. Xing don't look right. Shun Yinxian smiled and asked playfully. This caught Lu Ming off guard, making him shake his head quickly. I don't dare to, I really don't. The image of Shun Yinxian once bravely wielding a broomstick to face down a small army was still fresh in his mind. He truly didn't dare to feel even a slight flutter of the heart. You really won't feel anything at all. Really? You sure? Shun Yinxian suddenly smiled mysteriously. Then, unexpectedly, she tugged her dress down to her shoulders, revealing her delicate white collarbone and a purple silken strap. She crooked her finger at Lu Ming, wearing a faintly coquettish expression. Lu Ming's eyes instantly widened, his entire body going blank. Oh no, he was caught. Seeing Lu Ming's stunned look, Shun Yinxian quickly pulled her dress back up, laughing so hard she nearly doubled over. Look at you, drooling already. Still claiming you don't feel anything. Where? I'm not drooling. Lu Ming protested. You totally are. Be honest. What are you afraid of? We're both adults. Shun Yinxian teased him, her beautiful eyes shimmering with flowing glances, exuding charming allure. Please, let's just stop. Let's go eat something. Lu Ming hurriedly tried to stop things. If she kept this up, he wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. Ha! Seeing this, Shun Yinxian couldn't help bursting into laughter again, patting Lu Ming's shoulder. Is this already too much for you? I surrender. Then why don't you call me senior sister? Otherwise, I'll really show you what else I've got. Alright, senior sister. Alright, let's just go eat before it gets dark. Lu Ming said helplessly. Alright, Shun Yinxian pressed down on the gas pedal and finally left Lu Ming in peace. At the restaurant, the two were seated. After ordering food, Lu Ming asked, when did you get back? Just now. I went to the hotel to change clothes and came directly to find you. Shun Yinxian smiled, her eyes and brows curving beautifully when she smiled, bright and sunny. Yet there was a peculiar allure about her, as if she could effortlessly steal a man's soul at any moment. Lu Ming couldn't help but sigh. Such a stunning beauty was truly a national calamity. Chapter 69, Xin Yinchuan's Mockery. Oh, by the way, why didn't you tell me you were coming? Lu Ming asked. It had been more than a decade since they last met, and this reunion felt somewhat rushed. But Shun Yinxian didn't seem to mind. It was a last-minute decision. I just flew straight to Qingcheng, and only remembered to notify you after I landed. That works. Lu Ming nodded slightly. True old friends don't need to worry about such things. So what are you doing now? It's been more than 10 years, you never mentioned it before. Is it still confidential? Lu Ming smiled. Over the years, Xin Yinxian had rarely revealed anything about himself. Lu Ming had wanted to ask, but each time, the other had said it was confidential, so he could only hold his tongue. It's not secret anymore. Xin Yinxian said, I'll tell you. I'm currently working at the World Bank Alliance. My specific position, well, it's pretty high up. Back then, Xin Yinxian had kept himself hidden because he wasn't strong enough, worried that Lu Ming might draw the attention of his family. So not only did he keep his name, identity, and environment secret, he also stopped frequent contact to make his family think that he and Lu Ming were merely ordinary friends. For that reason, each time Xin Yinxian contacted Lu Ming, he had to go through great trouble contacting other classmates first. But now, he was confident he could protect Lu Ming. The World Bank Alliance? Lu Ming was immediately surprised. He remembered that he still had a Black Dragon card from the World Bank Alliance in his pocket. Right, have you heard of it? Xin Yinxian replied. Lu Ming nodded with a strange smile. Of course, everyone there must be pretty impressive, huh? They're indeed impressive. The most impressive ones. Xin Yinxian paused for a moment before saying, are the top-level clients of the World Bank Alliance, the holders of the Black Dragon card. Hearing this, Lu Ming couldn't help but become interested. Oh, how impressive are they exactly? TCH, let me put it this way. Money is just a number to them, and every decision they make can shake the entire world. Xin Yinxian raised her brow. Is that so? Lu Ming stroked his chin. But I feel like I'm not that impressive. Get out of here, stop bragging. You think you actually have a Black Dragon card? Xin Yinxian laughed and scolded. Haha, I was just messing around. Lu Ming grinned while thinking to himself. I'll definitely take out my Black Dragon card when the chance comes. I'm going to scare the hell out of Xin Yinxian. When it comes to showing off, you've got to do it with your best friend. PSH. Xin Yinxian smirked, originally wanting to take this opportunity to reveal her true name to Lu Ming. However, before she could speak, Lu Ming suddenly started talking about his own situation, interrupting her. Me? I recently took over my boss's gym. Really? That's pretty impressive. Xin Yinxian was surprised. Impressive? How could that match your level? Lu Ming replied, unimpressed. Shen Yunxian gave a domineering look, waving her fingers. You can't compare with me. I'm your big sister in this game, and I need to look after you. You're right. Lu Ming clicked his tongue, then added. Then I broke off the engagement with Lin Jiao. Broken off the engagement? You were engaged to her. Shen Yunxian was taken aback. Wait, weren't you two broken up a long time ago? If she had known Lu Ming was still with Lin Jiao, she wouldn't have dared to make such a bold move just now. Lu Ming was momentarily confused, then smacked his forehead. Oh, I forgot to mention it to you. The last time we talked was a year ago. At that time, Lin Jiao broke up with me, but later we reconciled, met the parents, got engaged, and we were just one step away from marriage. Is that so? When Shen Yunxian heard the word engaged, her hands holding the knife and fork involuntarily tightened, but she quickly returned to normal, smiling as she asked. So why did you suddenly call it off? Did you get cheated on? Can you watch your wording? Lu Ming winced, clearly bothered by the question. Come on, if a man cancels an engagement with a long-term girlfriend, it's either because he got cheated on or his fiancée died. Considering your reaction, it can't be the latter, right? Without a hint of restraint, Shen Yunxian laughed and said, don't take it too hard. What man doesn't have a little green on his head once in a while? If you want, I can take you to a private club. You can cheat on her too, just for balance. Chapter 70 Lan Lulu's Dilemma. No, I think it's dirty. Lu Ming shook his hand quickly. Still maintaining your purity, huh? Shen Yunxian teased him a bit, then asked curiously, then what's going on between you and Lin Jiao now? Lu Ming was silent for a moment before replying. We're basically enemies by now, but as long as she doesn't bother me anymore, I won't go looking for trouble either. After hearing that, Shen Yunxuan's delicate face flickered with understanding, then she smiled knowingly. All right, I get it. For Lu Ming to call someone an enemy, she could roughly imagine just how unreasonable Lin Jiao must have been. She might need to find an opportunity to teach the girl a lesson. Tomorrow night, do you want to go to Minghai Central City? A client is going to invite me to a welcome banquet. Important people will be there. I plan to introduce you to them. Shen Yunxian smiled and said, let them know you're someone I, Shen Yunxian, personally stand for. They shouldn't dare to offend you carelessly in the future. She had no idea that the current richest man in Qingsheng and the Jiang family had already fallen out with Lu Ming. Shen Yunxian. Lu Ming, however, focused on the name, startled for a moment. Aren't you called? This is my real name. I used a fake one before. Shen Yunxian smiled slightly. Lu Ming rubbed his chin thoughtfully for a moment before saying carefully, Shen Yunxian, it doesn't roll off the tongue as easily as Shen Yuer. Please, you dare criticize the name my grandfather gave me? Shen Yunxian shot him a glare. Out of respect for elders, Lu Ming quickly backed down. Sorry, my mistake. I'll personally apologize to your grandfather next time I meet him. Shen Yunxian laughed. In person? No way. My grandfather has been gone for 10 years already. Lu Ming. *T. You should have told me earlier. I'll go tomorrow night then, dress myself up nicely, and give them a grand gift to make sure I don't embarrass you. Lu Ming said. Please, no gift needed. You're already my person, so why bother giving gifts? Shen Yunxian took a sip of water, shaking her head. Just bring someone with you. All right. Lu Ming nodded, but didn't take Shen Yunxuan's suggestion seriously, quickly changing the topic. So how much is your annual salary now? $1 million or so. Impressive, right? Your sister here is a rich lady now. Shen Yunxian smiled. Though she claimed it was impressive, her expression made it clear this annual salary wasn't really that impressive to her. That was the confidence her family had given her. After hearing that, Lu Ming fell into thought. Seems not too much actually. Then would you only earn 100 yuan in 1,000 years? What nonsense are you spouting? Do you think 100 yuan is as cheap as cabbage? Shen Yunxian rolled her eyes. Don't brag. Having 10 million is already great. In my eyes, 100 yuan isn't a big deal. 1 million, on the other hand, is even cheaper than cabbage. Lu Ming said proudly. Shen Yunxian looked unimpressed. Is your million in happy beans then? TSK, don't believe me then. Like they say, you can't discuss ice with a summer bug. Lu Ming waved his hand dismissively. Only in front of Shen Yunxian would he act so naturally conceited. Right. So young Master Lu, I'm the summer bug. Don't know how much your ice costs per gene, but could you please just eat some food first? Shen Yunxian replied in exasperation. Lu Ming chuckled, without hurrying to explain to Shen Yunxian. Tomorrow, he'd give her a big surprise. After the meal, Lu Ming and Shen Yunxian left together. Now let's shift to another thread. At this time, Qingsheng had already begun to stir quietly when Su Shan announced he would host a welcome banquet for Shen Yunxian. Lan Lulu was lying at home. Since she returned from lunch with Lu Ming at noon, she'd been like this. Just then, ding ling ling. Her phone suddenly rang. Lan Lulu quickly picked it up, hearing a greasy voice she desperately wanted to avoid. Lulu, have you thought it over yet? Lan Lulu's face turned annoyed, but her tone remained soft. Sorry, boss Lai. I don't want to come back. Several companies have already offered me jobs. Really? A few company directors just promised me they definitely wouldn't hire you. Could you have been scammed? Lai Yongyi chuckled mockingly. Chapter 71. Ing Rongrong's Dilemma. Facing Lai Yongyi's relentless pursuit, although Lan Lulu had expected it in her heart, her expression still turned grim. She said, perhaps some people from smaller companies still don't know about Director Lai's generosity in valuing talents. Haha. Interesting. To dare to mock me right to my face. You're indeed quite intriguing. I'm becoming even more interested in you. Lai Yongyi laughed heartily. It made Lan Lulu feel nauseated. Well then, Lulu, I'll give you another chance. Tomorrow night is a welcome banquet hosted by young Master Su for Ms. Shen Yunxian from the World Bank Alliance. He has sent out invitations to every major and influential faction in the city. Lai Yongyi continued. Heng Yuan Huafu just happens to have one extra invitation. This invitation allows a guest to bring one companion, and I've decided to take you along. What do you think? If you handle this opportunity well, you'll rise to fame and fortune overnight, and I can also help you deal with Zhong Heir's issue. Lan Lulu immediately made an excuse to decline. I'm sorry, Director Lai. I have a job interview tomorrow night. As soon as the words left her mouth, the cheerful tone in Lai Yongyi's voice vanished completely, replaced by a cold and menacing voice. You truly still want to refuse me? He thought that giving Lan Lulu another chance had already been quite generous on his part. Never did he expect her to reject him outright. This enraged him. Sorry. Lan Lulu replied composedly. Good. Once tomorrow night's welcome banquet is over, I'll make sure you understand what it means to offend me. Clenching his teeth, Lai Yongyi slammed the phone down. He was certain that Lan Lulu had declined him just for that pretty boy Lu Ming. Once the banquet ended, he'd arrange for someone to run Lu Ming over and then abduct Lan Lulu for his own amusement. At that time, he'd make Lan Lulu cry and beg him on her knees to let her go. As for Lan Lulu, she stared at the phone after the busy signal with a deep sigh, overwhelmed by a feeling of powerlessness. What should she do in the face of Lai Yongyi? Zhaonong Bank, Qinghe Branch. Dress nicely tomorrow night and accompany me to meet Miss Shun. This is important regarding our cooperation, and you must comply. At the same time, Su Shan arrived at Ing Rongrong's office, throwing the invitation onto her desk and ordering her. Ing Rongrong frowned. Su Shan, it's fine for me to attend the welcome banquet, but since we haven't even gotten engaged yet, there's no need for us to go together. Such rumors will damage the reputation of both our families. Her engagement with Su Shan had been arranged by their elders. In reality, they hadn't even held an official engagement ceremony yet. She really wanted to meet Shun Yunxian, whose reputation she had heard of long ago. But that didn't mean she wanted any sort of public appearance with Su Shan. Unexpectedly, when Su Shan heard this, he sneered, "Oh, so you actually still care about the reputation of both our families? What do you mean?" Ing Rongrong's expression darkened immediately. Su Shan narrowed his eyes. "You know exactly what I mean. But for now, I won't dwell on your relationship with Lu Ming. Just remember one thing. Tomorrow, you must dress beautifully. Otherwise, it's my face that will be shamed." Ing Rongrong scoffed coldly. "I'll dress nicely, but not for you." Su Shan chuckled mockingly. "Whether it's for me or not isn't for you to decide. Everyone knows that as long as you look good, the Su family looks good. After all, you are destined to become my woman sooner or later. That's your fate. You can't escape it, Ing Rongrong. Let's go." After saying this, Su Shan turned around and left with his bodyguards. Ing Rongrong turned pale with anger, several times on the verge of impulsively throwing the teapot on the table at Su Shan's face. In the end, she managed to suppress her fury. Just as Su Shan had said, this was the fate she could not escape. How unfair. Why must my destiny be decided by others? Thinking about it finally became too much for her to bear, and Ing Rongrong angrily slammed her hand on the desk. She had already informed Ing Chengfeng that she had brought in 1,000 units of deposits, fulfilling the wager with the family, yet Ing Chengfeng refused to listen. Instead, he changed the topic, clearly implying that they would still force her into marriage with Su Shan. Now, with Su Shan speaking to her like this, how could she not feel hopeless? "Miss, perhaps, you should ask Mr. Lu for help." Seeing Ing Rongrong in such pain, the female bodyguard couldn't bear to watch and gently suggested. The best person to help Ing Rongrong escape this mess was undoubtedly Lu Ming. If a top-tier billionaire like Lu Ming were willing to speak out and show his wealth, the Ing family would surely reconsider and look for an excuse to call off the engagement. Ask him for help? Ing Rongrong sighed deeply. "Xiaoning, I've definitely had that thought before, but he's not really anyone to me." She already felt terrible for causing Lu Ming to lose 100 yuan while trying to complete a family task through his deposit. Now, if she were to drag him, who always preferred to keep a low profile, into the disputes of major families, Ing Rongrong would feel guilty beyond death. "But miss, he's not now, but maybe he could be in the future. Can't you at least try? And besides, it seems like you actually like him too." Female bodyguard Ding Jingning began plotting. "Maybe if you invest a little effort, he'd fall for you immediately? You're so beautiful, with such a great figure. I heard online that men nowadays really like black fishnet stockings and school uniforms. Maybe you should buy some and wear them for Mr. Lu sometime? Or send him some to Japan." Ing Rongrong just imagined the scenario and already blushed furiously, giving Ding Jingning a sideways glare. "What are you talking about? Black stockings and uniforms? Do you think he's that vulgar? A man who can live contentedly in such a rundown place, who treats 100 yuan as if it were nothing and sees thousands as just ordinary, has surely long seen through the illusions of worldly luxury. How could he ever be tempted by something as trivial as clothes? I'm telling you, if I ever tried that on him, he'd probably just delete my number immediately." "All right then." Ding Jingning paused and thought, eventually conceding the point. Lu Ming was indeed the most uniquely living billionaire she'd ever met. One whose habits were almost indistinguishable from an average person. "Forget it. There's no rush to resolve the engagement yet. I still believe that Ing Rongrong, will find a way." Ing Rongrong took a deep breath and added, "But what's more pressing is tomorrow's welcoming party. I cannot let Su Shan get his way." Su Shan had told her that no matter how she dressed, everyone would believe she was doing it for the Su family, and for Su Shan. Well, she was going to prove him wrong. Ing Rongrong picked up her phone and dialed Lu Ming. "Hey Rongrong, what's up?" Lu Ming had just parted ways with Shun Yunxian when Ing Rongrong's call came through. "I was wondering if you knew about the welcome reception that Su Shan is hosting tomorrow for Miss Shun Yunxian of the World Bank Alliance?" Ing Rongrong asked. Lu Ming paused, his mind musing that So Shun Yunxuan's client was Su Shan after all. It was really a small world indeed, and he replied aloud, "I know." Ing Rongrong hesitated before asking, "Then will you be going tomorrow?" "Yeah, why?" Ing Rongrong was surprised. "Did Su Shan personally send you an invitation card?" It wasn't strange that Lu Ming would know about the party, but what shocked Ing Rongrong was that all invitations for Su Shan's event were personally signed by Su himself. And Su Shan had actually invited Lu Ming? That truly caught Ing Rongrong off guard. However, Lu Ming's response quickly shifted her surprise into confusion. "He didn't give me one." "What? How will you go then?" She was astonished. "Shun Yunxian invited me herself. I think I should be able to get in, even without Su Shan's permission," Lu Ming mused. "Sure, the party is hosted by you, Su Shan. But Lu Ming thought, if the guest of honor herself invited me, you surely won't have the nerve to stop me from entering." "Oh, I see." Ing Rongrong suddenly understood and couldn't help but laugh faintly. "Right. Given your special status, it's natural that Miss Shun would personally invite you. I can't believe I forgot that." Lu Ming held a black golden dragon card. The entire World Bank Alliance would go out of their way to show him respect, much less Shun Yunxian. "Not really that special," Lu Ming denied modestly. "She invited me only because we've been close since we were kids." Upon hearing that, Ing Rongrong couldn't help but be startled inwardly. "You two grew up together?" We were classmates in middle school, even sat next to each other." "Oh, I see," Ing Rongrong murmured, curiosity rising within her. "Then what was Miss Shun like back in middle school?" Shun Yunxuan's reputation had long spread far and wide. Her beauty, academics, and talent were all considered top-notch. Ying Rongrong had heard others discuss her many times, but having never met the girl in person, Shen Yunxian had always held a certain air of mystery for her. Now, finally meeting someone who had grown up with Shen Yunxian, her curiosity was instantly ignited. Middle school. As soon as Lu Ming heard the question, he immediately thought of Shen Yunxuan's various anecdotes and started to sound a little hesitant. Ying Rongrong nodded eagerly. Well, she did really well in school. Everyone in the entire school knew her, and she even gave a speech during the national flag-raising ceremony. Lu Ming started explaining. Lu Ming coughed dryly twice. He couldn't exactly speak ill of Shen Yunxian, so he decided to only say half the truth and leave the rest unsaid. Really that impressive? Ying Rongrong immediately displayed admiration in her tone. She guessed Shen Yunxian and Lu Ming must have attended an elite private school with the top young talents from all major families gathered together, but Shen Yunxian had still managed to stand out as the most dazzling star. Such a remarkably talented woman truly commanded respect. Chapter 73 Invitation. Yeah, he's pretty impressive. Lu Ming replied with a dry laugh. What about you? How was your middle school experience? Ying Rongrong turned her attention to Lu Ming. Me? I wasn't anything special, but I did speak at the flag-raising ceremony with Shen Yunxian. Lu Ming coughed dryly again. Wow, that's nothing special. You're so humble. Ying Rongrong praised. Flustered by her compliment, Lu Ming's face turned red. Seriously, the principal even said back then that he never wanted to see you two up there again. Ying Rongrong couldn't help but giggle softly. Lu Ming laughed uncomfortably. Unaware of the embarrassment behind Lu Ming's laugh, Ying Rongrong involuntarily pictured a scene in her mind. Under the radiant sunlight, Shen Yunxian and Lu Ming were on stage sharing their study experiences and discussing visions for the future, while the first row downstairs held provincial and municipal leaders smiling and watching them speak, occasionally clapping their hands and nodding in approval, followed by the principal and directors watching with admiration and expectation, and finally young elites listening attentively. The young man was handsome and dashing, the girl stunning and elegant, full of vigor and in their prime. As Ying Rongrong was lost in imagination, Lu Ming interrupted her. Oh right. Did you have anything else to talk about? You didn't come here just to ask about her, did you? Oh right. Ying Rongrong snapped back to reality and quickly said, I almost forgot. I wanted to ask if you're going alone tomorrow. If not, how about we go together to the welcome event? Sure. Lu Ming agreed casually with a nod. Shen Yunxian had invited him over, but wouldn't accompany him inside. If Ying Rongrong was willing, he was more than happy to have another companion. However, Lu Ming, I have to be clear with you first, Ying Rongrong confessed. I want to ask you because Su Shan told me that whenever I show up somewhere, people always assume I'm his girl. That's why I want you to come with me, to disprove his claim. Ying Rongrong continued honestly. I know I'm basically using you as a shield, and it might drag you into it, so you can say no if you want. It's totally fine. Ying Rongrong knew she was being somewhat inconsistent. Just now, she had said she didn't want Lu Ming to go back to the Ying family to cancel the engagement out of concern that it might get him involved. But now, she was asking Lu Ming to accompany her on an outing to humiliate Su Shan, which would involve him too. But Ying Rongrong had no other choice. She wished she could find another man. But first of all, there was no one else around her who compared to Lu Ming. And secondly, somewhere deep in her subconscious, she didn't want to seek out anyone other than Lu Ming. After Ying Rongrong finished speaking, Lu Ming didn't even hesitate before laughing joyfully. So that's all it is, huh? Then of course I'll agree. Anything to make Su Shan lose face, and he was more than happy to oblige. This prick had even gone as far as having Jiang Yun look for the 18 furious men, planning to come after him, and Lu Ming had been waiting anxiously for an opportunity to deal with him. Really? Ying Rongrong said joyfully. Of course. Do I look like I'm kidding? Lu Ming chuckled, then added playfully. What? Should we pretend to be a couple? Maybe be a bit more intimate? Ying Rongrong slightly blushed and felt her heart pounding at his frank question. And no, that won't be necessary. You just need to walk in with me. Though denying it outwardly, her lips couldn't help but lift into a smile. Ying Rongrong asked. Then how about I pick you up at your place tomorrow? Sounds good. I'll wait at home for you. Saves me the trouble of driving. Lu Ming smiled. Then the two hung up the phone. After the call, Ying Rongrong's beautiful face remained grinning, thoughts swirling in her mind. A couple, being intimate. Was he implying something? Did he want to be with me? Would that be too fast? Chapter 74, The Treatment of Lu Ming. Miss, what did he say? Beside her, Ding Jingning watched Ying Rongrong's cheerful expression and couldn't help teasing. Is it because he's really willing to marry you right on the spot? What nonsense are you talking about? At those words, Ying Rongrong's face turned instantly red, as if her secret had been discovered. She hurriedly denied it with flustered panic. Then why are you so happy? Ying Rongrong, we didn't say anything about marriage or whatever. Go away. Oh, so that's it. I was just kidding around. Why are you in such a rush? Could it be your conscience is guilty? You, Ying Rongrong scolded. Are you that free? Go do your own thing. Yes. Seeing Ying Rongrong's reaction, Ding Jingning found it even more amusing. This was the first time she'd seen her mistress in such a flustered mess. After hanging up the phone, Lu Ming asked Shen Yunxian to send him an invitation. Knowing that he might face Su Shan's harassment tomorrow and not even be allowed in without an invitation, he decided to settle the issue all at once. Once the invitation was delivered by Shen Yunxuan's people, Lu Ming held the red envelope with golden embellishments. He marveled at its stylish look, and as he glanced at the bold and flowing handwriting of Shen Yunxian within, he couldn't help chuckling. That's really your style. Shen Yunxuan's signature revealed a demeanor completely different from ordinary women, bold and casual. Lu Ming clicked his tongue in admiration. Back when we were kids, I never could have told that your status would be so impressive. This reunion had left him even more amazed by Shen Yunxuan's identity. Anyone could tell she was from a prestigious family, having climbed to the upper echelons of power through her own efforts. To be backed by someone like this, my life from now on is set. Spinning the invitation in his hand, Lu Ming whistled appreciatively. The next day, near evening, Lu Ming put on a suit, which, combined with his good looks and long years of physical training, made him look rather sharp. After getting dressed, Lu Ming went downstairs to wait for the car. Not long after, the familiar Audi arrived. Lu Ming, Ying Rongrong had Ding Jingning drive to the gate of the residential compound before personally stepping out of the car and waving at Lu Ming with a bright smile. Seeing Ying Rongrong, Lu Ming's eyes flickered slightly in surprise. dressed in a strapless white gold silk dress, replacing her usual work uniform. Ing Rongrong's shapely, soft curves were alluringly outlined beneath the elegant garment, enticingly graceful, captivating the heart. Especially her unfathomable guile, hinted subtly through the alluring cleavage, pale white like snow, mesmerizing without the possibility of looking away. Lu Ming couldn't help but marvel. Ing Rongrong was truly the woman with the broadest chest, literally and figuratively, that he had ever seen. Meanwhile, the passers-by nearby couldn't help but feel envious of this scene. That guy's really lucky. Among them was the owner of the breakfast stall. Even now, he still found it unbelievable. How did Lu Ming manage to maintain relationships with so many beautiful women? How infuriating. Why is the world so unfair? Lu Ming had no idea about their thoughts. He said politely with a few casual words, "Thanks for taking the trouble to drive here." He also smiled toward Ding Jingning sitting in the driver's seat. Ing Rongrong quickly shook her head. "No trouble at all. It's only right that I do this." He hadn't even gotten back the 100 yuan she had wrongfully taken from him yet, and still helped her. Ing Rongrong felt so moved that she'd offer herself in return if she could. So how could she possibly think this was troublesome? "Let's go," Lu Ming said. "All right." Ing Rongrong nodded, then opened the car door herself to welcome Lu Ming inside. Lu Ming, surprised by this, felt flattered. It was the first time in his life that a girl had opened the car door for him. He hadn't encountered anything like it before. "No need. Really, I can do it myself," he said. It's okay, just get in." Ing Rongrong laughed. Lu Ming had no choice but to obediently climb into the car. Right after Lu Ming got in, Ing Rongrong leaned forward into the car too. Lu Ming blinked. Thinking that Ing Rongrong intended to get in as well, he prepared to move inward to offer her the seat. Yet, the next moment, Ing Rongrong reached out and stopped him. "I'm not getting in. I just want to help you fasten your seatbelt." "What?" Lu Ming was instantly stunned. "Rongrong, that's not necessary. I can do it myself." He never expected that Ing Rongrong would actually go so far as to personally lean in and fasten the seatbelt for him. That's going too far. Chapter 75, Su Shan's Fury. "Let me help you. My car has some issues, and you might find it difficult to fasten it," Ing Rongrong said. Lu Ming, seeing that Ing Rongrong insisted, had no choice but to agree. He sat quietly and let her help him insert it. But no sooner had he settled down than his gaze froze. Because Ing Rongrong had leaned forward to search for the seatbelt, and the view was directly exposed before Lu Ming, overwhelming his entire field of vision. Before his eyes, endless landscape, snow white and pure. In his nose, the sweet fragrance, intoxicating and charming. The distance between the two was so close that Lu Ming could almost feel Ing Rongrong's body temperature. He even wondered if he just tilted forward a single centimeter, he'd be pressed right against her. Lu Ming was stunned, unaware of anything. Ing Rongrong fastened the seatbelt for Lu Ming, then hurried back to the other side of the car and sat in from the door, letting Ding Jingning drive off. Seeing how Ing Rongrong acted, the surrounding pedestrians, including the breakfast stall owner, once again spat out mouthfuls of blood and rage. They couldn't see what Lu Ming had seen. All they knew was that Ing Rongrong had acted too humbly. How could this kid allow such a beautiful and rich woman to open the door for him personally, even fastening the seatbelt? He's milking this for all it's worth. This guy's going too far. What a beast. Under the secret condemnation of the onlookers, Lu Ming arrived at Menghai Center City. What Ing Rongrong said was true. The seatbelt did have a problem. Lu Ming struggled with it for quite a while before he finally unfastened it. So she wasn't trying to take advantage of me just now. Lu Ming thought smugly, enjoying the benefit while still complaining. If Ing Rongrong knew what Lu Ming was thinking, she would surely want to strangle him to death. "Let's go." Ing Rongrong smiled as she unfastened her seatbelt. "Okay." Lu Ming nodded. No sooner had the two gotten out of the car than a waiter came forward, leading them upstairs. "Master Su, Missing has arrived." As Ing Rongrong and Lu Ming entered the elevator, a bodyguard arrived at the VIP room on the top floor of Menghai Center City to report to Su Shan. Upon hearing that, Su Shan curled his lips into a confident smirk. She's at least sensible enough to come. What he feared most was that Ing Rongrong wouldn't even come at all. If that had happened, it wouldn't just be Su Shan's face that was ruined. It would be the entire Su family's honor that was disgraced. Then, Su Shan continued, "Show me the surveillance feed. Let me see how well she's dressed herself up for me today. She's related to my dignity as a Su." The moment he finished speaking, the bodyguard showed a reluctant expression, seeming to want to speak, but hesitating. Noticing this, an ominous feeling suddenly arose in Su Shan's heart, and he frowned. "Why are you just standing there motionless?" "Master Su." The bodyguard opened his mouth with difficulty. At this moment, Su Shan fully sensed something was off, and impatiently yelled, "Hurry up and bring it to me. Why are you just standing there like an idiot? Are you fucking deaf?" Hearing that, the bodyguard felt despair inside. He knew that once he handed over the surveillance video, Su Shan would be furious enough to pee blood, and would definitely vent his rage on him. But there was no choice. Resisting Su Shan would mean he'd die faster and more brutally. "Yes, sir." Trembling, the bodyguard handed over the phone and switched on the surveillance video. Su Shan couldn't wait anymore. He snatched the phone from the bodyguard's hands, praying desperately in his heart that what he feared wouldn't become real. The image appeared. Su Shan instantly froze. Then his eyes suddenly became incredibly fierce, furious, raging, and mad. Ing Rongrong wore a platinum white dress, elegant and noble beyond words. Even through the screen, Su Shan could feel her beauty. If Ing Rongrong had dressed like this for him, he would have been delighted. Only, beside Ing Rongrong stood another man, chatting and laughing with her. Lu Ming. All of Ing Rongrong's splendor was blooming exclusively for this one man. That damn couple. In the next instant, Su Shan became so furious that he roared in rage. "Ing Rongrong, what the hell do you take me for? What do you take the Su family for?" Then, turning around, Su Shan pointed at the bodyguard furiously and screamed, "F***CK, whose guy are you? Take him out." Ing Rongrong's actions were essentially slapping him in the face with horns, and tonight, she was doing so in front of the entire Qingqing city. Filled with rage, he could only take it out on this poor, innocent bodyguard. His face paled. The bodyguard hadn't even managed to apologize or beg before his mouth was covered by others and dragged out immediately. F***CK? Lu Ming, you did well, really well. I tried to have someone deal with you before, but that was because Jiang Yun was useless. Now you've stepped into my territory. Just wait and see how you die. Su Shan gritted his teeth, his eyes brimming with hatred. He must kill Lu Ming. He must tear him to pieces. Chapter 76 targeted. But mutilating Lu Ming wasn't for today. Today he must first drive Lu Ming away. Yesterday, when Su Shan visited Ing Rongrong with Master Jiang, he decided not to deal with Lu Ming immediately because he thought with the 18 furious men hired by Master Jiang, Lu Ming would definitely get beaten up and out of the picture. Then, without his own hands getting dirty, Ing Rongrong would naturally reject any contact with Lu Ming when she saw the video. However, Jiang told him that somehow Lu Ming had found out Luo Gang's name and tricked the 18 furious men, escaping unscathed. Upon hearing this yesterday, Su Shan was so furious that he gave Jiang a brutal beating. Yet afterward, since he had to prepare the welcoming party, Su Shan was too lazy to go after Lu Ming personally. Because he thought under the intimidation of the 18 furious men, Lu Ming would surely be terrified and dare not approach him again. But today, he dares to show up together with Ing Rongrong? If he doesn't stop him now, won't Lu Ming be able to come inside with the invitation from Ing Rongrong? If Ing Rongrong brings this pretty boy into the spotlight, then his and the Su family's faces would truly be completely ruined. Absolutely not. He couldn't accept this. Su Shan stood up, snarling. Come with me. Thinks he can enter their high society gathering? Absolutely not. Yes, sir. The bodyguards shouted in unison. Meanwhile, Lu Ming and Ing Rongrong were completely unaware that they had already been targeted by Su Shan. The two of them were now heading toward the venue of the welcome party. At the entrance stood 2 rows of pale-skinned, beautiful women dressed in cheongsams, very eye-catching, especially since each woman's cheongsam had a high split, and glimpses of enticing curves occasionally peeked from the opening. Moreover, every woman's chest bore her name and phone number, clearly indicating any guest could take home whoever interested them. Looks like young Master Su has quite high taste. Looking at the extravagant sight and the gilded hall, Lu Ming quipped jokingly. Scenes like this generally only appeared at clubs and karaoke bars, and only Su Shan could manage to bring something like this here. Lu Ming thought if Su Shan ever decided not to inherit the family business, he'd definitely make a decent pimp. Ing Rongrong's expression showed subtle embarrassment. If she were hosting Shun Yunchuan's welcome banquet, no matter how poorly it turned out, it would never include such lewd attire. It was simply disgraceful. Excuse me, please show your invitation. While Ing Rongrong inwardly looked down on Su Shan, she and Lu Ming reached the entrance where a well-dressed middle-aged man approached with a smile. Ing Rongrong handed out her invitation. Miss Ing, please come in. The man smiled, bowed slightly, and gestured for her to enter. Ing Rongrong immediately planned to enter together with Lu Ming. She knew Lu Ming was invited by Shun Yunxian, and without an invitation from Su Shan, if she didn't bring Lu Ming inside, she'd have to ask Shun Yunxian to come to the door to get him, which would be too much trouble. Yet, just as Lu Ming and Ing Rongrong began to step forward, the man blocked them. Please hold on. What do you mean? Ing Rongrong's face darkened as she sensed something was off. You may enter, but he cannot. The man smiled slightly, his eyes revealing a sneaky glint. Why? According to the rules, I can bring one person. Ing Rongrong countered. According to young Master Su's regulations, your invitation applies only to you personally, and no other companions are allowed. The man replied calmly. This is deliberate targeting by Su Shan, and I absolutely refuse to accept this. Ing Rongrong's face flushed red with anger. This isn't targeting, it's a special rule. Missing, the man said coolly, backed by both Su Shan and Ing Chengfeng. He, a commoner, also dared to stand up directly to Ing Rongrong. You, enraged, Ing Rongrong's chest heaved, and she really wanted to lash out in anger. This man was just too despicable. Yet in front of Ing Rongrong's rage, the man actually smirked mockingly. Miss Ing, if you want to cause a disturbance over him at the welcome banquet, we will immediately take both of you to the security station. Chapter 77. Take action. As these words were spoken, Ing Rongrong's pretty face turned pale. Clenching her teeth, she spat. You despicable bastards. She knew she herself would be fine entering the security bureau, but before Lu Ming revealed his identity, he would certainly be targeted relentlessly. The middle-aged man showed a mocking expression, yet maintained a polite demeanor on the surface. Now please go in first, Miss Ing. Ing Rongrong didn't budge an inch, her mind racing as she tried to think of a solution. She really didn't want Lu Ming to go fetch Shun Yunxian. Otherwise, it might lower Lu Ming's standing in Shun Yunchuan's eyes, making him seem like a man who always relied on women. Just then, Lu Ming suddenly spoke. Well then, Rongrong, you go inside first. I'll walk in with you to the banquet table later. He knew this was definitely Su Shan's way of targeting him, intentionally blocking and humiliating him, but he didn't care, because he still had the invitation personally given by Shun Yunxian. If Su Shan dared to embarrass him, it would essentially be embarrassing Shun Yunxian. No way Ing Rongrong immediately froze, instinctively wanting to refuse. She needed to stay by Lu Ming's side no matter what. At worst, she'd just skip the banquet altogether. How could she leave Lu Ming alone here? But Lu Ming smiled. It's alright. I have the personally signed invitation from Shun Yunxian. They won't be able to hassle me. Upon hearing this, Ing Rongrong's eyes immediately lit up in surprise. Didn't you say you didn't have an invitation? I was worried something like this would happen today, so I made a phone call and had her send one over. Lu Ming smiled slightly. Upon hearing this, Ing Rongrong instantly became excited. She hadn't expected Lu Ming to have thought of everything so thoroughly. Just then, a voice came from behind. Shun gave you an invitation? Haha, Lu Ming, you really know how to tell tall tales. Lu Ming turned around, lips curling. I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's my son. The newcomer was indeed Su Shan. As soon as these words came out, Su Shan recalled the night 2 days ago, his expression darkening further, but he quickly sneered. Lu Ming, trying to enter my welcome banquet with a fake invitation. Right now, I'm giving you a chance. Leave on your own, I don't want to dirty my hands. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming couldn't even be bothered to argue with Su Shan about whether the invitation was real or not. He simply pulled out his phone and called Shun Yunxian directly. Since the other party was questioning him, having Shun Yunxian herself confirm it would suffice. But when Lu Ming said nothing, Ing Rongrong became furious. Su Shan, this matter has nothing to do with me. How dare you declare his invitation fake without even looking at it? Ing Rongrong, stay out of this. You go in right now. Su Shan, seeing that not only was she dressed so elaborately for Lu Ming, but was even defending her lover in front of his subordinates, grew even more furious. At this moment, he could only feel fortunate that the people at the entrance were all his men, and the remaining guests had mostly gathered deep inside the banquet hall, where no one could see him being publicly shamed by his fiancée. Otherwise, he'd have lost all face. I won't go in unless you let Lu Ming come in too. Ing Rongrong shouted. Fine, fine. I gave you the chance to keep your dignity. Sushan almost bit through his own teeth, eyes filled with humiliation and rage. Since you refuse to maintain decorum, I'll enforce it for you. As his words rang out, the bodyguards next to Sushan immediately stepped forward, eyes filled with malice. What do you think you're doing? Ing Rongrong turned pale with shock, quickly stepping back 2 paces in panic. What do you think I'm doing? Of course, it's time to teach you a lesson, to remind you what the 3 obediences and 4 virtues mean, and what it means that husband leads and wife follows. Sushan roared, move, dragging Rongrong inside and break all 4 limbs of Lu Ming. Yes, sir. The bodyguards immediately surged forward. Lu Ming, let's run. At this moment, Ing Rongrong could no longer think of anything else. She lifted her dress hem and quickly tried to pull Lu Ming along toward the banquet hall. Staying here any longer would definitely result in trouble. But Lu Ming put away his phone after sending a message and smiled. Don't worry, they can't touch me. Chapter 78. Let's beat him up first to relieve the anger. Ing Rongrong was taken aback, yet suddenly her heart calmed down. Lu Ming's confidence instinctively stopped her fleeing steps. Kid, you're pretty arrogant. I know you're good at hand-to-hand combat, but do you really think you can take us all down? Sneered the head bodyguard of Sushan. He was in a completely different league compared to Zhong Heir's guards. Even Luo Yang from the 18 Furies had been his defeated opponent. Moreover, there were 7 or 8 others here who were at his level. Who the hell was Lu Ming? Who said I was going to fight you guys? A strange smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. The head bodyguard raised an eyebrow, mockingly like a cat playing with a mouse. So you're not going to fight? You're just going to kneel down and beg for mercy. Just then, Sushan impatiently shouted from behind. What are you chatting for? Disable him right now. Yes, sir. Upon hearing that, the head bodyguard immediately snapped back to focus. Time was tight, and he couldn't afford delays. He turned his head, ready to signal the others to attack Lu Ming. Immediately, the entire entrance to the venue turned deadly silent. Just then, a sharp, piercing scream tore through the quietness in front of the venue. Su Xiao. The sudden cry immediately drew everyone's attention, including Ing Rongrong's. They instinctively looked at Sushan. When they did, they were all stunned. Crack. Come on, attack me. Lu Ming, somehow having moved like a ghost at a terrifying speed, was already standing beside Sushan. He pulled out a gun, pressed it against Sushan's head, and mockingly said, let me see who will reach who first. Will his brains be splattered first, or will you lay your hands on me? The moment he finished speaking, Sushan's face instantly turned pale. The bodyguards were equally terrified. Ing Rongrong, stunned beyond words. Her first reaction wasn't to worry about Sushan's potential death, but rather, how could Lu Ming's speed be so terrifying? She hadn't even registered what had happened before Lu Ming had already reached Sushan. Lu Ming, you're signing your death warrant, openly brandishing a firearm. You know this is illegal, right? Sushan stammered in fear. The black barrel was directly pointing at his head. He was too terrified. The head bodyguard nearly pissed himself. Let's discuss this calmly. There's no need to take things so far. Inwardly, he was shaking in shock. What kind of person was this Lu Ming? The explosive speed just now, so fast he hadn't even sensed it, was too horrifying. Take things too far? Where exactly did I go too far? Lu Ming grinned, poking the barrel further against Sushan's forehead. It's just a toy gun. People, let's not be so serious. Really, everyone hesitated. Just as everyone paused, Sushan suddenly felt a fierce surge of air pressure at his back. In the next moment, searing pain spread across his entire body. Ah! Sushan screamed as he was flung backward, only to be yanked right back by Lu Ming a second later. Just now, while everyone was off guard, Lu Ming had kicked Sushan hard in the back. You ambushed me? Sushan cried out, gasping through gritted teeth, his body convulsing in pain. That kick from Lu Ming had been too brutal. Ambushed you? I hit you right in front of your face. How dare you call that ambushing? Lu Ming sneered, his eyes burning with killing intent. If you want to talk about ambushing, now this is it. Saying that, Lu Ming suddenly lifted his knee hard into Sushan's stomach. Wah! Sushan screamed even more loudly. Stay calm. Stay calm, Lu Ming. Are you crazy? Are you determined to make the Su family your enemy to the death? The head bodyguard nearly collapsed in shock. He never imagined that in the blink of an eye, from being calm and collected, Sushan had turned into a pitiful wretch crying like a beaten dog. Ing Rongrong was also stunned. She had never thought that gentle Lu Ming could suddenly show such a ruthless, ferocious side. But somehow, was he a bit handsome like this? Lifting the nearly limp Sushan up, Lu Ming laughed coldly. Enemy to the death? Did I misunderstand something? Haven't you all intended to kill me from the very beginning? From the moment Sushan had sent the 18 Furies after him, and now tried to cripple him physically, Sushan had already wanted him dead. Then, since they were trying to kill him anyway, how could Lu Ming just sit there and do nothing? Just a light beating. Was that really too unreasonable? Chapter 79. The most humiliating moment. Upon hearing this, the head bodyguard froze. What Lu Ming said did make a certain amount of sense. Sushan glared at him, shouting, Attack! Attack him! What the hell are you standing there for? His pain made it hard for him to speak clearly. The head bodyguard snapped out of his trance, quickly pulled out his pistol, aimed it at Lu Ming, and shouted, Let go of the young master, or I'll take your life right now. Bang! Before he could finish speaking, his words were cut off by an abrupt, deafening explosion. His eyeballs immediately bulged out like those of a dead fish. Looking at the still smoking gun in Lu Ming's hand, then at the bullet hole near Sushan's feet, his lips started trembling. Sushan himself was even more terrified. His ears were still numb from the gun blast so close by. But his heart was numb beyond description. He had truly never expected that Lu Ming would actually fire his gun. Come on then, try to take my life. Lu Ming sneered. Let's see who gets to take whose life first, the young master's or yours. At this moment, Sushan felt as if he had fallen into an icy abyss, shivering from head to toe with cold fear. He stared at the bullet hole in horror. Just now he had almost died? Your gun wasn't fake? The head bodyguard gasped. He had never imagined that Sushan had nearly gone to meet his maker. You actually believed what I said? You genius, Lu Ming scoffed. He turned his gaze toward the trembling Sushan and mocked. Oops, I missed, young Master Su. Tell me, do you think you'll be this lucky next time? As soon as those words came out, Sushan completely broke down. He gritted his teeth through the pain, inhaling sharply, and stuttered. Lu Ming, exactly what do you want? Do you know how serious the consequences will be for you after this? Lu Ming jabbed the gun barrel into Sushan's neck. Serious? How serious? Come on, tell me. The lingering heat from where the bullet had just been fired off scorched Su Shan's skin, causing him agony. If you don't let me go now, the Su family will definitely not spare you. Hee. Like if I don't hurt you, you wouldn't hurt me? Didn't you say you'd cripple all my limbs? Lu Ming snorted contemptuously. Right now? This is called legitimate self-defense, you understand? Everyone stood there speechless. Had Lu Ming learned the law from a dog? Where was the justification in this defense? I don't, you're just. Su Shan was about to retort sarcastically when an intense pain suddenly surged through his abdomen, making him cry out involuntarily. Ah. I asked if you understood. Lu Ming immediately kicked him in the stomach again. Trying to argue back? Another kick from Lu Ming. Do you understand yet? Another blow from Lu Ming. I understand, I do. I really do understand. Finally, Su Shan was truly terrified. He didn't dare to argue back anymore. Lu Ming yanked at Su Shan's neck and said, Su Shan, let's get one thing straight. I didn't provoke you in the first place, right? You were the one who went out of your way to come looking for trouble and get beaten up. Don't you think you're being pathetic? Su Shan instinctively wanted to argue. It was only because of Lu Ming and Ying Rongrong getting involved that he wanted to retaliate. But meeting Lu Ming's icy stare, he backed down. Yes, I'm pathetic. He feared another beating. Good. Now you finally understand the value of backing down, understand? Lu Ming sneered, with clear contempt in his eyes, which pierced Su Shan's fragile self-esteem deeply. At this moment, every other bodyguard who had held back out of fear for collateral damage felt nothing but shame. They could do nothing but watch Lu Ming beat up Su Shan helplessly. How suffocating. The head bodyguard muttered resentfully. Lu Ming, the chief of the security bureau, is here today too. He won't let you get away with this. That's right. Su Shan mumbled. He had been beaten to the point of complete exhaustion, but a little joy stirred within him. After the head bodyguard's reminder, he recalled that the chief of the security bureau was also present. That meant Lu Ming could enjoy his victory now, but in the end he would surely be finished. But just then, Su Shan, don't be rash. Let's talk about this calmly. Upon hearing these words, Ying Rongrong's face immediately changed, and she stepped forward to speak. Hearing this, Su Shan's eyes widened in disbelief, his lips trembled, as if he'd swallowed a pound of feces, his face turning green with fury. He wanted to spit blood. He really wanted to spit blood. Who was being rash here? Who was it that had attacked without even speaking a word? Why hadn't his fiancée taken his side earlier or stopped Lu Ming, but only spoke now, when he had begun threatening Lu Ming? At this moment, Su Shan felt as if he were the most humiliated and disgraceful man in the world. Chapter 80. Shun Yunxian, the Spectator. Su Shan was terribly frustrated. He had even forgotten his anger by now, merely pointing at Ying Rongrong, unable to say anything for a long time. We can talk things through calmly. That was just a joke just now, Ying Rongrong quickly said. Deep down, she clearly understood. If she didn't speak up for Lu Ming now, she must have a serious problem in her mind. A joke. Even though Lu Ming was furious, he couldn't help but chuckle at her words. Then he followed up seriously. Right, Su Shan, I was just kidding with you. Whether it's a joke or not isn't up to you to decide. Guards, take him away. At this moment, a middle-aged man suddenly strode into the venue. His eyes gleamed sharply, and his body was strong and powerful. He wore a black suit and had a gloomy expression on his face, daring to lay hands on Su Shan right under his nose. Unforgivable. As soon as the words fell, several men rushed out, guns drawn, and aimed at Lu Ming, cocking their weapons while shouting angrily. Drop your weapon immediately, or we will shoot you dead. The dark barrels of the guns radiated a cold, intimidating aura, locking onto Lu Ming. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. He didn't doubt for a second that if he made even the slightest threatening move, those men would truly blow his brains out. Seeing the arrival of this person, at this moment, Su Shan finally exhaled in relief. But right after came Ying Rongrong's face paling. What should she do now? Wasn't Lu Ming doomed? Chang Guofu, chief of the Public Security Bureau, was extremely angry. Originally, he had been very pleased to meet Su Shan's appointment today. Connecting with the Su family meant promising career prospects. Yet while he was inside the venue, he heard gunshots. Immediately, he rushed out in haste with his men, leaving others behind to calm the crowd inside and prevent chaos. Luckily, the people inside were all important figures who generally wouldn't panic easily. When Chang Guofu reached the entrance, he saw the chaotic scene in front of him, and an intense rage flared in his heart. Even with him here, someone dared to take Su family's eldest son hostage? Unbelievable impertinence. Hear that? Drop your weapon now. The head bodyguard shouted, feeling slightly relieved upon seeing Chang Guofu's arrival. Lu Ming wouldn't dare to bully Su Shan any further now, right? Su Shan thought so as well. Although he didn't speak, a smug smile clearly appeared on the corners of his mouth as he secretly signaled to the head bodyguard. As long as Lu Ming lowered his weapon, he would immediately order his men to shoot off both Lu Ming's hands and legs, leaving him to crawl on the ground like a dying dog. Even if Ying Rongrong tried to pursue this, Su Shan could simply claim that his men were only acting to protect him, and he wouldn't fear any consequences. But faced with the pressure from the chief, Lu Ming remained calm and unconcerned. Far from releasing his grip, in the stunned gazes of everyone present, he directly shoved the barrel of the gun further into Su Shan's mouth. Ugh ugh, Su Shan screamed in pain. This time, he truly couldn't make a sound anymore. Shock and terror filled his heart. He couldn't believe that Lu Ming would dare to attack again. Have you gone mad? Release young Master Su immediately. Chang Guofu was greatly alarmed. Let go of young Master Su. Once again, the armed men roared furiously. At this moment, they longed to capture Lu Ming alive and beat him into a pulp for daring to be so brazen towards Su Shan. Yet although they were furious, in reality, not only did they dare not step forward, they hurriedly lowered their weapons slightly, fearing Lu Ming might feel his life threatened, accidentally shoot, and kill Su Shan right then. As for Ying Rongrong, her eyes widened. She was astonished at Lu Ming's actions. Why was Lu Ming still acting recklessly in such a situation? Seeing this, Lu Ming smiled cheerfully. What are you telling me to release? Chief Chang, you're overreacting. Today is young Master Su's welcome banquet. I came to attend the feast. I wouldn't possibly cause trouble. I'm merely playing with young Master Su. Don't you guys see that? Chang Guofu's expression darkened. Are you determined to walk down this path until the end? Even if you kill young Master Su now, you won't leave here alive. TSK, how rigid can a man get? I already said I was playing with young Master Su. If you don't believe me, ask young Master Su himself. Lu Ming replied sarcastically, patting Su Shan on the shoulder and indicating he should speak. Come on, young Master Su, say something. Ugh ugh. Su Shan let out an angry sound. Lu Ming said, did you hear that? Everyone fell silent. At that moment, Chief Chong, what Lu Ming said is true. He's my good friend, and young Master Su is my client. The two of them are closely bonded and are just playing with toy guns here together. Isn't that perfectly fine? Why such a show of force? A voice filled with mockery suddenly sounded from not far away. As the voice ended, everyone was startled, instinctively turning around to look. It turned out that at some point, Shun Yunxian had already arrived, standing there in a black long dress trailing to her ankles, smiling on her face. From the look of it, she had obviously been standing there for quite some time already. Chapter 81. A conversation between two women. When Lu Ming saw Shun Yunxian appear, a smile immediately curled on his lips. As for Su Shan, his heart sank with a strong sense of foreboding. Could it be that Lu Ming actually has a connection with Shun Yunxian? What right does this kid have? Watching Shun Yunxian approach calmly, she gave a slight smile to Chong Guofu. Director Chong, let Su Shan explain himself. If what he says differs from the truth, I'll call the head of the Su family and have him come personally. At these words, Su Shan's face turned deathly pale. He immediately understood what Shun Yunxian meant. If he dared to blame Lu Ming, then Shun Yunxian would cut off the Su family's business ties, cutting their future short. How despicable. Su Shan was filled with uncontrollable rage and frustration. He couldn't believe how the kid could be on such good terms with Shun Yunxian. And here he was, the first heir of the Su family, fallen into such a pitiful situation. Miss Shenyu. Chong Guofu hesitated, instinctively glancing towards Su Shan, as if expecting instructions from him. At that moment, Lu Ming opportunistically pulled out the gun barrel, wiped it clean with Su Shan's clothes, and patted him on the shoulder. Come on, tell Director Chong what happened. The sudden pat made Su Shan stumble forward, falling to his knees directly on the ground. Chong Guofu was taken aback and rushed to help him up. Young Master Su, are you alright? I'm fine. Although Su Shan had been beaten so badly that not a single part of him remained undamaged, under Shun Yunxuan's gaze, he swallowed his bitterness and managed a painful smile that looked more like a grimace. I was just playing around with Lu Ming, nothing serious. After he forced those words out, Su Shan felt a deep sorrow. But even if his heart burned with injustice, he must still think of the Su family's interests. Shun Yunxuan's status within the World Banking Alliance was extraordinary. Her background was such even the Su family could barely uncover any information about her. He absolutely couldn't afford to make an enemy of her. Did you hear that? We were just playing around. Lu Ming smiled. Chong Guofu's face darkened. He understood now that since Su Shan had backed down, he must do the same. But he couldn't tolerate Lu Ming's arrogance, so he added, since it was just play fighting, why don't you let young Master Su hit you back a bit for fun? At this, Su Shan's eyes lit up. Even if he couldn't eliminate Lu Ming entirely this time, at least beating him senseless would offer some catharsis. And you wouldn't even be able to say anything about it, Shun Yunxian. Young Master Su is focused on important matters and certainly has no time to waste on games right now, don't you agree? Shun Yunxian, however, said with a teasing smile. Su Shan's expression stiffened. Confronted by Shun Yunxuan's words, laced with hidden needles within soft silk, his heart ached with bitterness. But in the end, he had no choice but force another smile again. Indeed, the welcome ceremony is about to start. Let's not play anymore. Let's go inside. Seeing this, Chong Guofu stayed silent for a moment before giving Lu Ming a fierce glare and turned to leave with his men. In that case, we'll go inside first. As soon as Chong Guofu left, Su Shan hurriedly followed without wasting a moment. This time, he didn't even spare a second to throw in a last remark. After being so publicly humiliated, what was there left to say? Thanks. Seeing this, Lu Ming grinned towards Shun Yunxian. Ever since he had decided to lay hands on someone, Lu Ming had thought of a solution to hide behind Shun Yunxuan's power. The reason was simple. In his phone, Shun Yunxian had told him to go ahead and hit them, saying she would come pick him up afterward. And if he hit them too lightly, she wouldn't even protect him. When the boss says something, the underling had better listen. You're welcome. Thanks to you, I got 10 whole minutes of wonderful entertainment. Shun Yunxian also smiled, eyes sparkling. She had arrived earlier, but seeing Lu Ming wasn't losing out, she had gladly watched him beat the other side single-handedly. Yet, what intrigued her somewhat was Lu Ming's fighting skill and this sudden appearance of a gun, obviously telling her one thing. Lu Ming was no simple man, but everyone had their own secrets. Shun Yunxian didn't bother to dig deeper. There was always time to ask later. Just then, Ing Rongrong approached nervously and spoke politely with a slightly stiff smile. Miss Shun, hello. At the sound of that crisp, melodious voice, Shun Yunxian turned her head. Her gaze swept over Ing Rongrong's face and figure, pausing slightly longer on the prominent areas before her eyes flickered with an indescribable emotion. Then, she broke into a bright smile. Hello, you must be Ing Rongrong. Chapter 82, Stunned. Ing Rongrong nodded and said, yes, it's me, Miss Shun. I've always admired you greatly in the past, and wanted to find an opportunity to get to know you. I never thought we'd meet under these circumstances today. It's really. Ing Rongrong didn't quite know how to finish the sentence. She was a bit excited. After all, the way Shun Yunxian had instantly and decisively made Su Shan, who was usually so arrogant, bow his head in humiliation was truly breathtaking. This was exactly the kind of woman she wanted to become. And if she could possess such immense power that even the Su family feared and bowed before, wouldn't she be able to control her own fate and protect Lu Ming as well? Things are unpredictable, and fate is difficult to defy. Lu Ming suddenly interjected into the conversation between the two women. Ing Rongrong. Why did that sound so ominous? Shun Yunxian shot him a glare. Do you even know how to speak properly? Lu Ming shut up. Then, Shun Yunxian smiled at Ing Rongrong and said, I've heard your name several times before. I've always wanted to find a chance to meet you, but I never imagined we'd meet in Qingqing, thousands of miles away from Longdu. Ing Rongrong felt delighted, then quickly added, right? Thank you, Miss Shun, for helping me just now. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known how to handle things afterward. It's nothing. Even if I wasn't here, Su Shan wouldn't dare to do anything to you. Shun Yunxian said. Then, glancing suddenly at Lu Ming, she spoke with obvious intent. By the way, aren't you engaged to Su Shan? Why are you with Lu Ming today? She had just arrived in Qingqing the day before and hadn't known at all that Lu Ming and Ing Rongrong had gotten involved with each other. This is a long story, Lu Ming explained. Just 2 days ago, I met her. I deposited some money at her place and asked her to help me buy a global tower building. but someone misunderstood and thought that she used her own money to buy it for me, assuming that we were in a romantic relationship. Then Sushan came after me. I thought I'd humiliate him a bit, so I attended the event with Rongrong, which was sure to make him lose face. Rongrong nodded. Exactly. Hearing Lu Ming's explanation, Shen Yunxuan's eyes flickered. Rongrong, you just met 2 days ago. How did you get so familiar with her already? Pervert. Must have taken a liking to Rongrong's looks. Shen Yunxian glanced at Rongrong again. She's indeed got it. Shen Yunxian rolled her eyes inwardly at Lu Ming, but remained expressionless on the outside. She smiled and said, so that's how it is. Then your goal has been achieved now. Sushan definitely suffered a major setback. Yes. Rongrong nodded, but a strange sense of disappointment stirred in her heart. She had originally assumed that when Lu Ming mentioned buying the global tower building, Shen Yunxian might at least be surprised. After all, it wasn't a small amount. Even members of the 4 major families in Longdu would probably react curiously when hearing about it. But Shen Yunxian hadn't even blinked. Clearly, she already knew plenty about Lu Ming's purchase and financial situation. This indicated that their relationship was much closer than she had imagined. Rongrong felt a significant pressure. It would be exhausting to compete with someone like Shen Yunxian, wouldn't it? Then, Rongrong suddenly startled herself. Compete? What was she even thinking? Besides, Shen Yunxian hadn't even said she liked Lu Ming. Perhaps she was simply overthinking. Then, Rongrong began to silently scold herself. Since meeting Lu Ming, why had her mind become filled with this kind of nonsense? What was wrong with her? No one noticed Rongrong's hidden thoughts. After Rongrong nodded, Shen Yunxian suddenly appeared dazed. Then, lifting her head, she looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming looked at her. She looked at Lu Ming. This exchange happened 2 or 3 times. Finally, Shen Yunxuan's expression changed. Wait, what did you just say? What did I say? Lu Ming was startled. You said you bought a building? What building? Shen Yunxian asked blankly. The global tower. Lu Ming emphasized. Shen Yunxian blinked, then frowned. She fell into deep thought for a moment, and finally, her expression changed completely, full of astonishment. What did you say? Chapter 83 Entering the welcome reception. Her mind had just been completely captivated by how Lu Ming addressed Rongrong. Now, coming back to her senses, Shen Yunxian suddenly realized that something was very wrong. Extremely wrong. She clearly understood the value of the global building. And Lu Ming had actually said he wanted to buy it? What kind of joke was this? In her memory, Lu Ming definitely wasn't this wealthy. Buying the building? The global building. Lu Ming knew Shen Yunxian had begun to feel shocked and immediately raised his eyebrows excitedly. What do you think? Unexpected, right? Surprised? Time to show off. Was it only he who had been shocked about Shen Yunxuan's identity? He had been repaying favors under duress from Shen Yunxian as a kid and served as his underling for a whole year, but he didn't want to be kept under his thumb forever. Now, he wanted to rise up and take control. How can you be so rich? Shen Yunxian almost dropped his jaw. Didn't I tell you yesterday that I'm rich? You didn't believe me. Lu Ming was smugly to eat. Yesterday, he had said that 10 million wasn't a big deal to him, and Shen Yunxian had said his 10 million was like gaming chips. This he still remembered. If that's the case, then 100 yuan to you really is nothing? Shen Yunxuan's eyes widened and her red lips parted slightly. She was genuinely taken aback. 100 yuan wasn't a small sum anywhere, yet from Lu Ming's tone, why did it sound so casual? That's true. Why would I lie to you? Said Lu Ming. Humph. Shen Yunxian inhaled sharply. Let me catch my breath for a moment. Take your time to digest it. Lu Ming chuckled. He enjoyed seeing Shen Yunxuan's shocked expression. Rongrong, who had remained silent all this time, saw Shen Yunxuan's astonishment, and the sadness in her eyes gradually lessened, replaced even with a trace of joy. So, even Miss Shen didn't know the truth about Lu Ming? In that case, it seemed like they were all more or less the same, still on equal footing. TCH, what on earth was she thinking again? Shen Yunxian thought for a moment, then inhaled deeply. We don't need to rush into anything. Let's finish the welcome reception first. Suddenly, she felt she could accept it. After all, she had her own secrets too, so it was only normal that Lu Ming also had secrets. Plus, Lu Ming's martial arts were so impressive. Back then, as a child, she had seen Lu Ming get beaten up often, but now, after growing up, he had suddenly become so capable. It definitely wasn't because of his talent, but simply because his family was wealthy. That explained everything. She was no longer as shocked. But Lu Ming wasn't happy. Aren't you going to ask me more about it? He hadn't even shown her his Black Dragon credit card yet. How could she give up so easily? He was very curious to see how Shen Yunxian, an important member of the World Banking Alliance, would react when seeing his Black Dragon credit card. What more is there to ask? After Shen Yunxian came to terms, he became even more composed. 100 yuan is 100 yuan. I have plenty of that at home. What's the big deal? Let's go inside first. I'll change clothes and see you later. Looking at Lu Ming's smirk, she already knew what kind of plan he was hatching. She had no intention of giving Lu Ming, who was once her subordinate, any chance to show off in front of her. After saying this, Shen Yunxian gave a nod to Rongrong and turned to leave. Lu Ming, are you alright? After parting ways with Shen Yunxian, Rongrong turned around and noticed Lu Ming's disgruntled look. Nothing. I just feel like I haven't finished taking a crap. Lu Ming waved his hand. You're so disgusting. Rongrong scolded. Well, what if you didn't finish peeing? Go to hell. Let's go in now. They walked into the reception hall. As soon as they entered, they heard an announcement. We sincerely apologize, but Mr. Su has urgent business to attend to. Please excuse the brief wait, dear honored guests. If you have any problems or requests, please consult the staff. We will certainly do our utmost to accommodate. Once again, our sincerest apologies. It's alright, it's alright. It's fine, of course, if it's something Su Xiao needs to take care of. Exactly, everyone voiced their agreement. Indeed, they were all city elites, but since Su Shan had asked them to wait, they couldn't very well disrespect him, so they naturally had to respond with verbal agreement. Yet this entire scene made Lu Ming smile. That guy still knows how to hide. The Su family values face. After you beat him so badly, if he showed up directly, he would lose a ton of face. Rongrong laughed lightly. She now felt completely at ease, her heart delightfully light. Su Shan had long coveted her body, and repeatedly ruined her life in Longdu. He had followed her to Qingcheng, involving Lu Ming, which had filled her heart with hatred. Now, Lu Ming had made Su Shan howl in pain, yet Su Shan didn't dare utter even a word. How could Rongrong not feel delighted? Exactly. Lu Ming nodded in agreement. As the two entered, several gazes fell on them at once. Among those gazes, quite a few carried deep resentment. Chapter 84 Reactions of the Crowd. Lu Ming immediately sensed the hostile gazes directed at him. Zhong Er, Jiang Yun, Jiang Shengwan, Zhong Er. Some familiar faces. Lu Ming didn't care. Meeting them here was exactly what he expected. In the crowd, others noticed Lu Ming appearing together with Ing Rongrong, their eyes revealing surprise, confusion, amusement. Isn't Ing Rongrong Su Shan's fiancée? How dare she come here with another man? It's obvious. This coincides with recent rumors. Looks like that guy is Ing Rongrong's kept boy. Ing Rongrong is really bold, bringing her pretty boy to such an occasion. She's just asking for trouble. Just wait for the show later. Once Su Shan arrives, this little pretty boy will definitely get kicked out. The crowd wore expressions anticipating a spectacle. Of course, quite a few women from Qingqing's local families secretly admired Ing Rongrong's actions. They had heard that Ing Rongrong left the capital to escape an arranged marriage and came to Qingqing. These women shared similar circumstances, helpless victims of their family's decisions, waiting for fate to assign them to unwanted husbands. Now, seeing Ing Rongrong attending with Lu Ming, they understood immediately. This was definitely Ing Rongrong declaring to everyone that she opposed this engagement. This bold act earned quiet applause from many women. Naturally, limited only to silent admiration. Lu Ming and Ing Rongrong heard all these comments and felt the diverse glances, but neither cared. One was indifferent, the other confident. Ing Rongrong thought to herself that with Shun Yunxian present, whoever dared expel Lu Ming would be signing their death warrant. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly noticed Lin Jiao standing in a corner, his eyes narrowing slightly. Lin Jiao wore a sexy, revealing dress, showing plenty of white skin. Around her, numerous burning gazes concentrated, a mixture of greed and desire. These looks made Lin Jiao very uncomfortable. She originally didn't want to dress so revealingly, finding it degrading, but this was Jiang Yun's demand. Since that incident at Lu Ming's wedding chamber, his entire mentality had become twisted. Toward Lin Jiao, he was alternately violent and abusive. Under such circumstances, Lin Jiao had no choice but to agree to Jiang Yun's demands to avoid beatings. For all this, Lin Jiao didn't resent Jiang Yun but blamed every bit of it on Lu Ming. If it wasn't for Lu Ming resisting and seizing the gun, Jiang Yun wouldn't have become like this. Now, seeing Lu Ming and Ing Rongrong walk in, she showed a deep, bone-deep hatred, gritting her teeth and cursing, "Lu Ming, you bastard." Then, turning her gaze to Ing Rongrong, she showed intense jealousy and unwillingness. She never imagined that the chicken she mocked back at Lu Ming's home would be the eldest daughter of the Ing family in the capital. She even boasted back then that she would properly publicize Ing Rongrong's reputation among Qingqing's upper society as Zhang's madam. Now, looking back, if she dared open her mouth even once, she'd already be dead. This was the capital's Ing family. Killing her wouldn't be harder than crushing an ant. Lu Ming, even if you're with Ing Rongrong now, what can you do? She's Su Xiaoya's woman. You'll die eventually. As Lin Jiao clenched her teeth in anger, Jiang Yun also revealed a hateful gaze. Right now, being held by Lu Ming's blackmail, he couldn't dare rashly act. He could only silently pray that when Su Shan appeared next, Lu Ming would be driven out from the venue, humiliated. Lu Ming noticed Lin Jiao and Jiang Yun's venomous stares, but instead of anger, he casually picked up a glass of wine from nearby and smiled toward them. "Hope you two enjoy yourselves." Seeing Lu Ming smile and hearing those words, which seemingly expressed good wishes but carried strong mockery, Lin Jiao and Jiang Yun felt their faces burn as if slapped again by Lu Ming's hand, burning hot with pain. At the same time, Ing Rongrong and Lu Ming had long parted ways to engage with other Qingqing factions. Their entering together was merely to make clear she still represented herself, not as Su Shan's to-do object. The remaining time still needed to be spent on her social life. As Lu Ming watched Ing Rongrong's departing figure, he smacked his lips and didn't follow. When entering, Ing Rongrong had told him there were still several powerful forces in Qingqing, absolutely not inferior to Zhong Er. Lu Ming was astonished. He originally thought Zhong Er, as Qingqing's richest man, would naturally be at the peak of Qingqing. But one sentence from Ing Rongrong enlightened him. In the Dragon Nation, those who parade themselves publicly could never truly be at the peak. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming understood. Qingqing was deep waters indeed. Perhaps Zhong Er had the greatest public wealth, but beneath the surface swam countless huge fish. Take for instance the leader of the Black Tiger Society, the boss who mentioned by Black Dog. Lu Ming had heard that he controlled the underworld, with both wealth and power likely terrifyingly immense. Knowing this, Lu Ming actually wanted to start building his own social circle and expand his network. After all, in today's world, knowing more people meant having more opportunities. However, he didn't want to follow closely behind Ing Rongrong, risking yet another misunderstanding that he was just a kept man. "I'll get in touch later when the opportunity arises." As Lu Ming stood in place sipping his wine, a middle-aged man approached from behind and called out, "Hey, are you Lu Ming?" Chapter 85 Provocation from Lai Yongyi. The tone of the voice was unfriendly, as if Lu Ming had wronged the speaker before. Lu Ming's eyebrows instantly furrowed. This didn't sound like someone coming to greet him. "May I ask who you are?" Lu Ming turned his head to look at the newcomer. It was a middle-aged man, with a potbelly and a sharp, calculating face. If Sun Luo had been present, he would surely have recognized this person as Lai Yongyi. "This is Mr. Lai Yongyi, one of the major shareholders of Hunyuan Huafu. Why don't you greet him properly?" A muscular man stepped forward from behind the middle-aged man and commanded. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming frowned even deeper. A major shareholder of Long Lulu's company? What did he want with him? And in such a confrontational manner. Unable to figure out the man's intention, Lu Ming gave a faint, half-smile. "Mr. Lai, I wonder what you want with me? Surely not just to chat with me, right?" At this moment, from the corner of his eye, Lu Ming suddenly noticed Zhong Er standing where Lai Yongyi had approached from. Zhong Er had been closely watching their direction the entire time, causing Lu Ming to feel as if something clicked in his mind. "You actually guessed it right. I came here to chat with you." Upon hearing this, Lai Yongyi smiled, extending his hand in a mock gesture as if to pat Lu Ming's shoulder, clearly trying to play the role of a superior greeting his subordinate. Lu Ming stepped aside slightly and replied with a forced smile. "If that's the case, then please say whatever you have to say, Mr. Lai. I'd just like to ask Brother Lu how you managed to act as a kept man so proudly and shamelessly." Lai Yongyi sneered mockingly. Hearing this, Lu Ming didn't get angry. Instead, seeing the obvious disdain and provocation in the other's eyes, he laughed slightly. Did Zhong Heir say something to you? That's why you're in such a hurry to do his bidding. Seeing Lu Ming's calm demeanor, Lai Yongyi couldn't help but exclaim, impressive. Your composure is truly commendable. No wonder you can enjoy being a kept man with such confidence. When Lai Yongyi first entered the venue of the welcoming party, he had sought out Zhong Heir, someone he had exchanged a few words with before, and asked Zhong Heir to introduce him to Su Shan. As it happened, Lu Ming walked in, and Zhong Heir took the opportunity to tell Lai Yongyi everything about the conflict between Lu Ming and Su Shan. He also told Lai Yongyi that if he could find a way to get rid of Lu Ming, who had been brought in by Ying Rongrong, he would be able to impress Su Shan and smoothly establish a connection. Coincidentally, Lai Yongyi had long been dissatisfied with Lu Ming because of Lan Lulu's situation. With these two events coming together, he decided to personally confront Lu Ming to show himself off to Su Shan. His plan was to provoke Lu Ming with words until Lu Ming lost his temper and acted out of line. Then Su Shan's people could simply expel him for disrupting the order. However, they didn't know that Lu Ming hadn't entered with Ying Rongrong, but rather by invitation from Shun Yunxian. Thank you for the compliment, Lu Ming said calmly. Don't you feel ashamed for being such a weak man clinging on to women? It's as if you were born for nothing else. Seeing this reaction, Lai Yongyi continued to provoke him, glancing mockingly at Lu Ming's crotch. Or are you actually missing something? Oh, Lu Ming replied indifferently. Is that all you've got to say? These taunts barely scratched the surface of Lu Ming's composure. He didn't feel like starting a conflict at Shun Yunxuan's welcoming party. Seeing Lu Ming still remaining calm, Lai Yongyi, however, started to lose his cool. Deep inside, Lai Yongyi was extremely envious and resentful. What did that guy have going for him to be able to enjoy such good fortune? He had both Lan Lulu and Ying Rongrong. A waste of a man like him who relied on women should be cast aside into a corner, unable to even get near so many beauties. And yet, faced with his taunts, Lu Ming still remained composed and unruffled, as if he was just some ridiculous jester. Lai Yongyi gave a cold smile. Your indifferent attitude is indeed admirable. I actually like it. Well then, I'll just come straight to the point. Name your price. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. What? 2 million. I know you're really close to Lan Lulu. She likes you, and would definitely trust you unconditionally. Just knock her out for me, and let me have her for a few nights, and I'll give you 2 million immediately. How does that sound? Lai Yongyi gave a sleazy grin. You get the money, I get the girl. It's fair, isn't it? As soon as these words came out, Lu Ming's expression finally darkened. You're asking for death? Chapter 86 Assault. Don't be in a hurry. Since you've already won Rongrong, why don't you let Lan Lulu go to me? I can even help you make some money. Isn't that good? Lai Yongyi wore a smirk on his face and winked at Lu Ming. She has already devoted her heart to you. If you don't use her to make money, you're actually betraying her, don't you know? If Lu Ming agreed to cooperate with him and help seduce Lan Lulu, he wouldn't mind temporarily deceiving Lu Ming, such as paying a deposit of 1 or 200,000 first. Lu Ming stared at him, murder slowly appearing in his eyes, and slowly uttered. For the sake of Shun Yunxian, I'll give you one chance. Kneel down, apologize, and slap yourself 3 times. Then I won't hit you. As soon as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Lai Yongyi was immediately stunned. Then he burst into mocking laughter and fury. Who do you think you are? Dare to talk to me like this? I tell you, you're nothing but a cowardly gigolo wearing a green hat, and you'll never have the qualification to talk to me this way. Now I advise you, obediently send Lan Lulu onto my bed, or otherwise, even if Boss Su won't target you, I will wipe you out completely, and Lan Lulu will still end up in my bed until she's dead. Besides, I seem to have heard something. You bought a house in Lingqing for your parents to live in, am I right? After speaking, Lai Yongyi stared at him mockingly. Faced with the threats against Lan Lulu and his parents, Lu Ming's pupils shrank into needles, brimming with killing intent. His voice suddenly turned icy cold. You're dead. Oh, really? I'm so scared. Why don't you kill me now? Huh? Lai Yongyi laughed loudly. But before he even finished, he suddenly felt himself being lifted into the air. Immediately afterward, a sharp pain came from his neck. Unconsciously, his eyes bulged out, his veins burst, his face resembled a dead fish, and then his entire face turned red. He couldn't believe it, looking down at Lu Ming's hand gripping his throat tightly. He opened his mouth wide, his throat making a choking sound, but couldn't even scream for help. Let go. At this moment, Lai Yongyi's bodyguard suddenly snapped back to reality and roared furiously. When they came in, Lai Yongyi had clearly instructed him. As long as he successfully enraged Lu Ming, the bodyguard must timely stop Lu Ming's attack. Otherwise, he would be doomed. But he never expected that he hadn't even reacted, yet when Lu Ming had already grabbed and lifted Lai Yongyi up. The bodyguard was terrified. The speed of Lu Ming's attack was simply terrifying. Just as the bodyguard approached, Lu Ming's eyes turned sharp. He directly lifted his leg and kicked out. Pum. The bodyguard was directly kicked down. Clink, clatter. He crashed into a rack of dishes behind him, scattering the delicacies and fine wines. This sound instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. Zhong Heir and Zhang Yun were stunned. They never expected that Lu Ming would really dare to start a fight. Had this guy gone crazy? Did he know what place this was? However, in the next moment, they were overjoyed. Lu Ming dared to act so audaciously. He was certainly done for, because they saw Chang Guofu storming over furiously toward Lu Ming with people behind him. Zhong Heir couldn't help laughing inwardly. Originally, they had only planned for Lai Yongyi to provoke Lu Ming enough to get him expelled. Unexpectedly, Lu Ming escalated things to such a degree and even provoked Chang Guofu. There was no way that Lu Ming would walk free this time. He would certainly be locked in the Public Security Bureau for 3 to 5 years. As Chang Guofu was charging furiously at Lu Ming and Zhong Heir was delighted, Lai Yongyi felt an immense terror. When his bodyguard was knocked down, Lai Yongyi's already bulging eyes protruded even further. This was the bodyguard he'd paid handsomely for. How could he be so weak before Lu Ming? He turned his head toward Lu Ming, who was glaring at him with murderous eyes, and said coldly, You want to die? I'll help you. As the words dropped, Lai Yongyi felt his blood freeze in his body, frightened beyond description. He truly felt the approach of death. Lu Ming genuinely wanted to kill him. At this moment, countless regrets surged into Lai Yongyi's heart. He regretted not threatening Lu Ming with milder words. Yet, he wanted to beg for mercy, but could only make a gurgling sound. The sound of his throat being squeezed. Just as Lai Yongyi thought he was going to faint, suddenly, a roar broke the scene. Boldly reckless. How dare you assault someone here? Stop right now. Chapter 87. The Bizarreness of Sushan. Chang Guofu finally rushed to Lu Ming's side. Seeing the man appear, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He let go. Bang. Lai Yongyi fell to the ground, his butt nearly splitting in two. But even if his backside was on fire, Lai Yongyi was overjoyed, so much so that he felt like bursting into tears. After all, the feeling of escaping death was absolutely incredible. Director Chang, you came in such a hurry. Anything urgent? Lu Ming looked at Chang Guofu and said with a smile, how dare you hit someone? You really don't give a damn about me. Chang Guofu gritted his teeth, yet inwardly he was ecstatic. Because just moments ago, Zhong Heir had told him there was an opportunity to take Lu Ming away. He had verbally agreed, but was thinking that Zhong Heir and his group didn't know what had happened at the venue entrance. Lu Ming had already acted outrageously once out there and should definitely show restraint inside the venue, so there wouldn't be a chance to arrest him. Who knew Lu Ming would dare to seek his own doom? Right now, with so many people witnessing it, he'd definitely take Lu Ming away, and Shen Yinxian certainly wouldn't raise any objections anymore. Who hit anyone? Director Chang, we should emphasize evidence. Lu Ming smiled again. Right, maybe there's some misunderstanding? Ing Rongrong anxiously came over and hurriedly spoke in Lu Ming's defense. In fact, she had long noticed Lai Yongyi approaching Lu Ming to start a conversation. From Lai Yongyi's expression, she deduced it was him who started the trouble, so supporting Lu Ming was only natural. Still, she internally blamed Lu Ming, thinking he was too impulsive. No matter what, he shouldn't hit someone. If he really had to fight, at least do it somewhere secluded. Miss Ing, the truth is clear to everyone. When I just arrived, Mr. Lu's hands were on Mr. Lai's neck. At this moment, Jiang Yin stepped in to back Chang up. Lin Jiao also chimed in. Yes, I saw it too. Miss Ing, are you trying to cover for a criminal? Her eyes revealed intense jealousy and hatred, not only aimed at Lu Ming, but at Ing Rongrong as well. Ing Rongrong was furious. Chang Guofu himself remained silent. Meanwhile, out of the corner of his eye, he kept looking for Sushan. Where was he? Had he seen his performance? I was just adjusting his tie for him. Got a problem with that. At this moment, Lu Ming coldly replied. As soon as he spoke, people around them couldn't help but smile. Lu Ming really was something. Able to lie so smoothly in such a situation. You, Mr. Lai, was he really adjusting your tie? Chang Guofu turned to Lai Yongyi, hoping for a single sentence from him that would seal Lu Ming's fate. Of course not. Lai Yongyi looked at Lu Ming, flashed a sinister grin, and just as he was about to deny and bury Lu Ming completely, suddenly, a calm voice rang out. Lai Yongyi has violated the event order by provoking Lu Ming recklessly. Expel him. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. Who was speaking? They immediately turned to look toward the source of the voice, and the entire venue instantly fell silent. Shock was written all over everyone's faces. Zhong Heir, Jiang Yun, Jiang Wansheng, Lin Jiao, who had been watching the show with arms crossed, were left stunned. Even Lu Ming and Ing Rongrong looked astonished. Lu Ming had imagined who might come to help him, but he never expected it to be this person. Indeed, the one speaking at the entrance was none other than Sushan himself, dressed in a different suit, now looking like a proper gentleman. At this moment, under the brightest lights, Sushan stepped forward slowly like a messenger of justice, his face cold and serious. My people have already informed me. Lai Yongyi started it. Expel him. As soon as he finished speaking, Lai Yongyi's face turned pale. He couldn't believe his eyes as he stared at Zhong Heir. What was going on? Didn't he just say that as long as he got rid of Lu Ming, Sushan would think highly of him? So why, when things were about to be finalized and Lu Ming about to be trapped, did Sushan suddenly show up as a so-called champion of justice? What the hell is going on here? Su Shao, maybe there's been a mistake. Chang Guofu hesitantly spoke, secretly wondering if Sushan had some problem with his brain. This very thought flashed simultaneously in everyone's minds at the venue. You and Lu Ming. You're the guy who had entangled with your fiancée. How come now you're defending him instead? Chapter 88 Shen Yunxuan's entrance. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Sushan remained unusually calm and said, no mistake. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. How could this guy act as if he hadn't just been beaten and humiliated at the entrance earlier? Is his acting really that good? Alright, take him out now. Sushan continued. Upon hearing this, Lai Yongyi's face paled. Su Shao, I was wrong, please don't. He still didn't understand why Sushan was helping Lu Ming. But if he had known beforehand that offending Su for a woman would lead to this, he definitely wouldn't have acted so foolishly. But now, thinking of these things was already too late. Lai Yongyi was immediately dragged out, leaving behind a silent and stunned audience in the hall. Alright, it was a misunderstanding. Everyone return to your seats. Enjoy the food, and we'll start the welcome ceremony once Miss Shen comes out. Sushan swept his gaze around the room, pausing briefly at Ing Rongrong and Lu Ming, his eyes flashing with a trace of suppressed anger, yet he concealed it quickly. He didn't want to protect Lu Ming either, but he had no choice. To gain Shen Yunxuan's agreement to cooperate with the Su family, he had to grit his teeth, stiffen his bones, and swallow this humiliation, stepping in personally to remove Lai Yongyi. Soon after, order resumed among the crowd. Zhong Heir and Jiang Shengwan surrounded Sushan, wanting to ask why he didn't take any action. Yet Sushan said not a word, merely instructing them patiently to wait. Hearing this, even though Zhong Heir, Jiang Yun, Chang Guofu and others were confused and eager to deal with Lu Ming, they had no choice but to restrain themselves and nod obediently. But just because they didn't want trouble didn't mean Lu Ming wouldn't seek it. Walking behind Zhong Heir, Lu Ming smiled brightly. Mr. Zhong, long time no see. Thinking about it, I haven't seen you for almost 2 days, huh? Zhong Heir stiffened, turned his head, and glared darkly. What do you want to say? Nothing much. Just a friendly warning. Don't come after me again, or watch out for an unlucky old age. Lu Ming grinned mischievously, like a little punk. I always keep my promises. You. Zhong Heir's face darkened, gritting his teeth. Lu Ming, we'll see who drops dead first. It'll be you, of course. Don't you know your age already? Lu Ming sneered. Zhong Heir said nothing. Seeing this, Lu Ming slapped his shoulder, his smile finally vanishing as he shot him a cold glance before walking away. His message was clear. You can't say I didn't warn you. The other party had provoked him and schemed against him too many times. His patience had its limits. As Lu Ming turned to leave, the hall's main doors suddenly opened again. A breathtaking figure entered. At this moment, everyone talking or eating in the hall was instantly stunned. Before them stood a woman dressed in a long red gown, her curves alluring and fiery. Her cascading jet-black hair flowed like a waterfall, and the pale, flawless skin beneath it was strikingly beautiful, her exquisite face seemingly carved by a divine artist, mesmerizingly and exquisitely stunning. At this moment, everyone's gaze was drawn to her dazzling beauty. When Jiang Yun saw Shun Yunchuan's stunning appearance, he too stood dazed. Compared to her, Lin Jiao was like a pile of dung. Seeing Jiang Yun's stunned expression, Lin Jiao could barely contain her anger and jealousy. Why was it that every woman here made her look like an ugly duckling? Su Shan's expression turned icy. Why was such a perfect woman, equal in beauty to Ying Rongrong, so close to Lu Ming? What gave this bastard Lu Ming the right? Watching Shun Yunchuan's gorgeous entrance, Ying Rongrong felt slightly self-mocking. Lu Ming had grown up with Shun Yunxian, renowned for her beauty, probably immune to attractiveness since childhood. If she truly acted on the suggestion from her bodyguard Ding Jingning, trying to seduce Lu Ming, he probably wouldn't feel a thing. Ying Rongrong suddenly felt jealous of Lin Jiao. What a lucky coincidence allowed that woman to capture Lu Ming's heart. Meanwhile, Lu Ming stood dumbfounded, instinctively letting out a silent expletive in his heart. What the F*******? Since when did Shun Yunxian become this beautiful? Shun Yunxian scanned the crowd with her gaze, and when she saw Lu Ming staring at her blankly, couldn't help but smile. That smile, sparkling eyes, blooming like a flower, once again stunned everyone present. Who is Shun Yunxian smiling at? Following Shun Yunchuan's gaze toward Lu Ming, everyone was shocked. Among them, Jiang Yun's expression was the ugliest, like he'd swallowed a pile of feces. He couldn't believe what the F****** was going on. Chapter 89, Gift Giving. Isn't Lu Ming already mixed up with Ying Rongrong? Why would Shun Yunxian smile at Lu Ming? This wasn't just Jiang Yun's question, it was everyone present's. Lin Jiao's face turned pale. Impossible. How could such a high and mighty woman smile at Lu Ming? There must be some misunderstanding. Shun Yunxian ignored the crowd's varied expressions and stepped into the venue. Let's welcome Miss Shun Yunxian. Everyone, please give her a round of applause. At this moment, Su Shan clapped, forcefully suppressing the jealousy and rage in his heart toward Lu Ming. Clap, clap, clap. The room erupted in applause, and someone even brought out a red carpet and flowers. A flicker of embarrassment passed through Shun Yunchuan's eyes. This was the first time she had entered a negotiation that ended up like this. Anyone who didn't know better would think she was attending a major fashion week. What embarrassing ability did Su Shan possess exactly? After Shun Yunxian entered, staff members from the Menghai Center City began bringing in dishes one after another. Previously, during the waiting period, everyone had been moving around lazily and chatting casually. Now that Shun Yunxian had arrived, it was naturally time to eat. Just then, Su Shan suddenly said to the group, "Everyone, today's purpose for this welcome banquet is clear in everyone's heart. It's to welcome Miss Shun Yunxian. And me? I'm rather ordinary. As I've mentioned before, seating will be determined according to the value of the gift given to Miss Shun. So now, everyone please find your seat. I believe each of you already knows clearly where you should sit." As soon as he finished speaking, a waiter approached Shun Yunxian and led her toward the main table. Shun Yunchuan's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Su Shan's way of doing things was truly unbearable for her. At that moment, yes, Jiang Yun responded first. The Jiang family has gifted a ginseng worth 1 million yuan. According to the ranking, we should sit at the main table. I am Heir, who gave a valuable painting worth 990,000 yuan. Heir said lightly with a faint smile. Gasps echoed throughout the room. Gifts valued at 2 million yuan? These two are rich. Others had only offered a few 10,000s or tens of thousands worth of gifts. Nobody's money fell from the sky, and everyone knew that this welcoming banquet was actually about the cooperation between the Su family and Shun Yunxian. They couldn't possibly offer anything too valuable. Even if the value was not high, their positions were still near the front. As people gradually took their seats, eventually, only two people remained standing, unable to locate their seats. Lu Ming and Ying Rongrong. At this very moment, Ying Rongrong's face darkened. Su Shan hadn't even mentioned anything about bringing a gift beforehand. This was definitely a setup by Su Shan to humiliate her and Lu Ming. She and Lu Ming were about to be publicly embarrassed. Panicking, she looked at Lu Ming. "Lu Ming, what should we do?" "What to do?" Lu Ming, surprisingly calm, smiled slightly, just as he was about to speak. He doesn't have a seat. He didn't give any gift at all. Rongrong, I know you didn't either, but that's fine. Everyone knows, whatever I give, is equivalent to you giving it too. Su Shan displayed a self-satisfied smile, pride written all over his face. Finally, this was his moment to take charge. "Come on over. I gave Miss Shin a top-tier VIP card for all the projects under the Su group, worth 10 million yuan. You can sit confidently beside me." His words sent a collective gasp through the crowd. A VIP card under the Su family name? The Su group was not only the owner of a commercial bank, but also 5-star hotels, industrial groups, entertainment companies, tourism firms, among countless other diversified businesses. Possessing this VIP card meant access to the highest possible discounts on any and all projects related to the Su family. For instance, if you wanted to purchase raw materials like copper or iron in a particular industry, the card offered benefits far beyond what people could even imagine. Although the face value of this card was stated as 10 million yuan, in reality, very few people had ever obtained one. Priceless. Everyone was utterly stunned by the scale of Su Shan's move. Is this the power of being the eldest son of the Su family? Although what Su Shan presented was a VIP card from his family, technically speaking, he hadn't spent a single yuan. It was somewhat like using an empty check to show off, but switch places with any person present. Given the opportunity to obtain this VIP card, they would certainly be delighted to accept. Even Ying Rongrong stared at Su Shan, shocked. She hadn't expected that he had such boldness. As he saw the silent Lu Ming and the flustered Ying Rongrong, Su Shan curled his lips into a smirk. Right now, he was humiliating Lu Ming. He wanted Ying Rongrong to see. If you insist on sharing Lu Ming's shame, then endure it together. Otherwise, obediently come sit next to me. He believed that proud and ambitious Ying Rongrong would never willingly lose face. In the end, she'd obediently sit beside him. At the same time, he ensured Shun Yunxian couldn't easily intervene. After all, he wasn't directly bullying Lu Ming. It was Lu Ming himself who hadn't given a gift. Chapter 90, a gift that stuns everyone. Everyone stared at Lu Ming with amused expressions on their faces. They had initially thought that Su Shan had just defended Lu Ming and driven away Lai Yongyi because he was afraid to confront Lu Ming directly. Now, upon reflection, it must be that the eldest young master of the Su family from Longdu looked down upon using such cheap tactics to humiliate Lu Ming, and instead chose to make Lu Ming face the insurmountable gap between himself and the Su family in a proper and honorable setting. That was the difference between the poor and the rich, worlds apart. Among these people, Jiang Yun, Lin Jiao, and Zhong Heir were especially excited. If Ing Rongrong agreed to sit with Su Shan, then the only fool left standing in the middle of the room would be none other than Lu Ming. Even if Lu Ming wanted to give a gift on the spot, judging from his empty-handed appearance, there was no way he could offer a present good enough to earn a seat at the main table. Moreover, this guy who mooshed off women had no money to give anyone after Ing Rongrong's card was frozen. He was destined to be embarrassed and remain standing the whole time. By the way, Lu Ming, why aren't you moving? Isn't there a seat you want? Or, Su Shan's voice carried a note of mockery. Could it be you didn't even bring a gift? Huh, obviously, someone had already burst into laughter. This scene was too entertaining. Go check, has Mr. Lu presented his gift? Su Shan said playfully. Already checked, no gift. A nearby waiter immediately replied. Ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter, their expressions full of mockery and sarcasm. Many others simply watched coldly, waiting to see how Lu Ming would react. Shen Yinxian frowned tightly, her eyes blazing with anger. She couldn't bear to watch this anymore. Just then, Ing Rongrong finally spoke. Su Shan, you never said anything about bringing a gift. It's not Lu Ming's fault. Her face pale, she stubbornly defended him. Truth be told, she still didn't want to sit next to Su Shan. She would rather stay standing beside Lu Ming, being ridiculed like a clown. At her words, the laughter stopped. The entire hall fell into absolute silence. Seeing that Ing Rongrong actually didn't care about embarrassing herself publicly and disgracing the Ing family's reputation for Lu Ming, everyone was stunned. Was she really willing to stand here all night for this gold digger? Su Shan finally lost his smile, the pride on his face vanishing in an instant. The victory he thought he had in the bag now left him with a gloomy expression. Shen Yinxian raised an eyebrow, a thought briefly flashing through her mind. What a guy, such incredible luck with women. Su Shan's expression darkened, his teeth gritted tightly. He never expected Ing Rongrong would go this far. Was this even the same Ing family's young lady he thought he knew? This time, even if he humiliated Lu Ming, he would still feel like he lost badly, because he had lost face himself. Then, Su Shan took a deep breath. Ing Rongrong, since you're doing this, don't blame me for repaying you in kind. He sneered coldly. Coming to such an event, isn't it common sense to bring a gift? Ing Rongrong was speechless. Seeing this, Shen Yinxian couldn't bear it any longer. She had to help both Ing Rongrong and Lu Ming. Just then, that is indeed common sense. Lu Ming finally spoke. He smiled and said, so I prepared my gift. It's from both me and Rongrong. As soon as those words came out, Su Shan's eyes narrowed, and he sneered. Where's the gift then? Why isn't it on my list? You naturally wouldn't see it, since I entered with Yunchuan's invitation. Of course, the gift must also be given to her personally. Lu Ming said coldly. As the words fell, everyone gasped in shock. Yinxian? Since when did this guy become so familiar with Shen Yinxian? They turned to look at Shen Yinxian. They noticed her expression hadn't changed. She didn't seem the least bit offended, which startled them even more. Could it be? There was actually something going on between the two of them. Moreover, did Shen Yinxian actually have a personal invitation? Su Shan's lips twitched, the fury in his eyes already barely contained. Well then, why don't you just bring it out? Standing there with nothing in your hands. You must have drawn a check on a piece of paper for Ms. Shan, didn't you? Lu Ming sneered. Then if you're so eager to see, I'll bring it out. Although, I'm afraid you won't know where to seat us afterward. Why wouldn't we find a seat? A gift worth 10 million can sit at the main table. A gift worth 10 cents should just crawl into a corner. Su Shan laughed coldly. Oh, then what about a gift worth 1,010 million? Lu Ming reached into his suit pocket and pulled out a small gift box the size of an adult's palm, then opened it. Under the lighting, a deep red note silently lay in the box, with faint golden lines shimmering with light. At the sight of that note, the entire venue was struck silent. At that moment, a stillness swept across the room like a storm in the air, yet inside everyone's hearts, it was as if mountains were collapsing and seas surging. This couldn't possibly be real, right? Shen Yunchuan's pupils shrank, her red lips parting slightly as she was completely stunned. Ing Rongrong was the closest, and her pretty face turned ghost pale as if she had seen a specter. She never expected Lu Ming had actually brought 100 yuan as a gift. Heavens, was this guy out of his mind? Chapter 91, embraced on both sides. At this moment, everyone's mind buzzed with confusion, even feeling slightly dizzy. All the people present were experienced and knowledgeable. At first glance, they could tell that this 100-block note was genuine. Precisely because of that, everyone was doubting whether their eyesight had gone wrong. How could this be? 100 blocks. A fresh 100-block note. A banknote of immense value. Something that could only be seen on TV. Zhan Jiu Yutsujin should have appeared here, and even more so, as a gift. That was just too absurd. This was undoubtedly the top of the year's 10 most absurd events. But no matter how bizarre and inconceivable it was, it had still happened. Jiang Yun, Zhong Heir, and Lin Jiao's faces turned purple with disbelief as they stared at Lu Ming. Wasn't it said that all of Ing Rongrong's money had been frozen? Why could Lu Ming still take out 100 blocks? And even if Ing Rongrong's funds hadn't been frozen, considering he had already given Lu Ming 100 blocks to buy the global tower previously, how could she now produce another 100 for a gift? There was no way the Ing family would allow Ing Rongrong to control such a massive sum. If that were the case, then there was only one possible explanation. The money belonged to Lu Ming himself. When Lin Jiao arrived at this conclusion, her face turned deathly pale. Zhong Heir was even more chilled to the bone, trembling in fear, his lips quivering. If that was true, then moving Lu Ming's funds over to the Yings on his own initiative was nothing short of a capital offense. At this moment, there was yet another person who lost his composure, Shen Yinxian. He stared in shock at the money in Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming acting wealthy, seeing it once, twice, she could still brush it off, unbothered, since she herself was quite rich too. But no one was this wealthy, who carried around 100 blocks just to give as a gift, just casually handing over 100 high-end luxury villas. This was the first time Shen Yinxian realized she had never truly understood Lu Ming at all. She had thought it was her who'd been hiding her depth. Turns out, Lu Ming had been the one hiding deeper all along. I even thought you were broke. Back then when I bought you snacks, you bastard. Shun Yinxian gritted her teeth. Back in junior high school, she had thought Lu Ming had no money, and from time to time, she even used her limited allowance to help him out. Now it turned out, Lu Ming had actually been a super rich second-generation heir. After a moment of silence, Lu Ming, under the astonished gazes of everyone, gave Su Shan a slightly mocking look. Well, now I presented my gift. Tell me, whose is worth more? You. Su Shan was dumbfounded, his entire body stiff, his heart feeling as if it were being gripped by Lu Ming's hand, speechless. He didn't know what to say anymore. Compared with a VIP card, wasn't this 100 blocks a total devastation? Now move aside. Rong, and I will take that seat. Lu Ming said indifferently. His gaze was directly locked on the spot beneath Su Shan's bottom. That was the seat adjacent to Shun Yinxuan's. Split the 100-block note in half, and both he and Ing Rong could each give 50 blocks, a total of 50 billion before the devaluation of currency. Where couldn't they sit? You shouldn't push people too far. Upon hearing that, Su Shan instantly turned his face flushed red. At this moment, he genuinely felt humiliated. This was supposed to be a welcome party hosted by himself, and yet, in the end, he ended up having to give up the host seat to someone else. This, publicly stepping down from the main seat, was even more humiliating than being beaten up by Lu Ming at the entrance of the hall earlier. This was your own rule, Lu Ming snapped, aggressively pushing forward, that whoever gives the more valuable gift gets to sit there. Step aside now. Unless making up nonsense and lying is just how you Su people act. At these words, Su Shan finally changed expression, swallowing his pride and humiliation and growling. Fine, I'll give it to you. When the family's honor was involved, he had no choice but to yield. The entire hall exchanged uneasy glances, yet no one came to Su Shan's aid. Who dared to? That would only mean rushing to share in the humiliation. Once Lu Ming and Ing Rong had taken their seats, everyone thought the welcome party could finally proceed smoothly. But things took an even stranger turn. At this moment, Su Shan, who should have stood up to speak and take control of the situation, remained silent with a face as dark as a sooty pot. The reason? After Lu Ming took his seat, he had originally intended for himself and Ing Rong to sit on Shun Yinxuan's left and right hands respectively. However, as they sat down, both Ing Rong and Shun Yinxian simultaneously took seats on either side of him. As a result, Lu Ming had become the most eye-catching person in the entire hall. Without a doubt. On the left, dressed in exquisite golden white attire, the delicate and lovely Ing Rong. On the right, wearing a fiery red dress, the radiant and striking Shun Yinxian, openly and shamelessly flanking him. All eyes turned toward him. Chapter 92, The Solution. Outside of the three of them, everything else seemed like a completely different world, especially when Lu Ming handed a gift box containing 100 taels to Shun Yinxian. When Shun Yinxian opened her mouth and said, I can't accept this, Lu Ming actually replied, it's fine, we have them all over my house. I pulled this one out from under the table corner. As soon as those words were spoken, Su Shan, Zhong Er, Jiang Yun, and Jiang Shenwan became utterly insignificant. We've seen people showing off, but we've never seen anyone showing off like this. Lu Ming had always walked the unconventional path. Witnessing such a scene, how could Su Shan, who had already been emotionally overwhelmed, find the courage to stand up and say anything? What the hell? Who the hell is the real main character here? Originally, he had planned to sit at the dinner table and paint a beautiful picture of Su Corporation's cooperation with the World Bank alongside Shun Yinxian, but now he was only left with anger. Finally, it was Shun Yinxian herself who stood up and said a few words, polite, courteous, and warm, to officially kick off the welcome party. I hope everyone enjoys the meal and has a good time tonight. Also, please don't forget, the real host of tonight's welcome party is young Master Su, who brought us all together for this dinner and drinks. Let's give him a round of applause. Smiled Shun Yinxian. As soon as those words were spoken, claps erupted, but instead of being happy, Su Shan was deeply upset. Because Lu Ming, clapping his hands, added sarcastically, that's right. Thank you, young Master Su. He truly deserves to be the center of attention. Su Shan almost choked on his old blood, in the hearts of everyone else. What the hell? Wasn't the main character tonight supposed to be you, Lu Ming? Throughout the entire main table, everyone watched Lu Ming surrounded by beautiful women on both sides. He was chatting and laughing with Ing Rong from time to time, conversing with Shun Yinxian, cracking jokes, and even throwing in the occasional crude, risque remark. And those two girls not only didn't show any annoyance, but instead responded with coy smiles, faces flushed with excitement, truly mesmerizing. Everyone else felt like they'd swallowed shit. No one even had the appetite to eat anymore. We wouldn't eat this, not even for a dog. After the welcome party ended, Ing Rong and Ding Jingning left first, while the other families were busy digesting the information from tonight. Besides Su Shan's embarrassing failure, the most shocking event of the night was clearly Lu Ming's demonstration of his immense wealth. It was terrifyingly amazing. They had to reevaluate their own power positioning and attitude toward Lu Ming. The emergence of such a god-tier tycoon was bound to shake up the power structure in Qingqing. This was reason enough for them to start planning early. And at this moment, the wealthy Mr. Lu, who was about to change the entire landscape of Qingqing, was sitting in a small private room across from Shun Yinxian. I never expected this, Shun Yinxian teased. I originally invited you here intending to publicly declare tonight that from now on, you're under my protection, but I didn't expect you to be so impressive yourself. You took the spotlight completely, and I couldn't do a damn thing. A man can't always hide under a woman's wing, can he? Now you know how capable I am, right? As Lu Ming poured wine for Shun Yinxian, he reminded her, by the way, with your status and identity, maybe you should watch your language a bit. Shun Yinxian rolled her eyes. Now you're calling me vulgar? Don't forget who was the one just cracking vulgar jokes earlier. I think it's you who's vulgar. Upon seeing this, Lu Ming quickly admitted fault. Yes. It's not you, it's me. I'm vulgar, okay? As soon as he said that, Shun Yinxian blushed, giving him a glare. What nonsense are you talking now? Lu Ming burst out laughing. After his laughter faded, Shun Yinxian finally spoke. Back then, when you confronted Lai Yomi, did you blame me for not stepping in to protect you? No, I didn't. Lu Ming shook his head. I know my own limits. Even if Su Shan hadn't spoken up, I still would have figured a way out. He wasn't a reckless fool. If he dared to act, then naturally he had something to back him up. Hearing that, Shun Yinxian hesitated. Then how were you planning to handle it? Instinctively, she thought of Lu Ming's astonishing wealth, probably because of his powerful family background, that enabled him to act so brazenly and extravagantly. Let them arrest me. Lu Ming said. Shen Yinxian frowned and said in disapproval, "Are you joking? Are you trying to play around with me?" Haha, Lu Ming chuckled. "I'm serious. Once I'm inside, nothing will happen to me." "Yeah, right. As if I believe that." Shen Yinxian scoffed. Lu Ming shrugged. "If you don't believe me, that's fine." He truly wasn't joking. After all, the rising news star in the Qingzhou police department used to be his brother from the underground boxing ring. They hadn't seen each other in quite a while, that's all. Chapter 93, The Keep Fee. Actually, it wasn't just that good brother. It was all the connections Lu Ming had built at the underground boxing ring. He had never used any of them once. Otherwise, he wouldn't have struggled so hard. But this was Lu Ming's choice, because he knew that favors were something that, once used, must be repaid. And given his previous state of extreme poverty, how could he repay them? He had no money, no power. All he had was his strength. And when that time came, he would have to return to that place that brought him pain and heartbreak. Precisely because he never wanted to return, he had no choice but to rely on his own hands to sustain his life. But now he understood, if heaven bestows blessings and you refuse to take them, you will suffer the consequences. Since heaven had given him such wealth and strength, even if he chose to live honestly without seeking personal gain, eventually he would still be dragged into things by others. Moreover, from the moment he had clashed with Zhang Yun, Lu Ming had realized that there were certain things he could no longer avoid. So now he must strike first. He decided to return to that place and start building his own power base to protect his wealth, so that he could give those around him a happy life. Shen Yinxian didn't press further but instead started a new topic, seemingly offhandedly asking, "By the way, what's the situation between you and Ing Rongrong now?" Her eyes began to wander as she said this, deliberately avoiding direct eye contact with Lu Ming. "Me and her. Well, I guess I'm her creditor." Lu Ming hesitated briefly before replying seriously. Shen Yinxian was caught off guard by his answer. She had clearly been asking whether the two of them had become a couple, yet Lu Ming answered with something completely unexpected. "Ing Rongrong, such a stunning beauty, stood right in front of you, and even publicly broke off ties with Su Shan for your sake, and yet you're only thinking about money?" Shen didn't even know what to say. "That's right. She owes me money, so I'm her creditor." Lu Ming said it, as if it were obvious. Shen Yinxian covered her forehead, clearly at a loss but still asked, "Then how did she end up owing you money?" "He took my money. It happened like this." Lu Ming then explained the entire story about buying the apartment. After hearing it, Shen Yinchuan's romantic musings completely vanished. Instead, her eyes widened, filled with anger. So Ing Chenfeng dared to do this? Does he even know it's illegal to take such a large sum of money so casually? 100,000? You just took it like that? The Ing family must really be tired of living. At this moment, Shen was furious. If this had happened to her, if such a huge amount of money was secretly transferred, she would be so angry she'd be steaming out of all 7 orifices. Lu Ming nodded in agreement with Shen Yinxian. "Yeah, Ing Chenfeng really has a screw loose. When I found out that this old bastard had taken my money, I was really angry. If I hadn't been so tired that day, I would have definitely called him up and scolded him out loud. But later I just forgot about it." Shen Yinxian. "You must be sick. You didn't pursue it just because you were tired? Is that even considered being angry?" Shen Yinxian laughed bitterly in frustration. Good grief, she was worked up beyond reason on his behalf, but he just forgot about it because he wanted to sleep? Then why the hell was she angry? Well, that's how it ended. I didn't even get to nap properly that day. Go to hell with that. Shen rolled her eyes. "You actually slept peacefully after losing 100,000? You really are rich." Lu Ming scratched his chin thoughtfully. "Well, to be honest, 100,000 isn't actually that much. If you say something like that one more time, believe me, I will punch you." Shen's teeth clenched in anger. This guy was infuriating. Hee. Okay, no more talking. Lu Ming waved his hand. Seeing this, Shen Yinxian sighed in exasperation, then picked up the gift box Lu Ming had given her, stood up, and placed it back in front of him. "Take it back." "What for?" Lu Ming was taken aback. "I said take it back." Shen repeated. "You're joking, right? Once I've given it to you, it's yours. How could I take it back?" Lu Ming pushed the box back toward her, raising his eyebrow. "Let me tell you, starting today, your gu is rich now. Based on your annual salary, I could support you for 1,000 years, no problem. This is the keep fee. Keep it safe first. If it's not enough, come back and ask me." After speaking, Lu Ming even playfully hooked a finger under Shen Yinchuan's chin. Smooth, firm skin. Very nice. Chapter 94, Searching for the 18 Angry Men. Shen Yinchuan's expression immediately stiffened from the flirtatious gesture by Lu Ming. She had just been teased. The next moment, Shen Yinxian could no longer bear it. This guy was too infuriating. "You're asking for it." She directly reached out and grabbed Lu Ming by the neck. "Ow, ow, ow." Lu Ming began yelling. After Lu Ming finished his drink and left in a taxi, Shen Yinxian wore an expression of helplessness. She had invited Lu Ming to stay specifically to return the money and question him further about his relationship with Ing Rongrong. In the end, however, she received no answers to either of these matters. Instead, during their roughhousing, she had been repeatedly groped. Just now, when she pinched Lu Ming's neck, he retaliated by tickling her through her dress, targeting her waist. Unable to bear the sensation, she lost control and weakly collapsed into Lu Ming's arms. The two had ended up entangled in playfulness. Recalling how closely their faces had been just moments ago, and how she felt as if her waist and buttocks had been touched, Shen Yinxian murmured with a slightly blushing face. "I wonder if that guy did it on purpose. He's such an old pervert." But no matter how much she scolded him in words, her mind wandered to other thoughts. Probably that Ing Rongrong hasn't had this kind of contact with Lu Ming yet, right? Thinking about this, Shen Yinxian suddenly felt a sense of triumph. Unconsciously, the corners of her lips lifted. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, the private room door was knocked on. Shen Yinxian was startled and immediately snapped out of her thoughts. She gently patted her rosy and delicate face, took a deep breath, and said, "What is it?" "Miss, time is up. We need to return to the meeting." "Oh right. Wait for me a moment outside the door." "Yes." Shen Yinxian tidied her slightly disheveled clothes and left after checking in the mirror. As she stepped out, she had already resumed her previous graceful and dignified demeanor. In a calm voice, she ordered her subordinate, "Give Ying's family a call. Warn them a bit." "Yes, ma'am. May I ask what specifically we are warning them about?" Upon hearing this, the corner of Shen Yinchuan's mouth lifted. "Tell them to return the money they shouldn't have accepted. And have someone apologize to Lu Ming." She didn't know why Lu Ming had suddenly become so wealthy, but regardless of how rich he had become, she wouldn't let this go unchecked. She would ensure justice was served for Lu Ming. No one could mess with someone who belonged to her. Her subordinate instantly stiffened. Yes, ma'am. At this moment, after leaving the Minghai Center City, Lu Ming didn't rush home. He glanced at the time, 8:30 p.m. I still have time. Muttering to himself, Lu Ming took out his phone and dialed a number. Hey, Luoyang, are you there? Lu Ming spoke into the phone. The voice on the other end sounded surprised. Mr. Lu, that's me. Lu Ming laughed. When Luoyang had left, Lu Ming had secretly gotten his number while Jiang Yun wasn't paying attention. Since he had decided to reclaim the powers that were rightfully his, he had resolved to first gather the people he could use. For example, Luo Gang, who owed him a life debt. Mr. Lu, do you have any instructions for me? Luoyang said. At this point, after confirming with his leader Luo Gang, Luoyang was now 100% certain that Lu Ming was exactly the person their leader had been searching for all along. However, what surprised him slightly was that even their leader didn't know Lu Ming's real name, only referring to him as the Black-Faced Man. Lu Ming didn't immediately answer Luoyang's question but said instead, where are you right now? I have something to tell you to in person. Don't worry, I won't make you work for free. Mr. Lu, you're joking. Our boss said that whatever you need, we must do it immediately, and for free. Luoyang chuckled in a warm tone. By his voice alone, one could never tell he was a fierce and violent man. After he finished laughing, he continued, my boss and I are currently at room 1017 of the Royal City Holiday Hotel. If you'd like to meet us, you can come directly here. Just use the password. I'm here to deliver condoms. Or we can also come to you. Upon hearing that password, Lu Ming couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. Then he said, no worries, I'll come find you. It's not far from me. Lu Ming raised his head. The Royal City Holiday Hotel was right in the distance. Upon reaching the hotel, Lu Ming headed straight for room 1017. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? A cautious voice came from within. Lu Ming cleared his throat twice and said, I'm here to deliver condoms. Inside remained silent for a moment before the door opened. Please come in. Luoyang's face filled with coarse features came into view. Chapter 95, Capturing Lai Yongyi. When Lu Ming entered the room, he realized for the first time that the 18 furious men were not there. Besides Luoyang, the only person remaining in the room was a middle-aged man in black, leaning on a cane and looking Jidong Ly at him. Lu Gang. Lu Ming looked at the man in black and showed a look of confusion. He clearly remembered that in his mind, Luo Gang wasn't this thin. Black Mask. Lu Gang also looked puzzled, his voice filled with disbelief as he carefully examined Lu Ming from head to toe, never expecting that the man who once shook the underground boxing ring would be so young. So at that time, wouldn't Black Mask have only been in his early 20s? It's me. Lu Ming nodded. When he saw Luo Gang's leg injury, he finally confirmed it was indeed Luo Gang, and he had no intention of hiding his identity either. After Lu Ming confirmed his identity, Luo Gang inhaled sharply through his teeth, his eyes widening in astonishment. You, Black Mask, you're just too young. Don't call me Black Mask anymore. It's an ugly name. Call me Lu Ming. Lu Ming walked forward, pulled Luo Gang to sit down, and shook his head. The name Black Mask originated from the black mask he wore when he entered the underground boxing ring. At the time, few of the desperate men wore masks, because in a life or death battle, the mask would quickly fall off. What use was there in covering your face? But to everyone's amazement, until Lu Ming was nearly at the top, no one had ever knocked off his mask. From then on, Lu Ming became famous and widely known. Good, good. Lu Ming, Lu Ming. Luo Gang was visibly excited. Luo Yang, standing Ziyipong, completely stopped speaking. This was now a conversation between great men, not something he could interrupt. Why did you suddenly decide to come find me now? Once Luo Gang sat down, he asked, I need a favor from you. If you don't want to help, I can leave. Lu Ming spoke bluntly. He was intentionally unfriendly. The reason was, truthfully, their relationship had never been good. Hearing this, Luo Gang wasn't angry at all, instead chuckling. Listen to you, talking like that. Back when you, Whiteface, and our 3 tough guys had that team match, when my 2 brothers secretly bet outside and betrayed me, you saved my life. From that moment on, I decided I must repay the favor. Me coming to find you is exactly what I've hoped for. When he heard the name, Whiteface, Lu Ming's eyes darkened slightly. Whiteface, Qinan. Qinan was the brother who had introduced him into the underground boxing ring. Unfortunately, he had already died. It was precisely because Qinan had died before his eyes, and because of the sorrowful weeping of Qinan's family upon hearing of his death, that Lu Ming awakened to the truth, giving all the money he and Qinan had earned to Qinan's family. He fought in black matches simply to provide a better life for his family, but to those who love you, a good life means having you by their side. Without you, what use was all that money? He didn't want to see his own family suffering as Qinan's had. That was why he left the underground boxing ring entirely, never stepping back in to earn money. Yet now he intended to return, not for money, but to gather power and build his own forces. Seeing Lu Ming fall silent after his speech, Luo Gang immediately realized he had spoken wrongly and hurriedly said, Sorry, Lu Ming, I didn't mean to bring up your sad past. He knew that if it hadn't been for Whiteface's death, Lu Ming wouldn't have left the underground boxing ring. Bringing it up now was sure to cause him deep sorrow. It's okay. It's all in the past now, just memories. Lu Ming lit a cigarette, took a puff, and said, We won't talk about the past anymore. This time I came to see you because I need you to help me capture someone and bring them here to meet me. Who is it? I'll send Luo Yang to handle it right away. Luo Gang smiled. Lu Ming blew out a smoke ring, his eyes sharpening with cold, murderous intent. Hengyuanhua Mansion, Lai Yongyi. Chapter 96, The Exorbitant Cost of Healing Legs. Upon hearing this, Luo Gang was taken aback, then frowned. Lai Yongyi? Who's that? Luo Yang, go check it out. He definitely didn't want to get involved with someone dangerous. Yes. Luo Yang bowed his head immediately, then turned and left. What did he do to you? After Luo Yang left, Luo Gang asked Lu Ming. He knew very well that Lu Ming had a very good temper. In the past, Luo Gang and Lu Ming had a terrible relationship. Luo Gang often mocked Lu Ming as a sissy and even threatened to kill him on the Leita, which was also why Lu Ming's tone had just been so sharp. The two were just used to speaking like that to each other. Yet even though Luo Gang often insulted him, Lu Ming still chose to save him secretly when he faced betrayal from his own men and was attacked behind his back. That was also why Luo Gang believed Lu Ming had a very good temper and was willing to repay him. So now, if Lu Ming had been provoked enough to personally go after someone, he must have done something truly bad. Lu Ming replied calmly, "This guy targeted my friend and even threatened my parents. He crossed my Yishan. He didn't go looking for Lan Lulu to find out the situation because, judging from Lai Yongyi's habits, he'd likely already tried to intimidate or seduce her. If he went directly to Lan Lulu for information, it would just be a waste of time. Because from what he knew about Lan Lulu, to protect him from being implicated, she'd definitely hide everything. It would be better to eliminate the root first, deal with this bastard, Lai Yongyi, Su Shan, Jiang Yun, Zhong Heir. He could deal with them later because those people had only ever targeted him. As for his own safety, Lu Ming wasn't worried. Even if they mobilized forces, with what he and Qin and had kept in reserve, they would be more than capable of handling them. But Lai Yongyi had dared to threaten Lan Lulu and his parents. That was something Lu Ming simply couldn't tolerate. I see. Luo Gang's eyes also revealed a murderous intent. Whoever dares touch another man's wife or parents deserves to die. Wait, not exactly. She isn't my wife, she's just a friend. Lu Ming interrupted, emphasizing clearly. Hearing this, Luo Gang frowned and gave him a disbelieving look. Come on, if it was just a regular friend, would you be so angry? She's just a classmate from college. Lu Ming explained. A female classmate, right? Lu Ming hesitated slightly. Yes, but... And she must be very beautiful? Yes, but... I get it. You don't need to explain further. I understand completely. You don't understand a damn thing. Luo Gang interrupted, giving him a suggestive look as he teased. Let me tell you, better to have 3 wives and 4 concubines than to be a playboy. You need to be responsible, or your pants will rot. Got it? You son of a... Lu Ming was furious. What did this guy take him for? He was still a virgin. So where did this 3 wives and 4 concubines thing come from? Seeing Lu Ming's reaction, Luo Gang wore a smirk and was about to say more when. At that moment, Luo Yang walked in. Chief, I found something. Lai Yongyi is a rich businessman. He initially started his fortune by selling his wife's assets, then made it big through property demolition in Qingzhou, investing everywhere until finally hitting it big with a stake in Hengyuan Huafu. Hearing this, Luo Gang and Lu Ming immediately wore expressions of contempt. What kind of man who made his fortune through his wife deserved to live in this world? Got it. Immediately bring some people, find out where he is now, and bring him back to see Brother Lu. Luo Gang gave the order immediately. Yes. Luo Yang nodded and left quickly. Your efficiency is impressive. Seeing this, Lu Ming whistled. Judging from Luo Yang's demeanor, it was obvious he already knew exactly where Lai Yongyi was hiding in Qingqing. Otherwise he wouldn't seem so confident upon departure. Of course, though these 18 men may lack in strength, they have many specialized skills. Tracing private information and tracking someone's movements is no problem. Luo Gang was clearly proud of himself. Pretty good men I've kept, right? Not bad. Lu Ming nodded, then said, once Lai Yongyi arrives, give him a quote. I'll give you the money, and you can go get your legs healed at the same time. Luo Gang was stunned, then asked in shock, you're serious? Luo Gang's entire martial skill lay in his legs. In underground circles, he even had a semi-derisive and semi-admiring nickname for his devastating whip kick. Steel Whip Go. Precisely because of that, among the 3 toughest men, the other 2 had directly administered the strongest possible toxin to Luo Gang's legs. At that time, Luo Gang had suffered severe injuries, nearly paralyzed. Although he eventually managed to stand again, full recovery would require treatment at one of the world's top hospitals. As for the medical cost, it was astronomical. 1 yuan. Chapter 97. Is Lai Yongyi about to make a move? Faced with an astronomical figure, Luo Gang felt his heart shatter. This huge sum completely extinguished his hope of ever returning to the underground boxing ring and ruling over it once again. Even through robbery, such as taking the extreme risk of kidnapping someone as rich as Lai Yongyi, he wouldn't get even a single cent. Those wealthy people only had their money tied up in fixed assets. Their liquid capital barely reached $1 million at most. After committing a robbery, he wouldn't have enough time to escape from the country's law enforcement officers, let alone take the time to gather even a single coin. As for targeting those with more than 1 cent of liquid assets, such as the Su family, that would be a complete fantasy. Luo Gang was no Lu Ming. Lu Ming could easily take down someone's bodyguards and capture Su Shan. But Luo Gang and weaklings like the 18 furious men couldn't possibly manage that. At that time, Luo Gang would face only top-level bodyguards, or even, unfortunately, run into experts as strong as Lu Ming. That was exactly why Luo Gang chose to become the shadow manipulator behind the 18 furious men. Now, hearing that Lu Ming wanted to treat his leg injury, Luo Gang's first reaction was that Lu Ming definitely didn't know how much his treatment would cost. Otherwise, there was no way Lu Ming would dare to make such a bold promise. Absolutely certain. You help me catch someone, and I'll give you the money to heal your leg. It's only fair. Lu Ming said. That was exactly what he had planned, paying his compensation while also covering Luo Gang's medical expenses. After hearing this, Luo Gang became even more convinced of his suspicions. Just as he thought, Lu Ming truly didn't know the true cost of healing his leg. Otherwise, how could any ordinary person believe that capturing someone like Lai Yongyi could be worth even a single penny? He couldn't help laughing bitterly. Old Luo, I won't hide it from you. The bounty on Lai Yongyi is no more than 1 million. That amount of money isn't even close to what I need to heal my leg. Lu Ming was taken aback. Then how much will it cost to treat your leg? Luo Gang smiled bitterly again. I appreciate your willingness to help me, but you really shouldn't ask. I'm afraid it will shock you. He truly meant what he thought. Back then, when he first heard the figure, 1 penny made him feel like the sky had collapsed. Lu Ming grew impatient. How much is it then? Stop stalling and just say it already. How had this guy become so indecisive all of a sudden, like some weepy woman? Seeing that Lu Ming insisted on knowing, Luo Gang fell silent, waiting until the atmosphere grew heavy, the air almost suffocating, before finally mustering his courage and struggling to utter, oh dash. 1 penny. As soon as the words left his mouth, Luo Gang exhaled in resignation. He knew that Lu Ming would surely be shocked by this astronomical figure. However, suddenly he heard a clinking sound near his ear. He instinctively looked up, eyes widening in shock as he stared at what lay before him. He was stunned. Here, Lu Ming took out a single coin, exasperated. I thought it was some big number. You're dragging this out so much. 1 penny wasn't even enough to cover a day's interest for him. Hearing this, Luo Gang opened his mouth wide. eyes wide with shock, his voice trembling, stuttering like rapid fire. You're serious? He realized the coin was real. Lu Ming was really offering to help him with 1 penny. Nonsense. Do you think I came here just to play around with you? Lu Ming was almost tempted to slap the coin onto Luo Gang's face. Hearing this confirmation, Luo Gang grabbed the coin and suddenly burst into tears, 2 streams of hot tears flowing down. What's wrong with you? Seeing this, Lu Ming asked in surprise. He never expected Luo Gang to start crying. Even more surprisingly, Luo Gang suddenly used all his strength, without even grabbing his cane, and with a plop, directly dropped to his knees in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming was greatly startled and hurried to pull him up. But Luo Gang wouldn't budge, even finding new strength to resist Lu Ming. Afraid of hurting him, Lu Ming had no choice but to give up. Kneeling and crying, Luo Gang said, Old Luo, back then I constantly mocked you, even threatened to kill you, but you never held it against me. Instead, you saved my life. And before I even had the chance to repay you, you're offering such a generous amount to help me. I feel terribly ashamed. I, Luo Gang, have nothing to offer in return. Starting today, my life belongs to you. He really couldn't believe that Lu Ming was this wealthy, and that he genuinely wanted to save him. It filled him with a deep sense of shame, and words he couldn't express. Lu Ming let out an awkward hum, and said a little sheepishly, You don't need to be this emotional. After all, it's just 1 penny. He felt somewhat embarrassed by this situation. After all, he really didn't see 1 penny as anything significant. No, I know maybe you're very rich, and 1 penny really isn't much to you. But for me, it's an astronomical figure. It's the biggest dream of my life. I thought I'd lost all hope of returning to the ring, and now you've brought me hope again. Tears ran from Luo Gang's nose as he sobbed. How can I not be emotional? Okay, but at least be emotional while sitting down. Lu Ming handed him a tissue. Luo Gang wiped his nose, nodded while sobbing. All right, I'll listen to you. Oh, help me up, I can't stand. Lu Ming. At the same time, at the hotel where Lai Yongyi was staying, at this very moment, he was glaring viciously at the bodyguard in front of him, barking out. Have you all understood clearly? Understood. We'll head straight to Lan Lulu's house now and capture her. Good. Hearing this, Lai Yongyi revealed an ominous smile, his eyes flashing with venom. Lu Ming, just wait and see. I'm going to make you pick up the broken shoes I've already worn. Chapter 98. Lai Yongyi couldn't make a move. When Lai Yongyi left the welcome banquet, he became furious. He never expected that working for Su Shan would eventually end up harming himself. However, soon after, Lai Yongyi learned from people at the banquet about Lu Ming's vast fortune and his close relationship with Shun Yunxian. At that moment, Lai Yongyi was so frightened he nearly wet his pants, thinking he had truly offended someone important. After the banquet ended, Su Shan immediately ordered an investigation into the relationship between Lu Ming and Shun Yunxian because he refused to believe that Lu Ming could really be that wealthy. If there had been such a rich man in Long Kingdom, they definitely wouldn't have known nothing about him. Even regarding Shun Yunxuan's family, an elusive family of seclusion, they had been able to find some clues. But with Lu Ming, he seemed to have appeared from nowhere, becoming suddenly rich. Such a situation puzzled everyone, including Su Shan, making them doubt that Lu Ming was truly that rich. The investigation eventually revealed something to Su Shan. That is, Lu Ming and Shun Yunxian were middle school desk mates, with official school records proving it. At that moment, everyone understood. It wasn't that Lu Ming was rich, but rather that Shun Yunxian had secretly given Lu Ming money to show off. Lai Yongyi realized at that moment that it wasn't Lu Ming who was impressive, but rather Shun Yunxian behind him. This pretty boy really has good luck. 3 women falling for him at once. Damn, what luck, Lai Yongyi hissed through gritted teeth. He was extremely envious of Lu Ming. How could someone continuously attract Jifeng women, each one fiery and spicy, all wealthy women, with even Shun Yunxian among them, the most elite young lady of all? Precisely for this reason, Lai Yongyi hated Lu Ming even more. With so many beauties already beside him, why wouldn't he give Lan Lulu to Lai Yongyi? He made a decision. He would act forcefully. After all, in his opinion, after the welcome banquet, Lu Ming would surely accompany Shun Yunxian for the night. At that time, he could secretly seize Lan Lulu by force, have his way with her, then flee in the dead of night. By then, even if Lu Ming wanted Shun Yunxian to retaliate for him, he would already be long gone. Moreover, Lai Yongyi felt that even if he took Lan Lulu, what could Lu Ming really do? Did he expect Shun Yunxian to stand up for another one of his women? That was nothing more than a pipe dream. Just as Lai Yongyi was fantasizing about capturing Lan Lulu and what fun he would have with her, suddenly, he heard his subordinate, who had just left moments ago, scream out in pain. Lai Yongyi's face instantly changed. What happened? Boss, we're in trouble. We need to escape immediately. The bodyguard standing guard at the door turned deathly pale after peering through the peephole and seeing the corridor situation. Immediately, he grabbed Lai Yongyi and tried to flee through the balcony. Okay, needless to say, Lai Yongyi's survival instincts were strong. He didn't even feel curious about who was coming. He was only thinking about running away. However, just as he and his bodyguard reached the balcony, a group of people burst into the room next door. Leading the way was a masked giant. Luo Yang. Bang. At the same time, the front door was kicked open. A group of people poured inside one after another, surrounded on both sides. Lai Yongyi's legs gave out, overwhelmed by complete despair. He couldn't escape anymore. Who are you? Seeing the enemy blocking his escape route, Lai Yongyi lost all will to resist. He forced a nervous smile and asked. His bodyguards had been defeated in just a few moves. He knew their strength far exceeded his own. Now he could only try to plead and negotiate, hoping to buy himself a sliver of hope. Who I am isn't important. You only need to know that I'm here to take you with me. Luo Yang snorted coldly. Sir, I've done nothing wrong, I swear. Lai Yongyi, mouth dry and face full of dread, pleaded. Why? Why would you want to take me? Do you dare say you've done nothing wrong? Humph. Do you even consider my boss a human being? Luo Yang, upon hearing this, became furious. You dare say you haven't wronged anyone? You dare to treat my boss Lu as nothing. Men, beat him up. Chapter 99, Dealing with Lai Yongyi. Upon hearing those words, Lai Yongyi was horrified. What kind of madman was this? Why did he suddenly start hitting people? At least tell me who this brother Lu you're talking about is. But before he could even open his mouth, he was struck by over a dozen slaps from Luo Yang and others. Slap, slap, slap. Lai Yongyi immediately passed out. Damn it. That's for insulting brother Lu. spat Luo Yang, then coldly glared at the other bodyguards and spat again. Do you remember who we are? No, we don't remember. Everyone hurriedly shook their heads, and one clever one rushed forward and kicked Lai Yongyi's head hard. Blood spurted from Lai Yongyi's forehead as he crumpled to the ground. Then, with a forced grin, the man said to Luo Yang, "Brother, just go on ahead. If anything happens, I'll end up behind bars too." Hearing this, Luo Yang looked at him strangely. Aren't you taking this a bit too personally? He had merely asked these guards to feign ignorance and avoid causing trouble, because with their numbers, they couldn't possibly handle so many people. He hadn't expected the other party to be even more ruthless, kicking Lai Yongyi outright, turning from victims into accomplices of the 18 Furies. That's right, I've wanted to kill him for a long time. The man grinned flatteringly. He had always disliked Lai Yongyi, but had no choice but to tolerate it for the sake of making a living. Now that Lai Yongyi was in trouble, it was definitely time for everyone to save themselves. Alright then, let's go. Nodding, Luo Yang and the rest left. Imperial Holiday Hotel. Lai Yongyi opened his eyes groggily. Oh, it hurts. As soon as he regained consciousness, he felt an excruciating pain in his head, as though it had been kicked several times. Before he fully came to, a voice sent chills down his spine. Finally awake? At the sound, Lai Yongyi stiffened in surprise. It was oddly familiar. He quickly turned his head, his expression instantly changing drastically. How can it be you? He never imagined that after being abducted by those masked men, the first person he would see was Lu Ming. Didn't that mean that the person he had offended was none other than Lu Ming himself? How could Lu Ming possess such power to command a group of experts who easily overpowered his bodyguards? Could it be that Xin Yunxian was willing to help him? Lu Ming had no intention of wasting words with Lai Yongyi. He simply asked coldly, "How do you want to die?" Lai Yongyi shuddered violently, his bladder nearly giving way. Terrified, he stammered, "Why you mean? You want to kill me?" Bang! Lu Ming didn't answer. Instead, he grabbed Lai Yongyi's head and slammed it hard against the wall. "Aya!" Lai Yongyi screamed. How could he withstand such pain? A fierce and brutal expression flashed in Lu Ming's eyes as he snarled, "Shut up!" Lai Yongyi was so frightened by the murderous intent in Lu Ming's gaze that his entire body trembled violently. He dare not utter a sound, but kept gasping sharply, his whole body convulsing like a worm. Overwhelming terror filled his heart. He had never expected that Lu Ming would actually kidnap him, and even less expected that Lu Ming would now be determined to kill him over tonight's confrontation. If he had known it would come to this, he would never have dared provoke Lu Ming. "I heard you still wanted to capture Lulu tonight. Is that right?" Lu Ming said icily, his bloodthirst clearly visible in his eyes. "And no, I never, As Lai Yongyi lied, Lu Ming kicked him again viciously, causing him to spit bile. "I hate being threatened and lied to the most. You've done both. Answer me properly." Lu Ming barked. Nearby, Luo Yang and a couple of the 18 Furies exchanged uneasy glances. "This is really scary. Kind of scary, actually. We should never anger him in the future." Luo Yang whispered with a few others. This earned a disgusted reaction from Luo Gang, who snarled harshly, "Shut up. What the hell are you talking about? Geez, who's scarier anyway?" Luo Yang and the others immediately fell silent, too scared to make a sound. Meanwhile, Lai Yongyi, after enduring the pain, finally spoke. Yes. I was overwhelmed by lust and wanted to find Miss Lulu again. I swear, I won't dare again. Please, Master Lu, please spare me. From now on, I'll never provoke you again." Even as unbearably painful as it was, he still struggled to rise and plead with Lu Ming. He had no choice. Even if he wanted to retaliate against Lu Ming now, he physically couldn't. He could only pray that Lu Ming, seeing how pitiful he appeared, would show mercy. Perhaps after leaving this place, he could go to Lin City and kidnap Lu Ming's parents. Future? Upon hearing that word, Lu Ming slowly rose, his body blocking the light from the ceiling and casting a deep shadow over Lai Yongyi. At that moment, in Lai Yongyi's eyes, Lu Ming's smile seemed icy cold, and his next words sent Lai Yongyi plunging into freezing despair. "There won't be a future." Chapter 100, Looking for Lan Lulu. "Can you handle it?" After Lai Yongyi hung up, Lu Ming asked. Luo Gang patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, no problem. We'll just go overseas for a while. Anyway, I need to get my legs treated." Just moments ago, in order to eradicate all traces and prevent future troubles, after finishing off Lai Yongyi, Lu Ming hadn't even had a chance to speak when Luo Gang volunteered to take full responsibility for everything. Lu Ming was worried that Luo might not be able to pull it off, hence the question, which was exactly what Luo Gang had hoped for. Under normal circumstances, the 18 fierce men never took jobs that involved bloodshed. When Jiang Yun hired them to find Lu Ming, for example, they hadn't planned to kill him at first, they just intended to do other things. The reason Luo Gang was willing to agree this time was because Lu Ming had paid too much. After accepting so much money from Lu Ming, if he didn't do the job, he would feel like an ungrateful beast. "Alright then, I'll leave it to you." Upon hearing that, Lu Ming slightly nodded, then added, "Remember to erase all my traces. That shouldn't be too hard, right?" "Not hard at all. Just disable some surveillance footage and clear the call logs, stuff like that." Luo Gang nodded slightly. "That's good. Then once your legs are healed, we can get in touch again." Nodding, Lu Ming stopped talking and quickly left the hotel. When he left, he showed no signs of discomfort after taking a life. For him, killing was nothing new. Back in the underground boxing circuits, seeing blood was a basic requirement. People died every day. Such things were considered normal in the underground boxing circuits of Qingsheng and even the entire Dragon Country. No blood, no thrill. The reason Lu Ming had decided to kill Lai Yongyi was because the latter had threatened his family and even intended to harm Lan Lulu. He didn't want to hold back and couldn't afford to. Faced with people like that, the only correct choice was to wipe them out decisively until they were utterly destroyed and mercilessly retaliate. He didn't have time to act generously or forgiving. Lu Ming even felt relieved that he hadn't spent too much time at the Menghai Center City with Shun Yunxian that night, focusing solely on dealing with Lai Yongyi. Otherwise, Lan Lulu would really have been in danger. Even if there was a chance he could save Lan Lulu from Lai Yongyi in time, he didn't want any of that heroic rescuing the beauty scenario straight out of a TV drama. The best way to be a hero rescuing a beauty was to eliminate all dangers before they could even sprout. "I'm so damn cool, although I'm a little dramatic, but that doesn't affect my handsomeness." Lu Ming raised an eyebrow in the mirror, narcissistically saying, "You." Just then, someone nearby at the hotel bar was vomiting. Lu Ming frowned. What the hell were they vomiting for? So annoying. He stepped on the gas and drove faster. After returning home, Lu Ming saw that Lan Lulu had sent him a bunch of flirtatious photos, which made him feel speechless again. He thought to himself that tomorrow he'd have to go to Hengyuan Huafu to confront her about Lai Yongyi. This girl actually dared to hide the harassment from him, not telling him about Lai Yongyi's advances. Absolutely unacceptable. Then, he unlocked his phone and asked Lan Lulu to send over more pictures. He needed to thoroughly study the depth of modern digital technology. Luo Gang quietly left the country. Before departing, he dared not even send a message to Lu Ming, fearing it would bring him trouble. Standing by the seaside, the ship slowly started moving. Gazing at the tall, bustling skyline of Qingsheng, he silently said in his heart, Lu Ming, I will definitely help you dominate the world. With you and me working together, we shall be invincible under heaven. Waves rolled under the night sky, stirring up lofty ambitions. Looking into the vast sky, Luo Gang felt full of aspirations and was tempted to sing out loud. Just at this moment, damn it, I've lost my ability to vomit. The boat rocked violently, and behind him, the 18 fierce men were vomiting messily. A foul stench arose, acidic and pungent. Luo Gang felt extremely angry. His lofty ambitions were all ruined. He turned around furiously and said, You bunch of wastes, can't even handle being on a boat? And you haven't even you. As it turned out, before he finished his sentence, his stomach also churned, and he joined them in vomiting. The boat driver looked grim, saying, You're tough guys? Huffed. What trash. The next day, at the sales center of Hengyuan Huafu, without even calling Lan Lulu, Lu Ming drove straight here. When he entered the sales center, it was eerily quiet, and he couldn't find Lan Lulu anywhere. Where did she go? Frowning in confusion, he pulled out his phone, preparing to call her. Just then, how dare you come back? A cold voice suddenly rang out from behind Lu Ming. Chapter 101, Still Lying. Hearing this, Lu Ming frowned and turned his head. Upon seeing who it was, he immediately froze. Mr. Sun. The speaker was indeed Sun Luo. Sun Luo was now staring at him with obvious disgust. Don't call me that. Our relationship isn't that close. Also, you're not welcome here. Leave immediately. Because of Lu Ming, he had lost Lan Lulu, an employee he greatly valued. Combined with Lu Ming's despicable behavior as a freeloader and suspected two-timing, Sun Luo's impression of him had hit rock bottom, completely different from the enthusiasm of yesterday. Since Sun Luo hadn't attended yesterday's welcome event, and Sushan hadn't spread details, he didn't know Lu Ming's exact situation, still assuming Lu Ming was a freeloader. Mr. Sun, what exactly do you mean by that? Lu Ming's eyes darkened slightly. How come in just 2 days apart, the other person's attitude had completely changed? You know exactly what I mean. Just get out of here now. Sun Luo cursed. Don't you dare dirty my place. Lu Ming immediately felt his anger rising. He really wanted to punch the other person. What the hell is wrong with this guy? But thinking about Lan Lulu still working here, he took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. I don't care why you suddenly turned against me like this, but I'm here to find Lulu. Where is she? If it wasn't for mentioning Lan Lulu, Sun Luo could have held his temper. But upon hearing her name, he became furious again. You even dare to ask? You caused her to lose her job, and you still dare to come here looking for her. You've got some nerve? When those words came out, Lu Ming's expression changed. What did you say? She lost her job. A burst of rage surged in his heart. That bastard Lai Yongyi. So he actually made Lan Lulu lose her job? Humph. All because of your stubborn pride. You offended Mr. Zhong Heir, the VIP at Villa number 5, which gave Zhong Yu an opportunity to report this issue to the higher-ups, causing her to lose her job. Sun Luo sneered. Then, suddenly lowering his voice, he angrily whispered into Lu Ming's ear. I suggest you leave Qingsheng immediately with Lulu now. Otherwise, both of you will be finished. Offending Zhong Heir and Lai Yongyi, you two won't have a good end. Out of consideration for Lan Lulu having once been a capable subordinate, and also having a relatively good relationship with his wife, Sun Luo was willing to give Lu Ming a warning. Despite seeing Lu Ming as a scumbag, convincing Lu Ming to leave with Lan Lulu would certainly hurt Lan Lulu too. But there was nothing else he could do. After all, he had secretly tried persuading Lan Lulu to leave, but she insisted she would follow Lu Ming's lead. Confronted with such circumstances, he could only let Lu Ming make the decisions. Lu Ming nodded. All right, I understand. He didn't mention to Sun Luo that there was no need to worry about Lai Yongyi, or that Lai Yongyi was already dead. Such things were better left buried. At least you're not completely stupid. Sun Luo's face slightly softened, but then he added impatiently, I'm done talking with you. Go, get out. He had already said all he wanted to say. Seeing this, Lu Ming didn't continue being angry with Sun Luo. He knew that the other person had some misunderstanding about him, but at least the intentions were good. As for the misunderstanding, he would clear them up later. Right now, the most urgent matter was to find Lan Lulu. After getting in the car, he immediately called Lan Lulu. Beep, beep. Hello? Lu Ming. The phone was quickly answered by Lan Lulu. This relieved Lu Ming a bit. He was most afraid that she was lying to him and wouldn't even answer the phone, making it impossible to track her down. Where are you now? I'm at Hengyuan Huafu, but I can't see you. Lu Ming asked. Lan Lulu sounded clearly taken aback, but then pretended to be calm. I went out with a client to look at houses this morning. Now I'm having coffee. Wait for me. I'll be back soon. Where exactly are you? I'll come pick you up. Lu Ming didn't expose her, deciding to discuss it when they met face to face. Aye. Lan Lulu hesitated. I'm at the coffee shop near my home having coffee. As soon as Lu Ming heard that, he knew that this girl was definitely at home, sleeping in. Chapter 102, Lan Lulu's home. Where is your home? Lu Ming pressed on. You're coming over now? Lan Lulu immediately responded in a flustered tone. She hadn't even gotten out of bed yet. If Lu Ming showed up, wouldn't her secret be exposed? Lu Ming countered. Can I? Well, okay. Lan Lulu replied stiffly. All right then, I'll come find you. Just then. Wait, you shouldn't. Lan Lulu exclaimed, startled. Why not? Why you just come directly to my place later? I just finished my coffee and am going back to take a shower. It's too hot. Lan Lulu made up an excuse. Hearing that, Lu Ming gave a dark line. Lan Lulu definitely feared that meeting face to face would reveal she hadn't gone outside or worked at all. So she just claimed she needed a shower, hoping he wouldn't suspect the truth. Fine, then where is your place? In Building 1, Unit 808 of Hengyuan Community. There's a keypad lock at the door. Just come in when you arrive. Lan Lulu hesitated slightly, as if some hidden thoughts were exposed, speaking in a soft, mumbled tone. The code is your birthday. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming froze for a moment before chuckling helplessly. Every small detail about her told him, without fail, how she felt about him. It had to be admitted, being quietly and firmly loved by someone filled him with satisfaction and pride. Something Lin Xiao could never bring him. A slight smile crept onto Lu Ming's lips. Okay then, I'll be right over. Don't rush. Okay. Lu Ming nodded and then ended the call. Pengyuan Community. Building 1. After checking in as a visitor, Lu Ming took the elevator straight up. Looking at the community lawn Lulu lived in, Lu Ming couldn't help but exclaim, "Didn't expect you to live so simply." The complex didn't seem luxurious at all. It was a typical old neighborhood. There were even unpeeled stickers on the elevator doors, and several of the buttons were worn and fading, their repair labels peeling badly. He had originally thought Lon Lulu, with such a high income, would live in an upscale area, never expecting her to reside here. It's a bit out of place. Lu Ming commented, completely forgetting that he, a billionaire with 20 trillion assets, still lived in what Ing Rongrong had considered a dilapidated apartment. Unit 808. Standing in front of the door, Lu Ming began entering the password. Beep, beep, beep. Click. The door opened. Slowly stepping in, Lu Ming called out, "I'm here." No one answered. Only the faint sound of water dripping echoed. Lu Ming immediately figured it out. Still showering. She probably just got up not too long ago. Lu Ming chuckled to himself. This girl still thought he knew nothing, yet in reality, she hadn't the faintest clue. Once he entered, Lu Ming found the entire apartment completely sealed off, with every curtain closed shut. Even more surprising, Lon Lulu had 3 layers of curtains, beautiful drapes, sheer curtains, and thick blackout ones. Not a single bit of sunlight managed to get through. Lu Ming had no choice but to turn on the lights. Definitely just got up. Seeing all 3 layers, Lu Ming became even more convinced of his suspicions. If she'd been up for a while, there was no way Lon Lulu would have kept the room this dark. With those thoughts, Lu Ming started wandering through the house. As he approached the bathroom door, the water sound stopped suddenly. Once the sound ceased, Lu Ming realized Lon Lulu had finished her shower. Just as he was about to call out to her from behind the door, he hadn't even opened his mouth yet when, the next instant the door suddenly swung open. Click. The steam from the bathroom billowed out through the widened gap. A slender figure emerged from the mist, vaguely visible as though partly concealed, and gradually became clearer. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes instantly widened. He froze, stunned speechless. Chapter 103. Awkwardness. Inside the room, Lon Lulu, upon suddenly seeing a figure appear before her, gasped in shock. "Ah! Don't scream." Lu Ming, startled, quickly rushed forward, grabbed Lon Lulu, and covered her mouth. A drop of water splashed onto his hand. But at a moment like this, who had time to care about that? His entire body had heated up in an instant. In such a situation, how could he possibly hold back? Because right at this moment, Lon Lulu's delicate body, like smooth white jade, was completely exposed to the air. In other words, he had just seen everything, what he should have and what he shouldn't have. When Lon Lulu confirmed that it was Lu Ming and not someone else, relief flooded her eyes. Then suddenly, realization hit her. She froze, quickly lowered her gaze, and her beautiful face flushed deeply red, so red it looked as if it could drip blood. In a soft voice barely louder than a whisper, she said with a slight pout, "Let me go." As she spoke, her warm breath brushed against Lu Ming's hand. Feeling the warmth on his palm, Lu Ming found it ticklish and hastily let go. His palm was now left with a lingering sensation of her soft, smooth skin. Now freed, Lon Lulu was so flustered and embarrassed that she darted away like a frightened rabbit, rushing back into the bathroom and shutting the door behind her. Click. A door now separated the two. Whoosh whoosh. The exhaust fan sounded especially loud in the otherwise quiet space. Coughing dryly twice, Lu Ming was the first to break the silence. "Sorry, I didn't mean to. I didn't expect you to suddenly open the door. I didn't expect you to be here either." Lon Lulu's tone was filled with shyness and irritation, her voice getting softer as she spoke. "Why didn't you say anything when you came in? I always move around like this at home since it's convenient." Otherwise, why would she set up 3 layers of curtains? Because she was afraid of being seen from the window, of course. But who could have guessed that she would end up being seen completely by Lu Ming? "I did call out once, but you were taking a shower and didn't hear me." Lu Ming felt like he was acting smug despite having clearly gained an advantage, but truthfully, it was not his intention to remain silent. He couldn't help but add, "When I came over, I suspected you might be taking a shower. Don't worry, I didn't intend to peek. I just entered because you gave me the password." Hearing this, Lon Lulu suddenly fell silent for a long while. Worried, Lu Ming called, "Lulu, what's wrong? Why aren't you speaking?" "You." Finally, she responded, her tone suddenly turning bitter. "You don't think I did this on purpose to seduce you, do you?" She feared that Lu Ming might think she had given him the password and deliberately chosen this moment to shower to entice him. Even though she loved Lu Ming, even though she often treated him with a flirtatious and charming attitude, being exposed before Lu Ming like this stirred up a deep insecurity within her. Not because being seen by him mattered in itself, but hadn't it been a similar incident on Mid-Autumn Night years ago that caused them to cut all contact? Hearing her words, Lu Ming's expression shifted. He quickly replied, "Of course not. You're overthinking. Besides, this time I entered without calling you, which is different from what happened back then." He knew that the reason Lon Lulu felt so anxious was because of what had happened last time. "Really?" Lon Lulu asked cautiously. "Really? No lie at all." Lu Ming nodded firmly. "Then go to the living room first. I'll change and come find you." Her tone had clearly relaxed. Okay. Obediently, Lu Ming left. After a while, Lon Lulu came out, now dressed hastily in a simple outfit of a white top and black pants. Her breathing was still slightly hurried. She wore no makeup, yet the slim waist and graceful figure remained unmistakably present. When Lu Ming saw her, his gaze shifted slightly. This natural look, this was the real Lon Lulu he once knew. But compared to the past, this Lon Lulu was clearly more confident and no longer as shy and timid as before. Of course, there were some differences, too. Let's say, in terms of physical curves. Realizing where his thoughts were going, Lu Ming hastily coughed twice, cleared the inappropriate images from his mind, touched his nose slightly, and awkwardly said, "Sit down. Don't be too nervous." Lon Lulu's face was still slightly flushed. She nodded and sat down, but quickly responded in confusion, "Wait. Isn't this my house?" Chapter 104 Explanation. "Don't worry about it." Lu Ming chuckled. Lon Lulu snorted. "How was work today? Did the client buy a house?" Lu Ming changed the subject and asked. Hearing that, Lan Lulu seemed to have secretly rehearsed several times beforehand, responding calmly. Not bad, but the client said they need to think about it. With the current economic pressure, something like buying a house can't be rushed. Still pretending. A sense of exasperation flashed in Lu Ming's heart. This woman's acting skill was truly excellent. If Sun Luo hadn't explained everything, he probably wouldn't have noticed anything at all. Oh, Lu Ming smiled and said, where are they from? They're also from Lincheng, just like you. What's their job? I think it's something like a lawyer. He mentioned working on civil and commercial law, but I don't really understand. Lan Lulu answered smoothly. This time, Lu Ming really laughed. I see. Then did you ask him how to apply for labor arbitration if you're fired from the company for no reason? I didn't ask, Lan Lulu instinctively answered, but after finishing her sentence, her expression suddenly changed, showing disbelief. You what? I know everything already, Lu Ming said in exasperation. Right, client, Lincheng Law? You even fabricated a complete story. Did you even make up their entire ancestral lineage too? Lan Lulu dared not speak, like a child who made a mistake. She only dared to sneak a glance at Lu Ming before lowering her head again. Lu Ming inhaled deeply, then sighed, and asked, why didn't you tell me that you were fired because of me? Lan Lulu's body stiffened slightly. I just didn't want you to worry. You just didn't want me to know that you were affected because of me? How did you know that? Lan Lulu exclaimed in shock. How could Lu Ming be so specific in knowing these things? Sun Luo told me everything. Lu Ming replied. Lan Lulu, that guy really does talk too much. Tell me exactly what happened, Lu Ming said. Don't try to hide anything from me. Although Lai Yongyi was already dead, Lu Ming had yet to fully understand the details of the entire incident. He wanted to hear the whole story from Lan Lulu's mouth. However, Lan Lulu looked reluctant. It has nothing to do with you. She didn't want to tell Lu Ming. Already struggling against Zhong Heir, Lu Ming's life in Qingzhou province was tough enough. If he were to also get caught up in Lai Yongyi's trouble, he'd be in serious trouble. Moreover, Lu Ming's parents still lived in Linqing City, Qingzhou province. What would happen to his whole family if they were dragged down and forced to leave their hometown? She didn't want to be the one responsible for that. It does involve me. If you don't tell me, I'll beat Lai Yongyi up right now, Lu Ming threatened. I'll tell you. Just don't do anything impulsive. Lan Lulu became anxious at once and quickly confessed everything. After hearing the whole story, Lu Ming's eyes flashed coldly, his face expressionless. Zheng Yu and Lai Yongyi were truly despicable bastards. Thankfully, the latter was already dead. As for Sun Luo, Lu Ming sighed inwardly. At least he could count him as a decent friend. Lu Ming, I've told you everything. Please don't do anything rash. Lan Lulu warned with concern. She was truly afraid that he might, in a moment of anger, rush to Lai Yongyi's office and punch the old man to death. Little did she know, her fear had already become a reality. I won't act rashly. Who's still reckless like a young kid these days? Lu Ming shook his head. That would be best, Lan Lulu muttered, clearly not very convinced. I can let Lai Yongyi go. That kind of person will eventually get what's coming from heaven. If not, maybe calling him now would reveal he's already dead. Lu Ming said with a grin. No way, Lan Lulu refused, frowning. I feel disgusted even talking to that slimy, creepy guy for an extra second. Lu Ming couldn't help laughing. Then he said, but as for Zheng Yu, I will definitely deal with her. At least I can make her lose her job. What do you plan to do? Lan Lulu asked. This time she didn't stop Lu Ming. For her, she also wanted to fight back. What infuriated her most wasn't even Zheng Yu getting her fired, but Zheng Yu humiliating Lu Ming. That was what made her most furious. There are many ways to destroy someone, and most of them can be solved with money. A slight smirk lifted Lu Ming's lips. And I just happen to have a lot of money. Even though that 100 yuan had been taken by Ng Chengfeng, that despicable bastard, he still had over 19,900 yuan left. According to the interest notification popped up on his phone this morning, the daily interest rate on his savings was as high as 1 yuan and 80 cents. That meant 180 million yuan before the currency depreciation, an extremely terrifying number. Lu Ming couldn't believe that number at first, but after recalculating based on the daily interest rate, he realized with shock that it was actually true. This was the terrifying speed of capital appreciation. Under such circumstances, Lu Ming no longer cared about money at all. But right after Lu Ming finished speaking, Lan Lulu suddenly frowned and said, don't do this. Looking for Ng Chengfeng again will only bring you trouble. Chapter 105. There's a relationship. As soon as those words came out, they immediately interrupted Lu Ming's thoughts. He widened his eyes and said, what does this have to do with Ng Rongrong? Your money. Lan Lulu said softly. Isn't it all from her? There was a trace of barely noticeable jealousy in her tone. Don't listen to Zhong Heir, okay? Nonsense. My money is all mine, Lu Ming said helplessly. He really should have taken Lan Lulu to the welcome party yesterday, so she could see just how rich he was. Don't mention anything else. There was still about 10,000 cash at home used just to prop up a table leg. That's called class. Lu Ming, don't try to show off for my sake. Still unconvinced, Lan Lulu tried to reason with him. It's just changing jobs anyway. There's no need to fight Zheng Yu and get mixed up with Ng Rongrong again. We can't afford to get involved with big families like hers. And besides, I don't want you, such a proud person, to lower yourself in front of another woman. After she spoke, Lan Lulu looked at Lu Ming carefully. She was wondering whether she had said too much and hurt his self-esteem. After all, what she just said made it seem like Lu Ming had been groveling in front of Ng Rongrong and living off her money. Surprisingly, though, Lu Ming didn't react angrily like she expected. Instead, he sighed and frowned helplessly. Okay, listen, tell me how I can prove it to you, so you'll believe that I really do have a lot of money? Seeing that Lu Ming hadn't given up, Lan Lulu was at a loss. She didn't know how to make him prove it either. Alright, I'll call Ng Rongrong right now. I'll put it on speakerphone. You don't say anything, just listen. I'll let you hear what she has to say. There's absolutely no relationship between me and her, and I've never taken a single penny from her. Alright, I'll call Ng Rongrong right now. I'll put it on speakerphone. You don't say anything, just listen. I'll let you hear what she has to say. There's absolutely no relationship between me and her, and I've never taken a single penny from her. Lu Ming had no choice but to use this approach. After all, the problem had originated from Ng Rongrong. Truthfully, he wanted to show her his bank balance, but given the shocking amount involved, and considering Lan Lulu knew everything about him, it would be hard to explain where all the sudden money had come from. He had no choice but to have Ng Rongrong clarify things herself. Okay, Lan Lulu nodded. Dialing tone, beep, beep. Hello, Lu Ming. What's going on? Ing Rongrong answered quickly, her voice crisp and clear. Hearing Ing Rongrong's voice, Lan Lulu couldn't help but do a comparison in her mind. Her voice wasn't as nice as mine. At least Lu Ming's face looked completely indifferent right now. And earlier, it was only her voice alone that had aroused Lu Ming. Thinking about that, a slight smile appeared on Lan Lulu's cute face. A small victory. Never would Lu Ming have guessed what Lan Lulu was thinking now. He got straight to the point. Rongrong, listen. Have I ever taken money from you? Lan Lulu looked at Lu Ming with suddenly sad eyes. Rongrong. How intimate the term of endearment sounded. On the other side, Ing Rongrong hesitated slightly before replying. No, I don't think so. Why? Did something happen? Lu Ming didn't answer her, but instead raised his eyebrows at Lan Lulu. See, that's what Ing Rongrong said. Hearing that, Lan Lulu finally understood. It seemed like Lu Ming really hadn't accepted any money from Ing Rongrong. Lu Ming said, nothing really. I just felt a bit wronged, so I called to talk to you a little. Ing Rongrong, completely unaware of what had really happened, asked in confusion, wronged? About what? It's like this. When I woke up, I realized how many people had wrongly labeled me as someone feeding off your wealth last night. I feel so bitter about it. In my entire life, I've never been wronged like this. So I wanted to talk to you for a bit, hoping you could help relieve my frustration. Lu Ming spoke fluently, making it all up as he went. I wanted to say that I'm truly not someone who clings to you or depends on you for money. At this, Ing Rongrong finally understood. So that's what he meant. No wonder he had asked that question. She couldn't help silently smiling. It seemed even a so-called rich and powerful man had some unspoken fragility inside. Even someone as low-key as Lu Ming couldn't bear being misunderstood. She began to comfort him. Lu Ming, don't think too much about it. Others can say whatever they want. Let them talk. You and I both know the truth. You've never taken a penny from me, nor have you ever depended on me or tried to hang around me. All of that is just made up out of thin air. At this, Lu Ming's smile returned. And Lan Lulu, too, began to understand. She had indeed misunderstood Lu Ming. Just then, Ing Rongrong continued. Besides, to be honest, if I hadn't insisted on going to your house, there wouldn't have been any intimate relations between us at all. As soon as those words were spoken, Lu Ming's smile froze. Lan Lulu stared at Lu Ming in disbelief, her pupils trembling. Intimate relations? So the two of them really did have a relationship? Chapter 106. Are you really that wealthy? Seeing Lan Lulu's expression as if the sky had collapsed, Lu Ming twitched, stammering. Wait. Don't just say things like that. When exactly did we have a relationship? The bank's cooperative relationship. What's wrong with that? Ing Rongrong replied, puzzled. Lan Lulu's skies, previously filled with gloomy clouds, cleared again, no longer on the verge of collapse. Lu Ming exhaled in relief and said, You need to be more precise with your words. How can you say had a relationship? What we established was a cooperative partnership. Yes, I just misspoke. Ing Rongrong smiled. Well then, hearing that helps ease my mind quite a bit. Thanks, said Lu Ming. You're welcome. And if you need anything else, feel free to find me. As I said before, I'm on standby for you 24 hours a day. She added gently. As soon as she said that, Lu Ming watched helplessly as Lan Lulu's gaze turned mournful once again. No need at all. Lu Ming, under Lan Lulu's gaze, felt tremendous pressure inside. Even though he knew Lan Lulu had no right to interfere with him, he still couldn't help feeling morally conflicted. Just then, Ing Rongrong suddenly remembered something, her voice brimming with excitement. Oh right, the money my father transferred to you. You've seen it already, right? At these words, Lan Lulu's eyes instantly widened, staring at Lu Ming in disbelief. What did she mean? Had Lu Ming already met Ing Rongrong's parents? How fast had their relationship progressed? Lu Ming also sucked in a sharp breath. Oh my god, how come everything just keeps getting more confusing? He quickly said, what money? Say it clearly. The money my father owed you. He messaged me early this morning saying he'd already transferred it back, and he even asked for your number, wanting to personally apologize. But I told him he had to get your approval first, so I didn't give it to him. Ing Rongrong spoke in a cheerful tone, clearly delighted. Thanks to you, my card was also unfrozen. Actually, she wanted to call Lu Ming early in the morning about this, but halfway through the call, she recalled how Lu Ming hadn't even cared about losing 100 yuan just to get some sleep. She guessed he must be someone who highly valued his rest. Therefore, she hadn't made the call yet. This incident even earned her teasing from Ding Jingning, who joked that she must have fallen in love. Otherwise, how could she possibly remember such a minor detail? Oh, it was just that. After noticing Lan Lulu's pupils slightly dilate, Lu Ming glanced at his message, and once he saw the money, he replied, then there's no need for your dad to call me. I've already received it. We can talk about it another time. In truth, he really wanted to give Ing Changfeng a scolding call, but out of respect for Ing Rongrong, he decided to hold back. Okay, then goodbye. Bye. The call ended. Lu Ming was silent for a moment, then asked, now do you believe me when I say I didn't take her money? I believe you. Lan Lulu nodded. But right now, her mind was a mess. Her current focus had already shifted away from the relationship between Lu Ming and Ing Rongrong. What captured her thoughts were the implications of their phone conversation. Ing Rongrong's father actually owed money to Lu Ming and wanted to personally apologize to him? That was too incredible to believe. The head of one of Longdu's 4 great families, a top-tier power figure whose presence burned brightly in Longdu, and who had even left his name on the Forbes list. And yet he was apologizing to Lu Ming? So, what exactly was Lu Ming? A terrifyingly powerful figure stronger than the head of the 4 great families. At this moment, the way Lan Lulu looked at Lu Ming had completely changed. However, Lan Lulu's stunned and shocked expression was misread by Lu Ming. He assumed she was still stuck on the previous misunderstanding between him and Ing Rongrong. Coughing dryly, Lu Ming awkwardly explained, Lulu, don't get the wrong idea. Actually, when Rongrong mentioned 24-hour availability, she meant being on call via phone. There's nothing else going on. As for coming to my place, we did that just to discuss business. Well, you believe me if I say we did it to save money, right? After speaking, Lu Ming's heart raced and his face flushed with embarrassment. Even he couldn't help thinking inwardly. Why did it feel like he was acting like a cad? I believe you. You don't have to explain. Lan Lulu, her mind still muddled, replied. But right now, I'm just finding it hard to believe. Can you answer my question? What question? Are you really that wealthy? Lan Lulu looked at Lu Ming, hesitating as she asked. Chapter 107 My good little sister. Seeing Lan Lulu's question, Lu Ming felt a wave of relief and smiled. So that's what's been puzzling you. Lan Lulu nodded vigorously like a chick pecking rice. Then I can tell you this. I'm indeed extremely, extremely, extremely rich. Lu Ming chuckled with a grin. Then just how rich are you? Lan Lulu asked in a daze. How much money would it take for Lu Ming to say something like that? TSK, how about this? I'll show you my bank account balance. Lu Ming took out the Xiaonong Bank app and displayed his balance for Lan Lulu to see. Lan Lulu might not be able to handle the amount in his Black Dragon card just yet, but he figured she could handle seeing the numbers in his Xiaonong Bank account. After all, 1,000 yuan really was a tiny number. Alright, I'll take a look. Lan Lulu nodded half-believingly. The number is big? How big exactly? Could it possibly be big enough to making Cheng Feng bow his head? Lu Ming brought his phone screen close. Lan Lulu was instantly stunned. What was this? She instinctively raised her hand, rubbed her eyes in shock, shook her head, then widened her eyes in disbelief again, her jade-like hand covering her red lips in astonishment. She glanced at the balance again, then at Lu Ming in shock, her entire body simply frozen in place. Well then, Lu Ming couldn't help but smile. No, this can't be real. Lan Lulu exclaimed in shock, her trembling fingers slowly counting along. Unit, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million. Yuan, 10 yuan, 100 yuan. Lu Ming, you're 1,000 yuan millionaire? Her scream pierced the silence. Thankfully, it was around noon, and there were few people around the neighborhood, otherwise Lan Lulu's words would surely have been overheard. She didn't mean to scream, but when such a terrifying number appeared before her, longer than her phone number, it really was beyond shocking. That's right. Lu Ming just grinned happily, inwardly cursing himself for being so dumb earlier. Why hadn't he thought of just showing her his balance through the app, instead of calling Ying Rongrong, causing so much misunderstanding? Yet again, Lu Ming felt he had no choice but to make that call. Otherwise, Lan Lulu would definitely think the money came from Ying Rongrong. When did you become so rich? Lan Lulu murmured in a daze. She found it hard to believe. Even if Lu Ming was just a millionaire, she would still feel shocked. But 1,000 yuan millionaire? That exceeded even her wildest imagination. The fact that her brain didn't crash was already a testament to her strong psychological resilience. Truth is, I've always been interacting with you all as an ordinary person, but... Lu Ming shook his head. Sometimes, inappropriate secrecy only breeds distrust. I'm not pretending anymore. I'm showing my cards. I started from scratch using the 1 million my parents gave me when I entered university, and look where I am now. Now, I'm 1,000 yuan millionaire. Inside his mind, he muttered, Dad, Mom, I'm sorry, but just pretend to be the parents of 1,000 yuan millionaire for a while. Soon, your son will make you the proud parents of a 10,000 yuan millionaire. Lan Lulu's red lips parted slightly. After a long pause, she finally managed to say, You're so amazing. You pretended to be poor so well. I never saw through it at all. For a time, she had actually thought Lu Ming came from a poor mountain village. That's also why she had worked so hard. Because deep down, she'd actually fantasized about being his benefactor. But now, unfortunately, this dream had shattered. All the wealth she had painstakingly accumulated over the years through luck, opportunity, and hard work didn't even amount to a fraction of Lu Ming's fortune. Lan Lulu felt a mixture of admiration and sadness. Lu Ming? Why did that sound like an insult? At the same time, Lu Ming inwardly felt relieved. Thankfully, he didn't let Lan Lulu see the balance on his Black Dragon card. Otherwise, the girl probably wouldn't have spoken a word by now. If even 1,000 yuan could shock her like this, then what would more do? Amazed, aren't you? Lu Ming grinned. Yep, yeah. Lan Lulu nodded repeatedly. Then do you believe now that I'm not using Ying Rongrong's money? I believe you. And you believe I can destroy Zhengyu? I believe you. Then what are you waiting for? Lu Ming raised his eyebrow. Let's go finish her off. Upon hearing this, Lan Lulu first showed excitement, but quickly turned hesitant. Are we really going to deal with her? It's a waste to use your money on something like this. Shouldn't you save it for doing business? Lu Ming pulled her up. My good little sister, even now you're still thinking about me. Come on, let's go. Brother's going to help you take revenge. At those words, as Lan Lulu looked at Lu Ming pulling her up, she instinctively froze, then felt his body temperature and unconsciously revealed joy and shyness in her eyes. A thought flickered through her mind. I don't want to like him either, but he called me his good little sister. Chapter 108, Effortless. Lu Ming ultimately couldn't leave quickly with Lan Lulu, because she insisted on applying her makeup first. You wait outside for a bit. Lan Lulu's voice came from inside the room. Lu Ming sighed helplessly. Then hurry up. Don't end up applying makeup until next year. Go away. It won't take that long. You've already been in there for half an hour. No way, only 5 minutes. Ugh, stop rushing me. I messed up my eyeliner. All because of you. Lu Ming. Meanwhile, inside the room, Lan Lulu was feeling sweet and delighted in her heart. These little squabbles felt like how a boyfriend waits for his girlfriend to finish getting ready before going out. The scene she once longed for in her dreams had suddenly become real. She suddenly felt grateful towards Zhengyu. If it hadn't been for Zhengyu causing her to get fired, Lu Ming wouldn't have come to her home like this. When Lu Ming was practically about to grow moss from waiting, Lan Lulu was finally done. How do I look? Pretty. Hearing a voice from behind him, Lu Ming immediately stood up and turned around, admiration showing in his eyes the moment he saw her. At this moment, Lan Lulu wore a complete office lady uniform, her smooth and shapely legs especially alluring, especially with the thin as gossamer black stockings wrapped around them. After scrutinizing her seriously up and down for half a minute, Lu Ming replied solemnly, very pretty. Are you done staring? Honestly, Lan Lulu teased, pouting slightly. Could you at least try to wipe the drool off? Lu Ming wiped his mouth and frowned, denying. No drool, don't make that up. Lan Lulu laughed in mock anger, though in her heart, the sweetness surpassed even what it had been moments ago. The last time when she told Lu Ming to come over and look at anything he wanted, she hadn't expected that it would really happen so soon. Their relationship was developing even faster than she had anticipated. At the very least, it was faster than his with any other girl. Surely Lu Ming had never gone to Ying Rongrong's home before, right? The two finally left the residential complex. As they stepped out, Lan Lulu asked, how are you planning to deal with Zhengyu? However she did to you, I will do the same to her. I'm a fair guy, said Lu Ming. So you're going to make her lose her job? Lan Lulu hesitated. Pretty much. Lu Ming nodded. But wouldn't that be a bit too harsh? I heard from her that she still has a loan to repay. Lan Lulu still felt a bit reluctant inside. In her opinion, if Zhengyu were willing to serve tea as an apology and bow an apology to Lu Ming, she would probably give up seeking retribution. But Lu Ming gave a blank look. Don't be too kind. Learn from me a bit. Be petty and always seek revenge. Only then will no one dare to mess with you. What did he care about whether Zhengyu lived or died? When she was mercilessly messing with Lan Lulu, why didn't she consider Lan Lulu's life situation at all? Lu Ming even felt he was being too soft himself. Someone like Lai Yongyi or Su Shan would probably have already broken one of Zhengyu's legs by now. Well then, upon hearing this, Lan Lulu could only nod obediently. The reasoning from Lu Ming made sense to her. In this society, only those willing to fight can negotiate peace. If you're too weak and too willing to compromise, in the end, you're the one who suffers. So how are you planning to make her lose her job? File a complaint against her. Lan Lulu asked curiously. That's too troublesome, and it'll take time. I have a much easier way. Lu Ming shook his head, turned on the car engine, and began reversing. Then what are you going to do? Lan Lulu asked, puzzled. Lu Ming backed the car out of the garage. Once the car was precisely parked right at the entrance, he shifted gears and turned to Lan Lulu, offering her a smile. I'm going to buy the Hengyuan Huafu property, let you be the boss in Qingcheng, and you fire her directly. As soon as these words were spoken, Lan Lulu's eyes instantly widened, showing a look of disbelief. What? What did you just say? She exclaimed, visibly shocked. At the Century Plaza. Are you serious? Even as Lu Ming pulled into a parking spot, Lan Lulu still had a mess of thoughts swirling in her head. She couldn't believe it. Did Lu Ming actually call buying Hengyuan Huafu a more effortless method? Was this supposed to be a joke of some sort? Why did it sound as if he were just casually buying a new phone? Chapter 109, Buying a Suit. Seriously, I asked around. Hengyuan Huafu is quite well known in Qingzhou, but it hasn't expanded into other regions, so buying it isn't too expensive, just a few $100. Lu Ming wore a grinning expression. Actually, he was lying. He had asked Xin Yunxian to inquire about the price. The total cost came to about 3,000 credits, including the land, buildings, villas, and even their debts. After negotiations, the price was settled at 3,221 credits. Converted to pre-devaluation currency, that meant 32.21 billion credits. As for the few extra millions, or even tens of millions, Lu Ming had simply rounded them off. He thought the price was dirt cheap. Just the cash lying around at home could buy 2 or 3 Hengyuan Huafus. But he couldn't bring himself to tell Lan Lulu the truth. After all, Lu Ming knew in Lan Lulu's eyes, he was just a poor little rich kid with merely a few thousand credits. If she found out he had actually spent more than 3,000 credits to buy Hengyuan Huafu, there would be chaos. That's why he had specifically asked Xin Yunxian to keep it a secret, and had also asked Hengyuan Huafu, which hadn't yet gone public, to keep it quiet too. He wanted the transfer of power to happen smoothly and silently, without causing any social commotion or revealing how much he had spent. Discretion was paramount. With Xin Yunxian's help, despite the official paperwork not having been processed yet, Lu Ming had already gained actual control of Hengyuan Huafu. The shareholders didn't dare offend such a terrifying big shot as Lu Ming, so they naturally complied obediently. What do you mean by not too expensive? Lan Lulu looked astonished. This is a huge sum, several hundred credits. How can you just spend it like that? Shouldn't you tell your parents first? Lu Ming's behavior shattered Lan Lulu's worldview. So this was how rich people spent money? No need. This is all money I earned myself. What's the big deal? Lu Ming waved his hand casually. Why don't you tell the big boss of Hengyuan Huafu to forget this whole thing? It's not worth doing all this just to defend me. Lan Lulu grabbed Lu Ming's hand. You just need to buy one of the villas there to become their VIP, and eventually, someone will surely fire Zhengyu. She felt Lu Ming shouldn't go to such lengths for her. Not at all. Don't misunderstand. I'm not only doing it for you. Lu Ming shook his head. The reason I chose to buy Hengyuan Huafu is first, to help you get even, and second, I should get a couple of houses just in case I go bankrupt someday. Then I can live off rent, and not worry about anything. Upon hearing this, Lan Lulu nearly fainted. What was that about a couple of houses? Did buying the entire Hengyuan Huafu in Qingzhou province equal a couple of houses? Did all those buildings, countless land plots, and rows of villas only count as 2 houses? Okay, no more thinking about it. I've already called a major shareholder over. In a while, we'll go to the sales office to deal with this. Now, Lu Ming glanced at the time and said, since we still have time, let's go shopping. Buy me a suit. I need to formally take over. Seeing she couldn't persuade Lu Ming, Lan Lulu gave up and obediently agreed. After all, it was his money, so she couldn't really control him. Moreover, converting assets into real estate actually wasn't a bad option. Real estate was a tangible asset. It wouldn't disappear because of economic instability. Lu Ming and Lan Lulu entered the Century Plaza and headed straight to the 4th floor men's tailored suit store. This was a well-known store specializing in high-end suits, offering both men's and women's lines. Lan Lulu had even bought suits here before. As soon as they walked in now, Lan Lulu's eyes lit up. There was a male mannequin dressed in a pure black suit near the entrance. Judging from its body shape, it fit Lu Ming perfectly. Seeing Lan Lulu's expression, Lu Ming naturally knew what she was thinking. He chuckled. Then we'll just take this one? We can ask them to take it down so you can try it on first. Lan Lulu smiled. Lu Ming nodded. Lan Lulu called toward the inside of the store, hello. At that moment, a sarcastic voice rang out from behind her. Don't bother calling, Lan Lulu. Nothing here will be sold to you. Chapter 110, Chunlu. When Lan Lulu heard the name, she turned her head to look, and her expression instantly changed slightly. Chunlu. Upon hearing this name, Lu Ming furrowed his brows, silently wondering who it could be. Oh, so our top saleswoman Miss Lan still remembers me. How honored I am. Chunlu replied sarcastically. Chunlu was a woman dressed in a black woman's suit. With an average 5-foot frame and unremarkable looks, she appeared quite ordinary. Who is she? Lu Ming asked in a lowered voice. She used to be my colleague. Back then, she upset a client with a careless comment, and I helped cover for her. The client later listened to me and agreed to buy the property. She thought I had stolen her credit and complained to Boss Sun, but ended up getting fired herself. Ever since then, she has held a grudge against me. Lan Lulu's eyes flashed with anger. At that time, she had kindly helped Chen Lu resolve a mess, and it was her own effort that closed the sale in the end. Yet Chen Lu actually believed that she had stolen the client, constantly cursing her. That still made Lan Lulu furious to this day. What a completely pointless act of kindness. After hearing Lan Lulu's explanation, Lu Ming nodded in understanding. So that was the case. But Chen Lu wasn't done yet. She sneered and snapped. Hey, Lan Lulu, can you stop making things up as you speak? Back then it was clearly you who seduced my client. Stop pretending like you were helping me cover something. How shameless. I wonder what underhanded tricks you used to charm that client. Probably slept with him 100 times already. Her words struck like a slap to Lan Lulu's face, leaving her pale and deeply humiliated. Her reputation was smeared, especially in front of Lu Ming, which infuriated her even further. She shouted furiously, "What did you just say? What right do you have to slander me? Slander? When did I ever slander you?" Lu mocked. "Who knows whether you slept with him or not? Not like I can just lift up your skirt to check." After saying that, Lu looked highly satisfied with herself. At that moment, Lu Ming's eyes shot out icy coldness. This woman was literally asking for death. He was about to defend Lan Lulu when she herself spoke. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed all her rage and suddenly smirked. "Oh, and then what? Yeah, I did sleep with someone, and this man beside me is my biggest benefactor. But you? If I recall correctly, you yourself tried to seduce someone else's client and ended up being slapped 3 times by that client's wife because they found you too ugly, right?" Lan Lulu had been out in the real world for 5 years. She was no pushover. If she had been rendered speechless by mere accusations from Lu, needing Lu Ming to come to her defense, then all those years would have been wasted. As soon as she spoke, Lu's once smug expression froze. Her face instantly turned pale and extremely sour, as if she had just swallowed a pile of excrement. "Why? You said what?" Her lips trembling and fingers shaking. Because everything Lan Lulu said was the truth, and with her pain struck directly, Lu didn't know how to fight back. "You understand perfectly well what I said." Lan Lulu, seeing Lu's expression, grew more triumphant. With a coy laugh, she affectionately held onto Lu Ming's arm. "Darling, look at her. Would you even want a woman like this if she were free?" Seeing how Lan Lulu acted, Lu Ming couldn't help but suppress a laugh. He exaggeratedly looked Lu up and down, then sneered, shaking his head. "Nah, I'd feel disgusted. But sweetheart, don't imitate that client's wife and slap her either. You might hurt your hand." Lu Ming's overacting made Lan Lulu nearly burst out laughing. "Right, darling?" The humiliating treatment from both of them left Lu breathing rapidly and trembling all over. She was filled with rage, her face burning as if slapped a dozen times in succession. Chapter 111. Who are you trying to kick out? After holding back for a while, Lu could only utter this dry sentence. You shouldn't slander me." But Lan Lulu sneered. "Whether it's slander or not, I know. I can ask the customer whether this is true." Lu gritted her teeth but no longer dared to say anything insulting to Lan Lulu, and instead said in a sinister tone, "Lan Lulu, you're really good at slandering people. I can't match you. I'm not going to bother arguing with you." "Oh." Lan Lulu let out a no, then ignored her and pulled Lu Ming to continue looking at suits. But Lu blocked her way. "But this is my territory. I don't welcome you here. You leave now." Lu Ming sneered. "Who do you think you are? You say leave and we just leave? Who am I? I'm the floor supervisor here. Who do you think I am?" Lu chuckled. "On what grounds? We're customers. You have no right to expel us." Lan Lulu shouted angrily. "Careful, or I'll file a complaint against you." It wasn't that she insisted on buying a suit here. She just felt it was a disgrace if both she and Lu Ming were driven away because of her. A millionaire worth millions. How could she stoop so low? Faced with the threat, Lu remained indifferent and instead mocked. "Our store is membership only. Those without membership cards aren't allowed inside. You want to buy a suit? Fine. Then get a membership card first. But the membership quota for this month has already been filled. If you want another one, it'll cost you 990,000. Upon hearing this, Lan Lulu exploded. "Are you robbing people? What nonsense. 990,000. There's the store's policy. You can check it yourself." Lu directly threw a copy of the store regulations in front of Lan Lulu. Lan Lulu barely flipped through a page before her face turned dark green. What Lu said was true. The store policy indeed stipulated this. Only that it had never actually been enforced. It would be absurd to refuse business coming willingly through the door. "Well, are you getting a membership or not?" Lu snorted. Lan Lulu clenched her teeth. "How could I possibly get it? This exorbitant fee was clearly robbery. There was no way she'd agree to pay it. Then why aren't you leaving yet?" Lu scoffed, eyes revealing obvious satisfaction. To her, whether Lan Lulu left or chose to get the membership card, it was all her victory either way. Leave the store under her authority? Looking for trouble. Hearing this, Lan Lulu couldn't help but glance at Lu Ming, eyes filled with apology. "I'm sorry. Let's just go." It was all because she had brought Lu Ming here that he was being expelled. But to her surprise, Lu Ming looked at Lan Lulu's face and suddenly smiled. "Why should we leave?" "What?" Lan Lulu blinked in surprise. "Don't worry, she can't kick us out today. I promise." Lu Ming smiled. He already had a membership card here for quite a while. Hearing that, Lan Lulu was stunned. Then her face suddenly changed drastically. She immediately urged, "Lu Ming, there's no need for this." "What do you mean, no need?" Lu Ming looked puzzled. "You don't have to buy this place. Seriously, believe me." Lan Lulu shook her head. She recalled how Lu Ming had resolved the Hangyuan mansion issue, and her first instinct was that Lu Ming intended to buy this place so Lu couldn't expel them. Lu Ming was momentarily speechless. "You misunderstood. I just want to show them my membership." He hadn't even finished speaking before his words were cut off by a sudden loud laugh from the side. Lu laughed until she was gasping for breath. "Ha! Lan Lulu, have you gone mad? No need to buy this place. Do you even know how much this store is worth? You can't even come up with the 990,000 for the membership card. Go blow somewhere else. Hurry up and get out." She found it utterly amusing. Was Lan Lulu suffering from delusions? Actually talking about buying a store casually like that? Does she think buying a shop is something that can be done as easily and illogically as in online novels? At this moment, Lu Ming turned to Lu and suddenly showed a teasing expression. "I'm not going anywhere. Nor am I going to pay 990,000 for a membership. Got any problem with that?" "Humph, whether you like it or not, you'll have to go now." Lu mocked him. "Otherwise, I'll call security to throw you out." Just then, a thunderous shout came from the doorway. "Lu, have you gone mad? Who exactly are you trying to kick out?" Chapter 112. Manager Yang. A young man in his 30s stormed in, his face filled with uncontrollable rage. Seeing who it was, Lu exclaimed in shock and fear, "Manager Yang?" As the young man entered, he immediately walked up to Lu Ming. He lowered his head nervously and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Lu. I arrived too late." Witnessing this scene, Lu stood there frozen in disbelief. She never could have imagined that Manager Yang, the store manager worth millions, who had studied at a renowned design school abroad and won multiple Chinese designer awards, would show such a submissive attitude toward Lu Ming. Wait a second. Mr. Lu? What Mr. Lu? Then, Lu Ming spoke. Manager Yang, you don't need to apologize to me. I just want you to explain clearly why you previously said you would give me a top-tier VIP card, yet now your staff is asking me to pay 990,000 to get one. What kind of logic is that? As soon as those words were spoken, Chen Lu's face paled completely. Her eyes widened, and she stammered in fear, lips trembling. You, could it be that you are Mr. Lu? A few days ago, Chen Lu had heard from the manager about a super-rich customer who had recently arrived at Century Plaza. To retain that customer, Manager Yang had gritted his teeth and gifted a top-tier VIP card, which came with the highest priority in tailoring and a permanent 50% discount on all custom-made suits for the year. He had specifically instructed her to treat Mr. Lu with the utmost hospitality, emphasizing that if she could please Mr. Lu on this visit, their store wouldn't need to worry about business anymore. That sentence had deeply shocked Chen Lu, because she knew the manager already had a dozen millionaire clients. Despite that, he had always sighed with anxiety, worrying that one day their tailoring shop might fail. But once this mysterious Mr. Lu appeared, the manager suddenly regained his confidence and believed their store had nothing to worry about. Does that mean Mr. Lu alone was more powerful than a dozen millionaires? At that moment, Chen Lu made a firm decision in her heart. She not only wanted to help the manager please Mr. Lu, but also wanted to secure a bright future for herself. What if she managed to catch Mr. Lu's attention? Wouldn't that mean instant fortune and success? But she never expected that. The Mr. Lu she had eagerly anticipated meeting would actually be standing right in front of her now? That's right. At that moment, Manager Yang clenched his teeth, turned his head sharply to look at Chen Lu, and shouted in both anger and frustration. Chen Lu, even if you weren't Mr. Lu, didn't I specifically tell you to treat every customer with the utmost respect? What exactly were you doing just now? Chen Lu cried out. No, manager, please hear me explain. Get out. You're fired. Manager Yang barked furiously. At this moment, he felt immense fear. He never wanted to see Chen Lu again. The last time he barely managed to stand out among dozens of shops and earn the opportunity to connect with Lu Ming, he had been ecstatic for days. Now, this happened instead. Thinking about how close he had come to seriously offending Lu Ming if he had arrived, even a little later, Manager Yang almost wished Chen Lu were dead. Just being fired was already being too lenient on her. No, please. Chen Lu cried, but it was useless. The security guards were quick to act, rushing forward and dragging her out immediately. She wanted to beg Lan Lulu and Lu Ming for mercy, but neither of them even looked at her. It filled her with regret. If she had known the identity of Lan Lulu's wealthy patron beforehand, she would have reconsidered offending her. Why had she been so foolish with her words? After Chen Lu left, Manager Yang deeply apologized to Lu Ming, saying, Mr. Lu, I'm very sorry that you had such an unpleasant experience today. I'll personally offer you a free custom-made suit. If you don't need that, I can also compensate you in cash. His tone was unusually humble, but Lu Ming simply waved his hand and smiled. Manager Yang, no need to do that. You weren't the one who made the mistake. I'll just continue picking my suit. Lu Ming had money now, but he hadn't developed the bad habits of newly rich people. He had no intention of harassing or tormenting an innocent store manager. Chapter 113, The New Boss. Hearing this, Manager Yang let out a sigh of relief and smiled. Well then, you can pick first. If anything suits you, you can just take it. And if you need anything specific, I can arrange for it to be custom-made. Then go ahead and take that suit down. I want this one. Lu Ming pointed at the suit that Lan Lulu had found particularly appealing earlier. Manager Yang nodded immediately. I'll go get it for you right away. This is a display model. All right. Lu Ming nodded in agreement. So you're not actually planning to buy the whole store? I misunderstood you. While Manager Yang was getting Lu Ming the suit, Lan Lulu said with some embarrassment. It turned out Lu Ming had a membership card and was certain he wouldn't be kicked out. She thought for sure that he was going to throw money at the problem again. Of course not. What are you thinking? Lu Ming chuckled, shaking his head. I just have a little bit of money. Not so much that I don't know what to do with it. But as soon as he said it, Lan Lulu looked puzzled. $1,000 was considered a small amount. After Lu Ming changed into the new suit, Lan Lulu's eyes lit up. It really suits you. The previous shabby image was gone. The well-tailored, luxurious suit fit perfectly on his athletic frame, shaped by years of physical training, not only accentuating the suit's appearance, but also transforming Lu Ming's aura from healthy and vibrant to that of a refined and affluent young aristocrat. He exuded nobility and charm. See, Lu Ming smiled, taking out his bank card and handing it to Manager Yang. Time to pay by card. Yes, sir. Mr. Lu, I'll give you a 50% discount. Manager Yang nodded, accepting the card and secretly thrilled in his heart. He had finally salvaged the business and retained a valuable customer in Lu Ming. Meanwhile, back at the Hengyuan Huafu Property Sales Center. It was the middle of the day, and the sales office was nearly empty, with barely anyone in sight, only a few security guards on duty. Inside Sun Luo's office. At this moment, two people were sitting on the sofa near the coffee table. One was Sun Luo. The other was a middle-aged man wearing a red suit and sporting a goatee. On the man's wrist was a Patek Philippe watch and a jade bracelet that shimmered with colorful lights under the illumination, and on one finger sat a dazzling diamond ring. From head to toe, he radiated an unmistakable aura. I am wealthy. Old son, the middle-aged man said. Later on, help me welcome your new boss properly, understand? Now that there's a new boss, you should try to leave a good impression quickly. This person's spending habits stunned even me. Obviously not short of money. Win his favor, and he might entrust you with the management of the entire Hengyuan Huafu estate. Then you'll definitely get promoted. The middle-aged man was named Dongshan. Dongshan was the true boss behind Hengyuan Huafu, rumored to have a net worth already in the hundreds of millions. A few years ago, the media had even reported that he controlled 3 billion yuan in cash assets, truly unimaginably rich. Normally, Dongshan never involved himself with Hengyuan Huafu, preferring to focus on his other businesses, and Sun Luo rarely had the chance to even see him. Sun Luo hadn't expected to see Dongshan today. Even less expected was that Dongshan had specially flown back from overseas just to inform him that, as of today, ownership of Hengyuan Huafu would be changing hands. Sun Luo nodded respectfully. Yes, Director Dong. At this moment, Sun Luo's eyes still betrayed astonishment. Why had the boss suddenly changed? And who exactly was this new billionaire who could even stun Dongshan? How much money did this new tycoon actually have? Since he and Dongshan had a good relationship, he asked openly. Director Dong, what exactly happened? Why suddenly sell Hengyuan Huafu? After all, Hengyuan Huafu was currently the hottest real estate project in Qingzhou, with excellent government connections. Even in the current economic climate, it was selling surprisingly well. To put it simply, in Sun Luo's opinion, Hengyuan Huafu was like a golden goose constantly laying eggs. So why would Dongshan simply sell it off? Chapter 114 Discussion of background. He wondered whether Dongshan had suffered losses elsewhere and now needed Hengyuan Huafu to cover the deficit. Not much. Dongshan took a sip of Dahongpo tea, clicked his tongue, patted his thigh, and said, they offered a really tempting price, so I couldn't resist, and just went for it. Huh. Sun Luo never expected the reason behind it to be so simple. He stared in shock. Boss Dong, may I ask, boldly, how much exactly they offered? Upon hearing that, Dongshan slightly frowned. Xin Yanxian had specifically told him not to spread this around. But thinking that Sun Luo was an old friend he could trust, and knowing Sun's lips were usually sealed tight, Dongshan motioned with his finger for him to lean closer. Sun Luo immediately moved in. Dongshan whispered, absolutely don't tell anyone. I mean anyone, understand? I understand. Go ahead. They offered over 3,000 in cash, taking over all assets and liabilities together. Dongshan took a deep breath. Thinking about it still made his voice tremble slightly, and it was a full 3,000 in cash. At that, Sun Luo, who had been curious a moment ago, froze. He stared blankly at Dongshan, his mind buzzing. Almost unconsciously, he muttered, what? 3,000. Dongshan repeated. Bang. Sun Luo had his confirmation. At this moment, his brain finally caught up. The shock sent him sinking back into the sofa. His eyes widened, his lips trembling in disbelief. He hoarsely rasped, W what? Could it be his ears were malfunctioning? He could understand spending 3,000 to buy Hengyuan Huafu. But, to actually have the entire sum ready in one go, that made a world of difference. What kind of millionaire is this? Was the world's richest man here? That's right, you heard correctly. That's exactly how much. And what's even scarier is, all the appropriate payments have already gone through. The shareholders are grinning from ear to ear. Dongshan looked as if he were questioning the meaning of life itself. I know there's a huge gap between me and real rich people, but I never thought the difference could be this astronomical. I spent my entire life and still couldn't earn that much money. This guy just casually pulls it all out and slams it in my face. I was completely stunned. Dongshan lit a cigarette involuntarily, clearly lost in gloomy thoughts. For a moment, he even suspected whether it was a state-backed investor from Longwa coming to acquire him. So this was what a real rich person looked like. Today was certainly a day of enlightenment. Then does that mean the entire Hengyuan Huafu is now his? Sun Luo said in a daze. Such a grand move still left him reeling. If you're broke, 3,000 versus 3 might seem the same. Either way, you can't afford it. But for people like them, who had vision but lacked capital, the implications of 3,000 were simply terrifying. Put bluntly, carefully spent, that sum could potentially multiply tenfold. But this rich guy just threw it all at once to buy Hengyuan Huafu? Just how wealthy was he? Exactly. He holds absolute controlling shares. Every single asset is his. You can say all our current inventory, pre-sales, villas, communities, basically, the entire company now belongs to him alone. Dongshan couldn't help but curse as he said this. This is the first damn time I've heard of a big company being reduced to being operated like a sole proprietorship. It wasn't unheard of for big companies to be under the control of a single individual, but usually, shares still resided in the hands of other investors and employees. Otherwise, the company could never have reached such a scale. But, now, Hengyuan Huafu had truly become wholly owned by one man. That's completely absurd. Yeah, I've never heard of anything like this either, murmured Sun Luo before blurting out. Could this guy possibly be from some prestigious family, like the Longduing family or the Su family? Who knows? They say there's a type of hidden family all over the world known as shadow families, often referred to as financial conglomerates abroad. Not sure if our new boss comes from one of them. But regardless, it has nothing to do with us. Don't dig too deep. The water's too deep. We can't handle it. Just quietly take our money and go. Chapter 115 The meeting. Yes. Sun Luo nodded. Dongshan added sternly. Remember, don't ever let the price slip out. The client specifically warned us that if we leaked the acquisition price, there could be serious consequences. I understand. Sun Luo nodded again, then murmured. Are the secrets of the wealthy really this sensitive? Not even allowing the price to be mentioned? Maybe he's afraid that business rivals might find out how much money he spent, and then target his cash flow in commercial competition. Dongshan analyzed carefully. That's possible. Indeed, business is warfare without gunpowder smoke. Sun Luo agreed. For people at their level, every step must be taken cautiously and solidly. Not a single misstep is allowed. Exactly. Dongshan nodded. What neither of them had considered was that Lu Ming's insistence on secrecy had absolutely nothing to do with business rivals. It was simply because he didn't want Lan Lulu to find out how much he had paid, and get frightened as a result. By the way, where's Lai Yongyi? How come he's gone missing? Just then, Dongshan asked. Upon hearing this, Sun Luo shook his head. I don't know either. I couldn't get hold of him all morning. Maybe he left after hooking up with young Master Su last night. In fact, Sun Luo hadn't even tried calling Lai Yongyi. Who would care about what happened to that guy anyway? Not just Sun Luo. Actually, hardly anyone in Qingsheng had heard anything about Lai Yongyi. Lai Yongyi's death hadn't stirred even the slightest ripple in any corner of the city. Even his own relatives hadn't reacted. Ever since he sold his wife to climb the social ladder and became orphaned, he'd long been a solitary figure. Alright then, forget about him. I don't like that guy either. We'll deal with it later. Dongshan nodded. You go and prepare a banquet first. I'm having dinner with the big boss later. Yes. Shortly after, Sun Luo hurriedly left his office and called Zheng Yu over. Mr. Sun, what's up? Zheng Yu asked. It's like this. You need to immediately book a banquet of imperial seafood feast at the Regal Holiday Hotel. I and Mr. Dong will be hosting a guest for dinner. Sun Luo said. Hearing this, Zheng Yu was surprised. Has Mr. Dong arrived? Dongshan had come in complete secrecy. Practically nobody knew about it. Yes. Sun Luo nodded. Then, does Mr. Dong have any particular matter? Zheng Yu asked hesitantly. Sun Luo replied gravely. The new boss is coming. I and Mr. Dong need to welcome him. At these words, Zheng Yu's expression changed, as she gasped, so sudden. How come there wasn't a single whisper about this before? Hung Yuan Huafu was a huge company. If the ownership were to change, rumors should have started circulating at least a month ago. Why now, all of a sudden, had a new boss appeared out of nowhere? There's no need to ask about this. Anyway, later, Mr. Dong and I will greet the guest at the entrance and go to dinner together. Then you can bring a few department heads over and meet him. Don't let him come to inspect someday only for you to unknowingly offend him. Sun Luo instructed. All right, Zheng Yu nodded, immediately rushing off to book the hotel while countless thoughts whirled inside her head. A new boss? Wouldn't that mean the internal factions of Hung Yuan Huafu would be rebuilt? If she could grasp this opportunity quickly and gain the big boss's favor, wouldn't that mean she could finally rise to prominence? She had joined the company too late. The factions had already formed, forcing her to remain a minor subordinate under Sun Luo's leadership. Now, the arrival of the new boss was an opportunity to change her destiny. Thinking of this, Zheng Yu immediately felt excited. Never had she imagined that, right after driving Lan Lulu away, good things would come one after another. Muttering to herself, Zheng Yu said, Lan Lulu, I told you you're a bringer of bad luck. Since you left, my fortune has improved. I hope I never see you again in this life. Otherwise, you're done for. Mr. Dong has arrived. Let's go now. At this moment, Lu Ming, having changed into a suit, received a message from Dong Shan. Smiling, he said to Lan Lulu, Dong Shan. Upon hearing this, Lan Lulu exclaimed in surprise, is he the big boss? Exactly. Wow. He's a wealthy magnate known for being elusive and rarely seen. Why would he come in person? Since I, the new big boss, am arriving, how could he not come to greet me? Lu Ming chuckled. And it's a good chance for you to see just how influential I am. Lan Lulu snorted. He's coming for the money, probably. Aren't they the same thing? Lu Ming joked. The two didn't take a car, but walked together toward Hung Yuan Huafu. They could see immediately the red carpet laid out in front of the entrance, and the two rows of figures standing to welcome them. At the front stood Dongshan and Sun Luo. And at the same time that Lu Ming and Lan Lulu saw them, Sun Luo and Zheng Yu also spotted their approach. Chapter 116, The Showdown. Looking at the two blurry figures in the distance, Zheng Yu squinted her eyes. She couldn't see their faces clearly, but she could feel that the suit worn by the tall, burly man was very expensive. It was an air of luxury that could be sensed even from afar. Sun Luo felt the same way. He squinted his eyes just like Zheng Yu, trying to make out the other person's features. For some unknown reason, both of them began to feel that these two figures seemed very familiar, particularly reminiscent of two specific people. As the two figures approached, Sun Luo's and Zheng Yu's narrowed eyes finally froze in shock, their expressions gradually giving way to disbelief. They finally saw clearly. Their pupils constricted and their faces turned pale with terror, their minds screaming inwardly. How was this even possible? Everyone, get ready to welcome Mr. Lu. At the same time, Dongshan smiled and announced, Hello, Mr. Lu. Everyone shouted immediately, and right after shouting, they also noticed Lan Lulu beside Lu Ming. They were instantly horrified, all of them falling into stunned silence, just like Sun Luo and Zheng Yu. Lu Ming and Lan Lulu walked toward the group and smiled. Hello, everyone. Hello, Boss Dong. In truth, Dongshan was the chairman, but calling him Chairman Dong would sound quite awkward in this atmosphere. Therefore, calling him Boss Dong didn't seem as strange and felt less formal. Haha, Mr. Lu is truly impressive, and Madame Lu is also exquisitely beautiful. You two really make a perfect match. Dongshan chuckled. In his mind, for an unmarried man like Lu Ming to bring a woman to such an important occasion, she must be his girlfriend, at the very least, his lover. Calling her Madame Lu wouldn't be wrong. Upon hearing this, Lan Lulu was instantly stunned. Her pretty face turned crimson with shyness, and she wanted to deny it. But Lu Ming didn't seem to care. He smiled and replied, Boss Dong flatters us. And you yourself are also very promising at such a young age, multi-talented and immensely wealthy. Hara, I wouldn't say promising, and as for being multi-talented and immensely wealthy, compared to you, I'm definitely not in the same league. Dongshan said with a delighted smile, developing a slight liking for Lu Ming in his heart. He had assumed that a wealthy man like this would probably be a proud, arrogant rich second generation, but who knew he'd be so courteous instead? He must have come from an old, prestigious family, clearly well-mannered and well-educated. If Lu Ming had known Dongshan's inner thoughts, he surely would have burst into laughter. He had always spoken like this. Previously, he was mocked by Yang Qijing at the gym for his tasteless speech, and ridiculed by Lin Jiao for being ungraceful. But now, he was seen by the wealthy Dongshan as being well-mannered. The difference wasn't because his speech had improved significantly in quality, but simply because he now had more money in his pocket. Huh? Lu Ming chuckled, then shifted his gaze onto Sun Luo and smiled. Hello, President Sunday. You? At this moment, shock still lingered strongly in Sun Luo's eyes. Earlier, the news Dongshan brought was already surprising, but it wasn't enough to leave him shaken. After all, a billionaire spending over 3,000 was just too distant from Sun Luo's reality. It was like your company boss suddenly telling you the company had been acquired by Jack Ma for over 10 billion yuan. You might feel astonished, but would likely be more concerned about what your working life would be like afterward. But now, everything had changed. Sun Luo realized that it wasn't Jack Ma who acquired the company, but rather a client he had met with a couple of days ago, a client whom he had even mocked for being a kept man. In this instant, Sun Luo's entire worldview shattered. So Lu Ming was actually an outrageous billionaire who casually threw around thousands? That doesn't make sense. This stark contrast left Sun Luo still in shock to this day. And right now, facing Lu Ming's gaze, Sun Luo felt a surge of intense fear in his heart. Would Lu Ming take revenge for his harsh words from this morning? Then wouldn't he definitely lose his job? Chapter 117, Revenge against Zheng Yu. Seeing this, Dongshan wore a look of curiosity and confusion. Huh? Do you two know each other? In his heart, he wondered whether Sun Luo might have offended Lu Ming before. We do. Lu Ming didn't have any ill feelings towards Sun Luo, and smiled. Mr. Sun is very capable at work. I really appreciate him. I see. Hearing this, Dongshan felt relieved. He smiled and patted Sun Luo's shoulder before turning to Lu Ming. President Lu sure has good taste. I've always thought highly of old Sun too. You should make more use of him in the future. Sure. Lu Ming nodded and smiled. Seeing this, Sun Luo also felt relieved. He shot a grateful look toward Lu Ming. Thank you, President Lu. Just call me Lu Ming. Elder son, you're older than me. Lu Ming smiled. Oh, that won't do at all. Upon hearing that, Both Sun Luo and Dongshan shook their heads vigorously. Even if they had 3,000 courage boosts, they wouldn't dare to address him so informally. Witnessing this, Lan Lulu couldn't help chuckling quietly, but at the same time, feeling a sense of pride. This was the man she'd chosen. Even Boss Dong and President Sun had to show him utmost respect. At that moment, Lu Ming finally looked toward Zheng Yu, who had remained silent all this time, and wore a teasing expression. Zheng Yu? As soon as he spoke, everyone's eyes immediately turned toward Zheng Yu. When Lu Ming addressed her, Zheng Yu's face immediately turned deathly pale. She shivered but managed to force out a smile. Yes, President Lu. Hello, do you still remember? Lu Ming turned around, pulling Lan Lulu closer to him, his smile half-formed. Zheng Yu's vision instantly darkened, her smile now more painful than crying. Of course. Lulu right. At this, Dongshan narrowed his eyes slightly. Looking at Sun Luo, he quietly asked, what's going on? He originally thought that Lan Lulu was Lu Ming's girlfriend, but now it seemed like there was more between them. Blue Lulu is an excellent employee who was forced out by Zheng Yu. Sun Luo gave a brief and concise explanation. Hearing this, Dongshan raised his eyebrows, understanding in his heart. So Lu Ming's visit here today had something to do with her, an incident of anger on behalf of his lover. Well then, he could cross his arms and wait to see how the drama played out. What do you have to say? Lu Ming's smile vanished. He calmly stared at Zheng Yu. Choose your own path. President Lu, please show mercy. I was wrong before. I acted foolishly. I didn't control my emotions well. Please forgive me. I will never do this again. Zheng Yu's face turned pitiful as she desperately pleaded. At this moment, her heart wildly cursed Lan Lulu. It must have been her. This despicable woman must be the one who brought her this bad luck. If it weren't for her, she wouldn't be treated like this by Lu Ming now. She completely forgot how she originally had driven Lu Ming away herself in front of the Heiyuan Huafu Villa district. Other members of management had long grown silent with fear. No one dared to speak, not to mention standing up for Zheng Yu. Primarily because Zheng Yu simply had no good relationships among colleagues. What's the use of begging me for forgiveness? You have wronged Lulu. Lu Ming said indifferently. His purpose of coming here had always been to stand up for Lan Lulu. Hearing this, Zheng Yu froze. Instinctively, she looked at Lan Lulu, shock flashing in her eyes followed by intense resistance and discomfort. No, letting her bow and apologize to Lan Lulu? She couldn't do it. Seeing her reaction, Lu Ming let out a mocking chuckle. President Sun, how long does it take to dismiss someone? It's just as the contract states. Zheng Yu's contract is coincidentally up. Sun Luo whispered. Zheng Yu was utterly frightened, her face completely drained of color as she pleaded desperately. No. President Lu, please give me another chance. She hurriedly rushed to Lan Lulu, crying. Lulu, considering that we've worked together, will you spare me a path? Looking at Zheng Yu's begging expression, Lan Lulu hesitated slightly. But beside her, Lu Ming timely spoke up. Where's your sincerity in apologizing? If you don't know how to do it properly, go home and practice. Upon hearing this, Zheng Yu completely collapsed emotionally. I'm sorry, Lulu. I was wrong. It was me. I shouldn't have reported you. I shouldn't have lied to our superiors to make them think President Lu was poor, and I shouldn't have expelled you from Heiyuan Huafu Villa district, and I even told Boss Lai your home address. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. As these words came out, Lan Lulu's eyes suddenly changed. What did you say? Never in her wildest dreams did she imagine Zheng Yu had done even more harm to her? Lu Ming gave a cold smile. His determination to thoroughly retaliate against Zheng Yu was definitely not without reason. Didn't Lai Yongyi nearly send someone to Lan Lulu's home? Wasn't that all helped by Zheng Yu behind the scenes? He definitely intended to settle accounts with her. Even if he didn't have Zheng Yu killed, he'd make sure she lived the rest of her life in constant fear and shadows. Chapter 118. Retaliation against Zheng Yu. I was wrong. Zheng Yu sobbed uncontrollably, tears and snot streaming down her face. I'll never dare to do it again. At this moment, Lan Lulu's face turned dark with anger. She shook off Zheng Yu's hand, walked to stand silently behind Lu Ming. Although she hadn't imagined that Lai Yongyi would send people to abduct her from her home, she could guess that when Lai Yongyi set his sights on her, Zheng Yu must have been plotting behind the scenes. In other words, Zheng Yu had wanted to ruin her. After this incident, there was no way she could ever forgive Zheng Yu. Lulu. Seeing this, Zheng Yu watched helplessly as Lan Lulu, her last hope, walked away. Scared beyond measure, she wanted to chase after Lan Lulu. But Lu Ming blocked her path, smirking coldly. He leaned close to her ear and whispered in a voice so low that no one else could hear. Zheng Yu, I'm giving you a way out. Leave Qingzhou, leave the dragon country altogether, or choose otherwise. Anyway, I have only one demand. If I ever see you or hear of you again, I'll send you to meet Lai Yongyi. He had never planned to forgive Zheng Yu from the very beginning. Making her apologize was merely to let Lan Lulu vent some of her anger. Now, sparing Zheng Yu's life was already an act of soft-heartedness. However, for one, excessive bloodthirstiness wasn't advisable, and secondly, Luo Gang and Luo Yang had gone abroad, leaving him temporarily short of manpower. Otherwise, Zheng Yu's insignificant little life would have ended right there. What do you mean? Zheng Yu was stunned, hastily retorting, a terrible premonition arising in her heart. You figure it out yourself. Lu Ming smiled slightly, then turned to Sun Luo and said, let's go inside. Mr. Sunday, terminate the contract with Zheng Yu. Yes, Mr. Lu. As Lu Ming spoke, everyone immediately flocked around him like stars surrounding the moon, escorting the silent Lan Lulu and Lu Ming inside, leaving Zheng Yu alone in a daze at the spot. Long after, Zheng Yu no longer cared about losing her job as she hurriedly dialed the bodyguard of Lai Yongyi. Lai Yongyi despised her and had not taken her contact details. She was only worthy of calling his bodyguard. Who is it? On the other end, Lai Yongyi's bodyguard asked impatiently. It's me, Zheng Yu. Zheng Yu hurriedly said, is Director Lai there? He's not here. He's dead. Don't call me again. Upon hearing this, the bodyguard snapped as if he had seen a ghost. What's it got to do with you? He's dead. Stop calling. Get lost. Beep, beep, beep. The busy signal. Actually, the reason why the bodyguard spoke like that wasn't because he knew anything about Lai Yongyi's whereabouts, but because he didn't want to hear anyone inquire about Lai Yongyi anymore. He wished Lai Yongyi was truly dead. After all, he had betrayed his employer yesterday to save his own skin. With a reputation like that, he wouldn't be able to continue working in the bodyguard business. That's why he had spoken such harsh words. But he hadn't expected that his words had unfortunately come true, further shattering Zheng Yu's nerves. At this moment, Zheng Yu stood frozen after hanging up the phone. What? She dead? The sun was burning hot, making Zheng Yu sweat profusely, but at this moment, as she turned to look at Lu Ming's back, who was chatting and laughing with Sun Luo and Dongshan, a wave of coldness uncontrollably rose in her heart. Had Lai Yongyi been killed by him? Then, did that mean that he was going to kill her too? As this thought arose, Zheng Yu was so frightened that her legs gave way, and she fell to the ground with a thud. At this moment, the first reaction in Zheng Yu's mind wasn't to contact the police department, but pure, intense fear. She had never expected that she had angered such a dangerous person. Realizing this, Zheng Yu no longer cared about keeping her job, nor did she dare entertain thoughts of resisting Lu Ming. Lu Ming, who could afford to buy into Hengyuan Huafu. Wouldn't it be as easy as crushing an ant to get rid of her? How could she possibly confront someone like that? She struggled to her feet, her dignity completely gone. She no longer cared about appearances, only wanting to rush out of Hengyuan Huafu as quickly as possible, escaping as far away as possible, to anywhere Lu Ming wouldn't be. Chapter 119th, Transformation. After entering the office, Lu Ming chatted alone with Sun Luo for a while. Then, he deliberately left by himself, glancing back at Zheng Yu's hasty retreating figure, a faint smirk appearing on his lips. Actually, he wasn't afraid of what Zheng Yu might do once she learned he was the murderer. Firstly, someone like Zheng Yu, a self-serving person to the core, would never dare provoke him over Lai Yongyi. Secondly, even if Zheng Yu wanted to do something, she had no evidence. After all, with Luo Gang leading the 18 fierce men, everything had already been cleaned up beyond suspicion. That phrasing feels a bit off. Lu Ming curled his lips slightly, pushing the strange thought from his mind. At this moment, Lu Ming turned around and noticed Lan Lulu following out quietly. She had been unusually silent, so he asked, "Is something wrong?" Lan Lulu had been like this ever since earlier. "I just didn't expect that." Lan Lulu replied bitterly. She wasn't naive enough to be surprised by the cruelty of human nature, but to see a colleague she had worked with for several years do something like this really upset her. She knew Zheng Yu targeted her, but she had only expected some verbal abuse, not that Zheng would actually use Lai Yongyi to get back at her. She could already imagine what would happen if Lai Yongyi really came to her home. "It's okay, don't think too much about it. If you still aren't feeling better, I can bring her back and you can give her a good beating," Lu Ming said. But Lan Lulu sighed. "Forget it. Have you forgiven her?" Lu Ming asked in surprise. Lan Lulu shook her head. "Absolutely not, but we can't kill her either. Dragging her back and just beating her wouldn't relieve my anger anyway. Let her go, although I really hope she gets hit by a car when she walks out the door." Lu Ming couldn't help laughing. Lan Lulu really knew how to look after herself. Just now, Lu Ming had asked Sun Luo again and learned that Lai Yongyi had tried to entice both Lan Lulu and himself to spend time together under the pretenses of offering work opportunities and an official welcome party, but Lan Lulu, aware of how seasoned and tricky Lai Yongyi was, hadn't fallen for it even a little. Now, despite realizing Lu Ming had the capability to deal with Zheng Yu, Lan Lulu still wasn't willing to risk her life for any reason. Cautious to a fault. Just then, "Lu Ming, have you secretly done something behind my back?" Lan Lulu suddenly pulled him aside and asked in a low voice. Lu Ming was startled. "Why would you think that? Zheng Yu said earlier that Lai Yongyi got my address, but nothing happened last night. Was it you?" Lan Lulu had been quiet the entire time pondering this thought. Nothing had occurred the entire night. She hadn't received even one message from Lai Yongyi. After turning it over in her mind, the only person capable of intimidating Lai Yongyi must be Lu Ming, who had recently revealed shocking financial power. "This isn't important." Lu Ming smiled. "As long as you are safe, that's all that matters." "This is important." Lan Lulu insisted firmly. She wanted to know what Lu Ming had done for her, what he had sacrificed. "You don't need to know everything," Lu Ming said. He didn't want Lan Lulu to know about Lai Yongyi's death. He wouldn't want her to bear any psychological burden. Lan Lulu became anxious. But Lu Ming held her hand, saying, "You're overthinking again. The only thing that matters is your safety, understand?" Seeing Lu Ming's serious expression, Lan Lulu hesitated before unconsciously nodding. She didn't know why herself, but for some reason, she instinctively wanted to follow Lu Ming's words. "All right then, no more questions. Let's go inside." Lu Ming took Lan Lulu's hand and walked in. Once inside, Dongshan looked up and smiled at Lu Ming. "President Lu, is there any particular project you'd like to check or focus on? I can have someone bring the files to you right away." Time was limited, and Dongshan knew that it would be impossible for Lu Ming to tour all the projects under Hengyuan Huafu unless he specifically requested a tour later. So, for now, he simply invited Lu Ming to pick out any key projects of interest. In Dongshan's mind, Lu Ming must have conducted a thorough background investigation before purchasing Hengyuan Huafu. Now that he had taken over, he certainly must have a few projects of personal interest. Hearing this, Lu Ming coughed dryly twice and said, "No problem, I'm in no hurry. I can come myself another time and have Sun and Lan show me the details." "All right." Dongshan smiled slightly, thinking to himself that although Lu Ming seemed indifferent on the surface, he likely already had a firm grasp of all Hengyuan Huafu's operations and held every project in his control. What Dongshan didn't realize was that Lu Ming hadn't actually investigated Hengyuan Huafu at all before deciding to acquire it. Chapter 120th, The Casting Ceremony. Since Lu Ming had no intention of inspecting the specifics of Hengyuan Huafu, Dongshan waved his hand generously and invited Lu Ming to go to a restaurant together for dinner. Lu Ming naturally agreed enthusiastically. When at the table, after a few rounds of drinking, Dongshan smiled and asked, "Mr. Lu, there will be a casting ceremony in a couple of days. Will you come to watch it?" Upon hearing that, Lu Ming was momentarily taken aback. Casting? Is it happening soon? Then he suddenly understood. Right. Back then, the time was about the same as now. The Hechuan Association was the one behind the underground black fist fighting scene. Within the underground black fist ring, rankings, minimal fairness, prizes, and the maintenance of order were all managed by the Hechuan Association. The casting ceremony was the Hechuan Association's signature event. At this time each year, the Hechuan Association would arrange fights for all the new members who recently entered the underground circuit. In Long Kingdom, the Hechuan Association generally divided its activities into two main zones, Southern Long Kingdom and Northern Long Kingdom. Administratively and economically, Long Kingdom was often partitioned into multiple zones. For example, the northern area included the northeast, northwest, Long Bay, etc., to facilitate comprehensive planning. However, regarding the underground fighting rings, since the number of fighters wasn't that large, splitting into so many zones wasn't necessary. The center of the southern circuit was Qingcheng, while the northern equivalent was naturally Longdu. All southern fighters had to gather in Qingcheng, newcomers included, to compete there. Once the top 10 were decided, many prominent families would be invited to watch. At that time, if a powerful family was interested in someone, they could make a direct offer to recruit the fighter. If 2 or more families wanted the same fighter, a bidding process would begin. After the price was set, the Hechuan Association would then ask the rookie whether they agreed to join that family. Half of the bodyguards for major families like Su's, Ying's, and Zhang's families were acquired this way. The Hechuan Association did not force anyone. Coming and going was entirely up to personal will. Back then, Lu Ming also experienced this casting ceremony. At that time, as a rookie, Lu Ming, with very limited combat experience, only ranked 5th. Even so, he, known as the black-faced man behind a mask, received offers from many prestigious families, all of which he refused. Back then, he had wanted to earn some quick money in the Black Fist ring and marry Lin Jiao as soon as possible. He hadn't planned to sign a long-term contract with any big family. Yes. Dongshan nodded with a smile. Time sure flies. Lu Ming said wistfully. It's been years since I last attended. Just then, Lan Lulu and Sun Luo both displayed curious expressions on their faces. Obviously, they didn't understand what underground black fist fights were. Seeing that, and noting Lu Ming's calm expression, Dongshan thought inwardly that Lu Ming was truly a disciple from a prestigious family. Even someone like Sun Luo didn't know about the Hechuan Association, yet Lu Ming showed no surprise or confusion at all, clearly indicating an excellent background. Dongshan couldn't help thinking that those paparazzi had provided completely wrong information. Actually, Dongshan had just ordered someone to investigate Lu Ming and try to dig up some clues. However, his men reported that Xu Shan had a conflict with Lu Ming yesterday at the welcome event, and insisted that Lu Ming became rich only through Shun Yunxian. This caused Dongshan to become doubtful. Could it be a scam? Yet he still refused to believe it. Who could possibly live off a woman and yet still throw around 3,000 credits in one go while showing affection with others? If Shun Yunxian really was funding Lu Ming, why would she allow him to be seen constantly with Lan Lulu? Moreover, seeing Lu Ming's indifferent and casual attitude towards the Hechuan Association now, Dongshan was fully convinced. Lu Ming must be a rich second-generation heir from a very influential reclusive family. I think you don't need the casting ceremony either. Surely your own bodyguards are better than outsiders, right? Dongshan grinned. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming smiled, shaking his head. No. Look at me. I don't even have a bodyguard. Haha. Dongshan laughed out loud, although inwardly he completely disbelieved. People of your status wouldn't have 20 people secretly guarding you in hiding? That's simply unreasonable. So, Mr. Lu, are you interested in coming along? I've heard this year's casting ceremony is quite interesting. Dongshan extended the invitation. Chapter 121, New Warrior. Sounds interesting? Lu Ming smiled curiously. Brother Dong, do you have any information to share? The satisfaction in Dongshan's eyes deepened. The way Lu Ming addressed him made him feel a closer bond between them. To have a friendship with a wealthy man like Lu Ming was something Dongshan had always longed for. Of course, he wasn't arrogant enough to think that Lu Ming calling him older brother meant he was willing to become his subordinate. It was simply a respectful title due to Dongshan's senior age. He smiled and said, not exactly intelligence, just some hearsay. They told me that this year's champion is likely to be a new warrior. A new warrior? Upon hearing that, Lu Ming's expression finally changed. How come such a person would appear at the casting ceremony? Beside them, Sun Luo and Lan Lulu were almost completely bewildered. Each word they heard made sense, yet when put together, it all sounded confusing. I don't know either. Dongshan chuckled. That's why I came to ask if you're interested. I believe with your financial strength, Brother Lu, you definitely can afford a new warrior. If your household could have one more new warrior, the safety level would significantly increase. Lu Ming inhaled sharply, his expression grave. If the information is accurate, then investing in this new warrior would definitely be worthwhile. I think so too. Dongshan nodded. After a moment of silence, Lu Ming said, then Brother Dong, shall we set a time and go together to check it out? Great, Dongshan exclaimed in delight. Being able to go to the underground boxing match with Lu Ming was exactly the ultimate purpose of his banquet. Just then, Dongshan noticed the perplexed expressions of Lan Lulu and Sun Luo, immediately slapped his head and laughed. Oh right, you two wouldn't understand yet. Have either of you heard of underground boxing? Sun Luo shook his head. Lan Lulu hesitated and said, I've heard of it in novels. In times when society was chaotic, it created significant pressure on public order management. If big families fought publicly, wouldn't the chaos get worse? So underground boxing was established, where people settle disputes on the ring without disrupting the social order. Dongshan spoke eloquently. Later, underground boxing gradually evolved into a gladiatorial arena. Audiences get the thrill of deadly combat and betting profits. Winners earn huge rewards and even favor from major families, while losers walk away with nothing. After that, underground boxing further developed team matches, solo matches, ranking charts, divided into southern and northern regions. Our Qingqing city is the center of the south, etc. I won't elaborate on the details. Old son, I'll take you to watch later. As for Miss Lan, let Brother Lu take you. That'd be better, huh? The last sentence was primarily aimed at strengthening his relationship with Sun Luo. He intentionally wanted Sun Luo to act as a bridge between him and Lu Ming. As a member of Hangyuan Huafu, Sun Luo would certainly be working under Lu Ming. By developing a closer bond with Sun Luo, Dongshan could naturally maintain closer ties with Lu Ming. After Dongshan finished speaking, Sun Luo and Lan Lulu remained dazed. They never expected that something they had only seen in novels and TV dramas could exist in real life. Then, what exactly is a new warrior? Hesitantly, Lan Lulu turned to Lu Ming and asked. Dongshan was momentarily stumped. How should I explain this? Actually, he himself didn't fully understand what a new warrior was. In his opinion, whether it was martial artists or underground fighters, as long as he could spend money to be entertained and hire bodyguards, that was enough. What need was there to delve deeper? But Lu Ming smiled, saying, let me explain. I'm more familiar with this topic. Because he himself was a new warrior. Go ahead. Dongshan nodded. Chapter 122 Analysis. That's how it is. Lu Ming smiled and said, the concept corresponding to neo-warriors is called ancient warriors. Ancient martial arts, or ancient wudao, are probably those kung fu masters shown in ancient dramas who could fly over rooftops and had extraordinary martial arts skills. Traditionally, ancient Wudao focused on tempering and polishing one's body through rigorous training and constant exercise. However, since modern medical science and technology entered Long Kingdom, some people pursued quicker results and developed methods to accelerate martial arts progress using chemical aids. Dongshan timely added, "You mean KE drugs?" Haha, roughly. Lu Ming laughed and nodded. "I see." Sun Luo suddenly understood. "Then Mr. Lu, why were you so surprised when Neo-Warriors were participating in the selection ceremony?" He had witnessed Lu Ming's reaction just now. "Because becoming a Neo-Warrior costs a lot of money and has extremely harsh requirements," Lu Ming replied. "When you heard me say Neo-Warrior means KE drugs, did you get the impression that Neo-Warriors sound like cheaters who level up through unfair means?" Sun Luo, Dongshan, and Lan Lulu nodded together. Dongshan added bluntly, "To be honest, I still think Neo-Warriors are cheaters leveling up, just like those cheaters I encountered back when I played DNF in my youth." Sun Luo looked at Dongshan with surprise. This man who had always focused on making money actually played games? Master Dong has quite the taste for entertainment. Lu Ming chuckled. Dongshan laughed and waved his hand. "You continue, I won't interrupt." Lu Ming smiled and said, "It's natural for you to think that way, but ironically, you're wrong. Neo-Warriors have even stricter requirements than ancient warriors. To become an ancient warrior, you just need to continuously train your body, but to become a Neo-Warrior, you must first become an outstanding ancient warrior. Otherwise, with your untrained physical condition, you simply cannot endure the side effects caused by the drugs. The drug is like increasing the engine speed within the human body. If your body is not strong enough, you won't be able to withstand it and might even die. Then, you would not only waste an extremely valuable dose, but also lose your life. That's exactly why those who survive truly deserve the title of Neo-Warrior." When Lu Ming said this, he couldn't help but feel emotional. Back then, if he and Qin hadn't been ambushed and killed their attackers, retrieving 5 vials of the drug from their car, given their background, they probably wouldn't have used the drug at all in their lifetime, nor would they have become Neo-Warriors. Even now, Lu Ming still kept 1 vial in his possession, the very item he brought along when he previously walked into Jiang Yun's trap. If he encountered too dangerous a situation, he could rapidly enhance his strength by using the drug. Meanwhile, after hearing Lu Ming's explanation, Sun Luo and Dongshan suddenly understood the whole story. Lan Lulu slightly opened her red lips, looking at Lu Ming with disbelief. She hadn't expected that Lu Ming knew so many hidden secrets. Could it be that Lu Ming really came from some wealthy, influential family? At this thought, Lan Lulu felt a strange sense of disappointment in her heart. If that's the case, then with her ordinary background, wouldn't she be doomed to never stand a chance with him? After all, they weren't even remotely equal in status. Lan Lulu's feelings went unnoticed by everyone else. Lu Ming continued speaking. "That's why, because of these reasons, I was shocked when I found out that a Neo-Warrior appeared at the selection ceremony. Neo-Warriors generally must be extremely wealthy. Thus, unless he comes from a wealthy family or is sponsored by a powerful patron, there's absolutely no reason for him to participate in the selection ceremony. Therefore, I suspect that this Neo-Warrior might be just a show of power by one of the big families. So, Brother Dong, we shouldn't necessarily try to snatch him at the time, lest we unintentionally offend someone powerful." Dongshan quickly nodded. After Lu Ming's analysis, he also thought snatching a Neo-Warrior was risky. He wore a look of fear as he said, "Brother Lu, you really understand the severity of things. If I didn't listen to your explanation and went to snatch someone, I'd probably die in confusion. Brother Lu, you've saved my life today. This toast is for you." After saying this, Dongshan hurriedly grabbed his wine cup and drank it all in one gulp. Chapter 123, Lu Ming's past. "Brother, you're overdoing it a bit." This made Lu Ming quickly pick up his glass and drink along with them. After a couple more rounds, Dongshan and Sun Luo left together to use the restroom, leaving Lu Ming and Lan Lulu alone. He turned his head and said, "Well then, are you frightened by all this?" "Not at all." Lan Lulu, who had been a bit down just now, shook her head eagerly and smiled upon seeing Lu Ming talking to her. "I find it really fascinating. I never imagined there's something like this I've never even heard of before." "Haha. Yeah, the first time I heard about underground boxing, I was shocked too." Lu Ming smiled, a nostalgic look flashing across his eyes. "Then, are you a new martial artist?" Lan Lulu asked curiously. She recalled how easily Lu Ming had knocked down Zhong Heir's bodyguards and assumed that since bodyguards hired by wealthy people usually came from underground fight circuits, Lu Ming, who could defeat them effortlessly, must be even stronger. Upon hearing this question, the nostalgia in Lu Ming's eyes faded slightly, as he smiled at her, nodded gently, then leaned closer to Lan Lulu and whispered, "Yes, you're the first one to know." Besides Luo Gang, Luo Yang, Qinin, and others, Lan Lulu was the first person he had openly revealed his identity as a new martial artist to. Lan Lulu, seeing how close Lu Ming had leaned in, instantly blushed on her fair jade-like skin, lightly biting her red lips, her eyes flashing with delight. Lu Ming then sat back in his seat. Looking at Lu Ming's face, Lan Lulu's earlier slight sadness instantly vanished. "Even if we aren't of the same social status, I'm the very first to know you're a new martial artist. And maybe, I could be the first to become close to you." Thinking this, Lan Lulu began daydreaming again, her cheeks growing redder. Lu Ming had no idea that Lan Lulu had begun fantasizing wildly from just one sentence from him. At the moment, he was drinking again with Dongshan and the others returning from the restroom. "Talking about new martial artists reminds me, I must educate you two a little bit," Dongshan said after having drunk quite a bit, his face red and his neck flushed, beginning to pontificate grandly. "Weiqing City must mention one person," he continued. "Who?" "The black-faced man," Dongshan said. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming stiffened slightly as he held his glass, then looked sharply at Dongshan. Dongshan kept speaking. 5 years ago, the black-faced man was undoubtedly the brightest presence in the underground fighting circles in Weiqing City. "Why?" Sun Luo slurred his question. Although Weiqing City, due to its location, had become the central hub of underground fighting in the southern region, the city seldom produced talented fighters, and local boxers rarely appeared on the underground fight rankings. However, since the emergence of a man wearing a black mask and called the Black-Faced Man 5 years ago, Weiqing City swept away its previous disadvantage. Dongshan paused, coughed twice, and spoke even more loudly. That black-faced man was also someone from the selection rituals and a local boxer from Weiqing City. When he made his first appearance, he showed the naivety of an inexperienced beginner. Facing a trained martial artist in combat, it was almost a one-sided beatdown. At that time, everyone was mocking and booing him, ridiculing him for wearing a broken mask, saying he was weak, and telling him to get lost. People even mocked that Weiqing only produced garbage, making many locals emotionally devastated. But what happened next? That black-faced man actually used his physical endurance to outlast and literally kill an opponent martial artist. In his second appearance, this black-faced man amazed everyone. He seemed to have practiced martial arts after returning and immediately kicked his opponent down. By his third and fourth matches, this person became like someone cheating in a game, progressing rapidly beyond control. By the time of the final match, he only lost because of insufficient battle experience and a real gap in strength against his opponent, coming in 5th place. Listening to this, Ming couldn't help but smile slightly. That's right. Back then when he first came to the selection rituals, he was full of confidence and even refused the martial cultivation techniques offered by Qinin, insisting on testing the waters first, only to be badly beaten for his arrogance. Later on, after he started learning martial arts, his skills rapidly soared to the point that no one could hold him back. Chapter 124. Did you go rob a bank or something? Dongshan continued. At that time, many families extended invitations to him. Everyone wanted such a promising newcomer, but he rejected all of them. After that, this black-faced man soared all the way up, achieving the astounding feat of reaching first place on the underground boxing solo rankings within 8 months, only one step away from the summit, which would have brought him a prize of 9 million. Hearing this, Sun Luo felt puzzled and asked drunkenly, wait a second, Boss Dong. If he's already first place, then why is he still one step away from the summit? The underground boxing arena defines reaching the summit as ranking first in both the solo and team categories, because their weird standard is that as long as you're strong enough, you must be able to defeat any number of opponents. Ming chimed in at this point. He had no ranking in the team category, so naturally, he didn't achieve ultimate dominance. Dongshan gave a thumbs up. Brother Lu really knows your stuff. Just a bit. Ming smiled as he pinched up his pinky finger. Dongshan burst into laughter. Too modest. What a shame. If only we could find the black-faced man now. I'd pay any price to get him to come work for me. With him around, my safety level would skyrocket. Upon hearing these words, Ming touched his nose and said nothing. At this moment, Lan Lulu curiously asked, then why didn't the black-faced man participate in the team rankings? He did not participate. He withdrew. Dongshan said. He and someone called the white-faced man together entered the first ever team tournament held by the Underground Boxing Association. They advanced through round after round, all the way to the final. But when the final arrived, they discovered it was a mutual slaughter, with only the survivor declared the winner. At that moment, the white-faced man, for the sake of his brother, committed suicide directly, and the black-faced man, overcome with despair and grief, chose to give up. The Underground Boxing Association then declared that no one won the team tournament. As he spoke, Ming suddenly clenched his fist tightly, a wave of unspeakable sorrow flashing through his heart. Back then, it was precisely because Qinin had died right in front of him that he chose to give up everything and leave the underground boxing world. How cruel is that? Lan Lulu was stunned. To have such a life-and-death brother and end up killing each other? That was simply too vicious. Yeah, that's exactly how cruel it was. With a helpless tone, Dongshan said. Back then, many audience members who lost money on the black-faced man because of this match cursed him as an idiot, saying his brother was already dead. Wasn't taking the prize money the most profitable choice? They never considered, though, could one really live in peace with the money bought with his brother's life? Dongshan snorted in contempt. Ming remained silent. Those were exactly his own thoughts back then. The reason he gave up was precisely because to claim the top spot and the 9 million prize money, he would have had to land the killing blow on Qinin's corpse. He didn't want that kind of money or that first place gained on his brother's death. Taking the prize money of over 1 million that he and Qinin had won, he handed it all to Qinin's parents afterward so they could live out their years in peace. He didn't dare tell Qinin's parents the truth that he died participating in underground boxing matches, merely telling them that Qinin had died bushing during overseas security work and that he had received over 1 million in compensation. At that time, Qinin's parents wept bitterly, collapsing into unconsciousness multiple times from grief. It was precisely because of this that Ming decided never to get involved in underground boxing again. He didn't want his own parents to ever experience the unbearable sorrow of burying their child. Afterward, the black-faced man never showed up again, and the local boxers in Qingshan gradually faded back into obscurity. Dongshan continued, but I heard that some local competitors have emerged again this year for the casting selection ceremony. You should keep an eye out for them. Great. Ming, shaking off the gloom in his heart, nodded with a smile. Just at that moment, ring ring. Ming's phone rang. He glanced down and saw it was a call from his mother. I'll take this call first. Excuse me. Ming grabbed the phone and stood up. No problem. Go ahead. Dongshan quickly said. Ming stepped out of the private room and answered the call. He hadn't even spoken yet, when from the other end came his mother Shun Bichin's panicked voice. Ming, hurry up and confess the truth. Who exactly did you rob out there? Chapter 125. A call from mother. Upon hearing this, Ming immediately wore a face full of confusion. Mom, what are you talking about? Why would I go out robbing people if I'm fine? Then why did so many home appliances suddenly show up at home? These things don't look cheap. Shun Bichin said anxiously, truly frightened. Her son had bought so many things at once that she felt completely overwhelmed. Oh, you mean those things? Ming finally understood. The items he had ordered had finally arrived at home. He chuckled and said, those are things I prepared for you. Don't worry, just accept them. Accept what? Where did you get the money to buy all these things? Aren't you supposed to marry Jiao Jiao soon? Shun Bichin asked suspiciously. Tell me the truth. Did you use the money for your wedding to buy these for us? Although Shun Bichin wasn't exactly sure how valuable the items were, she knew just how precious the gold ornaments delivered by the jeweler's shop must have been. How could Ming possibly have so much extra money to spare for buying these things to show filial respect? The only explanation was that he had spent all the money originally intended for his wedding on these purchases. Ming sighed and decided to come clean. Mom, here's the thing. Firstly, these items weren't bought using the wedding funds, so you can rest assured. And then what? Secondly, I'm no longer marrying Lin Jiao. She betrayed me, so I've already ended the engagement. What? His mother's voice quivered audibly at those words. She cheated on you? How could this happen? She couldn't believe it. Her son had kept saying only good things about Lin Jiao in front of them, praising her virtues, kindness, and gentle, considerate nature, in and out of the house. That's what had convinced both parents to support their marriage. How could things have changed so suddenly? How could Shin Biqi know that all of it had been a deliberate effort by Lu Ming to manage potential mother-in-law and son-in-law relationships? He had hidden Lin Jiao's flaws deliberately to avoid letting his parents form any preconceived biases toward her. Lu Ming had always believed that a mature man should be able to skillfully manage the relationship between his wife and his mother, keeping them on good terms, instead of being a mere messenger spreading negativity. Because of this, Lu Ming's parents had held such a favorable impression of Lin Jiao. Unfortunately, even if Lu Ming's efforts were justified, the person he was dealing with simply wasn't the right one. Lin Jiao simply didn't appreciate it. Mom, I'm not making it up. In short, our engagement is over. I won't go into the specifics of her infidelity. We can leave all that behind now. I originally wanted to come home and tell you and Dad in person, but maybe telling you now is better. That way, Lin Jiao won't come and bother you two again, Lu Ming said solemnly. He knew this news would undoubtedly sadden his mother. Sure enough, after Lu Ming finished speaking, Shin Biqi on the other end fell silent, staying quiet for a long time. Moments later, a soft, faint sobbing sound slowly came through the phone. Hearing that sound, Lu Ming felt an intense tightness in his chest. His parents had been so delighted when they learned he was getting married and starting his own family. Who could have predicted it would end up like this? Just then, Shin Biqi spoke up, her voice still slightly choked up. Ming, don't worry, it's fine. Mom understands. It doesn't matter whether or not you get married. My son is so great. You can find any girl you want, right? Your father and I believe in you. But you, after this kind of thing happens, don't try to bear it alone anymore. Promise me you'll tell me immediately next time, okay? The moment I imagined how upset you must have been when this happened, my heart just ached for you. Upon hearing these words, Lu Ming finally couldn't hold back any longer. His eyes quickly turned red, overwhelmed by hurt and bitterness. His mother wasn't sad because he couldn't get married, but because she could imagine how sad he must have felt. The only people who'd ever immediately think about how you feel would always be your parents. He furrowed his brows, tightly closing his burning eyes and swallowing hard against the tears, managing a strained smile. Mom, you're thinking too much. I won't be sad at all. I actually already have someone else lined up. I won't be sad at all. Good, good. Shin Biqi naturally understood her son's tendency to act tough, but didn't call him on it, merely playing along. If there's someone else waiting, and you aren't sad, then that's great. Bring her over for your parents to meet sometime soon. Okay. Lu Ming nodded. Then, he thought he couldn't dwell on the subject anymore and quickly changed the topic. Oh, by the way, Mom, I bought you a house at Hengyuan Huafu. It'll be ready in a month. When the time comes, just pick a day and move in. All the furniture at home can be bought new. Chapter 126 Fake News. What? Shin Biqi, who had been worrying whether her son's emotional state would go wrong, was stunned as soon as she heard the news. Where did you get the money to buy a house? Don't tell me you sold the house for the wedding. You're too impulsive. The house in Qingxin will only increase in value. You silly child. In her mind, Lu Ming must have felt guilty and thought he couldn't get married after all, so he simply sold the house in Qingsheng to buy another one for them. But in doing so, he had lost a considerable amount. What are you thinking? Mom, do I look like someone who would do such a thing? Lu Ming couldn't help but laugh. We still kept the new house. The house in Linsheng is one I just bought myself. Nonsense. Where would you get the money? Shin Biqi didn't believe him for a second. Buying furniture and buying a house. You must have fallen from the sky with money in your pocket? Right, it did fall from the sky. Lu Ming nodded immediately. Come on, why don't you say you won the lottery while you're at it? Shin Biqi was speechless and then tried to press further for the source of his money. Who knew? After hearing this response, Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up and he quickly improvised. Mom, how clever you are. You actually guessed I won the lottery. What? You really won the lottery? Shin Biqi looked stunned. Yeah, the other day, I went with a friend to participate in a raffle and accidentally won an apartment and full customized interior furniture worth 5 million yuan. Lu Ming blurted out. He had no choice. Since his mother wouldn't believe he was rich, and he couldn't explain, he had no option but to pretend he won a big prize for now. As long as he claimed winning the prize every day, every month, every year, winning 5 million each time, he was sure that eventually, he could proudly let his parents know how incredibly wealthy he had become. But then, Lu Ming calculated in his head, and suddenly his expression changed dramatically. Wait a minute. No, that's not right. His thinking had been too narrow-minded. At the current level of his wealth, if he won 5 million a day, he would have to win for about 4 million days to reach 20 trillion, meaning more than 10,000 years before he could finally reveal everything to his parents. That wouldn't work. Lu Ming changed his mind again. He had to steadily, step by step, raise the amount of money he won, striving to be able to tell his parents within 20 years that he had become the richest man in the world. Like next time, telling his mom he had won another lottery for 10 million yuan, then saying he made a few more bucks through investments, then growing that to tens of millions. Oh, it's hard when you have too much money. It would literally take decades to reveal the truth. Really? Such a big piece of news, and I haven't heard anything about it? How come I haven't even seen it on the news? Shin Biqi was stunned. When did her son's luck get this good? Also, she clearly remembered people winning even a few 100,000 yuan on the lottery and immediately uploading it to TikTok or making the news. So why hadn't she seen anything on TV about her son's good fortune? How come she still felt like Lu Ming was lying to her? Upon hearing this, Lu Ming scratched his nose and said, Mom, who said there's no news about it? You'll see it soon enough. The people from Hengyuan Huafu heard about it and are preparing to write a post and make a short video. You'll know that I really won the lottery. Really? Upon hearing this, Shin Biqi finally brightened up. If Hengyuan Huafu even posted something about her son winning a prize, then her son certainly hadn't lied. After all, she had heard from others that Hengyuan Huafu was a wealthy real estate company. A company like that would never collude with her son to trick her. Really, you'll see. Lu Ming said a few more words to his mother before hanging up the phone and turning to walk into a private room. Boss Lu, Sun Luo and Dongshan saw Lu Ming enter and greeted him with smiles. Lu Ming waved his hand hastily and said urgently, You too, help me out right now. Have the people under you write a social media post and film a short video announcing that Mr. Lu from Qingqing won a big prize here at your place. A house in Linqing and a full customized furniture package. No problem with that, right? Huh. As soon as these words came out, Dongshan and Sun Luo were left speechless. What was going on here? Why had a lottery draw suddenly popped up out of nowhere? Moreover, you were someone who had splurged over 3,000 yuan to purchase a house at Hengyuan Huafu. Could it really be possible that the prize you had won was merely a $1 million apartment in Lin City? Wasn't this kind of one a bit too low profile? Is there any trouble? Lu Ming asked in confusion. Or is this lottery going to make others think that Hengyuan Huafu's drawing lacked transparency and might damage the company's reputation? If so, shall we just hold another one? No need at all. Upon hearing this, Sun Luo hastily waved his hand and replied, "It's okay, we can easily round up some people to fill the numbers, but I do have one question." "You can speak." Lu Ming nodded. "Winning only 5 million. Wouldn't that hurt your reputation? How about we make the prize a villa instead? It would be more impressive for the news media," Sun Luo suggested. A member of a hidden aristocratic family making headlines just for winning 5 million? Sun Luo felt that if Lu Ming's parents got wind of this, they would surely scold him for embarrassing the family and tell him to immediately take the news offline. A person from such a prestigious background would deserve a headline-worthy piece of news only if it involved a high-profile cooperation worth at least millions. But Lu Ming laughed and waved his hand, saying, no need. A villa would be too intense. My parents wouldn't be able to handle it." Huh. Hearing that, Sun Luo, Dongshan, and Lan Lulu were left wide-eyed with shock. A villa got them all shocked? Who are you trying to fool? Considering how rich your family is, you'd probably need to win 10,000 villas to cause even a slight reaction. Moreover, they were extremely curious. What was the reason behind Lu Ming's sudden, inexplicable lottery? Was it an initial step to boost the sales of Hengyuan Huafu, a marketing strategy to elevate the property's commercial reputation? They just couldn't figure it out. They simply couldn't understand. The logic of the wealthy truly seemed to roam freely, completely unpredictable to them. But no matter what they thought, once Lu Ming gave the orders, they had to carry them out. Soon, they called people over to the hotel, made a fake signboard, and handed it to Lu Ming to pose with 2 staff members, pretending he had won a Home Plus customized furniture from stores across CenturyLink. The headline of the news article was written by Lu Ming himself. Shocking, Mr. Lu from Qingqing actually did something like this. Seeing this title, Sun Luo and Dongshan were left staring wide-eyed. Now the scion of a hidden aristocratic family is doing such clickbaity stuff? Lan Lulu wore an expression of complete disbelief and hastily asked Lu Ming if he had been drunk. Lu Ming just smiled happily and said no. 2 hours later, the post and video were published online, garnering waves of jealous comments and over 10,000 likes. In this era, among netizens whose imaginary annual salary averages $1 million, anything short of a multi-million fortune isn't even considered real news. So for Lu Ming's 5 million prize win to collect over 10,000 likes was quite good already. As for the online reaction, Lu Ming couldn't care less. He only cared about his parents' response. "Dear Ming, I saw the news. How amazing you are. Plus the suit you're wearing looks so high-end. You look really photogenic. Countless girls must have been charmed by you after seeing this. Haha." Shen Biqin immediately sent a message. "Your father was still wondering if you had been drinking since your face looked a bit flushed. I told him, so what if you had? It's perfectly normal to have a drink when you're happy, huh? Never thought our family would have such a lucky day. I'm so happy. Later, I'll go up the mountain and burn some incense for Buddha to thank him for blessing our family with this windfall. By the way, I'm also going to donate 10,000 to do some good deeds. People say when you get a windfall, you must give something back. Ming, remember to do the same." Seeing his mother's dozens of excited 60-second voice messages, and knowing that although his father didn't say much, judging from his mother's words, his father was also paying attention, perhaps secretly delighted as well. Thinking about all this, Lu Ming couldn't help but burst into laughter. "What are you laughing at? Seems like you're really happy." Lan Lulu, noticing that Lu Ming had been smiling all along, curiously asked. "It's nothing. My mom was just really happy after finding out I won the lottery. I felt really happy seeing her like that." Lu Ming smiled. Lan Lulu couldn't help but become even more confused. Her son is a 1,000 yuan millionaire, yet his mother is excited just because he won the lottery? Was it really necessary? Oh, Lan Lulu suddenly felt like she understood. Lu Ming's mother wasn't really happy because he won 5 million yuan. She was happy simply because she felt her son had good fortune and luck. Didn't people always say that rich people value such mysticism and financial luck? That must be it. At this time, Dongshan and Sun Luo had already left, each occupied with their own duties. Lu Ming explained the move-in schedule to Shun Biqin and gave them a contact number they could call if they had any questions about using the appliances. Then, turning toward Lan Lulu, he said, "Come with me to the Hengyuan Huafu Villa District." He had had a little too much to drink, and a walk through the villa area would be perfect for taking in the scenery and helping his alcohol wear off. "You're going to check out the house?" "That's right." Lu Ming nodded. Had it not been for Zheng Yu and Zhong Heir last time, he would have already bought a villa for his parents. But now, there was no need. He owned the entire Hengyuan Huafu Villa estate. "Then let's go. I'll pick up the cards from Zheng Yu's office." Lan Lulu beamed at him. "I also know a bit about the villa district. I can be your tour guide." "Sounds good." Lu Ming agreed. "Having such a pretty tour guide is great. I'm very satisfied." "Why so formal? Who would believe you're really that satisfied?" Lan Lulu shot him a sideways glance. "So how can I prove it, then, for you to believe me?" "How would I know? Then how about you check for yourself?" Lu Ming started teasing Lan Lulu, his eyes glancing downward repeatedly in a suggestive manner. He had originally intended to make Lan Lulu blush, but she simply didn't bite. Instead, she looked at him unimpressed. "You can't seriously be this clueless? This is the modern era, check it out. You should go online and learn some better lines." Lu Ming was clearly a good, well-behaved guy. Trying to act cool in such moments only made him seem awkward. Lan Lulu didn't show any signs of embarrassment. In fact, she found his clumsy behavior quite amusing. But no man could bear to be called inadequate. So Lu Ming quickly protested. "How can you belittle me like that? What nonsense are you spouting?" Lan Lulu grabbed Lu Ming's arm and pulled him away. Lu Ming had no choice but to go along, grumbling to himself that he absolutely must work on himself. How could he be insulted by a woman like that? Meanwhile, "Mr. Ing, you mean you want me to apologize to Lu Ming?" Zhong Heir held the phone, standing in disbelief in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows of his villa. Outside, the natural beauty of the Hengyuan Huafu Villa district remained breathtaking, but Zhong Heir's mood could not have been gloomier. Otherwise, do you think I should go personally to Qingqing to apologize to Lu Ming? Ing Chengfeng replied coldly from the other end of the line. Zhong Heir panicked and said, "No, Mr. Ing. You misunderstood. I just..." Before he could finish, Ing Chengfeng interrupted. "Zhong Heir, let me make this clear to you. If you can't satisfy Lu Ming and Shun Yinxian regarding this matter, I will show you exactly why the Ying family has earned its place among the 4 great families of Longdu." Hearing the direct threat, Zhong Heir shivered from fear and said with a trembling voice, "All right, I will definitely make sure Lu Ming is satisfied." After Ing Chengfeng hung up the phone, Zhong Heir stood there with a dark expression, his fists clenched tightly, rage bubbling from his chest, but no one to take it out on. Make him apologize to Lu Ming, a man living off Shen Yinchuan's favor? Make him take the fall. Make him bow his head. Why? Even though Zhong Heir felt deep humiliation, under the pressure of reality, he could only take a deep breath and call someone to arrange contact with Lu Ming. Meanwhile, in Longdu, at the Ying estate, Shen Yinxian good. Very good indeed, Shen Yinxian. If you're so determined to protect this boy, I hope you can protect him for the rest of his life. Don't give me an opportunity. I will kill him. Ing Chengfeng's face was dark with fury as he gritted his teeth. Chapter 129, The Villa Security. This time, Lu Ming publicly broke up the relationship between Ing Rongrong and Su Shan, causing great humiliation to both the Ying and Su families. This score, both families had noted well. Currently, they wouldn't take action against Lu Ming, because Shun Yinxian was still in Qingqing. However, they believed that Shun Yinxian wouldn't stay in Qingqing forever. Once she was gone, dealing with a mere Lu Ming would be effortless. Last night, Shun Yinxian had called Ing Chengfeng, warning him that he must apologize to Lu Ming. How could the mighty Ing Chengfeng possibly obey the order of a mere young girl? Even if you, Shun Yinxian, were from a hidden family, the Ying family was no pushover. They feared no one. He immediately flew into a rage at Shun Yinxian. But 2 light words from Shun Yinxian had Ing Chengfeng lowering his flag. If the Ying family's unauthorized diversion of Lu Ming's large amount of funds becomes public, do you think how many troubles the Ying family will face? Shun Yinchuan's calm voice made Ing Chengfeng feel as if submerged in icy water. That was right. Ing Chengfeng eventually had to pay for his arrogance. His misuse of Lu Ming's funds could be seen as criminal activity. If not for the fact that Lu Ming still didn't take the 100 yuan seriously, the Ying family would have long been in trouble. In such a situation, Ing Chengfeng had no choice but to quickly return the 100 yuan, unfreezing Rongrong's bank card, and send his daughter to talk to Lu Ming in hopes of reconciliation. Meanwhile, Ing Chengfeng also pressured Zhong Heir to apologize to Lu Ming. In a way, Zhong Heir was just a scapegoat for the Ying family. Ing Chengfeng was unwilling to humble himself before Lu Ming, thus forcing Zhong Heir to try every means to satisfy Lu Ming. As for Zhong Heir's feelings, Ing Chengfeng couldn't care less, as long as it made Shun Yinxian stop pestering them. Once Shun Yinxian left Qingqing, Ing Chengfeng would guarantee that Lu Ming would die a mysterious death. By then, even if Shun Yinxian wanted to point fingers at them, Ing Chengfeng could feign ignorance. Without concrete evidence, even Shun Yinxian couldn't do anything to the Ying family. From Zhong Heir's previous intelligence, Lu Ming must be a new warrior. Could he possibly have some background? At this moment, a middle-aged man beside Ing Chengfeng voiced his suspicion. Ing Chengfeng snorted. Impossible. With Shun Yinchuan's current power, making her little pet into a new warrior is no issue. That has nothing to do with Lu Ming's own background. I see. Then I can rest assuredly hire a hitman later. Go ahead. Hengyuan Huafu Villa area. After arriving at the location with Lan Lulu, Lu Ming was just about to use his dark golden access card to enter with the guard's permission. Normally, entering this kind of villa area required either facial recognition or guards recognizing familiar faces. After all, there were not many people in Qingqing who could afford a villa here. However, Lu Ming had just bought into Hengyuan Huafu that morning, other than people like Sun Luo and Dong Shan, who would recognize him by now. Moreover, not only didn't the guards recognize him, upon his arrival, some even revealed a wary expression. "Hello, may I ask what you two need?" A security guard approached and regarded Lu Ming warily. Lan Lulu, the guard recognized. Lu Ming, he recognized even more. Nowadays, perhaps there were thousands who came to appreciate the scenery of the villas, but only one dared to cause a scene at the entrance of Hengyuan Huafu Villa area. That was Lu Ming just a few days ago. Right now, the entire security team had marked Lu Ming as a key target for surveillance. Even the security department had specially held a meeting using Lu Ming as a typical example to reinforce their training. For no other reason than the embarrassment Zhong Heir had suffered at the gate before, which greatly impacted the residents' living experience. If the security guards didn't remain vigilant and cautious, eventually, they might all lose their jobs. Upon seeing Lu Ming's arrival, the guards immediately tensed up, afraid that Lu Ming might suddenly go berserk and wipe them all out. They had personally witnessed last time how terrifying Lu Ming's martial skills were. If a fight broke out, probably none of them, no matter how many dozens were present, would be match enough. "I want to see a house. Please let Qin team leader step aside." Lan Lulu frowned and said. She knew that their attitude was due to the previous incident, but Lan Lulu did not explain. She simply displayed her access card, indicating she had permission to enter. "Sorry, Miss Lan, but this gentleman cannot come in." The guard, called Team Leader Chun, gave a smile that was embarrassed but polite. Finally, he looked at Lu Ming with a gaze filled with deep fear. Chapter 130, Obstruction. Chun Dui was a retired Special Forces soldier and understood better than anyone just how capable Zhong Heir's bodyguards were. Occasionally, during their spare time, they would spar a little, which had allowed Chun Dui to realize that with Zhong Heir's bodyguard skills, his starting annual salary was definitely at least $1 million. Yet, even this $1 million grade bodyguard couldn't withstand one single whip kick from Lu Ming. How terrifying was Lu Ming's strength then? Naturally, Chun Dui had a clear idea of it. Enough to beat him without effort. So, right now, he only wished that Lu Ming would leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, if things escalated, he wouldn't be able to take him on. Why not? Lan Lulu immediately grew furious. Head manager Zheng Yu and Mr. Zhong have given instructions. "Miss Lan, please don't make things difficult for me. I'm just another worker, after all." Chun Dui smiled bitterly. "No problem. Manager Zheng Yu has already been fired, so her orders don't hold anymore. Let me in. At this moment, Lu Ming stepped forward and smiled. You did a good job. You've been very dedicated. Just make sure from now on to recognize one thing. I'm the new boss here. What? As these words came out, all the guards were stunned. The new boss? This young guy? What kind of joke is this? Wasn't their previous boss Dongshan, the elusive and rarely seen figurehead? Mr. Lu, please don't joke around with us regular folks. Chen Dui forced a slightly embarrassed smile again. Honestly speaking, if it weren't for Lu Ming's impressive martial skills, he would have already let out a few choice words by now. You were just kicked out by Zheng Yu not long ago, and now you suddenly became the boss. What kind of nonsense is that? What kind of joke is this? But these words were only swirling in Chen Dui's heart. He dared not speak them out loud for fear of receiving another whip kick. Bang! Lan Lulu had just opened her mouth to speak when, suddenly, a Porsche wrapped in black gold film came screeching up and halted directly at the entrance of Hung Yuan Huafu. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn by this dazzling car, and all eyes widened in shock. Even Lu Ming was taken aback. Damn, what a flashy car. From the Porsche, Dongshan stepped out from the front passenger seat and said, Chen Dui, Lu Ming isn't joking. Starting today, Hung Yuan Huafu belongs to Lu. This villa is practically his private backyard, so make sure to remember that. Upon hearing this, everyone froze. Chen Dui exclaimed in disbelief. What? Private backyard? What did that mean? Even when Dongshan was still in charge, he never dared to call the unsold villas his personal property. So how could Lu Ming now have the authority? Had Dongshan just been drinking heavily? Actually, Dongshan's statement wasn't inaccurate. Because even though Dongshan had been the boss previously, the villas had still technically belonged to the company. Now, Lu Ming had acquired 100% of the company's shares, so naturally, he also owned the villa. Forget the questions. Just remember this. Starting today, your new boss is none other than Lu Ming. Dongshan, too lazy to explain further, then turned his attention toward Lu Ming and said, Lu brother, when you and Miss Lan came back to get the access card just now, I forgot to give you this document. My apologies. Brother, what document? Lu Ming looked confused. This is the formal handover contract for Hung Yuan Huafu. Just sign it first so we can start the official transfer. There are still dozens more documents for you to sign. I'll have official personnel come to meet with you for some formal registration procedures. It'll be a bit of a hassle. Dongshan grinned while patting Lu Ming's shoulder. But all this is done to ensure a smooth transfer of all Hung Yuan Huafu assets to you. Please don't think anything of it. I don't mind at all. Lu Ming smiled. Actually, you're busy. Couldn't you have just sent someone under you to bring it over instead? Why personally come here? Don't you worry about drunk driving? Drunk in what driving? Didn't you see there's a driver for hire sitting up front? Dongshan winked playfully. Well then, Lu Ming shrugged and laughed heartily. Dongshan also laughed out loud while giving Lu Ming another hearty pat on the back. Then I'm taking off now. You're leaving just like that? Lu Ming blinked in surprise. He originally thought Dongshan had perhaps used the file delivery as an excuse to meet and talk a bit more, trying to strengthen their connection. Back when he had worked as a fitness trainer, he also used to look for excuses to interact more with clients, all to create opportunities for further income. But unexpectedly, Dongshan was leaving just like that. Chapter 131 Concerns. Dongshan smiled and said, What? Did you expect me to do? Be your tour guide? You sure have a wild imagination. Isn't Miss Lan enough for you? I was just about to go back and sleep. I just happened to bring you these documents on my way. Alcohol gives me a headache. From now on, I'm sticking to baijiu. Wine just makes me feel sick. Lu Ming pretended to understand suddenly. Ah, that's why. Alright then, I'm off. Dongshan stepped into his car. Seeing this, Lu Ming could only watch Dongshan drive away. Take care. Sure thing. Dongshan nodded, then added, See you in a couple of days. Alright, Lu Ming smiled and nodded in return. He knew what Dongshan referred to was about attending the underground boxing audition ceremony. Then, watching Dongshan's black gold Porsche speed away, Lu Ming felt a little more warmly toward him. Regardless, in such a short time, Dongshan's style of doing things had indeed made him feel very comfortable and natural. But Lu Ming didn't realize that in fact, it was indeed to get closer to him that Dongshan personally delivered the documents. But Dongshan wouldn't deliberately linger around. That would only be annoying. Currying favor with a wealthy tycoon like Lu Ming is similar to courting a girl. You need to subtly increase your appeal in the other person's eyes without being obvious. Right now, Dongshan felt as though he was wooing Lu Ming, the rich tycoon. One must maintain enthusiasm, but not to an extreme. Only an appropriate distance can maintain a natural friendship. One mustn't rush success. However, deep in his heart, Dongshan also believed that Lu Ming was someone worth befriending. He already knew about the martial arts skill Lu Ming displayed at Hengyuan Huafu. Plus today, Lu Ming appeared to be highly knowledgeable about underground boxing, clearly identifying him as a top-level martial artist. Combined with Lu Ming's versatile talents, his easygoing, approachable demeanor convinced Dongshan that befriending Lu Ming was essential. As Dongshan left, all the security guards had fallen into a stunned silence. As part of the security system, they naturally possessed highly developed face recognition abilities and were trained to remember anyone they'd seen just once. Therefore, even though Dongshan rarely appeared in person, to them, seeing his face now made it impossible not to recognize the man as the big boss of Hengyuan Huafu. Exactly for this reason, their shock knew no bounds. Because the big boss had actually said to Lu Ming, Hengyuan Huafu will be yours in the future? What the hell? They each felt as if they had just experienced an explosion, their ears ringing. What? He really is the boss. How? How could Lu Ming transform in such a short time into the new big boss of Hengyuan Huafu? What the hell is going on? And Chen Dui, in particular, looked horrified, his face paling. So, that meant he had just tried to block the boss from entering? Wouldn't that mean losing his job? At this moment, Chen Dui saw stars and nearly collapsed from the shock. Only when Lu Ming, who had been watching Dongshan leave, snapped out of his trance and reached out to support him did he stabilize himself. Captain Chen, are you okay? Lu Ming asked. I'm fine. After being steadied, Chen Dui looked at Lu Ming's close-up face and turned pale, hastily stepping back a couple of steps and bowing apologetically. Sorry, Mr. Lu. We disrespected you just now. At this moment, Chen Dui felt like crying. He was genuinely worried about losing his job. At Hengyuan Huafu, there was a high salary, beautiful scenery, few bold rascals dared to stir up trouble on a daily basis. He could slack off a bit. watch douyin clips of beautiful women dancing, or learn from foreigners about household organization techniques, play doujiju, and during the night shifts, he could even go pick up his wife and daughter for dinner. If he lost this job, such a blissful life would no longer be his. At the same time, the other guards also trembled in fear and hurriedly said, "Mr. Liu, we're very sorry. We didn't mean to target you just now." They shared the same fear as Captain Shun. Chapter 132 Playing Around. Seeing this, Lu Ming couldn't help but chuckle. "You two can get up. I have no grudge against you. On the contrary, you were very dedicated. The moment you received the order from above, you carried it out decisively and firmly. I am quite satisfied with your job performance." He knew that Chief Chin feared him. From the very beginning, seeing the other man's tense posture and expression like facing a formidable enemy, he could clearly tell. Even though he was afraid, for the sake of carrying out the order, Chief Chin still stepped forward to block Lu Ming. Moreover, looking at it from another angle, if it were an irresponsible head of security, he probably wouldn't face the powerful opponent himself. Instead, he would send his subordinates to be cannon fodder. However, Chin stopped and shielded the younger guards behind him, clearly intending to protect them. This attitude earned Chin a high level of satisfaction from Lu Ming. At least he didn't have to think about replacing him. Really, hearing Lu Ming say that, everyone was both surprised and delighted. Chief Chin was so happy he nearly jumped. This meant his job was safe, right? At this moment, his favorable impression of Lu Ming surged. He had dealt with many rich people with bad temperaments before. If it were any of them, facing such obstruction, they definitely would have fired him. Yet Lu Ming not only didn't fire him, but actually commended their performance, which moved Chief Chun to tears of joy. "It's true, the one thing you must keep in mind," Lu Ming added. At those words, the expressions of everyone present changed slightly. "Mr. Liu, please tell us," said Chun, his heart suddenly tightening. "Was there going to be a catch? From now on, remember this. I am the boss. You listen to me, got it?" Lu Ming smiled. At this, everyone exhaled in relief and immediately shouted together with great vigor, "Understood," with that strong voice. Later, Lu Ming asked Chief Chin for his full name and learned he was Chun Yunxiao before entering the Hanyuan Huafu Villa community. "It seems like your prestige among these guards is going to be really high, probably even higher than Boss Dong's," Blue Lulu teased after entering the villa. She had seen how enthusiastic the guards were toward Lu Ming, and for good reason. These guards were all elites, and the only thing they respected most was a strong martial artist. Lu Ming was not only strong, but also wealthy and had a great personality. He was fair-minded in both public and private affairs. Faced with a boss like that, they had completely accepted Lu Ming wholeheartedly. So, how could they not be warm toward him? "Actually, I did this for you too." Lu Ming looked at Blue Lulu. "How so? What does this have to do with me?" Blue Lulu shot him a sidelong glance. Clearly, he boosted his own reputation, yet Lu Ming sounded as if she was the real winner. "How could it not concern you? They all know you're close to me now," Lu Ming grinned. "Next time when you come here, they'll definitely let you through immediately, and you won't need a gate access card anymore. You won't have to be hassled by someone like Zheng Yu again. You see, isn't this related to you?" Hearing that, Blue Lulu felt an odd sense, as if what Lu Ming said was strange yet unimpeachable. Eventually, she could only admit he was right. "All right, you're right." Seeing her reaction, Lu Ming pressed his advantage eagerly. "Then what do you think you should do now?" "What do you mean? What should I do?" Blue Lulu blinked in confusion. "Show your gratitude," Lu Ming said with righteous confidence. "I did you a big favor. You should thank me, shouldn't you?" "Oh, really?" Upon hearing that, Blue Lulu's pretty face bore a faint, mischievous smile as she looked at him sideways. "So how do you want me to thank you?" Let me think." Lu Ming scratched his chin and started pondering. Truth be told, he had only intended to tease Blue Lulu by throwing in a little jest, but unexpectedly, she actually started asking seriously, so he needed to think carefully now. Just then, he suddenly felt a soft breeze wafting from beside him. A warm, cool, and tender sensation swiftly passed over his cheek. He immediately turned his head and saw Blue Lulu smiling beautifully, like blooming flowers. A pink blush gradually spread over her cheeks, giving her an alluring beauty like blooming peach and plum blossoms. Her eyes were as soft as autumn water, with a flirtatious glimmer as she stared at him as if coyly inviting. "How is this as a thank you? Are you satisfied?" Meanwhile, Lu Ming also kept looking at her with a rather blank expression. He had obviously been taken by surprise. "Dummy, can't you even handle a little teasing?" Blue Lulu laughed even harder upon seeing Lu Ming's expression, but inwardly, she felt like a triumphant winner. It had always been her dream to one day tease Lu Ming so thoroughly that he'd be completely at a loss. Chapter 133, Zhong Heir's Call. And in the next moment, Lu Ming suddenly rubbed his face, then exclaimed firmly, "No, that was too fast. I didn't feel anything." He made a move as if to gushang someone. "Get out of here." Lan Lulu immediately became annoyed, slapping Lu Ming's shoulder and pushing him away. Lu Ming was just joking. He definitely wouldn't really grab Lan Lulu and go overboard. After being pushed away, he scratched his chin and said, "Why didn't I realize earlier how bold you are? This isn't exactly what you wanted, right? As if I were too forward. Isn't it you who kept hinting at me?" Lan Lulu rolled her eyes beautifully. "I didn't. Heaven and earth bear witness to my innocence." Lu Ming quickly shook his head. Just as Lu Ming firmly denied everything, his phone suddenly rang. "Check it." Lan Lulu instantly turned serious, signaling Lu Ming to pick up the phone. After grabbing his phone, Lu Ming's expression subtly shifted. "Who is it?" Subconsciously leaning over, Lan Lulu also changed expressions. "Why is it Zhong Heir?" Lu Ming shook his head at Lan Lulu, indicating he also didn't know what the other wanted, then answered the call, "Hello." On the other end, Zhong Heir's voice clearly carried a tone of restraint. "Lu Ming, where are you now?" "What for?" Lu Ming countered. "I." Zhong Heir's words carried hesitation, but in the end, he still spoke up. "I want to apologize to you." "Apologize?" Upon hearing that, Lu Ming was quite surprised. He originally thought Zhong Heir had randomly called him upon Su Shan's orders to provoke him again, especially since last night, he had truly humiliated Su Shan. "Right, I misunderstood you before, and I'm very sorry for that. I hope you can give me this opportunity to apologize in person," Zhong Heir said. After hearing that, Lu Ming gave a look of confusion like an old subway passenger seeing a smartphone and said, "Why do I find it hard to believe you? This guy had secretly taken his money, ruined him, and even tried to send him to prison. Every move the man made now was difficult to earn Lu Ming's trust. If it weren't for being busy lately, he definitely would have retaliated against Zhong Heir. Hearing that the man now wanted to apologize, Lu Ming could only think that he had hidden ulterior motives. Trying hard to suppress his anger from being doubted, Zhong Heir forced a smile and said, "You're kidding. I'm serious. After last night's incident, I realized that you're really wealthy by yourself, not relying on Ying Rongrong. So I immediately contacted the Ying family, clarified everything to them, and decided to apologize to you. For this, I've specially prepared a generous gift." Generous gift? Hearing that, Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. What kind of generous gift? Since there might be some benefit involved, Lu Ming decided to at least hear him out first. If what the other side offered was good enough, he wouldn't mind reducing the number of enemies. But Zhong Heir didn't answer immediately, instead teasing, "I can't tell you for now. I plan to meet you in person and discuss it with you." After hearing that, Lu Ming shrugged and said, "All right, I'm currently at Hengyuan Huafu Villa area. If you want to talk to me, come here." Zhong Heir was immediately surprised. "All right, I happen to be at my own villa now. How about I pick you up and bring you to my place?" Upon hearing that, Lu Ming was about to nod, then immediately asked suspiciously, "You're not planning to set me up, are you?" Zhong Heir, asked like that, couldn't even muster the slightest bit of temper and replied impatiently, "How could I set you up? My men can't even beat you." "That's true. Those useless guys really can't beat me." Lu Ming nodded. Upon hearing that, Zhong Heir almost choked on his own blood. His bodyguards, whom he had paid hundreds of thousands to hire, were described by Lu Ming as trash. How could he not get angry? Later, Lu Ming asked Zhong Heir to wait at Villa number 5 and said he would go over personally. After hanging up, Lu Ming briefly explained Zhong Heir's intention to Lan Lulu and finally said, "You'd better find a safe place to wait for me first. I'll go meet him." He didn't believe a word of what Zhong Heir had said, but even so, he indeed wanted to go see what it was about. Mainly because Zhong Heir simply couldn't handle him. Even if the man pulled out a weapon or tried to poison him, with Lu Ming's current physical condition, Zhong Heir still couldn't overpower him. However, Lan Lulu was only an ordinary person. He was worried that if Zhong Heir decided to target her, he might not be able to protect her, so he just decided to send Lan Lulu somewhere safe to hide. Upon hearing that, Lan Lulu showed concern. "Are you sure? How about making him come here instead?" Chapter 134, that's it? "Don't worry, it's fine. With my abilities, if they wanted to kill me, they would have had to be born 800 years earlier," said Lu Ming. "Okay then, you go by yourself. I won't follow you. I don't want to be a burden." Lan Lulu hesitated but soon added, "But let's be cautious. I'll go find Chief Chen first. Later, Chief Chen and I will come together to pick you up at Zhong Heir's villa." Upon hearing this, Lu Ming pondered briefly and nodded. All right. Although arrogant enough to believe Zhong Heir couldn't take him down, Lu Ming wasn't stupid. Lan Lulu's suggestion made everything much safer and avoided any unexpected mishap, so naturally, he had no objections. Moreover, Lu Ming could not help but admit that Lan Lulu truly was very cautious in her actions. She refrained from tagging along just to not be a burden, yet, to ensure his safety, she constantly looked for ways to back him up. Truly steady. After parting ways with Lan Lulu, Lu Ming made his way alone to Villa number 5. Affected by Lan Lulu's advice, Lu Ming had also become more careful. Upon reaching the villa, he began observing the surroundings nearby. However, to his surprise, Zhong Heir seemed genuinely apologetic. Only a few Alaskan dogs were tied around as guard dogs, and all the bodyguards had been withdrawn, apparently to avoid making Lu Ming feel unwelcome. Just then, as Lu Ming approached the front gate, Zhong Heir walked out. Seeing Lu Ming cautiously observing his surroundings, Zhong Heir couldn't help but feel slightly annoyed. Was it really necessary for this guy to be so suspicious of him? He'd even dismissed all his bodyguards. "Lu Ming, let's go inside and sit down. No need to check around. I haven't set up any ambushes. I just want to talk to you properly," Zhong Heir said, stepping forward. "All right then, let's sit outside," Lu Ming replied, pointing at a distant terrace. That was a viewing deck specially built by Hengyuan Huafu for Villa number 5. From halfway up the hillside, one could overlook the entire small paradise. Above, the sky was crystal clear and pristine. Below, Qingqing's hustle and bustle and picturesque scenery unfolded like a beautiful painting. More importantly, being there gave one a sense of control over the vast landscape. Essentially, it was still intended to satisfy others' desire for power. Fine. Seeing that Lu Ming remained reluctant to go indoors, Zhong Heir didn't object, but simply gestured in agreement. "Want something to drink?" Zhong Heir asked. "Milk tea," Lu Ming replied casually. Zhong Heir's face stiffened. "We don't have that here." He had originally thought Lu Ming would ask for some rare red wine or top-shelf tea from his wine cellar, worth tens of thousands per bottle, or tens of thousands per tael. But instead, he asked for something as ordinary as milk tea? Was this guy trying to insult him? Or did he really believe that the richest man in Qingqing regularly drank such stuff? "Have someone go buy it. I want the kind that costs 10 yuan," Lu Ming said casually again. You're going too far," Zhong Heir angrily replied. 10 yuan for a cup of milk tea? Are you out of your mind?" He confirmed it now. Lu Ming had come here purely to humiliate him. 10 yuan? What a joke. Instantly realizing the issue, Lu Ming burst into a grin. "Oops, I got it wrong. I meant 10 jiao." Zhong Heir was so furious he trembled. He badly wanted to slap Lu Ming, but recalling Ying Chengfeng's words, he gritted his teeth and sent someone to go purchase it. Soon, the drink was brought back. "Can we start talking now?" Zhong Heir asked, his face dark with anger. This bastard Lu Ming had forced him to wait outside in the wind for ages, just because he wouldn't show up without the milk tea. After taking a sip, Lu Ming grinned. "Don't get too upset, old Zhong. Now we can talk. How are you planning to compensate me?" He deliberately made things difficult for Zhong Heir. This old geezer had targeted him so many times. What was wrong with giving him a bit of grief in return? "I hope you can reconcile with me and the Ying family. Before, I unilaterally terminated our transaction and returned the 100 blocks to the Ying family. That was my mistake. As a token of my apology, I will give this villa to you." While saying this, Zhong Heir's heart was practically bleeding. But for the sake of greater plans and his position as Qingqing's richest man, he endured the pain of parting with it. "I know you had previously intended to purchase this villa. Now I'm giving it to you, exactly what you wanted. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Lu Ming didn't respond immediately. Instead, he wore a faint, peculiar smile and asked, "That's it?" Chapter 135, not enough. Upon hearing this, Zhong Heir, who had been sipping wine while swirling his glass, nearly choked on his drink. He widened his eyes in shock and exclaimed, "Not enough? This villa alone is worth 126,800,000 jiao. Isn't that sufficient compensation?" Lu Ming heard this and did a quick mental calculation. Before the devaluation, that would have been 1.268 billion yuan. That's it. No way. Lu Ming shook his head and said, of course not. You stole 100 yuan from me secretly, and now you think you can just get away with a villa? No chance. Do you think my money just fell from the sky? That 100 yuan, converted using the pre-devaluation rate, meant he had nearly lost 100 billion. Plus, it had caused him several days of losing sleep and appetite. Is this how you express your apologies? Who do you think you're messing with? Zhong Heir almost couldn't catch his breath. His blood rushed to his head, and his old face turned red with anger. So much money, and it still isn't enough for you? That's not the point. The issue is that you have to be fair, old Zhong. Lu Ming patted his shoulder and said, if I had taken that 100 yuan to Wall Street and done something with it, I'd easily have 300. You know that. Zhong Heir almost burst a blood vessel hearing this. In 3 days, you guarantee a 200% profit? Not even the god of stock markets is that powerful. Don't talk nonsense. Zhong Heir's lips trembled. Calm down first. Listen, I'll explain. Lu Ming casually sat next to Zhong Heir, put his arm around his shoulder, and said with a grin, I could let the 200 yuan loss slide, but honestly, you're not going to get away with giving me just 10 yuan, are you? He was blackmailing openly. Zhong Heir pushed Lu Ming away, looked at his grinning face, and gritted his teeth. Lu Ming, I invited you here to resolve this dispute, but if you're going to act like this, then there's nothing more to talk about. Then fine by me. Lu Ming shrugged and smiled. Shall I just make one phone call to send you and win her both inside? At this, Zhong Heir's face froze. As if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head, he finally calmed slightly amid his rage. Truth was, they still had to face reality. However they looked at it, they were currently at Lu Ming's mercy. Let's discuss this sensibly. Zhong Heir took a deep breath and forced out the words grudgingly. He knew that if the matter of secretly transferring the 100 yuan were exposed, Winner, with its powerful connections, might only suffer minor inconveniences, but for him, Zhong Heir, a wealthy businessman who had built everything from scratch without any backing, it would certainly be a complete disaster. Well then, why don't you show me if you've got more sincerity? Lu Ming grinned mockingly. Besides, one villa means nothing. The entire Hengyuan mansion belongs to me anyway. I don't need just one building. Earlier that day, Zhong Heir's villa might have sufficed, and Lu Ming might have agreed. But now, absolutely impossible. Yet when Zhong Heir heard this statement, he could finally no longer suppress his reaction. A touch of disdain flickered in his eyes. Lu Ming, I'm willing to negotiate a settlement with you and lower my posture to give you some face. But that's only because we've never had deep hatred between us. Can you please stop making ridiculous claims in front of me? The entire Hengyuan estate belonged to him. Where do you get off? Hearing this, Lu Ming grinned happily. You don't believe me? I didn't say I don't believe you. I just feel a little doubtful, Zhong Heir remarked sarcastically. He dared not openly mock Lu Ming, but a few sarcastic words wouldn't hurt. Okay then, you don't believe me. Lu Ming laughed as he stood up. Just at this moment, from the wide tree-lined avenue leading up to the mountainside, 10 blue and white open-top patrol cars belonging to the villa estate suddenly appeared, lined up neatly in the distance, driving toward them. Chapter 136, The Boss. Chun Dui at the front was standing nervously in the front seat of the patrol car, holding a telescope and continuously observing Zhong Heir's villa, whispering constantly with Lan Lulu beside him. Zhong Heir witnessed this scene and instantly froze, then flew into a rage. What is Chun Yinshao doing? Is he out of his mind? The sight of Chun Yinshao being on full alert clearly indicated he was investigating Zhong Heir's villa, as if it were a suspected crime scene. What did this mean? Didn't he know that Zhong Heir was currently the most honored guest at Hengyuan Mansion, since the other 4 hillside villas remained unsold? How audacious. Call him over and ask what this means. Let me know if he even respects me anymore. Zhong Heir turned to his bodyguard, shouting furiously. He had just been infuriated by Lu Ming and was looking for an outlet for his anger. Now that Chun Yinshao had come knocking at the door, he certainly wouldn't treat him kindly. Unexpectedly, Lu Ming smiled, interrupting him. Old Zhong, don't rush. Chun Yinshao is here looking for me. You? Zhong Heir blinked. What do you mean? I've given orders. If I don't make contact for over 10 minutes while visiting you, he's supposed to come over with his people to protect me. What if I, the owner of Hengyuan Mansion, died here? Lu Ming said with a pleasant smile. You? Hearing this, Zhong Heir's face immediately changed. Could it be that Lu Ming was actually telling the truth? Was this entire Hengyuan Mansion really his? Impossible. To acquire a healthy company like Hengyuan Mansion would take at least a month or 2. How could it suddenly change hands? Just then, Chun Yinshao and Lan Lulu walked in. When they saw Lu Ming calmly seated on the terrace, they both relaxed visibly. Mr. Lu, are you alright? I'm fine. Mr. Zhong treated me very well. You can rest assured. Lu Ming smiled. That's good. Lan Lulu quietly exhaled. Then Chun Yinshao said, Mr. Lu, since you're unharmed, I'm relieved. Besides, we've cleaned up all vacant villas and uploaded your facial recognition data. Whenever you want to move in, whichever unit you choose, all facilities will be unlocked via facial recognition. Good. You've worked hard. Take them along and continue the patrol for now. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Yes. Chun Yinshao nodded. After saying that, he suddenly remembered to address Zhong Heir. Mr. Zhong, sincerely sorry for interrupting your discussion with Mr. Lu. We'll leave immediately now. At this moment, Zhong Heir felt a buzzing in his head. What the hell? What did this mean? He knew Chun Yinshao well. Though a bit of a slacker on the job, the man was actually conscientious and responsible, always prioritizing residents' interests. And now, he was saying that Lu Ming already had facial recognition access to all vacant villas? So this meant, Lu Ming hadn't been bluffing earlier. Zhong Heir was familiar with the Hengyuan Mansion assets. Acquiring them would take a fortune, no less than thousands. And now, such enormous wealth was truly in Lu Ming's hands? Thinking this, Zhong Heir suddenly felt his vision go dark. Just how much money did the man have to come up with so much in just a few days? He hadn't even seen that much money falling from the sky. He truly started doubting now. Doubting whether Su Shan's report last night was correct. Could this man really be a freeloader dependent on Chun Yinxian for survival? A freeloader might give Chun Yinxian 100 to save face, but could he actually spend thousands to buy a company? That's ridiculous. Once Chun Yinshao and Lan Lulu had left after confirming Lu Ming's safety, Lu Ming looked at the still stunned Zhong Heir and frowned. Old Zhong, don't stand there daydreaming. Hurry up and think about what you're going to give me to compensate. You've already wasted so much of my time. Zhong Heir took a deep breath. pressed his middle finger against his temple, and massaged it twice, his voice trembling slightly. Then tell me, exactly what do you want? Chapter 137, A Small Profit. After Lu Ming displayed his astonishing financial power, Zhong Heir was no longer calm. He didn't know what he needed to offer to satisfy Lu Ming's appetite. It's simple. Lu Ming, however, was straightforward. Give me this villa and a global building. Impossible. Zhong Heir shook his head immediately. It's not that I don't want to give them to you, but I only own 20% of the global building. The remaining 80% belong to other shareholders. Then give me your 20%, and I'll buy the rest, Lu Ming replied without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Zhong Heir's face turned pale. A full 20%. Then give me this villa too, Lu Ming added, pointing at villa number 5. Zhong Heir's face paled even more, his lips trembling. You're being too ruthless, aren't you? Also, give me a sports car. A brand new one. I don't like used cars with someone else's touch on them. Lu Ming ignored him completely and kept rattling off his demands. Today, he was here to extort. He wouldn't let Zhong Heir off until he was satisfied. At this moment, Zhong Heir had already started losing his senses. Lu Ming, we should leave some room in what we do, so we can meet again in the future. Lu Ming noticed Zhong Heir still clung to the idea of bargaining, and sneered. Oh right, I heard you own a winery overseas. Stop. I'll agree to everything. I agree. Remember to tell Shen Yinxian not to pursue this matter anymore. After signing several documents and ordering someone to quickly buy Lu Ming a sports car overseas, Zhong Heir said bitterly. Got it. Thanks a lot. Lu Ming replied cheerfully. This transaction was definitely worth it. The price he paid was just temporarily losing 100%, and what he gained in return was 20% of the global building, villa number 5, and a brand new sports car. All in all, he made about 30% profit. Plain and simple profit. Just remember to move out quickly. Once you leave, return all the keys to Chen Yinxiao. Remember that. Lu Ming added with a smile. Remember. Zhong Heir murmured weakly. Oh, and regarding the remaining 70% of the global building, talk to your shareholders. Be sure to offer them a low price. Otherwise, I will exercise my 20% ownership to make this building completely devalued. Understand? Lu Ming smiled again. Previously, they refused to give it up for 100%. Now, Lu Ming wouldn't let these shareholders walk away with profits either. If they didn't lower the price, he would ruin the reputation of the global building. After all, with 20% ownership in his hand, it was more than enough for some mischief. Understood. Zhong Heir gritted his teeth as a dark cloud loomed over his heart. He felt utterly gloomy. He originally thought reconciling with Lu Ming would be simple. Just hand over the villa and be done. But now he realized, this damned Lu Ming, he devoured people alive. Then, after staring blankly at the sky for a while, Zhong Heir finally regained his senses, ordered people to pack up quickly, and personally called Ying Changfeng to report the details of this incident. How did it go? When Lu Ming walked out of villa number 5, Lan Lulu ran up to him. She had been worried and nervous originally, but when she saw Lu Ming's joyous expression, she couldn't help but lift the corners of her mouth slightly. It seemed that Lu Ming had made a substantial gain. Not bad, just a small profit of 30. Lu Ming said with a beaming smile. What? At these words, Lan Lulu's smile froze. She widened her eyes in disbelief. You're joking, right? What kind of small profit was that? You call 30 a small profit? And why would Zhong Heir willingly give Lu Ming 30%? That was impossible. Was this Qingqing's richest man actually having a brain hemorrhage? Chapter 138 Calling Shen Yinxian. I'm not kidding. Zhong Heir and Winner joined forces and screwed me over. Lu Ming explained everything Zhong Heir had done before. After listening, Lan Lulu's face turned angry. How could they do this? Right? That's why I made Zhong Heir pay me back nicely. Otherwise, I would make a big scandal out of it. Lu Ming spread his hands. You did the right thing. Lan Lulu nodded repeatedly. Now, she thought there was absolutely nothing wrong with Lu Ming's blackmail. Of course, only after walking a distance with Lu Ming did Lan Lulu realize belatedly. Even though Zhong Heir and Winner colluded and nearly cheated Lu Ming, he still took a lot of money from them. So it seemed. Lu Ming actually profited handsomely. After seeing the villa, Lu Ming was extremely satisfied. When his parents were ready to accept his wealth, from millionaires to billionaires, he would bring them here to enjoy it. Until then, they had to settle for being the parents of an ordinary millionaire. After that, Lu Ming and Lan Lulu entered one of the villas to rest, and he asked Lan Lulu to continue working at Hengyuan Huafu the next day. From now on, although the president of Hengyuan Huafu was still Sun Luo, everyone with eyes could tell that Lan Lulu, as Lu Ming's representative, was the real female master. Lan Lulu didn't refuse. She was proud and wanted to rely on her own ability rather than becoming someone who benefited from personal connections, yet she had no objection to Lu Ming's arrangements. Being fed by Lu Ming himself, that had always been her wish. When leaving the Hengyuan Huafu villa complex, Lu Ming let Lan Lulu choose a villa to live in whenever she wanted. But Lan Lulu declined. Since she was going to manage Hengyuan Huafu for Lu Ming, she definitely couldn't give an impression of abusing her position for personal gain. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to manage the staff properly later. Therefore, Lu Ming reluctantly agreed not to give the villa to Lan Lulu for now, planning to offer it to her again once he himself moved in. It was just about moving in, nothing else. That's what Lu Ming told himself. After dropping Lan Lulu off at home, Lu Ming called Shen Yinxian. Hello. Lu Ming asked after the call connected. Where are you now? Busy. What's up? Shen Yinxian replied. Seeing this, Lu Ming got straight to the point without small talk. Thanks. Zhong Heir came to compensate me. At the moment, Shen Yinxian still had the 100-piece gift box Lu Ming had given her last night nearby. Glancing at it, she curled her lips into a smirk. No need to thank me. I received your allowance for being maintained, so helping you is only natural. Lu Ming chuckled. Serious? So you agree to let me support you? What dreams are you having? Shen Yinxian rolled her eyes at the air before asking with interest. By the way, how much did you take? 30. Lu Ming gave a crisp reply. Hiss. Shen Yinxian froze, then couldn't help but suck in a breath sharply. You're truly ruthless. How much worse could it get than this? Had Lu Ming been a robber in a previous life? It's nothing. Just a little pocket money. Lu Ming shrugged it off. I didn't care about the 3,000, so what's 30? Don't tell me someone actually has less than 30. No way. No way. Hearing Lu Ming boast about his wealth irritated Shen Yinxian as she answered. Enough. I happen to have less than 30, so what? I didn't mean you. Don't you have the 100-piece allowance? You can safely mock others. You're such a dog. At least I'm the richest dog there is. Idiot. Hearing that, Shen Yinxian gritted her teeth angrily. If you're just calling to show off, then hang up now. So annoying. Haha, don't get angry. Just kidding. Lu Ming was smiling broadly. Actually, I just wanted to say thanks. Also, do you want a villa at Hengyuan Huafu? Then you'll have a place to stay when coming to Qingqing. Shen Yinxian refused. No, I don't want it. Who knows how many women you've hidden in your villa? I don't want to see you living a life of luxury and debauchery. Come on, where did you get that idea? Am I that kind of person? Yes, you aren't. You're a perv. You still touched me yesterday. Chapter 139, Lu Xiaoqiao. Lu Ming protested. When did I ever do that? Don't falsely accuse an upright person. When did I lie? Go check the security footage, HMPF. Your filthy hands secretly groped me. I knew you had ill intentions towards me all along. Now you want me to go to your villa. What exactly are you planning to do? You're a beast. It's impossible. I can swear an oath. If I ever did anything to you, then I'll. Lu Ming got stuck mid-sentence. Suddenly, for no reason at all, he felt a strange sense of guilt. What if his oath was too harsh and he accidentally ended up breaking it? You'll what? Speak up. Shen Yinxian confronted him fiercely. I'll. Lu Ming hesitated slightly, then replied calmly with a straight face. Fine, I'll lose 1 yuan. Piss off. Shen Yinxian scoffed, getting even more furious. Aren't you rich? Didn't you say 3,000 yuan isn't worth mentioning? What kind of oath is that? Still, despite what she'd said, something suddenly crossed Shen Yinxuan's mind. This guy said 3,000 wasn't much. So did he mean 3,000 times? Ugh, that old pervert Lu Ming, such a creep. 1 villa. That's a harsh enough oath. Lu Ming replied proudly. Piss off. I'm not going to argue with you anymore. You're less than a beast. Shen Yinxian looked at him in disgust. Then I'll leave your details at security. If you change your mind, just go pick up the key yourself. Fine, fine. Shen Yinxian didn't really care whether she stayed in the villa or not. She was just glad that Lu Ming clearly had feelings for her. Of course, even as she felt happy, Shen Yinxian couldn't help thinking, he'd definitely hand the keys to that villa to other women sooner or later. Oh, by the way, why did you suddenly buy into Hengyuan Huafu? Doesn't such a large cash outlay affect your family's business plans? Shen Yinxian suddenly remembered that morning when Lu Ming asked her to help purchase Hengyuan Huafu. Not at all. Lu Ming replied. I'm rich, so it won't make a dent. Don't get smart with me. Do your parents have any plans for Hengyuan Huafu? Right now the real estate market is stagnant, and prices are falling across the board outside of a few major cities. I think entering the market now seems somewhat risky. Shen Yinxian asked again. For such a large sum, if it were the Shen family, they probably would have debated for 2 or 3 months before making a decision. Thinking about this, she couldn't help but admire the Lu family. With a single word from Lu Ming, the funds were mobilized immediately. Obviously, the Lu family must have been united, with no signs of internal struggles or power struggles. Such a harmonious and cohesive family was indeed rare. But right now, Lu Ming looked slightly embarrassed. He coughed slightly. Whether it's risky or not doesn't really matter. My parents already know what they're doing. He understood that Shen Yinxian must think that the huge transfer of more than 3,000 units of money must have been authorized by his parents, and, even further, approved by some non-existent Lu family. But in reality, there weren't nearly so many twists and turns. It was simply because he was just too wealthy. Then that's fine. Since your parents managed to create such a massive enterprise, they must be far more insightful than we are. I won't go commenting on things, and you better not mention to them that I've made any evaluation about your purchase of Hengyuan Huafu. We don't want them thinking I'm being impolite toward elders. Shen Yinxian reminded him. Only because she and Lu Ming were so close would she dare to make such a remark. If they were only ordinary acquaintances, she wouldn't even dream of commenting on someone else's business plans. Besides, Shen Yinxian had another thought. She was ultimately going to meet his parents someday. What if they formed a bad impression of her because they heard about her comments? That would be trouble. Ugh, why did she just think of herself as the ugly future daughter-in-law? Shen Yinxuan's face slightly flushed as she scolded herself inwardly. I know. Lu Ming nodded. Then Shen Yinxian had to get back to work, so she hung up the phone. As for Lu Ming, he went back home. He wanted to put the signed documents with Dongshan somewhere safe, so they wouldn't get lost. Once the lease at his current rented apartment was up, he'd officially move into the villa district of Hengyuan Huafu. If Dongshan and the others knew that the only reason Lu Ming wasn't moving into the villa immediately was because his current apartment hadn't expired, they'd probably spit blood. This guy really knew how to perfectly exemplify the waste of luxury. When he arrived at the entrance of the housing complex, Lu Ming parked his car and saw a girl wearing a hooded sweatshirt, short shorts revealing her white thighs, cute and pretty. Full of energy, she radiated youthful charm. Seeing her, Lu Ming froze. Xiao, what are you doing here? Chapter 140, Lu Xiao's wedding gift. The person who arrived was Lu Ming's cousin, the daughter of his second uncle, Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao was 6 years younger than Lu Ming, and they had always gotten along very well since childhood. When Lu Ming used firecrackers to blow up the manure pit, Lu Xiao had been right there beside him cheering excitedly. And later when the adults came to punish them, the two had taken the beating together. Eventually, Lu Xiao had also come to Qingqing for college, and the siblings looked out for each other. Go, I brought something for you. As soon as she saw Lu Ming, Lu Xiao immediately smiled and said, what kind of thing? Lu Ming was puzzled, instinctively looking at the bag in Lu Xiao's hand. She handed it to him eagerly, saying joyfully, quick, open it, and see. Lu Ming quickly opened the bag. His eyes instantly widened, and he exclaimed in disbelief, why is there so much money? Inside the bag were stacks of pale red banknotes. Each bore the number 100. Lu Ming immediately recognized them as the most widely used banknotes after the currency devaluation. 100 jiao. A rough estimate suggested that there must be over 10,000 jiao in this one bag. Lu Ming now had plenty of money and wasn't concerned about 10,000 jiao, but what shocked him was that Lu Xiao was still a university student. Where did she get so much money? Hee, it's a wedding gift for you and your fiancé. I secretly saved it up for half a year. Pretty impressive, huh? Lu Xiao held her head up proudly. Hearing this, Lu Ming immediately froze, first shocked, then touched, and finally his face showed complicated emotions. How did you manage to save so much? Lu Ming's family had only moderate financial means, and the same was true for Uncle Number 2's household. That 10,000 jiao of Xiao's had definitely been earned through her own part-time work and side jobs, and now she had given it all to him. How could he not feel touched? In his mind, Xiao must have worked really hard. You wouldn't know, right? My roommate and I started being live streamers earlier. Initially, I didn't want to go. I couldn't do anything at all. But my roommate said that since I'm so pretty, even if I just sit in the live stream writing my thesis, people would still watch. So I thought, since I'm writing my thesis anyway, what's the harm in just keeping a live stream running at the same time? Even if it failed, it didn't cost me anything extra, so I gave it a try. At this point, Lu Xiaoqiao became even more proud. But then, I actually gained a fanbase while streaming thesis writing. People tipped me, and I sold some books and thesis materials using the yellow cart function. I managed to earn a little promotional fee. After half a year, I accumulated this much. Tell me, isn't that awesome? Upon hearing this, Lu Ming's face turned even more complex, and he sighed. Are you crazy? Brother doesn't need money. He understood that though Lu Xiaoqiao made it sound easy, it had taken her half a year just to earn 10,000 jiao, clearly day and night streaming and saving bit by bit with tremendous effort. And deep in Lu Ming's heart, he clearly understood why she had gone through all this trouble. Earlier, he had arranged the sale of the house in Linqing to raise money for a home purchase in Qingqing. At that time, Lu Xiaoqiao realized that he was desperately short of funds for marriage. For the past half year, she had secretly been setting aside money to ensure that his wedding with Lin Jiao could go smoothly. Thinking of this, Lu Ming deeply sighed in his heart. Such a silly girl. But Lu Xiaoqiao waved her hand, pretending to act casually. I didn't say you needed money. It's just that I have too much on hand. I'm giving you a bit of it. Take it back. I don't need your money. Lu Ming smiled and handed the bag back. Lu Xiaoqiao was stunned, then immediately got anxious. Go. Don't joke around. Take the money back quickly. I specially withdrew the cash to avoid you transferring the money back online. Why would you refuse it now? I really can't accept it. Lu Ming shook his head. Besides, I don't need money anymore. I've broken up with Lin Jiao. As soon as he said this, Lu Xiaoqiao froze in shock and cried in disbelief. What? Chapter 141, Lu Xiaoqiao's joy. At Lu Ming's home. Huh? How could she be so outrageous? After Lu Xiaoqiao heard the whole story, she was so angry that her whole body trembled. Her pretty face flushed with fury, and she raged uncontrollably. She had never imagined that the woman whom Lu Ming loved so deeply could betray him so quickly. And they had already bought the bridal suite and the wedding car. How could this woman be so heartless and ungrateful? Whatever, it's over anyway. Lu Ming, on the other hand, seemed totally indifferent. Ever since Lin Jiao conspired with Zhang Yun last time, inviting him to their new house in an attempt to set him up for the 18 Furies ambush, he had already severed all emotional ties with her in his heart. Otherwise, considering his usually gentle nature around women, he wouldn't have been so furious as to slap Lin Jiao across the face at that moment. That's true. There may be no ox or horse with 3 legs easily found in the world, but beautiful women with 2 legs are everywhere. Brother, if you want someone, I can introduce my bestie to you. She's a rich and classy girl. If you win her over, you might even get to enjoy a life of luxury. Lu Xiaoqiao, seeming to fear that Lu Ming might seem indifferent, yet secretly still feel hurt, began winking and joking around to cheer him. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming gave a dry look, knocked her lightly on the head, and reprimanded. Behave yourself. Why are you spouting nonsense like oxen, rich women, and sugar daddy lifestyles? You don't even sound like a girl. If your father hears this, he'll definitely beat you. Lu Xiaoqiao, covering her head, glared and accused angrily. Why can you say that about me? Don't you always scream chow and I ma when playing games? Lu Ming replied without flinching. I'm male. You're female. We're different. That's a crock of nonsense. I protest. Your protest is dismissed. Close your mouth now. Lu Ming handed a glass of water to Lu Xiaoqiao. Lu Xiaoqiao shot him an indignant look, then chugged the glass of water. After putting it down, she finally showed some concern and asked, then what about uncle and auntie? Are they upset? They should be fine. I already told them everything about Lin Jiao. Lu Ming smiled. They were quite worried about my condition at first, but once I told them I won the lottery and was rich now, their worries quickly turned into excitement. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoqiao froze for a moment. Lottery? Which one? How come I don't know about this? Lu Ming immediately pulled out his phone. Look, here it is. Grand prize from the Hongyuan Huafu raffle. Lu Xiaoqiao snatched the phone, and her eyes immediately bulged wide open. She couldn't help opening her red lips wide in shock. You, how could you be so amazing? At first, her immediate reaction upon seeing that Lu Ming had won a house and a full set of customized furniture was disbelief. However, when she saw that the post had indeed come from Hongyuan Huafu's official account, her next reaction was a mixture of astonishment and delight. So the Lu family could actually have someone with such good fortune? This was a house worth millions. Hee, maybe my luck got better after breaking up with Lin Jiao? Lu Ming grinned, scratching his nose. Wow. Lu Xiaoqiao felt as if she had just discovered a new continent. She couldn't help giggling and said, then save me a room. I want a princess-style room. She had heard of Hongyuan Huafu before. It was considered one of the top luxury communities in Qingzhou. She had wanted to live there for a long time, but her family's financial condition only allowed them to live in a regular apartment. No problem. I reserved one for you long ago. Lu Ming said with a cheerful grin. He hadn't only reserved a room for Lu Xiaoqiao in his house in Linqing, but also one in the Hongyuan Huafu villa. But he couldn't tell Lu Xiaoqiao yet. He was afraid she wouldn't be able to handle it. He would wait until he let his parents know about his $1 million fortune, and then casually mention this to Lu Xiaoqiao. Oh, right brother. Then since we've won the prize, shouldn't we go out for a meal now? Suddenly getting excited, Lu Xiaoqiao's eyes sparkled. And you don't need to get married now, so hurry up and give me back my money. I've wanted to go shopping and dining for so long, and I'm suffocating from holding back. But as she looked around, noticing the bag was already gone, she started to feel puzzled. Where's the money? Just then, Lu Ming pretended to be clueless. Huh? What money? What did you say? Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoqiao immediately realized that Lu Ming was teasing her, and instantly flew into a rage. She leaped forward with her hands raised like claws, grabbed his neck. Give it back to me. Chapter 142, Holy City. It was 6:30 p.m. The last light of the setting sun had grown faint, its fragmented glow scattered everywhere, while a crescent moon hung high, appearing and disappearing among the clouds, with stars hidden within. It was a cloudy night, the moon and stars obscured, not the best weather by any means, but Lu Xiaoqiao's mood couldn't have been better. At this moment, Lu Ming had already brought Lu Xiaoqiao to Chengdu Plaza. Chengdu Plaza was a large commercial center located in the eastern part of Qing City. It was an hour's drive from Lu Ming's residential community, but quite close to Qingqing University. Lu Ming had gone out of his way to bring Lu Xiaoqiao here, thinking they could shop and eat. Then he could take her straight back to campus. Brother, come on, let's go to that steakhouse. I've wanted to try it for so long, and now I finally get to. Now that she knew Lu Ming's financial burden had greatly decreased, thanks to not having to marry and his recent lottery win, Lu Xiaoqiao felt a tremendous sense of relief. She was excited thinking about finally being able to spend her own hard-earned money on whatever she wanted. Go ahead, eat as much as you want, Lu Ming said with a smile. I've got more than enough money now. Let's go, let's go. Lu Xiaoqiao quickened her steps in excitement. This steakhouse was called Holy City. Its decoration was grand and extravagant. Even the ceiling height was different from the other shops in Chengdu Plaza. They used double the floor height of neighboring stores. The interior was luxuriously decorated in gold and jade, with several musicians playing soothing, elegant music in the central area. The guests at the tables were dressed in formal business attire, men in suits and ties, women in office attire or elegant evening gowns, all whispering softly as they discussed business plans and company directions for the next quarter. Lu Ming couldn't help but whistle in awe. This place didn't fall short of the Dream Sea Center he had visited the previous night. It was clearly a high-end establishment. Once seated, Lu Xiaoqiao unhesitatingly ordered a 500 yuan couples set menu from the waiter. Although 500 yuan was a large sum, in this Western-style restaurant, it was only the cheapest available set meal. Even so, Lu Xiaoqiao was overjoyed, so much so that she was practically excited. Brother, this is the first time I've ever had something so expensive. If it weren't for saving up so much lately, I wouldn't even dare come here. I hope we don't end up with anything bad, or I'll have to go home crying. Hearing this, Lu Ming felt both amused by his sister's cuteness and a pang of sadness for how considerate she was. At an age where one should be carefree and enjoying life, and when her peers focused solely on having fun, Lu Xiaoqiao had been focused on saving money for her older brother's wedding. Failing to provide a better life for his younger sister, and instead letting her worry over his marriage stirred up bitter feelings in Lu Ming's heart. At this moment, the waitress nearby smiled at Lu Xiaoqiao's innocence. Young lady, you don't need to worry, the waitress smiled softly. Our steak is of great quality, and we guarantee it. You can rest assured it won't be a waste of your money. And if you're not satisfied, I can have the kitchen prepare it again for you right away. Really? Lu Xiaoqiao asked, eyes brightening. Of course. So please, if you're unhappy with it later, don't force yourself to eat it. The waitress chuckled. Lu Xiaoqiao nodded immediately with a smile. Thank you. Originally, she thought that in such a high-class place like Holy City, they might look down upon or even mock someone like her who could only afford the cheapest set meal. Unexpectedly, they had been considerate enough to comfort her. No need to thank me. Please wait a moment, and your steaks will be ready soon. The waitress smiled and walked away. Brother, did you see? Isn't this a great place I brought you to? Lu Xiaoqiao lifted her eyebrow proudly. Great, great. Lu Ming nodded. Seeing how courteous the service was at Holy City, Lu Ming's mind drifted. If their service was this good, their steak probably wouldn't disappoint either. Perhaps getting a membership card for Lu Xiaoqiao here would lead to better treatment for her in the future. He could improve her meals anytime by just coming back here. Thinking this, Lu Ming coughed lightly. I need to use the restroom. Wait here for me. Okay, I'll take a selfie first and post it on Moments. Lu Xiaoqiao pulled out her phone, saying so. Chapter 143, Getting a Card for My Younger Sister. I'd like to ask about the conditions and benefits for becoming a member here. Lu Ming asked. Upon hearing this, the female waitress smiled and explained. To obtain a membership card, you only need to deposit 10,000 jiao, which grants you basic membership. Ordinary membership offers no discounts. If you deposit 100,000 jiao, you'll become an intermediate member and enjoy a 12% discount. Deposit 10 million jiao and you'll be upgraded to VIP membership, enjoying the same 12% discount while gaining selection rights. You can choose from wines, beef, chefs, and more, and even reserve the entire venue. In other words, as a VIP member, you could choose whoever you wanted to cook your steak, select the highest quality beef and the finest wine available. Everything is in service of the food. After explaining, the waitress smiled and asked, Is there anything else I can help you with? Truthfully, she already had an idea of what to expect. Generally speaking, even if someone could afford to become a member, they would likely just go for the basic membership. But after hearing what a basic membership actually offered, most would immediately forget the idea. Depositing 10,000 jiao with no benefit whatsoever, what was the point? Therefore, at the St. Lin City branch, the starting deposit for membership was practically always 100,000 jiao. As for Lu Ming and Lu Xiaoqiao, they had come to eat the discounted set meals and probably couldn't afford an intermediate membership. But despite this, she still explained everything thoroughly to Lu Ming. And upon hearing his question, Lu Ming smiled with great interest and said, Then I'd like to ask, would you inform VIP members about which chefs have better skills, which wines are good to drink, and which cuts of beef are superior? From the moment he had heard the waitress's explanation, Lu Ming had immediately thought about getting a VIP membership card for Lu Xiaoqiao. No other reason. He had money. If the money wasn't used to purchase the highest tier card, then what else was it for? However, he was a bit worried that Lu Xiaoqiao wouldn't know much about wine or beef, so he wanted the staff to explain these things to her. Upon hearing Lu Ming's question, the waitress nodded and said, We will explain that. As for which chef has better skills, we won't directly tell guests, but rather, all the chefs will prepare a steak for the VIP member to taste. Once he or she decides which is best, we'll make a special note accordingly. I see. Your restaurant really is thoughtful. Lu Ming nodded reflectively. Exactly, and you can be assured that our restaurant never discriminates based on membership status. To us, every guest is someone we must serve wholeheartedly. Actually, up until now, the female waitress still believed Lu Ming was merely asking for fun and had not considered for a moment that he actually intended to apply for membership. That's why she wanted to reassure him briefly and clear up any possible misunderstandings. After all, many outside businesses did discriminate based on whether or not a customer had a membership. She was afraid that Lu Ming might be thinking the same. Great, great. I truly appreciate your restaurant's policy. After hearing this, Lu Ming nodded instantly. Then, pulling out a purple card he had obtained from Ming Rongrong, he said, In that case, give me a VIP membership card, please. The name is Lu Xiaoqiao. At these words, the smile on the waitress's face instantly froze. The smile faded from her pretty face, replaced by astonishment and disbelief. You said what? A membership card? Lu Ming repeated. At that moment, the waitress was stunned. She hadn't imagined at all that all of Lu Ming's inquiries weren't just for the sake of conversation. They were genuine inquiries before making a purchase. And even if he did buy a membership, it wasn't just a regular one. It was the Million Jiao VIP card. That meant 10,000 Jiao in commission would go straight into her pocket. The sudden excitement overwhelmed her completely. In Saintland City, waitstaff also received commission based on sales. But because the membership cards were difficult to sell, and the base salary was already quite generous, no waitress would actively try to push sales. But now, the commission had basically walked up to her. And this was exactly how this waitress felt at the moment. Her face showed disbelief, her eyes sparkling with both surprise and delight, as she stared at Lu Ming and excitedly asked, "Sir, are you serious?" When her eyes fell on the purple card in Lu Ming's hand, she felt almost lightheaded. She recognized this card. It was the top-tier VIP card issued by Jianong Bank. Those who possessed this card were undeniably among the top-tier billionaires in the entire Qing city. At that moment, she completely believed Lu Ming wasn't joking. He truly had the financial power to purchase the card. Serious, though I do have one small request. Lu Ming smiled. Chapter 144, Premium Membership Card. Please go ahead. The waitress said hurriedly. You need to tell my little sister that this card belongs to Mr. Lu. That's me, okay? Say that Mr. Lu had great luck and drew this card while going to the restroom just now. Say he's the 10,000th customer of your store, which qualified him to receive this card. Got it. Anyway, don't let her know I bought it myself. I'm afraid it might shock her. Lu Ming smiled. Yes, Mr. Lu, I understand. The waitress replied quickly, her mind already piecing things together. Mr. Lu must have suddenly become rich, but his younger sister doesn't know yet, so he pretends to be poor to avoid startling her. Humph. A wave of envy welled up in the waitress's heart. She wished she had a brother like that too. Even if he scared her a little, it would be fine. She could handle it. A moment later, Lu Ming returned to his seat. Bro, you really had that much poop? Took you forever. Lu Xiaoxiao complained. The steak had already been served, and Lu Ming only returned now. Such a waste of money. TSK, how can you speak to your brother like that? No respect whatsoever. Think you're so perfect? Like someone laughing at others for being a little slow when they themselves are even slower. Lu Ming sneered. Lu Xiaoxiao picked up her knife and fork, pointing them at him indignantly. You jerk, we're having dinner. Can you stop talking like that? Who started it first? Lu Ming almost laughed at that. Just then, a middle-aged man in a suit, along with the waitress, approached. The middle-aged man was composed on the surface, not smiling, but the joy in his eyes and the involuntary trembling of his body betrayed his extreme excitement. As for the waitress, her happiness was written clearly on her face, despite her tightly pressed lips. Her smile still managed to sneak onto the corners of her mouth. To these two people, Lu Ming was the sole protagonist in their world today. They were deeply grateful for the premium membership card generously gifted by the main character. That was the only thought in both their minds. Arriving in front of Lu Ming and Lu Xiaoxiao, the manager spoke up with a smile. Good evening, both of you. I'm the manager here. May I ask, how do you find the steak so far? Lu Ming couldn't comment, yet since he hadn't taken a bite. Lu Xiaoxiao, however, gave a thumb up cheerfully, a bit of black pepper sauce lingering at the corner of her mouth. Delicious. The manager instinctively glanced toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming shot a quick glance at his untouched steak and nodded curtly, without shifting his gaze elsewhere. Not bad. That's good to hear. Watching Lu Ming's composed demeanor, the manager's palms started to get slightly sweaty. Such a rare chance to meet a wealthy gentleman. They had to serve him carefully indeed. Then, with cautious words, the manager continued. Oh, by the way, may I ask which one of you is Miss Lu? As soon as he said it, the waitress, Lu Xiaoxiao, Lu Ming. The waitress stared at the manager in disbelief, thinking, are you blind or something? There's only one woman here. Which one is Miss Lu? Have you gone mad? Realizing his mistake, born from nervous excitement, the manager quickly apologized. Sorry, I got too excited and misspoke. It's okay. Lu Xiaoxiao chuckled nervously while flashing Lu Ming a puzzled expression similar to the way an elderly subway passenger might look at a smartphone. Is this guy alright? Lu Ming didn't look sideways as he coughed, and said, Manager, if you have something to say, just say it directly. Alright. The manager quickly nodded, took a deep breath, and then smiled at Lu Xiaoxiao. Miss Lu, congratulations. You and Mr. Lu have become the 10,000th customers of our restaurant today. Therefore, you qualified for our special drawing privilege. And just now Mr. Lu has drawn the grand prize, a premium membership card, which no one has ever drawn before in our restaurant's history. This membership card will provide you with. He proceeded to relay all the privileges the waitress had previously told Lu Ming to Lu Xiaoxiao. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoxiao was stunned. She looked up in disbelief at the black card the manager extended toward her, and upon hearing that it came loaded with 1 million in credit, her head buzzed with shock. Her brother's luck is just beyond insane, isn't it? Coming out to have a meal, and he actually drew the premium membership card? Chapter 145, The Happy Lu Xiaoxiao. At this moment, Lu Xiaoxiao's belief in Lu Ming's luck had reached an unprecedented level. The main reason she believed so strongly was because of Lu Ming having previously won a house in Hengyuan Huafu. Now, hearing that he had once again drawn a membership card, she thought it was completely natural. She didn't harbor even a hint of suspicion that Lu Ming might secretly have paid $1 million to get the card himself, and just claimed he won it in a draw. This was mostly because she felt her dear older brother wouldn't be foolish enough to spend $1 million on such a card. Miss Lu, Mr. Lu has already filled in your personal information. Please keep the card safely. Then, when would you like to come and choose your private chef? I can make them coordinate with your schedule. Also, tomorrow we will receive a batch of premium beef. Shall I reserve some for you? The manager thoughtfully asked. He now knew that Lu Ming, this wealthy man, had opened the card purely for his younger sister. So naturally, it would be more effective to impress the sister than to flatter Lu Ming himself. This. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but break into a wide smile at that very moment. Choose a private chef? Reserve premium beef? What kind of fictional plot was this? She had always dreamed of experiencing such a princess-like lifestyle, and now it had unexpectedly become real ahead of time. Lu Xiaoxiao laughed joyfully and said, any time works for me. Hearing Lu Xiaoxiao say something that essentially sounded like saying nothing, the manager's expression remained calm and unperturbed. Instead of forcing her to decide immediately, he smiled and handed her his business card, saying, "Feel free to call me anytime, and I will reply to you within 24 hours. Always leaving the initiative in the hands of the client. This was one of the secrets to him becoming a manager. Okay, great. Lu Xiaoxiao was still a bit out of it. She happily accepted the business card while still excited and finally said, "Let's keep in touch later, okay?" "Sure thing, no problem at all." The manager nodded immediately. Then, placing the membership card down, he wished them a pleasant meal before leaving with the female waitress. Meanwhile, the waitress looked at Lu Xiaoxiao and Lu Ming enviously. When would she ever get a brother like this? Bro, your luck is absolutely beyond comprehension. After the two of them had left, Lu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but exclaim excitedly. If it weren't for the elegant and quiet atmosphere of the St. Lin city setting, Lu Xiaoxiao would definitely be jumping up and shouting joyfully right now. 1 million. A full 1 million. Falling straight from the sky. What do you think? Your big brother is amazing, right? Lu Ming chuckled. Amazing, super amazing. That really was a good bathroom break. Extremely effective. Lu Xiaoxiao admired. TSK, can't you speak more properly? Lu Ming replied, a bit speechless. Soon, Lu Xiaoxiao couldn't resist asking. Hey, why did you write my name? This is your card. What for me? I'm not going to come eat here every day anyway. Since you're living so close by, isn't it natural to put your name down? Said Lu Ming. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Lu Xiaoxiao suddenly understood, then smilingly said, fine then, I'll accept it first. I'll eat it for you later. You'd better. Otherwise, you might turn into a pig. Tisk, negative thinker. Keep quiet. Lu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes, then grinned and continued. Ah, too bad this million was a deposit. If it were cash instead, you could buy another house right away. Don't worry so much about me. Think more about yourself. Lu Ming shook his head with a helpless smile. This girl, how could she still be thinking about such things? Tisk, I'm not really doing this for you anyway. If you earn more money, won't I benefit automatically? When you one day become the richest person in the world by sheer luck, guess what I would be? The sister of the richest person in the world. Then I could buy the entire Hengyuan Huafu community, give one villa to dad, another to mom, one to you, and villas to Annie and uncle too. Lu Xiaoxiao continued dreaming as she spoke. Hearing this, Lu Ming could only shake his head in amused disbelief. How come their ways of thinking were so eerily similar? That's just absurd. No wonder they were siblings. Chapter 146, Jiang Ningshi. Lu Xiaoxiao ended her daydreaming and said, however, I have to say, it was right to get rid of Lin Jiao. Look, as soon as she left, your luck skyrocketed. I figured it out now. She's nothing but a jinx. Luckily, you didn't marry her. Lu Ming listened, thought for a moment, and sincerely replied, that makes sense. Indeed, ever since he had broken up with Lin Jiao, his luck had been nothing short of incredible. Lu Xiaoxiao cut a piece of steak and mumbled while chewing. I wonder if we can use the membership card to pay today. Then we'd be eating for free. Ha ha, just eat. Why do you always think about such things? We're not even poor. Lu Ming laughed. Hee hee. You never know the value of saving until you've learned frugality. Lu Xiaoxiao retorted. Just then, why, it really is you, Xiaoxiao. A female voice suddenly called from behind Lu Xiaoxiao. Hearing the voice, Lu Xiaoxiao immediately turned her head, surprise and delight lighting her face. Yao Yao, how come you guys are here? Lu Ming turned his gaze in that direction as well, unable to hide his admiration. Two girls stood behind Lu Xiaoxiao. The one who had just spoken to Lu Xiaoxiao was Yao Yao. She stood at the front, a pretty face with a youthful charm about her, seeming about the same age as Lu Xiaoxiao. Behind Yao Yao stood a calm, elegant girl with snow-white skin. Her long, straight, jet-black hair cascaded like clouds down to her shoulders, and she wore a light green blouse paired with a white long skirt. Her appearance was not dazzlingly beautiful. Compared to heavily made-up women, she appeared quite plain. But just standing there quietly, she seemed like a beautiful mural, captivating and untouchable. People only wished to admire her, no trace of lust stirring. Even Lu Ming, who had seen many beauties before, couldn't help but admire her for a moment. Youth is wonderful. Only a girl of such a tender age could exude such natural purity. Despite being increasingly branded a lecher by Shen Yunchuan's tongue since his breakup with Lin Jiao, Lu Ming still had no improper thoughts about this girl whatsoever. She's just my sister's classmate. No perverted ideas. Jiang, you're here too? At that moment, Lu Xiaoxiao noticed the girl behind Yao Yao, and her joy renewed. How come you're both out together? Jiang has some business downtown later, her uncle called her. Then we decided to eat here. We didn't expect to run into you, Yao Yao giggled. The girl known as Jiang nodded with a smile. That's right. At this moment, Yao Yao noticed Lu Ming, sitting across from Lu Xiaoxiao, and her eyes lit up with surprise and excitement. Wow, Lu Xiaoxiao, look at you. Have you secretly got yourself a boyfriend? She teased. Lu Ming was still wearing the suit he had picked out in the morning, his posture straight and sharp, revealing the lean, chiseled frame even the suit couldn't fully hide. Combined with his naturally good looks, he immediately caught Yao Yao's attention. Go Lu Xiaoxiao, quietly pulling off a big win like this. Upon hearing that, Lu Ming was momentarily confused. Nonsense, Lu Xiaoxiao pouted. He's my brother. What are you thinking? Oh, really? Yao Yao's excitement instantly dropped, thinking her roommate had landed a boyfriend. But the next moment, she grew excited again. You have such a handsome brother and didn't tell me sooner? Didn't I tell you in the dorm before? You just paid more attention to your own brother instead of mine. Lu Xiaoxiao replied helplessly. Oh, now I remember. He's your cousin, right? Yeah. Lu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes, then grinned at Lu Ming. Bro, these are two of my roommates. This is Ding Yao Yao, and this is Jiang Ningshi. We all call her Jiang. She's the campus queen at Qingqing University. Having said that, Lu Xiaoxiao winked dramatically at her older brother, desperately hinting at him. This was the rich and pretty best friend she had mentioned to him that afternoon. Lu Ming pretended not to see her expressions, offering a friendly smile toward Jiang Ningshi and Ding Yao Yao. Don't exaggerate. Jiang Ningshi hurriedly denied the compliment. Then she politely smiled at Lu Ming. Hello, I'm Jiang Ningshi. I'm Xiaoxiao's roommate. Chapter 147, Jiang Ningxi's doubt. Lu Ming nodded. Hello. I'm also Xiaoxiao's roommate. My name is Ding Yao Yao. At this moment, Ding Yao Yao also greeted. Hello, my name is Lu Ming. If you don't mind, please sit down together. Let's have a simple meal, and I'll take this opportunity to thank you both for taking care of Xiaoxiao normally. Lu Ming smiled, signaling Lu Xiaoxiao to come over and give her seat to the other girls. Lu Xiaoqiao obediently stood up. Since Lu Xiaoqiao's roommates had come, as her older brother, he naturally had to treat them. Seeing that Lu Ming seemed determined to treat them, Jiang Ningshi hesitated slightly and asked, "Will this be disturbing you?" Actually, it wasn't that she feared disturbing Lu Ming. Mainly, she clearly understood Lu Xiaoqiao's family background and felt that Lu Ming probably wasn't too wealthy either. If they were to have stake together, it would definitely deal a financial blow to Lu Ming's wallet. Ding Yaoyao took the opportunity to add, saying, "Of course not. Brother Lu Ming has already offered. Besides, I won 2 meal vouchers for Shenglin City during the campus cultural festival last time. So Brother Lu Ming, later we can just pay for ourselves." Jiang Ningshi and Ding Yaoyao shared the same thoughts. They both knew about Lu Xiaoqiao's background and wanted to find an excuse to avoid burdening Lu Ming financially. Lu Ming looked surprised and said, "Does this restaurant even have meal vouchers? Would such an upscale place as Shenglin really do something like that?" Jiang Ningxi's eyes lit up, and she immediately chimed in. "Yes, we're here to use the vouchers." She thought Ding Yaoyao's excuse was quite good, but just then, Lu Xiaoqiao waved her hand cheerfully and said, "You two don't have to pretend anymore. What vouchers? I can tell you're worried about my brother spending money, right? Let me tell you, my brother is actually an elite member here. You don't need to worry about him at all. Just eat to your heart's content." Clap. As she spoke, Lu Xiaoqiao directly slammed the elite membership card onto the table and dragged the two of them to sit down. Jiang Ningshi and Ding Yaoyao were immediately stunned. Elite member? Ding Yaoyao's mouth dropped open. "Xiaoqiao, your brother is this rich? Didn't everyone know that becoming an elite member at Shenglin required a deposit of 1 million yuan? When most people heard this amount, they all said that only billionaires with money to burn would go to Shenglin. Who could ever imagine an ordinary person doing something like depositing 1 million yuan? Who knew that a real rich tycoon was actually standing right in front of them? Pretty amazing, right?" Lu Xiaoqiao beamed proudly. But as for Lu Ming, he wasn't very willing to show off in front of the two young girls. After flicking Lu Xiaoqiao's forehead lightly, he smiled and said, "I got this card from a lucky draw, not from depositing. There's no need for you two to be so surprised." After hearing these words, rather than calming their shock, Jiang Ningshi and Ding Yaoyao's expressions became even more incredulous. They asked in unison, "What? A lucky draw? Does Shenglin actually do lucky draws?" Among them, Jiang Ningshi reacted the most strongly. After all, her cousin worked here as the store manager. Previously, she distinctly remembered that when chatting casually, her cousin had mentioned to her that to maintain its premium brand, Shenglin would never hold any promotions or lucky draws beyond the membership programs. Then how come suddenly Lu Ming and Lu Xiaoqiao had won one, and they won the most valuable elite membership? Was there something suspicious going on here? Lu Ming scratched his nose slightly, feeling a bit guilty as he answered, "Yes." Lu Xiaoqiao added, "You two don't know how lucky my brother is. He just went to the restroom and managed to win this card. It's genuine." "Wow, your brother has such great luck." Ding Yaoyao, without a hint of doubt, revealed an envious expression. "So don't worry, just eat to your heart's content. My brother won't mind, right?" Lu Xiaoqiao smiled. Lu Ming nodded, "Exactly. Then I'll start ordering now, okay?" Ding Yaoyao grinned. "Jiang, shall we order the couple's set meal?" Jiang Ningshi was still pondering whether Lu Xiaoqiao and Lu Ming had possibly fallen into some kind of trap and was a little dazed. It wasn't until Ding Yaoyao nudged her that she snapped out of it and said, "Ah, okay." After placing their orders, Jiang Ningshi couldn't help but ask, "By the way, Xiaoqiao, what is it, Jiang? Does this card of yours require any service fee?" Jiang Ningshi subtly asked in a roundabout way. Chapter 148. Ding Yaoyao and Lu Xiaoqiao stir up trouble. To save her roommate's face, she couldn't directly ask whether the two of them had been scammed, so she asked in a roundabout way, "Oh, I actually didn't know about that. Brother, did you pay any service fee?" Lu Xiaoqiao turned to look at Lu Ming. Lu Ming coughed dryly, replying awkwardly, "No need for that." Frankly speaking, his acting skills weren't great. Though he could fool Lu Xiaoqiao, to someone like Jiang Ningyi, who came from an affluent family background, his response felt extremely unnatural. Her suspicion deepened. Why did Lu Ming seem so hesitant when saying that it wasn't needed? Could it be that they had really been scammed? Just to let his younger sister eat in peace? Was he pretending nothing had happened? Thinking this, Jiang Ningyi decided not to ask Lu Xiaoqiao further, and instead sent a text message secretly to her cousin. "Cousin, has your store recently held any raffle events offering premium membership?" "No," her cousin replied. "Didn't I tell you it's practically impossible for events like raffles to happen in St. Lin City? And are you kidding me? Raffles for premium membership? That's something you'd only dream of in your sleep." Jiang Ningyi felt a sinking feeling in her heart upon reading the message. So Lu Ming really lied. Just then, her cousin sent another message. "But why are you asking so conveniently? I heard from the store manager today that someone just paid 1 million to get premium membership. You asked just at the right time." Seeing the message, Jiang Ningyi immediately sent another text. "Sis, do you know who that member was? Customer information is confidential, little girl. But since you're my cousin, I can let you in on a little detail. The manager said it was a good-looking young guy who bought it for his sister. And he's surnamed Lu. You can keep an eye out at your school for any rich second-generation kids named Lu. It might just be him." Reading the message, Jiang Ningyi was stunned. Instinctively lifting her head, her gaze landed on Lu Ming as shock overtook her. So this membership card had actually been secretly purchased by Lu Xiaoqiao's older brother behind her back? And Lu Ming was actually a wealthy man capable of casually spending 1 million? But why wouldn't Lu Ming just tell Lu Xiaoqiao the truth, instead choosing to deceive her by claiming it was a prize from a raffle? Just as Jiang Ningyi remained lost in astonishment, the other 3 people around the table realized something was off. Especially Lu Ming himself. His body involuntarily leaned back slightly, his expression clearly uneasy. Why had Jiang Ningyi been staring at him all this time? Did he owe her money or something? Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoqiao and Ding Yaoyao exchanged glances, their eyes lighting up as if discovering a brand new land. Could Jiang Ningyi have developed a liking for brother Lu? Realizing this, Lu Xiaoqiao instantly wore a grin filled with anticipation and opened her mouth. "Ningyi, what's up?" Jiang Ningyi startled, asking with a slightly awkward expression. "Nothing, I just wanted to call you. I noticed you've been staring at my brother quite deeply. Someone unfamiliar might think there was something stuck on his face." Lu Xiaoqiao teased with a chuckle. Originally, her idea of introducing her rich female friend to Lu Ming had just been a joke. But judging by the developments now, it seemed as if the matchmaker god was already working to tie them together. Upon hearing her, Jiang Ningyi's face immediately turned red, particularly flustered when she noticed Lu Ming was watching her in an awkward manner. Her cheeks flared hotter, a flush spreading across her face as she avoided eye contact, murmuring, "I'm sorry, I was just lost in thought." "It's all right." Lu Ming waved his hand uncomfortably. At that moment, "Just what kind of thinking are you doing, Miss Jiang? I don't think I've ever seen you stare at a guy so intensely." Ding Yaoyao wasn't nearly as reserved as Lu Xiaoxiao. She teased outright. Hearing this, Jiang Ningyi's face turned even redder. Urgently, she rebuked, "Yaoyao, enough. Don't make things up. Don't let Xiaoxiao's brother misunderstand." Ding Yaoyao raised her eyebrows, turning to Lu Ming. "Lu Ming, did you misunderstand?" Lu Ming coughed a couple times. No, Xiao Zhang was just thinking. I can testify. She wasn't even looking at me." But at that very moment, suddenly catching a hint of something suspicious, Lu Xiaoxiao suddenly burst out excitedly. What? Brother, how did you know Jiang Zhang wasn't looking at you? Were you also staring at her just now? Hey, you too." Ding Yaoyao immediately joined in with enthusiasm. Chapter 149, Jiang Ningyi, you truly surprise me. Ding Yaoyao knew that Jiang Ningyi had always been like a nun, never approaching men or showing interest in anyone. Now, seeing her stare at Lu Ming for so long, it was obvious she was interested. Ding Yaoyao, of course, couldn't help but seize the opportunity to stoke the flames. "Don't say anything else, please." Jiang Ningyi's face had already turned completely red, almost to the point of bleeding. Her fair, delicate face looked irresistibly charming under the soft, flickering lights. Lu Ming had never imagined he would be teased by two young girls. He was both annoyed and helpless, and finally said with a helpless smile, Okay, you two, stop teasing. Are we still eating or not?" If someone else had teased him like this, he would have either cursed them out or fired back with a joke. But in his eyes, Jiang Ningyi was just his younger sister. He couldn't possibly joke about her. "All right then, let's eat. There's someone who's getting flustered, but I won't say who." Ding Yaoyao and Lu Xiaoxiao mumbled. After finishing their steaks, Lu Xiaoxiao paid the bill with her premium membership card. Seeing Lu Xiaoxiao so excited and still mesmerized by Lu Ming's luck in the draw, Jiang Ningyi had 1,000 questions. Her gaze frequently flickered toward Lu Ming, her brows slightly furrowed. Why would he hide this from his own sister? Could it be that the money for the card came from illegal activities, so he couldn't say? Or perhaps Lu Ming was actually a long-lost heir from a powerful family who had now been identified, and soon he'd be separated from Lu Xiaoxiao, so he lied to maintain a final moment of affection? Jiang Ningyi's mind spun with wild guesses. Ultimately, she was simply afraid that Lu Ming might do something bad to her best friend Lu Xiaoxiao. But from Ding Yaoyao's perspective, it looked as though the proud Miss Jiang had truly fallen for Lu Ming. She knew that eventually Jiang Ningyi would be forced into an arranged marriage by her family, wed to a man she did not love. So if she met someone she truly liked now, she must absolutely seize the chance. If that was the case, as a good friend, she had to help Jiang Ningyi. Thinking thus, when everyone walked out the door, Ding Yaoyao suddenly said, "By the way, Xiaoxiao, wasn't it you who said your brother works in the downtown area?" "Yeah," Lu Xiaoxiao replied. Then Ding Yaoyao changed direction suddenly, hitting the nail on the head. "So Lu Mingji, could you drop Jiang Zhang off downtown to visit her uncle?" Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up instantly. Still caught in thought, Jiang Ningyi was startled. "Yaoyao, what are you saying? Don't trouble Xiaoxiao's brother." Ding Yaoyao insisted seriously. "Jiang, it's dangerous for you to go downtown alone. It'll be safer if Lu Mingji drives you." "Lu Mingji, will this be a problem for you?" Lu Ming scratched his nose and shook his head. "Not at all. If Xiao Zhang needs a ride, I can certainly take her along." He didn't really mind driving her. After all, one more person wouldn't make much of a difference. However, Jiang Ningyi hesitated. "But I can just take the subway." She wasn't very comfortable riding in a man's car unless he was family, even if he was Lu Xiaoxiao's older brother. "Don't take the subway. You'll be late. Important people are always busy. Can you really bear to make your uncle wait?" Ding Yaoyao mistook Jiang Ningyi's reluctance as mere shyness and was determined to play the role of matchmaker. Jiang Ningyi hesitated. Finally, Lu Xiaoxiao smiled brightly at Lu Ming and gave him a thumbs up. "Bro, make us proud. And stop calling her Xiao Zhang. It sounds so awkward. Call her Jiang or Ningyi." "Got it." Lu Ming rolled his eyes. "Just go to school already. Why are you meddling so much?" "All right, we're off." Lu Xiaoxiao immediately dragged Ding Yaoyao away. Once they left, only Jiang Ningyi and Lu Ming remained at the entrance of Chengdu Plaza. With the other two gone, the atmosphere that had been lively and cheerful now turned oddly quiet. Worse still, Jiang Ningyi's faintly sweet scent filled the air, making the situation rather awkward. Lu Ming turned and looked at Jiang Ningyi, pointing toward the parking lot. "So Xiao Zhang, shall I take you back now?" Hearing him use that obvious nickname again, clearly ignoring what Xiaoxiao had said, Jiang Ningyi felt slightly relieved. At least this showed that Lu Ming wasn't interested in her romantically, and she could stop overthinking. "Then I'll trouble you, Lu Mingji." Jiang Ningyi smiled lightly. Lu Ming shook his head politely. No trouble at all. As the two walked toward the parking lot, they didn't notice someone far away, glaring with icy eyes and grinding his teeth. "Jiang Ningyi, you told me you were meeting your uncle? So you came here to see a man. Jiang Ningyi, you truly surprised me." Chapter 150 come out. Neither Lu Ming nor Jiang Ningyi noticed the person behind them. After reaching the parking lot, the two got into the car together. After getting in the car, Lu Ming asked, "Where are you meeting your uncle?" "City Dream Sea Center." Jiang Ningyi replied. "Okay. Troublesome. No problem." Lu Ming engaged in polite conversation while starting the navigation system. At the same time, Jiang Ningyi couldn't help but glance around the car's interior. Looking at this ordinary-looking vehicle, Jiang Ningyi felt that Lu Ming didn't seem like someone who could spend 1 million yuan on a top-up. Thinking about this, Jiang Ningyi really wanted to ask, but she was afraid of unintentionally offending him, which left her feeling quite troubled. Lu Ming wasn't perceptive enough to notice Jiang Ningyi's inner turmoil. He started the engine and drove out of the parking lot. As Lu Ming drove, he tried to make conversation. "By the way, are you starting internships next year?" "Yeah." "Have you decided on your career directions yet?" "Yao Yao wants to work at a big company. Xiao doesn't have big ambitions. She says she wants to go back home and get married, but I think she's joking because her parents are government officials who will definitely make her take the civil service exam too. As for me, I'll probably go back and help my family." Jiang Ningyi answered honestly. The Jiang family was considered quite powerful locally in Xinjiang, even slightly stronger than the JIS, so it was normal for Jiang Ningyi to help her family. That's great then, having plans. You're better than I was back then. Brother, you're making fun of me. But I know you must have a clearer direction than any of us. Jiang Ningyi was being polite, but she truly didn't know whether Lu Ming had clarity in his heart. Lu Ming heard her trying to be courteous and couldn't help smiling slightly while sighing inwardly. Jiang Ningyi didn't look down on her friend and her friend's brother because of her wealth, and she also understood how to put herself in others' shoes. She really was a good friend. If that was the case, he couldn't allow Lu Xiaoqiao to fall behind Jiang Ningyi in terms of internships and job opportunities. It wasn't that he wanted them to compete. Mainly, many brothers and close friends, if they weren't at the same social level for a long time, would eventually become strangers despite their deep friendship. Lu Ming didn't want Lu Xiaoqiao to lose friends like Jiang Ningyi and Ding Yaoyao just because she lacked money. Thinking of this, Lu Ming made up his mind. He would first buy a big company for Lu Xiaoqiao to do her internship at. Just as Lu Ming was pondering which internet giant to acquire first, suddenly, while driving along a somewhat secluded road, several sports cars suddenly roared out from an intersection ahead. The thunderous engine sounds directly shattered the still night air, shooting flames and blocking his path. Seeing this, Lu Ming's pupils contracted, and he quickly stepped on the brakes. Jiang Ningyi was frightened and turned pale. What's going on? After stopping the car, Lu Ming's face darkened. Xiaojiang, do you know how to drive? I can drive. What's wrong? Jiang Ningyi replied without hesitation. If things go bad, immediately take the car and run. Do you hear me? Absolutely don't hesitate or worry about leaving me behind. Worrying about letting me down, I won't get into any trouble, understand? Lu Ming stared at Jiang Ningyi, his expression more serious than ever before, his eyes revealing a fierce and deadly chill. He feared that Su Shan had sent someone to get him. Knowing his opponent's physical prowess, they had certainly sent people stronger than those on the underground fighting circuits. He was afraid that Jiang Ningyi might be hurt if she remained here. Under the reflection of the car's exterior lights, the interior was already dim, and now it grew even darker. Jiang Ningyi's vision was completely filled by Lu Ming's serious face. Looking into Lu Ming's jet-black pupils, Jiang Ningyi instinctively obeyed, softly murmuring, Good girl, now crawl over to the driver's seat. Lu Ming gave a reassuring smile, patted Jiang Ningyi's head, trying to make her relax. But Jiang Ningyi, feeling Lu Ming's warm large hand, froze completely. Following that, redness like spreading ink gradually spread across her cheeks. After Lu Ming got out of the car, Jiang Ningyi suddenly realized she hadn't followed Lu Ming's instruction and immediately obediently crawled into the driver's seat. Once seated, she suddenly wondered, why had she obeyed Lu Ming's words so obediently? Lu Ming didn't notice Jiang Ningyi's reaction. After opening the car door and stepping out, he slowly got out of the car, his eyes growing ever deadlier, fixing the sports cars with an unfriendly expression and shouting, Come out. Chapter 151 Pengjiashu. Several men wobbled out of the sports car, smirking with mockery in their eyes as they stared at Lu Ming like he was a helpless lamb awaiting slaughter. Behind them stood a tall, muscular, dark-skinned man dressed in bulky clothes, looking like a hulking monster. And leading the group was a man dressed head to toe in Gucci, his dyed half-blonde, half-black hair catching the light. His face was gloomy as he lit a cigarette, blew out a puff of smoke, and shouted at Lu Ming, Who the hell are you? How dare you touch my woman? Spit out your name, punk. Upon seeing the man, Lu Ming was immediately taken aback. What the F***ck? Wait, who is this little punk? But just then, Jiang Ningshi suddenly pushed open the car door, her face extremely displeased as she spoke. Pengjiashu, what are you doing here? Upon hearing this, Lu Ming's mind clicked. So it turned out it had nothing to do with Su Shan and the others? Was this someone Jiang Ningshi knew? As expected, Pengjiashu smirked coldly. Jiang Ningshi, so you still dare to come out? I have nothing to fear. Jiang Ningshi shot back. Pengjiashu, are you crazy? Why did you force our car to stop? You dare to ask me that? Pengjiashu roared furiously. I invited you to dinner, and you said you had to meet your uncle? What's the matter? Is this guy your uncle? You're lying to me and sneaking out with another man. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming understood immediately. So it was a lover's quarrel. At this realization, Lu Ming relaxed inwardly, the tense pressure easing. Instead, he scratched his nose and silently stepped behind Jiang Ningshi. Jiang Ningxi's face darkened. Pengjiashu, first of all, I really am meeting my uncle tonight. There's nothing between me and brother Lu Ming. Secondly, even if I was dating brother Lu Ming alone, what business is it of yours? Hearing this, Lu Ming glanced at Jiang Ningshi in surprise. His heart softly stirred at her words. It felt oddly pleasant to hear such a beautiful girl call him brother Lu Ming, even though he knew full well that Jiang Ningshi had no ulterior motives. In that moment, Lu Ming's sense of protectiveness toward Jiang Ningshi skyrocketed. But Pengjiashu's mood plummeted. Even under the dim night sky, his face turned pitch black, as if he'd just swallowed a mouthful of shit. His teeth nearly crushed together. Brother Lu Ming? You still dare to say you have nothing to do with him? You lying bitch. Don't you know, we're supposed to get engaged. At this moment, seeing Jiang Ningshi and Lu Ming standing side by side, a perfectly matched pair, he almost burst his lungs with anger. Long ago, the Jiang and Peng families had promised their children in marriage. Precisely because of this, Pengjiashu had always considered Jiang Ningshi as his own exclusive possession. Even though Jiang Ningshi had never verbally agreed or rushed into engagement, Pengjiashu had still always believed that sooner or later, he would marry her. Yet now, not only had Jiang Ningshi been cold and indifferent toward him, but she was now acting so intimately with another man, and even calling him brother Lu Ming. This was truly a mountainous case of cuckoldry. Seeing Pengjiashu's extreme reaction, Jiang Ningshi knew she had unintentionally used a slightly ambiguous term for Lu Ming just now. But still, she frowned coldly and was too annoyed to explain anything to Pengjiashu. Pengjiashu, there hasn't even been a formal engagement decided between our families yet, so we have absolutely nothing to do with each other right now. And furthermore, you just forced our car to stop, nearly killing me. Do you even realize you committed a crime? I'm telling you, move immediately, or I'll call the police. The reason she came out of the car was because she felt responsible for dragging Lu Ming into this, so she chose to step up and face things head on. What she didn't realize was that if she hadn't come out, Pengjiashu wouldn't have been this angry. Now, seeing her defending Lu Ming, openly denying the engagement arranged by their families, Pengjiashu's fury had reached its boiling point. He sneered coldly. Jiang Ningshi, who the hell do you think you are? You think you can decide not to get engaged? You think I'll just move because you say so? I'll tell you straight, no way in hell. Then, Peng Jiashu turned his gaze toward Lu Ming, who had been silently standing there all along, his voice turning sharp and threatening. Lu Ming, listen up. I'm giving you 3 seconds to drive your piece of junk car away right now, or else I'll make sure you spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair. Chapter 152 Protecting You is my duty. When he saw Lu Ming's car, he already knew that Lu Ming definitely wasn't from any prominent or well-known family in Qingcheng. Moreover, in Qingcheng, he had never heard of any influential family surnamed Lu. Therefore, Peng Jiashu was now completely at ease. Messing with Lu Ming would surely bring no consequences. Upon hearing that, Jiang Ningyi's expression changed drastically. Peng Jiashu, what do you intend to do? What do I intend to do? That's none of your business. Peng Jiashu shouted furiously. He must kill Lu Ming first, and then forcefully take Jiang Ningyi away. Meet her uncle? Humph. But at that moment, Lu Ming, who had been silent all along, suddenly let out a contemptuous snort. You want me confined to a wheelchair for life? Kid, do you even know who you're talking to? As soon as he said that, Peng Jiashu couldn't help but laugh. He licked his lips and sneered cruelly. I've seen arrogant people before, but never someone as arrogant as you. Do you even know the Peng family of Qingcheng? Exactly. And you still say do you know who you're talking to? Who do you think you are, acting all big and tough in front of us? Trying to act cool in front of our big brother Peng. Do you even know how to spell death? Peng Jiashu's henchmen scornfully jeered one after another. They were now just waiting to see how long Lu Ming could keep up this tough talk. Perhaps once Peng Jiashu revealed his trump card, Lu Ming would immediately kneel and beg for mercy. However, when Lu Ming heard their mockery, he couldn't help but laugh. These people were probably still university students, weren't they? Even though they tried to act like street hooligans, they didn't seem like real gangsters. They came off as more ridiculous than anything else. It made Lu Ming's mood completely disjointed. But just then, Jiang Ningyi became frightened. She tugged at the corner of Lu Ming's clothes and said, Brother Lu Ming, you should leave quickly. There are too many of them, and you can't beat them. Seeing how ferocious this group appeared, she wanted Lu Ming to escape immediately. Since they were so heavily outnumbered, there was no need to confront them head-on. Retreating was the better strategy. Lu Ming, who had just been planning to exchange a few sharp words with those brash young men, found himself interrupted and couldn't help but smile. So if I leave, what are you going to do? Don't worry. I've thought about it. They wouldn't dare harm me, considering the Jiang family's reputation. Jiang Ningyi was intelligent, and knew Peng Jiashu definitely would be wary of the Jiang family's influence. Is that so? Lu Ming rubbed his chin slightly. Then if I really left, would you think I was a coward? Absolutely not. Jiang Ningyi shook her head without hesitation. But it had to be said that when Jiang Ningyi heard Lu Ming's words, her heart couldn't help but feel a tiny bit of disappointment. Every girl hoped someone could be her hero when she was helpless, and Jiang Ningyi was no exception. But she quickly suppressed this slight sense of disappointment. Lu Ming was Lu Qiaoqiao's brother, not her own brother. He was only responsible for Lu Qiaoqiao's safety, not for her life. Just at that moment, Peng Jiashu burst into laughter. Jiang Ningyi, did you hear that? Your brother, Lu Ming, is truly a coward. At the mere mention of us crippling him, he gets so scared he wants to abandon you and run off. What a spineless loser. Yeah, a spineless loser. Ha! Everyone started mocking simultaneously. Hurry and go, don't fall for their provocation. Jiang Ningyi urged anxiously at once. She knew Peng Jiashu wanted to provoke Lu Ming to stay, so he could openly cripple him. But Lu Ming replied, don't worry, I won't fall for their provocation. Then leave quickly. Jiang Ningyi added immediately, reaching out to pull Lu Ming back into the car. But unexpectedly, Jiang Ningyi suddenly felt her hand pressed down gently by Lu Ming's warm palm. Instinctively she looked up, only to see Lu Ming looking at her and smiling. But I never intended to leave in the first place. Jiang Ningyi was taken aback. Then, watching Lu Ming's retreating back as he walked toward Peng Jiashu, she became greatly alarmed. Brother Lu Ming, where are you going? Hurry and leave. You called me brother. So naturally I'm your older brother. Without turning his head, Lu Ming started limbering up and smiled. Then protecting you, naturally, is my duty, isn't it? As his voice faded out. At that moment, Jiang Ningyi froze completely. Her black hair was gently blown by the breeze, her white dress fluttering. Surrounded by the glow of headlights from surrounding cars, she looked at Lu Ming's figure retreating into the distance, her delicate pale face filled with stunned disbelief. Protecting me is your duty? At that exact moment, all she could see were Lu Ming's broad and steady back. Something inside her heart seemed to be embraced by Lu Ming's words, a sense of peaceful security washing over her, something she hadn't felt in a long time. Chapter 153, Peng Jiashu's bodyguard. Most men always fantasize about becoming a hero, and most women always dream of having a man who becomes the hero of her world. Lu Ming didn't know that his offhand words had planted deep roots in the heart of Jiang Ningshi, who was 6 years younger than him. Right now, he was watching Peng Jiashu with a mocking expression, as if staring at a group of lambs awaiting slaughter. You're asking for death. Seeing Lu Ming clearly playing the villain just to flirt with Jiang Ningshi, Peng Jiashu flew into a rage, shouting, Get him! Kill him! A group of people immediately roared, Kill him! Everyone, except the dark-faced man, rushed forward. But seeing this, Lu Ming actually felt somewhat speechless. Except for that dark-faced guy, who actually had some martial arts ability, the rest were all amateurs. He couldn't even tell if they could break through his defense as he stood there allowing them to attack. At that moment, Jiang Ningshi, who had been dazed from Lu Ming's earlier words, suddenly changed expression, yelling frantically, Brother Lu Ming, run quickly. Still immersed in Lu Ming's previous words, she hadn't expected that Lu Ming had already charged straight at Peng Jiashu and his men. But before her words could reach Lu Ming's ears, what happened next completely stunned her. As Peng Jiashu and the others rushed forward, Lu Ming's body didn't even seem to move. He simply lifted his legs slightly and rapidly kicked out. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosive sounds rang out like firecrackers, and all the figures immediately flew backward at an even faster speed than when they charged. This wasn't an exaggeration. Each person flew outward like they'd been launched along a parabola. Then came screams that echoed in all directions, refusing to stop. At this moment, everyone was completely stunned. Peng Jiashu's underlings felt as if they were dreaming. How had Lu Ming, all by himself, instantly defeated such a large group? And Peng Jiashu, who had suffered Lu Ming's hardest kick, was filled only with shock. What kind of person was this? Could he possibly be a new generation martial artist? How could he be this powerful? Jiang Mingshi was equally shocked. Lu Ming's movements were too fast, and his manner of fighting too casual, so much so that in that instant, Jiang Mingshi even questioned whether Peng Jiashu had staged this. How could such a light tap, without even appearing to use strength, send flying people who at minimum weighed at least 130 pounds? This seemed just too fake. Even the male leads in TV dramas needed to perform a fierce, powerful flying kick to achieve such an effect, right? But precisely because Jiang Mingshi knew that Peng Jiashu wouldn't possibly bring a group of people here to stage a performance with Lu Ming, she felt such shock. This alone sufficiently proved just how terrifying Lu Ming's strength really was. At this moment, Lu Ming smiled as he approached Peng Jiashu, squatted down, and slapped the other's face gently. Hey kid, how do you feel? At this moment, Peng Jiashu's face was filled with terror. His cheek burned where Lu Ming had slapped him, yet he didn't even manage to retreat. Not because he dared not. It was because he was in so much pain he couldn't move. At this moment, he was filled with regret. He should have known better than to recklessly charge forward with his buddies just to vent his anger and thus get himself kicked pointlessly. He should have simply ordered his bodyguards to attack directly. Looking at Lu Ming, Peng Jiashu clenched his teeth and said, "What do you want?" Lu Ming laughed. He had been driving along just fine, and Peng Jiashu suddenly rushed forward to block his car, even threatening to cripple him and take Jiang Mingshi away. Now, he was turning around and asking Lu Ming this. Did this guy have some kind of problem? Lu Ming said, "Isn't that question supposed to be mine to ask you? What is it that you want, kid? Wasn't it you who wanted to cripple me? Since you couldn't beat me, shouldn't I cripple you instead?" When Peng Jiashu heard this, his face changed dramatically. You're threatening me? I'll tell you. I'm from the Peng family. The Peng family? Hearing that, Lu Ming's lips curled upward into a mocking smile. He had met the head of the Peng family at a gathering in the Dream Sea Central City yesterday. Although he hadn't interacted directly, he knew they were merely a second-tier family at best in Qingcheng, even weaker than the Jiang family. He had no reason to be afraid of them. But at this moment, this friend, don't be too arrogant. Let Peng Xiao go, or you might not survive in Qingcheng. The dark-faced man finally spoke. Smirking coldly, he walked forward, his face full of murderous intent. Chapter 154. Who the hell are you? The dark-faced man was a bodyguard hired by the Peng family from the underground boxing circuit, specifically assigned to protect Peng Jiashu. Oh, that impressive. Lu Ming smiled. With his skills, he could immediately tell that this dark-faced man wasn't weak. But that was it. Even if it were Luo Yang or Luo Gang here, they could still take this dark-faced guy down with one kick. And someone like him dared to threaten him? He doesn't know how to die? Seeing the dark-faced man step forward to speak, Peng Jiashu, who was lying on the ground, finally found some courage and arrogantly said, "Old Lu, I suggest you kneel down and apologize right now. Otherwise, when Brother Biao gets started, you won't even have the chance to beg for mercy." I'm telling you, Biao Gu is a big shot in the underground boxing. Smack. But before Peng Jiashu could finish his sentence, Lu Ming slapped him straight across the face and said, "Shut up." He was too lazy to waste another word on Peng Jiashu. If the guy kept talking trash, he'd just take him out. Peng Jiashu wasn't stupid either. After being slapped by Lu Ming with a swollen cheek, he felt both humiliated and furious, yet he dared not say anything, only silently cursing in his heart that Lu Ming would end up beaten to a pulp by Biao Gu. "So you're Biao Gu?" Lu Ming stood up, smiling faintly. "Kid, you've got guts. You dare to hit Peng Xiao in front of me." Biao Ji's face turned grim. His employer had been slapped right in front of him, which felt like a direct slap to his own face. He swore he would crush every bone in Lu Ming's body. "You hit me. What are you going to do about it?" Lu Ming smiled. He didn't move an inch, just waiting to see how Biao Gu would play this out. "Good, very good. Ignorance truly brings courage. But today, I'm going to teach you a lesson about there always being someone stronger than you. Do you even know about the underground illegal boxing arena in Qingcheng?" Biao Gu sneered. "Yeah, I do. What about it?" Lu Ming's expression didn't change at all as he retorted. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mingyi behind Lu Ming was slightly taken aback. She hadn't expected that while Lu Qiao came from an average background, Lu Ming actually knew about these things. Combined with the recent information about being an elite member of Shenglin City, Jiang Mingyi started to realize that Lu Qiao herself probably didn't understand just how formidable her own brother truly was. "You know something? Good." Biao Gu let out a mocking laugh at Lu Ming's reply and continued. "Since you already know, I don't have to explain much. But tell me, do you know exactly how strong the underground boxing ring in Qingcheng really is?" "Oh, how strong can it be?" Now Lu Ming was genuinely interested. Someone like Biao Gu who was weak but didn't even realize it. He was curious just how significant a figure this guy could possibly be in the current underground boxing scene. It could help him get a sense of the current level of strength in the underground rings. "You better not die of fright hearing this." Just then, Peng Jiashu suddenly sounded confident again and sneered. Biao Gu once went head-to-head with the black-faced man for 300 rounds without losing. Do you have any idea how powerful a person like that could be? As soon as the words left his mouth, Biao Ji's chest puffed up a little with pride, his face showing an air of superiority, as if the entire world were within his grasp. Hearing this, Jiang Mingyi's face turned pale immediately. What did you say?" She knew very well how powerful the black-faced man was. A few years ago, her family had even taken her to the underground boxing match for exposure. She was only 17 back then and had been awestruck watching the black-faced man dominate the arena. Although she didn't fully understand his martial arts ranking at that time, she was certain that he was extremely strong. And now, this Biao Gu in front of them had actually lasted 300 rounds against the black-faced man without losing. Was Biao Gu as strong as the black-faced man? Would that mean danger for Brother Lu Ming? Just then, a voice filled with confusion rang out. "What the hell? Who the fuck are you? Fighting me for 300 rounds? Why the hell don't I remember you?" Chapter 155, Biao Ji's level. At this moment, Lu Ming felt extremely speechless. He had never imagined in his wildest dreams that while he had originally intended to just listen and see what level this Biao Gu was at, the other party would actually compare himself with him. Lu Ming nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. If he had to engage in a 300-round battle with such a weakling, wouldn't he be completely humiliated if that ever got out? Faced with Biao Gu, who was defaming his reputation, merely shouting a few curses was already proof of his restraint and good manners. Hearing Lu Ming's sudden outburst, everyone was taken aback and looked over in surprise. They were shocked. Could it be that the black-masked man just happened to pass by and overheard Biao Gu making threats and decided he couldn't stand it anymore and came out to back him up? especially Biao Ge himself, who turned pale beneath his dark skin at that moment. He knew exactly how much he was worth. How could he possibly have the ability to fight the Black Masked Man for 300 rounds? Everything he said before had just been random blabbering to fool the Peng family. If he had enraged the Black Masked Man just because of his own bragging, he would kneel right here and now. But when they traced the voice to its source and realized who the speaker was, everyone instantly quieted down. The next moment, the previously silent street exploded with laughter. Hara, who the hell are you? Fighting 300 rounds with you? What's going on? Do you think you're the Black Masked Man? You really know how to flatter yourself. Do you even amount to anything, kid? Damn, you scared me half to death. So it's just you bragging again. When everyone saw it was Lu Ming, they first froze in place, and then burst into scornful laughter one after another. Their contempt was evident in each of their eyes. No one believed that Lu Ming was actually the legendary Black Masked Man who once shook the underground fighting arena in Qingqing. They simply assumed he was bluffing. Moreover, Jiang Ningshi hurried forward and grabbed Lu Ming's arm. Brother Lu Ming, don't go around claiming such things. The Black Masked Man is extremely powerful. If you pretend to be him and he finds out, you might actually lose your life. The Black Masked Man was ruthless, brutal, and possessed overwhelming strength. Jiang Ningshi didn't want Lu Ming to die just because he made up a lie. Otherwise, she wouldn't know how to explain it to Lu Xiaoqiao. But upon hearing this, Lu Ming stood frozen. How ferocious could the Black Masked Man possibly be? Sure, he had killed people before, but he wasn't a bloodthirsty killer. How could Jiang portray him like this? This was defamation. He is extremely brutal. My mother told me so. She said that underground fighters like the Black Masked Man kill without mercy, former soldiers who've been to prison. She told me never to get involved with people like them. But Jiang Ningshi stated this with absolute certainty. Lu Ming. Well then, he should thank Jiang's mother. Without her, he wouldn't even know that he'd supposedly done prison time. He could understand why Jiang's mother said that. It was probably to scare Jiang away from idolizing the violent underground fighters with her innocent girlish heart. But fine, even if it was a scare tactic, why did it have to ruin his reputation? Just then, kid, I won't hold your earlier brag against you. Now, come over here and kneel to apologize to young Master Peng, or you won't be walking away from here today. Biao Ge and the others had finally finished laughing and now turned coldly to Lu Ming. Apologize. Lu Ming snorted in disdain. Originally, wasting time chatting with Biao Ge had just been to understand more about the underground fight scene. But now, seeing how the other only spouted empty boasts, Lu Ming had already lost all patience. He fixed his eyes on Biao Ge and said, I'll give you a chance to apologize as well. Just beat up Peng Jiashu right now, and I'll let you all leave. Otherwise, tonight, every single person here will end up in the hospital bed. As the words fell, a cold, deadly aura burst from Lu Ming's eyes, and Biao Ge finally lost his temper. You stubborn fool. You're asking for death. He couldn't take it anymore. Lu Ming was just too arrogant. With a crunch of his knuckles, Biao Ge strode toward Lu Ming. Since Lu Ming refused to come forward to apologize and beg, he would drag him over and torture him a bit. Seeing Biao Ge approach, Jiang Ningxi's pretty face instantly turned pale. Peng Jiashu, call your people back now. If you dare lay a hand on us, my parents won't let this go easily. Chapter 156, Instant Kill. Don't worry, Jiang Ningxi, Peng Jiashu sneered. Biao Ge won't hurt you. He'll just beat up this idiot next to you. He continued. Believe me, your parents definitely don't want another guy hanging around you either. Seeing Peng Jiashu made no move to stop it, and the looming figure of Biao Ge getting dangerously closer, Jiang Ningxi finally couldn't take it anymore. She clenched her teeth, panic evident on her face. She turned toward Lu Ming, their faces very close, and whispered into his ear, Brother Lu Ming, this idiot's moving so slowly. Let's quickly get in the car and run him over. I don't believe he can actually withstand a vehicle. Hurry up. Lu Ming could feel the warm breath from Jiang Ningxi next to his ear, sending a tingling sensation through him. When her words fully registered, he was even more surprised and couldn't help but chuckle. Never thought I'd see this. I figured you were this quiet and demure, but underneath, you're actually so ruthless? In a situation like this, you still have the heart to joke around. Jiang Ningxi was almost frantic with anxiety. How could he not be panicked at such a life or death moment? The overly intimate actions between the two nearly made Peng Jiashu spit blood. Since when had Jiang Ningxi ever been so close to another man? Close enough that they nearly kissed. Biao Ge, grab him for me right now. I'm going to kill him. Unable to bear it any longer, Peng Jiashu shouted to urge Biao Ge on. He saw Jiang Ningxi reaching for the car door. It was obvious she was already desperate. Yes. Obediently, Biao Ge rushed straight toward them. Brother Lu Ming, hurry and get in the car. Upon seeing this, Jiang Ningxi was so frightened her face paled. Truly scared, she quickly scrambled into the car. Still, even if she started the car now, it would already be too late. At the speed of a martial artist, the moment Biao Ge started running, he had already closed the distance between them. Seeing this, Peng Jiashu curled his lips into a cold smile. Trying to run? You didn't run before. You won't escape now. Biao Ji's fist was already nearly in front of Lu Ming's face. In an instant, it seemed it would smash into him the next moment. In that moment, Jiang Ningxi's heart went cold. But in the next moment, the despair on Jiang Ningxi's face froze entirely. Because Lu Ming casually lifted his hand and caught Biao Ge charging toward him like a ferocious tiger. Then, Lu Ming smiled at Jiang Ningxi in the car, saying, It's fine. No need to get into the car. This guy can't beat me. In that moment, absolute silence fell. They had never imagined the scene could unfold like this. One moment, Biao Ge looked unstoppable, like a tiger lunging into battle, and now, in a single move, Lu Ming had grabbed him as if he were just a helpless chick. In that moment, a deep chill crawled up everyone's spines. Especially Peng Jiashu. His legs were already trembling. What kind of opponent had he provoked? Who could control Biao Ge so effortlessly? Let go of me. Biao Ge roared furiously, feeling Lu Ming's grip on his arm like an iron clamp, unmoving and firm. In that moment, terror surged inside him. He had never imagined Lu Ming's strength could be so terrifying. Actually, he had known that Lu Ming was certainly no weakling, because earlier, with a single kick he had sent so many flying. At the very least, strength-wise he must have been a martial artist. But Biao Ge had thought to himself, he could do that too when facing weaklings like Peng Jiashu and his bunch. Still, one thing Biao Ge was confident about was, Lu Ming had driven up in an old junk car, clearly with no money. Without money, there was no way he could possibly be a neo-wushu expert. Biao Gu, on the other hand, through various swindles and deceptions, had once obtained a vial of Neo Wushu enhancement serum. He had believed firmly that with the edge that serum had given him, Lu Ming was certainly no match for him. But he had never thought that now it was he himself who had been effortlessly subdued. Let you go? Weren't you going to cripple me? Come on, let me see how you'll cripple me, Lu Ming said with a half smile. You claimed to have fought against the black-faced man before. I remember the black-faced man possessed immense power, unparalleled bravery, handsome charm, and noble character. You, a mere novice like you, how could you ever stand a chance against him? Upon hearing this, Jiang Ningxi finally sensed something strange. She had personally witnessed the black-faced man fight. If Biao Gu really only had such abilities, how could he possibly hold his own against the black-faced man in battle? Still, Jiang Ningxi also felt something odd. Lu Ming could have just said the black-faced man was powerful. Why go on and compliment him so excessively? And besides, the black-faced man wore a mask. Who even knew whether he was handsome or charming? I. At Lu Ming's challenge, Biao Ji's dark face flushed deep red with anger, but he couldn't utter a single word in response. Chapter 157. Close your eyes. Speak up. Lu Ming sneered, gripping Biao Ji's fist tightly. Biao Ji's entire face instantly twisted in pain. Hey, it hurts. Let me go, big brother, senior. I was wrong, I lied. Just a moment ago, Lu Ming hadn't even used much strength, yet he'd rendered him completely immobile. Just a little pressure brought unbearable agony. In that moment, he finally understood the enormous gap between himself and Lu Ming. They weren't even on the same level. He stood no chance. His only option was to beg for mercy. Hearing this, Lu Ming immediately kicked out. Biao Gu let out a shriek and plunged headfirst into a pile of dirt nearby, face planting spectacularly, head straight into the ground. Behind Lu Ming, Jiang Ningyi watched everything unfold, as if dreaming. Even if Biao Gu was bluffing and lying, he had still been an underground boxer and should have had real martial arts skills. Yet, to her surprise, Lu Ming had effortlessly taken him down. How incredible. Did you hear that, Peng Jiashu? He's not qualified to fight the black-faced man for 300 rounds. Lu Ming mocked. The reason he insisted on forcing Biao Gu to admit his lie was simply to clear his own name. To him, the title black-faced man held special significance. He couldn't tolerate any defilement. Upon hearing this, Peng Jiashu's face turned pale with disbelief. Impossible. I clearly saw the video myself back then. At this moment, Peng Jiashu fell into a state of shock and trembling, partly from fear at Lu Ming's strength terrifying him half to death, and partly, he never expected that the supposedly strong fighter he had hired with great expense from home was just another bluffer. The video? I hired someone to wear a black-faced man mask and pretend. I used that to con lots of money. Biao Ji's voice came from where his head was buried in the dirt. Upon hearing this, Peng Jiashu's face turned instantly pale. He entered a dazed and disoriented state. Biao Gu had been his own suggestion to the family. He even had them pay for the expense. Who could have imagined the man would turn out to be a fraud? What a terrible loss. Watching this, Jiang Ningyi inside the car suddenly felt an urge to laugh. So after all that, it turned out the Peng family had been scammed. Just at that moment, Lu Ming suddenly walked to her side and smiled. Ningyi, what is it, Lu Ming Gidge? Jiang Ningyi was startled. In this present atmosphere, she hadn't realized that, subtly, the way she and Lu Ming addressed each other had already changed. Close your eyes now. Open them only when I tell you to. Lu Ming smiled. Oh, okay. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ningyi blinked in surprise before hastily nodding, obediently shutting her eyes, her pretty face tense. She immediately guessed what Lu Ming was about to do. He was going to do something very bloody. Looking at Jiang Ningyi's tightly shut eyes, delicate eyelashes quivering slightly, and her lustrous skin subtly trembling, Lu Ming couldn't help smiling. She was kind of adorable like this. Still wallowing in the grief of being deceived, Peng Jiashu suddenly realized that at some point, Lu Ming had silently walked back in front of them and began to speak. All right, now it's my turn. You, what are you going to do? Peng Jiashu was still slightly dazed. Lu Ming smiled. Can't you guess? You? At this moment, Peng Jiashu finally came to his senses, panic dawning across his face. No, please no. He knew that Lu Ming had given them a chance. If they had begged for mercy earlier, they wouldn't have ended up in the hospital. But they didn't beg. Instead, they sent Biao Gu to cripple Lu Ming. So in other words, now Lu Ming was going to. That won't do it all. Lu Ming gently reached out, grasping Peng Jiashu's wrist with a smile. Don't worry, it'll be quick. Peng Jiashu had blocked his car and ordered Biao Gu to cripple him. He'd make sure to repay these two favors in full, or his name wouldn't be Lu Ming. No, take this money. Just let me go, please. Not a chance. A real man must follow through on his words. Lu Ming replied with a smile. At this moment, Peng Jiashu saw Lu Ming's smile as pure devilry. Ay. The next moment, scream after scream filled the quiet street completely. All right, Ningyi, you can open your eyes now. Okay, Lu Ming Gidge. The car sped away, leaving behind a scene of wailing figures. Chapter 158. Aren't you the black masked man? After getting onto the highway, Jiang Ningxi sat in the front passenger seat, still somewhat worried. Brother Lu Ming, will those serious injuries cause any trouble for you? Although she had shut her eyes and didn't see what Lu Ming had done, she clearly heard all the cracking sounds of breaking bones rising and falling around. Just thinking about it, she knew it must have been Lu Ming who had broken all their bones. If that were the case, wouldn't Lu Ming be in danger if the others reported this to the police? But Lu Ming simply smiled. Peng Jiashu was the one who came after me. It was self-defense. There won't be any trouble. Don't worry. Oh right. Hearing that, Jiang Ningxi slightly nodded. Then, she fell into thought, apparently contemplating something, and soon spoke again, bravely asking. By the way, Brother Lu Ming, can I ask you a question? You may. Have you ever participated in underground fighting? Jiang Ningxi asked. Upon hearing that, Lu Ming's hands gripping the steering wheel tightened instantly. Keeping his gaze on the distant highway, he did not turn around. Why do you ask? Because, watching your skills, you must have come from an underground fighting ring, right? Jiang Ningxi guessed. Roughly speaking. Just don't tell Xiao Xiao. I don't want her to worry. Lu Ming admitted without denial, directly. Oh, I see. That makes sense. Seeing Lu Ming's straightforward confession, a smile curled up on Jiang Ningxi's lips, revealing a bit of self-satisfaction. What's wrong? Seeing this, Lu Ming was the one who became surprised. Why did she seem so happy? He had thought that after finding out he had participated in underground fighting, Jiang Ningxi would feel fear or concern. Unexpectedly, she was reacting like this. Perhaps because they had just gone through a big event together, trust had been established, or perhaps it was Lu Ming's honesty that moved her, but whatever the reason, she now decided not to hide her thoughts. When I was having dinner with you just now, I asked my cousin about it, and she said that your card wasn't won through a lottery, but loaded with your own money. So I've been thinking, why would you hide this from Xiao Xiao? Jiang Ningshi explained. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming finally understood. No wonder the girl had kept sneaking glances at him during dinner. It was because she suspected he had lied. Bringing the story up, Jiang Ningshi couldn't help smiling playfully. Earlier, I even thought you might have robbed someone to get that money, which was why you dared not tell Xiao Xiao. What the hell? How could you think of me like that? Lu Ming exclaimed, feeling wronged. My money is absolutely clean. I know already, you don't need to explain, Jiang Ningshi giggled. Of course the money came from underground fighting, but you dare not tell Xiao Xiao because you're afraid she'd worry, right? Heir. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming stuttered and uneasily said, right, you're absolutely correct. Smart, right? Jiang Ningshi flashed him a confident grin, her eyebrows lifting slightly, making her look both lively and sly, like a little fox. Very smart, very smart. I'm ashamed of myself indeed, Lu Ming praised. Hearing Lu Ming's confirmation, Jiang Ningshi grew even happier, looking exactly like a schoolgirl who had just been praised. Right now, there was no trace of the serene demeanor she had shown when they first met. Instead, she looked more like a cute little neighbor sister. Brother Lu Ming, are you really good at underground fighting? Jiang Ningshi continued. More or less. I've never been seriously injured. That was a deliberately vague response from Lu Ming. Hearing that, Jiang Ningshi's eyes lit up. Wow, so you're really amazing? Yeah, they praise me too. But honestly, I think I'm just average. Nothing as exaggerated as they say. Lu Ming unusually displayed some modesty. That's still amazing. If you become a little stronger, do you think you can match the Black Masked Man? At this moment, Jiang Ningshi asked again, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Hearing that, Lu Ming, who had just been enjoying the compliment, suddenly frowned. Why do I even need to get stronger? The Black Masked Man can't beat me. Even though Jiang Ningshi was comparing his other persona with himself, he still felt displeased, let alone the fact that what he said was the truth. Even though he hadn't been in underground fights in the past 4 years, if his current self met his 5 years ago self, that past version would be defeated in an instant. Seriously? Really? Jiang Ningshi looked doubtful. But isn't the Black Masked Man #1 in the underground ring? Oh please, that was the past. Now he'd last no more than 2 punches against me, Lu Ming said. Just at that moment, Jiang Ningshi suddenly said, but, aren't you the Black Masked Man? How are you going to punch yourself twice? At these words, the car instantly fell into silence. Chapter 159, Bragging. Lu Ming instinctively slowed down the car and turned his head to look at Jiang Ningshi. She was blinking with her big eyes, smiling like a fox and looking at him mischievously. How did you know? Lu Ming asked absent-mindedly. He hadn't expected Jiang Ningshi to actually uncover his identity. Jiang Ningshi replied, you said it yourself. Lu Ming was caught off guard. But you guys didn't believe me just now, right? That was true. Earlier, in his anger, he had accidentally blurted it out. But after hearing Jiang Ningshi telling him not to brag anymore and to be careful about being overheard by the black-faced man, which could lead to trouble, he thought that she also believed he was joking. He hadn't expected her to be waiting for him like this. I didn't believe you either, but then when you captured Biaoge, you kept boasting so many times and insisted Biaoge admit to lying. It just seemed very suspicious. Jiang Ningshi analyzed with great confidence. Plus, your martial arts skills are so good. When I recalled your instinctive denial earlier about Biaoge fighting the black-faced man for 300 rounds, I thought you must be the long-missing black-faced man. She finished. Lu Ming was stunned. He took a moment to give Jiang Ningshi a big thumb up. Impressive. Actually, there was nothing wrong with revealing the black-faced man's identity. The reason Lu Ming had chosen to hide it all along was simply because he was worried someone might harm Lin Jiao and his family. Even if Jiang Ningshi found out, it wouldn't have mattered. Seeing that Lu Ming's compliment was sincere this time, Jiang Ningshi finally revealed a satisfied expression. You let out too many clues. You're really not cautious at all and could easily expose yourself. I didn't intend to hide it. Lu Ming smiled. But if you don't hide your identity, it's easy to drag Xiao Xiao into danger. Jiang Ningshi said seriously, then asked, so, does anyone else know your identity? No. Lu Ming shook his head. Indeed, to this day, no one knew that he, Lu Ming, was the black-faced man. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ningshi felt a small joy in her heart. Being the only person who knew Lu Ming's secret made her feel as if she exclusively owned him. But quickly, she pushed that thought aside and asked again. Then can I ask you a question? Ask away, you've already asked so many. Lu Ming chuckled. What's 1 or 2 more questions? Humph. Jiang Ningshi heard the teasing tone in Lu Ming's voice and couldn't help but let out a little pouting sound, then excitedly said, I just want to know how amazing you really are. I once watched a black fist match you participated in, and you knocked down a very famous foreign boxer with just 1 punch. Were you excited at that time? Jiang Ningshi still remembered that match vividly. The opponent was a foreigner who had come to Long Country to challenge every underground boxing arena, boasting an undefeated streak of 13 wins and acting very arrogantly. Yet, Lu Ming defeated him with just 1 move. At that time, Lu Ming had not only defended the honor of Qing City, but also protected the pride of Long Country. It was truly exhilarating. Jiang Ningshi had never imagined that the legendary black-faced man she had admired so much back then was now sitting right beside her in the car. Not excited. Lu Ming, after a thought, answered very seriously. The opponent was too weak. I didn't even need to exert any effort. In reality, the foreign boxer had been very strong. Back then, Lu Ming had not yet reached the level of strength he now possessed, and had actually found the match quite challenging. Even though he had knocked the opponent down with a single punch, in truth, he had already used up excessive energy dodging the opponent's attacks. But of course, there was no way he would ever admit that. Really, hearing this, Jiang Ningshi was shocked, her red lips slightly agape. So formidable was Lu Ming back then? It wasn't visible at all. Really, Lu Ming nodded unashamedly. However, soon Jiang Ningshi sensed something off and asked doubtfully, wait a minute, but I remember that after that fight, you even needed someone to help you walk off the stage. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming didn't bat an eyelid. That was fake. I pretended. At this moment, Jiang Ningshi immediately understood and, feeling indignant, laughed. You're just bragging, aren't you? Where did I? You clearly were bragging. You're even blushing. Don't try to fool me. Where did I blush? Then are you saying you were lying? You little brat, are you trying to trick me? Chapter 160, Jiang Ningxi's uncle. After arriving at the restaurant, Lu Ming parked the car in the parking lot. Your uncle is upstairs, right? He asked. Thank you, brother Lu Ming, for driving me over, Jiang Ningxi nodded. No need to be so polite. Lu Ming waved his hand. Well then, go ahead. I want to accompany you up. Okay, Jiang Ningxi smiled. She was afraid her uncle might misunderstand if she lingered too long, so she opened the car door and stepped out. As soon as Jiang Ningxi disappeared from Lu Ming's sight, he was just about to drive away. Who would have guessed? At that very moment, Jiang Ningxi suddenly rushed back, looking anxious. Seeing that, Lu Ming was taken aback. What's wrong? Jiang Ningxi said with slight embarrassment. I forgot one thing. Forget what? She replied. We haven't added each other on WeChat yet. Oh right. Lu Ming nodded while pulling out his phone and opening his QR code. But actually, you could have had Xiao Xiao send you my WeChat. No need to come back especially for this. He had already seen her step into the elevator lobby, clearly heading upstairs. And yet she returned just for this. It seemed like unnecessary trouble. But hearing this, Jiang Ningxi's face turned slightly red and embarrassed. I was afraid they'd talk about it. She clearly remembered how during dinner tonight, merely glancing at Lu Ming a few times led the girls to believe she was falling for him and had a crush. So if she initiated adding WeChat now, wouldn't it get even more exaggerated? Most likely, Lu Xiao would start calling her sister-in-law by tomorrow. She didn't want to be teased like that. But Lu Ming hadn't thought of it that way and remained puzzled for a moment. After scanning Lu Ming's QR code, seeing his confused expression, Jiang Ningxi felt both shy and slightly annoyed. Pouting, she said softly. Never mind, I won't explain anymore. I have to go up now. Goodbye. With that, Jiang Ningxi turned around and hurried into the elevator area. Watching her leave, Lu Ming felt perplexed, shaking his head afterward. Young people's thoughts, he really couldn't understand them. Just as Lu Ming was about to leave, a black old Porsche rolled in. Upon seeing the car, Lu Ming was taken aback. He recognized this car immediately. He had only just seen it this morning. Predictably enough, the black gold Porsche smoothly pulled up in front of Lu Ming, and the window rolled down, revealing Dongshan's face. He grinned warmly. Brother Lu, what a coincidence meeting you here. Are you also here for dinner? Dongshan seemed genuinely delighted. Never thought they'd meet here again. No, I was just here dropping someone off. Lu Ming answered truthfully. Well then, why not come upstairs with me and have some late night snack together? Dongshan smiled. No need. I've got other things. We'll catch up another time. In that case, brother Lu, have a safe trip. We'll schedule a proper drinking session soon. Next time for sure. Lu Ming nodded with a smile before driving out of the parking lot. Looking at the fast disappearing silhouette of Lu Ming's car, Dongshan sighed. A guy this rich, yet still driving such a regular car, truly has an unusual taste. After parking, Dongshan took the elevator straight to the reserved private room. Opening the door, he immediately smiled brightly. Well, it's been such a long time. You've grown up so much, Xiaoyi. Uncle. Inside the room sat none other than Jiang Ningxi. She smiled as she stood up to pull a chair for Dongshan. Dongshan shook his hand. No need. Just sit down yourself. Uncle's not that old yet. I should help pull the chair. Otherwise Mom will scold me for being disrespectful to elders later. Jiang Ningxi retorted with a smirk. Still holding a grudge? Your mother just scolded you a little when you were young. Come on. Dongshan chuckled, pointing toward Jiang Ningxi. Jiang Ningxi's mother was famously strict, often setting high expectations for her daughter, which resulted in plenty of arguments between mother and daughter. Jiang Ningxi sat back down, saying, she's my mom. I wouldn't dare resent her. Don't go back and exaggerate things, or else she'll say I'm petty and uncooperative. Chapter 161, he offered too much. Haha, okay, that works too. When I get back, I'll be sure to praise you to your mother. Dongshan chuckled at Jiang Ningxi's childish manner. Jiang Ningxi grinned. In front of outsiders, she was always poised and quiet. It was simply the typical demeanor of young people these days. But around people she knew well, she revealed her true self, more playful, charming, and clever. Take tonight as an example. The Jiang Ningxi who had just met Lu Ming and the Jiang Ningxi after experiencing the Peng Jiashu incident were like completely different people. Actually, if not for Peng Jiashu's intervention, the relationship between Jiang Ningxi and Lu Ming wouldn't have developed so quickly. Although in Lu Ming's eyes, someone like Peng Jiashu didn't even qualify as a threat. However, for a man and a woman, going through a dangerous situation together naturally accelerates their relationship. So if Peng Jiashu knew this, he might have spat out all his blood in anger. Oh right, that Peng kid hasn't been bothering you, has he? After Jiang Ningxi sat back in her seat, Dongshan asked. Jiang Ningxi and Peng Jiashu had been practically betrothed since childhood, although no official engagement had ever been arranged, not because either family opposed it, but simply because Jiang Ningxi had an uncle like Dongshan. Dongshan knew Peng Jiashu was a good-for-nothing and, knowing that Jiang Ningxi disliked him, had always opposed the match. And despite the Jiang family's considerable strength, they didn't want to openly conflict with Dongshan, which was why no engagement had ever been formalized. Upon hearing Dongshan's question, Jiang Ningxi's eyes flickered, and after a moment, she decided to hide the truth and replied solemnly, no. She didn't want to bring up tonight's events, not because she was afraid of Dongshan going after Peng Jiashu, but mainly because she feared Dongshan might discover Lu Ming's identity. Jiang Ningxi guessed that the reason Lu Ming had vanished from the underground boxing ring was because he had grown tired of the dangerous lifestyle there. What if she accidentally caused Dongshan to discover Lu Ming's true identity, and Dongshan forced him to return to the underground fighting? She definitely didn't want that to happen. Dongshan, with his seasoned experience, naturally saw through Jiang Ningxi's lie at a glance. Smiling, he said, it's okay. I know you're lying. With that bastard's personality, he must be drooling over your beauty and probably harassing you all the time. No way. Jiang Ningxi responded nervously. Why was her lie so easily seen through? You still want to fool your uncle? Dongshan laughed again before continuing. But I understand. You're lying because you're afraid I'll step in and cause trouble, which might lead to a conflict with the Peng family. I know you're just trying to protect me. Jiang Ningxi gave a forced laugh. Yes, uncle. Upon hearing this, Dongshan grew even more satisfied. My niece really knows how to care for others. However, I also want you to know, you're 21 now, grown up. You've learned how to protect yourself, so I'll respect your decisions even more. If you don't want me to step in, then I won't. But if he ever bullies you, just let me know. I'll tear the Peng family apart. Don't you worry. At that, Jiang Ningxi immediately nodded like a little chick. Of course, uncle. Then, changing the subject, she asked, "Oh right, uncle, weren't you always busy overseas? Why did you suddenly come back to Qingqing?" "That's exactly why I called you over," Dongshan replied, setting down his knife and fork and wiping his mouth. "The thing is, I came back today because someone wants to buy Hengyu and Huafu. I've decided to sell, so I came back to finalize the deal." "What?" Zhang Ningyi was taken aback. "But didn't you say before that holding on to Hengyu and Huafu made you feel secure? Why decide to sell now all of a sudden?" She clearly remembered that Dongshan had once told her he would keep Hengyu and Huafu for life. In Longhua, especially a place like Qingcheng, being a real estate developer gave you a sense of stability that allowed you to fearlessly pursue other business ventures. And now, he was suddenly selling it off? Dongshan scratched his nose and chuckled. "I didn't want it either, but they offered too much." "What? How much did he give you?" Zhang Ningshi was astonished. Just how much money had the other party offered to make her normally arrogant Uncle Dong turn out like this? She clearly remembered that in the past, Dongshan had always looked down on any family in Qingqing in front of her, be it the Pengs, the Jiangs, or Zhong'er. What were they in Dongshan's eyes? Pathetic. Now, even Dongshan was saying obediently that the amount offered was too high? Then who could this person possibly be? Thinking of this, Zhang Ningshi couldn't help but imagine wildly. Could it be one of the leaders from the four great families in Longdu, or from one of those legendary hidden clans? Like someone surnamed Ma, surnamed Ming, or surnamed Su? This part can't be revealed. Dongshan chuckled. "I promised him that the price will remain confidential externally. I'm not keeping it from you deliberately, niece." Upon hearing this, Zhang Ningshi could only reluctantly say, "Fine. But does Mom know about this already?" "They all know. I got together with the old Dong family tonight. Everyone already knows that Hengyu and Huafu will change ownership. To be honest, you're the last to find out." Dongshan grinned, then added, "However, I can tell you a little extra. This guy is extremely impressive. The money he threw around didn't just impress me. It knocked out the entire board of Hengyu and Huafu." Upon hearing this, Zhang Ningshi couldn't help gasping quietly. So impressive? Could the person who could command such terrifying financial power be someone like the top billionaires of Longhua? Someone like Ying Chengfeng? As Dongshan watched Zhang Ningxi's stunned eyes, he smiled with satisfaction. He needed to set the stage first, letting this little girl understand how awesome brother Lu really was. That way, when they finally met, Zhang Ningxi wouldn't underestimate Lu because of his young age. After calming herself from the initial shock, Zhang Ningxi questioned, "Uncle, did you specifically call me out just to tell me this?" Although this news did shock her slightly, to her, the Hengyu and Huafu transaction seemed to have little to do with her personally. For such a trivial matter, even a normally busy Dongshan had made time to meet her. It felt unnecessary. "Of course not. I mainly want to bring you to meet the buyer and have you get acquainted with him." When Dongshan said this, he put away his grin and turned serious. "Uncle, are you planning to introduce me to him?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Ningxi's expression changed immediately. A subconscious resistance stirred deep within her eyes. Instinctively, she believed Dongshan had the same intention as her family, to barter her face for favor. "Where are you getting that idea? Do you think your uncle is that kind of person?" Dongshan replied dryly. "Moreover, do you think people like him even lack for beauties? You're thin as a bean sprout, looking pale and washed out, and still a student. You actually think someone like him would take an interest in you?" Dongshan had done his due diligence. From what he knew alone, Lu Ming already had someone as charming and radiant as Shun Yunxian, someone as seductive and richly sophisticated as Ing Rongrong. Plus, that day during the meal, Lu Ming had also brought along a charming girl named Lan Lulu. In his opinion, she would barely find favor with Lu Ming. After all, Zhang Ningshi truly didn't possess beauty surpassing all these extraordinary women. Therefore, he never intended to introduce Zhang Ningshi to Lu Ming as a romantic prospect. Nor did he imagine that Lu Ming might be smitten with Zhang Ningshi upon seeing her and attempt to make moves on her. Because deep down, he knew with someone of Lu Ming's status and wealth, he could easily get any beautiful woman he wanted. It was simply unnecessary. As she heard Dongshan's genuine intent was truly only an introduction, Zhang Ningshi relaxed. However, her expression soon turned furious again. "Uncle, are you even still my uncle? What did he mean by calling her a bean sprout? What did he mean by pale and washed out?" Zhang Ningshi was about to explode with indignation. Was there any such terrible uncle in the world? Chapter 163, Lu Xiaoqiao's message. "Oh come on, it was just an adjective. Don't get angry, don't get angry." Dongshan laughed heartily, waving his hand. "I'm talking serious business with you, don't fly off the handle." Zhang Ningyi glared angrily at Dongshan. "Then speak. In a couple days, I'll take you to the underground boxing gym to see the casting ceremony, and we'll meet him. If you get a chance to make contact, take it, understand? Better yet, try to get his WeChat. Ask him if you have any questions about business. It'll really help you after graduation, you understand? Your uncle's just looking out for you, you know?" Dongshan spoke earnestly. Actually, just moments ago downstairs, Lu Ming had wanted to invite them straight up to meet each other. But noticing Lu Ming's hurried expression, he decided against it. Better to introduce Zhang Ningyi later at the underground boxing gym. Then how old is he? Do I need to call him uncle or grandpa? Zhang Ningyi asked curiously. At this question, Dongshan hesitated. After some consideration, he replied, "Listen, he and I are friends of the same generation, so you should call him uncle." In terms of actual age, Zhang Ningyi should have called Lu Ming brother. However, Dongshan had no desire to do so. What if Lu Ming thought he was trying to take advantage? Just call him Uncle Lu, alright? Upon hearing the surname, Zhang Ningyi was instantly taken aback. Also surnamed Lu? For some reason, she was very sensitive to that surname lately. "What's wrong?" Dongshan asked in surprise. "No, nothing. It's just that. She's the same surname as my roommate. I think it's kind of a coincidence, huh?" Zhang Ningyi, fearing Dongshan would notice something, waved her hand frantically, letting out a forced laugh. Dongshan noticed something odd about her, but couldn't be bothered to pursue it. He said, "Just remember, when you meet him, call him Uncle Lu. Got it? Don't mess that up." I know. Zhang Ningyi obediently nodded. Yet in her mind, she had already begun thinking about something else. After watching the underground fight in a couple days, should she contact Brother Lu again? She could tell him she was out with friends and got back too late, that there was no ride back to campus, and ask him to drive her home? No, night driving was dangerous. Then maybe she'd invite him for dinner, apologize for getting him involved in the incident with Peng Jiashu, and tell him she felt guilty for dragging him into it. That actually sounded like a good idea. As she thought of this, Jiang Ninyi's lips unconsciously lifted into a smile, her heart suddenly full of anticipation for that day to come soon. And right now, after leaving the hotel, Lu Ming drove straight to a late-night snack spot he often frequented. He hadn't eaten enough steak for dinner and definitely needed something more. Midway, Lu Xiaoqiao called him. "What's up?" Lu Ming answered the call. "Where are you right now, bro?" There was an irrepressible hint of joy in Lu Xiaoqiao's voice. When Lu Ming told her he was driving, she immediately asked, "So where's Jiang Jiang? Isn't she with you?" "She went to see her uncle. Where else would she go? And how did you two get along tonight?" "Not bad. She seems like a solid person. Dependable. The kind who'll show up when things get serious. Perfect as your bestie." "Oh, come on. You know that's not what I mean." Hearing this response, Lu Xiaoqiao wasn't pleased. Lu Ming pretended not to understand, teasing, "Then what did you want to ask?" "What I mean is, do you have feelings for her?" "Romantic feelings," Lu Xiaoqiao explained. "Nope. I think of her as my little sister." "You already have me as your sister. No need for another," Lu Xiaoqiao warned. "Big bro, listen up, you've got to act fast. Jiang Jiang clearly has a crush on you. If you follow up now, I might get a big sis sooner than I expected. And then I won't have to worry about getting along with her later. She'd give me red envelopes every holiday. A 3-in-1 deal, bro." Lu Ming burst into laughter, exasperated. "Are you really this bored? Do you even have class tomorrow?" Chapter 164, Lin Jiao's father. "You just focus on your own stuff. Let me tell you, Jiang Jiang likes." Lu Xiaoqiao began plotting with Lu Ming, determined to force a match. Listening to Lu Xiaoqiao's chattering, Lu Ming said quietly, "If you keep babbling nonsense, I'll call your dad." Lu Xiaoqiao immediately froze, then reluctantly muttered after a long pause, "You're so boring." "It's you who's boring. Go to bed already." "Okay." Lu Ming hung up. By the time he returned to the neighborhood, it was already nearly 10:30. Not too bad. Not that late. He mumbled to himself. After parking, Lu Ming decided he'd go talk to the Jiang family tomorrow. He had already warned Jiang Yun before not to mess with him again, but that guy still conspired with Zhong Heir to provoke Lai Yongyi to irritate him back at Menghai Central City. He needed to settle this matter with the Jiangs. Just as Lu Ming got out of the car and was walking toward home, he suddenly narrowed his eyes and stopped in his tracks. Near the entrance of the community, a flickering street lamp that hadn't been repaired cast unstable light, and beneath it stood a middle-aged man. The man looked about 50 years old, his hair neatly groomed, though his face carried visible signs of exhaustion and anxiety. He held a blue paper bag in his hand marked with Yulon liquor. Lu Ming recognized that blue bag well. It was the bottle of wine he had sent to Lin Jiao's house not long ago, not particularly expensive, but not cheap either. As for the man himself, he knew him even better. It was Lin Jiao's father, Lin Zhongyan. Unlike Lin Jiao, her mother, or her younger brother, Lin Zhongyan could be considered the only rational and clear-minded person in the Lin family. He understood right and wrong, and knew when to step forward or retreat. Despite being a bit soft-spoken, at least he was a good man. When Lu Ming first visited her parents' home, he'd suffered many humiliations at the hands of Lin Jiao's mother, Yang Yanlan. But Lin Zhongyan had often helped smooth things over, and had even lent Lu Ming money in the past. After that incident, however, Yang Yanlan had caused a big fight with Lin Zhongyan, forbidding him from lending money to Lu Ming ever again, fearing that one day Lu Ming might take advantage of his position as a son-in-law and never repay the debt. Also because he didn't want to trouble Lin Zhongyan further, Lu Ming had stopped seeking financial help from the Lins after that. Seeing Lin Zhongyan suddenly appear here, carrying that wine, Lu Ming slowly walked over. Since Lin Zhongyan had helped him once, aside from the identity of a father-in-law, he still would have gladly called him uncle anyway. But had it been Yang Yanlan or her brother coming instead, Lu Ming would have turned and walked away immediately. Approaching Lin Zhongyan, Lu Ming said, "Uncle, why didn't you call me before coming? Have you been waiting long?" He had blocked everyone from the Lin family, but not Lin Zhongyan. Upon seeing Lu Ming finally show up, Lin Zhongyan, who had waited for so long, looked momentarily stunned, before forcing a complex smile onto his face. "Lu Ming, uncle just happened to be passing by." Not that long. He felt a mixture of guilt and emotion. While waiting earlier, he had imagined various scenarios of meeting Lu Ming. Considering how his daughter had wronged Lu Ming, he expected that the first words from Lu Ming might have been in order to get lost. But he never imagined that the first words would instead be a concerned inquiry about whether he had been waiting long. This surprised him, and made his sense of guilt even stronger. Hearing that, Lu Ming's eyes flickered. From the way Lin Zhongyan stood, he could tell he'd been waiting quite a while. But he didn't point it out, simply saying, "Then come in, uncle. Let's talk inside." "Okay." Lin Zhongyan nodded. Once inside the house, Lin Zhongyan glanced around Lu Ming's apartment. He noticed all the photos of him and Lin Jiao that used to be displayed had now been taken down. He let out a faint sigh. "Uncle, have some water." Lu Ming placed a cup of water in front of him, then got straight to the point. "Uncle, what's the matter? Why did you come find me?" "It's like this." Lin Zhongyan chose his words carefully before speaking. "I wanted to come and say I'm sorry to you." Lu Ming smiled politely. "Uncle, that was all in the past. You don't have to apologize to me." Chapter 165, Putting on a Show. "That'll be fine." Lin Zhongyan interrupted Lu Ming, showing a trace of guilt on his face. "Earlier on, I failed to discipline Jiao Jiao properly. I brought you, and your parents, tremendous pain. After the incident, I didn't urge Jiao Jiao to apologize to you as I should have. Instead, I allowed her to listen to her mother and come to you seeking trouble. That was all my fault. Please forgive me. I'm truly sorry. We already made many unreasonable demands on you before, and because of my own personal issues, I didn't act like a responsible father-in-law should during discussions between our families. Witnessing Jiao Jiao making the wrong move in the end and causing your relationship to break apart, I truly feel guilty and blame myself. But no matter how guilty or remorseful I feel, I know it's useless to you. From your perspective, no apologies or words of understanding from us outsiders can mend the trauma you've suffered. So I just want to make it up to you somehow." At this point, Lin Zhongyan placed the blue bag in front of Lu Ming. "This is a small token of my appreciation. I hope you will accept it." Lu Ming looked slightly astonished. He hadn't expected Lin Zhongyan to come over just to apologize. Lu Ming didn't even glance at the bag before pushing it back directly, shaking his head. "Uncle, thank you, but I can't accept your kindness. Please take it back. The house, the car, he already got those back. As for the actual monetary loss, it was only the money he spent during those 5 years when he dated Lin Jiao. As for that money, Lu Ming had long decided not to bother chasing it anymore. He considered it as payment for a lesson learned. In the future, he would remember never to compromise his own happiness for the sake of being kind to others. But Lin Zhongyan refused to take the bag back. Lu Ming, I know you're a good kid, but what you invested in Zhao Zhao deserves recognition. This amount won't be too much, because you know, I myself am not a wealthy man. So please take it without worry. It'll bring me peace of mind. Lu Ming shook his head again and said firmly, Uncle, you're you, and Lin Zhao is Lin Zhao. She's already an adult. If she made a mistake, she should bear the consequences herself. You don't need to cover for her. You can't clean up after her for the rest of her life. Hearing this, Lin Zhongyan's expression turned dim. He looked like he wanted to say something but stopped himself. Lu Ming cut him off. All right then, uncle. That's it. I speak and act straightforwardly, so let's not drag this on any longer. Seeing Lu Ming's determination, Lin Zhongyan, who was never good at arguing, sighed and said, all right then. There's also one more thing. At this point, Lu Ming's expression suddenly relaxed slightly. Uncle, thank you for saying those words tonight. I feel that's already enough to make me feel better. So, you've already made it up to me. Hearing this, Lin Zhongyan looked at Lu Ming, nodded slowly after a moment, and finally smiled. That's good. Lu Ming smiled as well. After a moment, Lin Zhongyan seemed to recall something else and hesitated before saying, by the way, Lu Ming, there's another favor I'd like to ask. Go ahead. I hope you can scold Zhao Zhao a bit. Just tell her that you've already given me 200,000 yuan, and tell her and her mother to leave you alone from now on. Lin Zhongyan spoke hesitantly. He knew it was an awkward request for Lu Ming, who now had no interest in ever dealing with Lin Zhao again, but he had been driven to the edge and had no other choice. Lu Ming, however, sensed something off right away and narrowed his eyes slightly. Uncle, what do you mean? What do you mean by I've already given you 200,000? He hadn't paid a single penny. Why did Lin Zhongyan want to make that call? Nothing much, it's just. Lin Zhongyan forced a bitter smile. Since Zhao Zhao couldn't get the money from you, her mother has been quarreling at home for days already, insisting that you must pay this amount. I couldn't take it anymore, so I came up with this idea. Once you make that call, they will definitely believe it. Lu Ming frowned. So you want me to make that call, and you'll pay the money yourself? Lin Zhongyan nodded. It's for my son's wedding. Of course I should pay. Hearing this, Lu Ming frowned deeply. He knew that when Yang Yanlan had previously demanded he pay the money, Lin Zhongyan had disagreed at first. But under her threat of divorce, Lin had no choice but to give in. This was the weakness of Lin Zhongyan's character. He was too soft. Otherwise, if Lin Zhao had been raised solely by Lin Zhongyan, she wouldn't have turned out as selfish and money-driven as her mother. Even understanding Lin Zhongyan's predicament, however, Lu Ming was unwilling to go along with this charade. Uncle, think carefully. 20,000 isn't a small sum. Lu Ming said gravely. But I can't just refuse to pay for my son's wedding expenses. He's getting married soon. Lin Zhongyan sighed. What if Lin Yanglong doesn't get married at all? Lu Ming countered. Lin Zhongyan shook his head bitterly. I've considered having him not marry, so we could have an easier time. But if I don't help him get married while I'm still able to work, his life in the future will be even harder. Parents shouldn't end up hurting their children. Taking on so much for him is what's really hurting him. Lu Ming scoffed. He already got a girl pregnant before. If you keep covering for him, who knows what else he might do. The moment the words left his mouth, Lin Zhongyan's face suddenly changed completely. He exclaimed in horror. You said what? He got someone else pregnant? Upon hearing this, Lu Ming was also momentarily stunned. You didn't know? He clearly remembered that back then when Lin Zhao pressured him for money, she had come together with Yang Yanlan. He had assumed Lin Zhongyan was aware of all this. Immediately, a sudden realization flashed through Lu Ming's mind. He understood. It must have been because Yang Yanlan and the others feared that Lin Zhongyan was too upright. If he learned about the pregnancy, he would certainly force Lin Yanglong to call off the engagement with Fong Lu. That way, Lin Yanglong would suffer great loss. Lu Ming knew from Lin Zhao that the reason Lin Yanglong wanted to stay with Fong Lu, despite her modest appearance, was because the Fong family was richer than theirs, and after marrying Fong Lu, he could benefit financially from his future in-laws. Because of that, when faced with the heavy burden of the 200,000 yuan dowry payment, Yang Yanlan, despite being stingy, didn't cause a scene with the Fangs, but instead chose to swallow her pride and come to squeeze money out of Lu Ming instead. Hearing this, Lin Zhongyan's eyes changed abruptly. His expression slowly turned emotional, then furious. They never told me anything about this. They got someone pregnant, then what? What did they tell you? Lu Ming quickly reached out and pressed Lin Zhongyan's trembling body. Uncle, calm down first. Please don't get too worked up. I'm not worked up. Just tell me, what exactly happened? Lin Zhongyan forced himself to stay calm despite his inner rage. There was no way Lu Ming could hide the truth from Lin Zhongyan now. He immediately recounted everything. It was like this. Lin Yanglong went to a bar, met a young girl, probably just 18 or 19 years old, and got her pregnant. To prevent this from becoming public, Fong Lu wanted to break off the engagement. So he came to me for money, compensated the girl's family, and that's how it ended. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhongyan instantly exploded in anger. He roared furiously. This bastard. How could he do something like this, and not even tell me? Tell me, Lu Ming, how much money did they take from you? At this moment, Lin Zhongyan was both furious and heartbroken. He never imagined such a huge matter had happened at home without a single soul telling him. What did that make him in the eyes of his wife and children? And on top of that, they still wanted to go ahead with the marriage to Fong Lu. Wasn't that ruining another innocent girl's life? Uncle, the money isn't important. It wasn't that much. You don't have to think about paying it back. Lu Ming knew what Lin Zhongyan was thinking, that he wanted to repay the debt on Lin Yanglong's behalf. He refused, not because he didn't want the money, but because he simply didn't want to take money from Lin Zhongyan. Lu Ming, uncle is sorry, I'm so sorry. Lin Zhongyan looked at Lu Ming with an indescribable sense of guilt. Even before the wedding, the groom's money was coming from the bride's younger brother? How could his wife have the nerve to even ask? It's okay. Lu Ming shook his head, then added, what matters now is this engagement between Lin Yanglong and Fong Lu. Uncle, you should handle it yourself. Let me give you my sincere advice. If you really want what's best for him, then you should set yourself free. I understand. I'll deal with it when I go home. After learning this news, Lin Zhongyan had already given up on the idea of helping Lin Yanglong pay the wedding expenses. His child had already gone off track. This wasn't just about marriage anymore. All right, Lu Ming sighed, then escorted Lin Zhongyan to the door. As he watched Lin Jiangyan's disoriented and devastated figure leave, Lu Ming felt a tinge of melancholy. He didn't know whether what he had done was truly in Lin Jiangyan's best interest. Chapter 167. Ying Rongrong faces difficulties. It was possible, given Yang Yinlan's personality, that she would force Lin Jiangyan to cut ties with his family. But putting himself in someone else's shoes, if he himself had married Lin Jiao successfully, then Lin Jiangyan's life would certainly be a reflection of what his own future might look like. If such a life really occurred, Lu Ming felt that at that time, he might also hope someone would reach out and give him a helping hand. After collecting his thoughts, Lu Ming decided not to think about it anymore. Others' lives were their own. What mattered most was living well for himself. Back in his room, Lu Ming called his parents and reminded them that if they had any questions about using the appliances, they should directly call the staff for help. He was afraid that because they didn't want to bother others, they would choose not to ask and eventually let things go to waste. On the other end of the line, his parents readily agreed and told him not to overthink things, not to feel too sad, and to take care of himself. After hanging up the phone, just as he was about to go to bed, Lu Ming received a call from Ying Rongrong. "What's up? Why are you calling me this late?" Lu Ming asked. "Lu Ming, are you free tomorrow?" There was a hint of hesitation in Ying Rongrong's voice, and Lu Ming could also detect a deep sense of fatigue. Instinctively, Lu Ming sensed something was off. What happened? Did Su Shan give you trouble again? The only thing that could cause Ying Rongrong to act this way was likely connected to Su Shan. Not exactly. Upon hearing that, Ying Rongrong fell silent for a moment before giving a bitter laugh. "But he's involved too. I want to meet with you tomorrow and talk things through. Can we do that? Can't you tell me now?" Lu Ming asked. I don't know where to start. I'd rather tell you in person." "All right." Lu Ming immediately agreed. "No problem. We'll meet tomorrow." At noon the next day, Lu Ming arrived at the restaurant where he and Ying Rongrong had agreed to meet. Walking into the restaurant, he saw Ying Rongrong dressed in a dark business suit with the top button of her white blouse undone, slightly revealing hints of her smooth, fair skin. Yet not even a trace of cleavage was visible, as the modest clothing well concealed her attractive figure. If it weren't for Lu Ming having once closely witnessed Ying Rongrong's charms inside a car, he too might have been deceived by her reserved appearance. Lu Ming walked up and sat across from Ying Rongrong, noticing her slightly pale, fatigued face, clearly a result of a sleepless night. When Ying Rongrong saw Lu Ming, she forced a faint smile and stood up to say, "Lu Ming." She had wrestled all night with whether or not she should even bring this up to Lu Ming. Eventually, she decided she would first explain the circumstances, then tell him of her decision. Besides, Lu Ming surely had countless questions after receiving her call last night. Yet the first thing out of Lu Ming's mouth surprised Ying Rongrong. "Did you have breakfast?" Upon hearing that, Ying Rongrong was momentarily taken aback. "Why are you asking that?" She had expected Lu Ming to immediately ask what had happened. Lu Ming frowned slightly. "What kind of question is that? Can I just care about you? Anyway, did you eat or not?" Listening to Lu Ming, Ying Rongrong inexplicably felt a surge of warmth and suddenly felt like bursting into tears. Women notice details, particularly women who feel lost and helpless, who are especially sensitive to external stimuli. At this moment, when she was facing a crisis and felt alone, hearing Lu Ming's heartfelt concern, her heartstrings trembled profoundly. Even if this was just a simple and straightforward act of care, but for someone in despair, it felt like a ray of light piercing through the darkness. After holding back the sudden urge to cry, she smiled and replied, "Not yet. I've had no appetite today." "Then why are you just sitting here waiting for me? Are you cultivating like an immortal?" Lu Ming said, a bit exasperated. "You should order some food already." Although he sometimes had an irregular schedule, under normal circumstances, he made sure to eat 3 meals on time. Martial artists especially could not afford irregular eating habits, especially since he taught fitness to others. Eating regularly was the most fundamental cornerstone of maintaining long-term health. Seeing Ying Rongrong neglect meals amidst her current troubles, Lu Ming could only wish to give her a slap on the head. "But I'm really not hungry." Ying Rongrong smiled. Lu Ming scanned the code and started placing an order while ordering dishes, saying, "I had a client who said the same thing. She passed away this month. I think you're almost there too." Upon hearing that, Ying Rongrong, who had looked so tired and distressed just now, couldn't help but laugh and lightly wrinkled her nose. "Why do you have to curse me like that?" Chapter 168. Eating. Lu Ming didn't even look up as he replied, "I'm not cursing you. I just think your complexion. In the future, 2 gene including both you and the box. That's impossible. I'm definitely going to live to an old age weighing over 100 gene. Huh? You've got a slim waist and long legs, all tall and slender. Can you really weigh that much?" "Of course I do." As Lu Ming's compliment hung clearly in the air, Ying Rongrong instinctively broke into a delighted smile. Hearing this, Lu Ming expressed surprise, then suddenly seemed to understand. "Oh, I get it. Is it because you're too big, so the weight is all there?" As he said this, Lu Ming lifted his head, his eyes briefly flicking toward Ying Rongrong's neckline before quickly looking away again. As soon as his words landed, Ying Rongrong followed Lu Ming's provocative gaze downward and instantly understood what he meant. Immediately, her entire face flushed bright red, her cheeks as pink and tender as a honey peach. "What are you talking about? Speak softer." This was a public place, and Lu Ming had spoken so loudly. Wasn't he afraid others might overhear? Panicked, Ying Rongrong quickly glanced around. Fortunately, no one seemed to have noticed. Because of the embarrassment and nervousness, she even forgot about her sadness from the previous night. After ordering the food, Lu Ming said cheerfully, "So if I speak softly, it'll be okay then?" "Forget it. Of course not." Ying Rongrong was furious, and her cheeks burned even more fiercely. "Why do you have so many demands? You're so difficult to deal with. You're the one acting like a lomong, yet playing the victim. Don't you have any sense of decency?" Ying Rongrong accused. Lu Ming shrugged his shoulders. "Can I even count as bad? I was complimenting you, right? Isn't saying that about you a compliment?" Unthinkingly, Ying Rongrong shot back, naively believing this would at least make Lu Ming feel slightly uncomfortable. But she underestimated men. Lu Ming immediately widened his eyes in exaggerated surprise, first appearing pleased, then increasingly animated, his tone proud and slightly boastful. "How did you know that? Have you seen it?" At his words, Ying Rongrong was stunned. The next moment, realization hit, and her face turned bright red again. She bit her red lips and said, "You're shameless. How can you say it's me being shameless? It was you who brought it up first, not me. I'm the victim here." Lu Ming perfectly demonstrated the meaning of insufferably self-righteous and pushing his luck. Alright, let's change the subject. Ing Rongrong already felt uneasy all over. If she had known this would happen, she never would have opened her mouth. Sure, Lu Ming declared solemnly. But you must promise not to act this way toward me anymore, got it? At this sentence, Ing Rongrong's beautiful eyes widened. She pointed at Lu Ming, unable to speak for a while. She nearly choked from the injustice. Who exactly was acting indecently here? Just then, the waitress wheeled the food over. Alright. Seeing this, Lu Ming chuckled as he gently lowered Ing Rongrong's pointing finger and began setting the dishes on the table. Eat first. From now on, you need to behave more properly. Humph. Ing Rongrong rolled her eyes at him, but due to her delicate beauty and subtle charm, the expression carried absolutely zero hostility. Once the waitress had finished placing all the dishes and left, Ing Rongrong's expression finally softened completely. Only then did Lu Ming speak. Alright, are you feeling better now? Come on, let's eat, and while you're eating, tell me what happened. At his words, Ing Rongrong was momentarily stunned. So all Lu Ming had said just now, was it all meant to make her stop feeling so down and gloomy? After thinking for a while, Ing Rongrong felt he really went through a lot of trouble, twisting and turning in ways to try to make her feel better. Her heart felt warm, but almost immediately, she felt both shy and upset again. Was it really necessary to use such a subject to try to cheer her up? It was like this. Ing Rongrong began speaking only after eating a couple of bites, at Lu Ming's insistence. Chapter 169, The Truth Behind Everything. Do you know why I asked you to deposit money with me before? Ing Rongrong said. I have a rough idea. Maybe it has something to do with Su Shan. Lu Ming replied. Ing Rongrong nodded. That's right. It does involve him. Back then, Su Shan had been wanting me to marry him for a long time because he thought I was beautiful. And 6 years ago, when I was just 20, the elders in my family wanted me to fulfill the arranged marriage between the Ing and Su families right away. When she mentioned these words, her expression couldn't help but become a little gloomy. At the words engaged before birth, Lu Ming felt an urge to roll his eyes. How much do big families like this kind of marriage arrangement to maintain cooperation? Aren't Jiang Ningyi and Peng Jiashu from yesterday also connected this way? But although Lu Ming dislikes it, he couldn't help but admit that in Longhua, maintaining partnerships through marriage was a traditional concept that had become deeply rooted over time. Difficult to change for a long while. At that time, I definitely didn't want to marry Su Shan, Ing Rongrong said. So I caused a big scene at home, almost resulting in a tragedy. You staged a suicide scene at home? Lu Ming asked. The classic crying, ing, and hanging. In his opinion, the way Ing Rongrong caused a ruckus was probably threatening her family, saying that if she really died, the cooperation with the Su family would come to an end, which might make them wary. But Ing Rongrong chuckled. How could that be? Why should I commit suicide? If I really messed up, wouldn't the loss be mine? Then what did you do? Lu Ming was stunned. I put a colorless, odorless poison into everyone's soup and told them, if you want to make me marry there, we'll all die together. Ing Rongrong said calmly. Humph. After hearing this, Lu Ming was so shocked that he opened his eyes wide, full of surprise, unable to help inhaling coldly. You are too ruthless. He never thought that Ing Rongrong looked gentle and delicate, but deep down, she was such a wild person. Crazy beauty, huh? At this moment, Ing Rongrong's action changed his perception of her. If I wasn't ruthless, how could I have escaped from the Yings? Ing Rongrong smiled. Then did you give them the antidote? Lu Ming asked in confusion. No, if I had, I wouldn't have been able to run all the way to Qingsheng. Ing Rongrong shook her head, and then couldn't help but laugh, with a hint of mischief in her smile. Besides, I didn't even really put poison in the soup. What? Lu Ming was dumbfounded again. Then suddenly realizing, he slapped his thigh and exclaimed in enlightenment. So you were bluffing them? Exactly. I've been staying in the Ying family every day, going out only to attend classes with my girlfriends. I've never even dared to go to a bar in my life. How could I get such a deadly poison, one that can kill people yet is both colorless and odorless? Ing Rongrong's beautiful eyes showed pride. So I could only come up with a plan to bluff them, and me shanged off. They actually believed me. They really fear death so much. Are they really that stupid? Lu Ming was practically doubting the IQ of the Yings. Can they really be so easily manipulated like this? Is that possible? The Yings are at least one of the 4 great families in Longdu. They couldn't possibly have sunk to this level, could they? They're not that stupid. It's just that my father played along with my act. Ing Rongrong sighed as she mentioned this. He pretended to vomit blood, claiming his health was too weak and that he had already collapsed prematurely. So everyone believed it. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming understood. Ultimately, it was Ing Qingfeng who had helped her behind the scenes. Then, Ing Rongrong continued. Therefore, they made an agreement with me, letting me come to Qingsheng to complete the bank task. If I could demonstrate my exceptional potential in finance and economics, proving that I'm capable enough to integrate the resources of the Ying family so we wouldn't need to rely on the Zus anymore, and if I could lead the Yings to open up new strategic territories, then they would allow me to break off my engagement with Su Shan. After this incident, I always thought my father was on my side, because he was willing to go along with my performance, willing to let me leave Longdu, willing to give me the opportunity to prove myself by letting me come to Qingsheng. It was precisely because of this that I always believed my father loved me. I thought he definitely only forced me to marry into the Su family due to pressure from the clan. In his heart, he certainly didn't want his daughter to go to the Su family to become the wife of a playboy like Su Shan. It was exactly for this reason that I worked so hard to show them all that I could do. But I never thought he would speak like that yesterday. Chapter 170, A Request. When Lu Ming heard this, his fingers paused. He knew what Rongrong was about to say next would reveal the true reason why she had sought him out today. Last night, I called my dad. I told him that since you had already helped me meet my savings goal, it meant I had completed the family task ahead of schedule, so naturally, I should no longer be required to enter an engagement. But I never expected that the first thing my father would do after hearing that was scold me. He told me to act more mature, saying that he had given me 6 years to mentally prepare. So how could I really think I could remain childish forever? He also accused me of being heartless and said that allowing me to go along with that farce back then was already the greatest tolerance he could offer. If I still wanted to break off the engagement now, it would be a sign of disrespect to him. I really didn't expect him to speak so harshly to me. And I never imagined that the 6 years he had given me were not meant for me to fight my destiny, but instead to accept the fact that I must willingly marry into the Su family. In the end, The reason he originally agreed to my conditions was simply because he believed I would never achieve that goal in my entire life, that I would suffer endlessly and finally realize that becoming the young madam of the Su family was the best choice for me. He never truly stood in my shoes. He only thought I was too young and naive back then, something he could easily fool, so he deceived me. At this point, Ing Rongrong's eyes finally turned red, and although she wiped away the 2 tears that rolled down with her delicate fingers, Lu Ming, who silently reached out to offer her a tissue, found himself stopping midway. Then, Rongrong inhaled deeply, her face flushed but tears at bay. She continued, "Of course, I know even now he still sees me as a spoiled young lady. If I didn't live a luxurious life, he must think I couldn't endure it, so he believes I will surely return to Longdu after suffering enough hardship. But where does he understand that if I don't marry Su Shan, I already have plans for my own life? I could find someone I like, who also likes me. If he already has a house, I'll live in his. If he doesn't, I can use my savings over these years to pay the down payment with him, and together bear the mortgage debt. We can live frugally for 10 or so years and still make it. I already know perfectly well what time I should go to the market to get the best pork, and when I should go to the supermarket to buy discounted vegetables. I can already live independently now." Ing Rongrong sighed. "Of course, I also know that my education, perspectives, and experience are all thanks to my family. My current ability to earn money definitely cannot be separated from my family's influence, and I wouldn't dare to say that I could live well without them after receiving all their nurturing and education. That's why I'll strive to repay them and show my gratitude. Why can't they just make me work like an ox for the Ing Corporation? Why must I marry Su Shan? As for this man," Ing Rongrong's voice suddenly turned to Lu Ming, a hint of sarcasm in her tone. "Lu Ming, do you know how many pretty girls in my class were ever invited out by Su Shan when we were studying in Longdu?" Lu Ming was taken aback. "How many?" "All of them." Rongrong smirked. "Lu Ming, no wonder this guy acts so full of himself. Turns out his foundation was rotten from the start. Let's be brutally honest. Ing Rongrong, even if I married a rich husband, I wouldn't really mind if he had other women around." Rongrong scoffed. "But if he himself has no abilities at all, doesn't love me one bit, and only thinks about sex all day long, then why should I stay with him? Just to laugh along with those secretly mocking his limp stature? Lu Ming, my goodness, looks like Su Shan is truly hopeless. So, Lu Ming, the reason I found you today," as she reached the climax, Ing Rongrong finally got straight to the point, embarrassment written across her face, "is to ask you for a favor." Chapter 171, Help. "Go ahead and speak," Lu Ming said. Ing Rongrong didn't speak immediately. Instead, she lowered her head, took out a document from her bag, and placed it on the table. "What is this?" Lu Ming asked. "This is the inheritance my mother left me. It includes the shares my mother had in my grandfather's group and in the Ing family, as well as 2 properties. I haven't calculated the total value, but it's worth at least tens of thousands of dollars." Ing Rongrong took a deep breath and hesitated before continuing. "I know this may not seem like much to you, but this is everything I have. I also know that even if I put everything I have on the line, it's still not fair to you. It would make you enemies with both the Su family and the Ing family. But still, I hope you'd be willing to do this for me. I want you to talk to my father and ask him to cancel my engagement with Su Shan. Lu Ming, I truly hope you can help me, but you also have the right to refuse me." After Ing Rongrong finished speaking, she looked at Lu Ming. Her smile was radiant, but deep within her eyes lingered nervousness and anxiety. This was the only lifeline she could think of, the only thing within her grasp. In fact, Ing Rongrong still had some obscure and embarrassing conditions she didn't voice out. If Lu Ming wanted her to give herself to him, she was also willing to agree. Put bluntly, Ing Rongrong thought that even if she couldn't marry Lu Ming, being his lover instead, she could accept that. The coldness of her father and the pressure from Su Shan had brought Ing Rongrong to a dead end. If she couldn't hold on to this one lifeline, Lu Ming, then the rest of her life would be doomed to repeat her mother's path, sinking into the clutches of an overbearing and powerful family. Though such a spontaneous decision might appear impulsive, if it were Lu Ming, she could accept it. She didn't even know exactly when she had started developing indescribable feelings for him, but she knew that judging from Lu Ming's wealth, whether or not he'd consider someone like her, an aristocratic daughter constantly forced into circumstances beyond her control, as a suitable match was questionable. So she had never considered forming a marriage contract with Lu Ming. It wasn't because Ing Rongrong felt inferior or belittled herself. It was because she could see clearly how excellent Lu Ming was, and she could also see that there was someone like Shen Yunxian, an elite female billionaire, beside him. Whether or not she herself could be his main love was another question entirely. "I'm thinking too far ahead." Ing Rongrong hurriedly brought her thoughts back. "What am I thinking about?" Whether or not Lu Ming would agree was still uncertain. Just at this moment, Lu Ming looked at the document Ing Rongrong had presented and smiled faintly. "What exactly are you thinking?" Upon hearing this, Ing Rongrong froze, then instantly understood. In an instant, her eyes dimmed, but then she tried hard not to show her disappointment and forced a smile. "It's nothing at all. I was just saying something random, so you don't need to take it too seriously." Before coming here, she had already expected that Lu Ming would likely refuse her. This wasn't unexpected. As an adult, you couldn't possibly demand someone else to take risks for your life. At this moment, Ing Rongrong pushed away the disappointment that had unconsciously welled up inside and desperately searched for other remaining options. It seemed that her only choice now was to return to her grandfather's home and see if there was any chance he might stand up for her. But thinking of her mother's actions back then, Ing Rongrong felt that this hope was also slim. As for what remained, it was either surrender or self-destruction. Yet, just as 1,000 thoughts whirled through Ing Rongrong's mind, Lu Ming pushed the contract she had laid out back toward her and said, "Keep the inheritance your mother left you. As for your problem, even if you didn't ask me, I'd still help you." The moment the words were spoken, Ing Rongrong, who had been desperately thinking about how to save herself just now, immediately froze. She widened her beautiful eyes and stared at Lu Ming, and soon after, her delicate face radiated an expression mixing astonishment, joy, and disbelief. You really mean it?" Chapter 172, Assistance Offered. "Of course it's true. Do you think I'd joke about something like this?" Lu Ming smiled. "You really want to help me?" But Ing Rongrong was overjoyed, but she immediately restrained her excitement, hesitating slightly as she added, "However, Lu Ming, don't help me out of a momentary impulse. Think about the consequences. Although Ing Rongrong was beautiful and came from a prominent family, she was a normal person with her own ambitions. To her, it was exactly what she hoped for. Lu Ming could help her. That was precisely why she had come to see him in the first place. Yet now, seeing that Lu Ming genuinely intended to extend a helping hand, she hesitated. She knew this meant Lu Ming would be directly opposing both the Su family and her own Ing family, offending two powerful clans at once. Ing Rongrong was worried about whether it might affect Lu Ming's family, his company, even his financial stability. But when she expressed this, Lu Ming laughed it off. Consequences? What consequences could there be? It's nothing more than angering the Su and Ing families. But have you considered this? Even if I don't help you, my relationship with these two families is already terrible anyway. As he spoke, Ing Rongrong was taken aback, then quickly realized, oh, actually, that does make sense. Since the incident at Menghai Central City, where Lu Ming had beaten Su Shan like a dog and mocked him in front of the entire Qingqing, it was already obvious that there could only be an irreconcilable feud between Lu Ming and the Su family. The reason the Su family hadn't acted yet was simply because they believed Lu Ming had Shun Yunxian as a patron, so they dared not make a move lightly, at least for now. Still, Ing Rongrong was well aware. Lu Ming didn't really depend on Shun Yunxian. Lu Ming himself had true power. So, you don't need to worry about me, and you certainly don't need to offer your mother's inheritance to me as payment. I'm helping you. Lu Ming smiled, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. To be frank, if Ing Rongrong had just come over asking for his help without offering anything, he might have instinctively refused. Not because he was heartless, but because of Lin Jiao, he unconsciously resisted the idea of actively helping a woman. After all, no good ever came to a desperate lapdog. But seeing that Ing Rongrong had already spent everything she had, even bringing up her late mother's inheritance, moved Lu Ming's compassion. She hadn't intended to get a free favor, and combined with the fact that he had already antagonized the Su and Ing families regardless of whether he helped her or not, Lu Ming thought for a moment and decided he would help Ing Rongrong. But then, you're helping me for nothing? Ing Rongrong hesitated again. But even if you gave me that, Lu Ming made a dismissive face and said, do you really think I care about some property worth just a few million? Then he scoffed aloud, clearly showing contempt and disdain on his face. He practically shouted, I'm rich enough. Ing Rongrong. Even though she felt a little guilty toward him, even though she knew full well the guy was faking, why did he still seem so punchable? Give me the phone. I'll call your father now and settle this matter clearly. Lu Ming stretched out his hand, deciding to handle things quickly. Now, hearing this, Ing Rongrong was taken by surprise. That was too fast. Of course. Otherwise, when else would you expect me to do it? I'm a very busy guy, you know. Lu Ming grinned. Ing Rongrong thought his reasoning made sense, but she couldn't resist asking, then what exactly do you plan to say to my father? I plan to talk with him and see if there's any room for negotiation. Lu Ming paused for a moment and said thoughtfully, enemies are best resolved rather than prolonged. If we could change this hostility into cooperation, say, if I were to replace Su Shan and become your family's new business partner, wouldn't that be better for everyone? Who wants to make more enemies unnecessarily? Don't you agree? Although Ing Qingfeng was a despicable scoundrel, out of regard for Ing Rongrong's feelings, he was willing to give Ing Qingfeng a chance. The Ing family's interest in allying with the Su family was nothing more than the Su's connections in the banking industry, with the ultimate goal being access to a huge low-interest loan. And at the heart of all that, the true origin of the problem was simple: money. What a coincidence. He, Lu Ming, happened to be very, very rich. Chapter 173: A Call to Ing Qingfeng. So, if Ing Qingfeng was willing to behave and take the initiative to break off the engagement with the Su family, Lu Ming wouldn't mind offering them a bit of financial support. That's true. Upon hearing that, Ing Rongrong revealed a delighted expression, but soon, as if suddenly recalling something, her expression turned hesitant, and she shot a shy glance at Lu Ming, her pretty face blushing deeply. Seeing this, Lu Ming, who was waiting for Ing Rongrong to hand him the phone, felt a bit confused. Why aren't you giving me the phone? He asked. No, it's just that. Hearing Lu Ming's question, Ing Rongrong's cheeks flushed even more, and her fair face, now tinged with red, looked tender and tempting like a ripe peach, exuding an alluring charm. Her voice lowered. She looked as if she were afraid to ask. I was just thinking, are you going to ask my dad for my hand? As her words fell, Ing Rongrong's face turned completely red. Huh. Lu Ming, who was waiting for the phone, was stunned. Ing Rongrong's question caught him completely off guard, and for a moment, he didn't know how to respond. After staring in shock for a while, he finally, under Ing Rongrong's gaze, stammered. Emmy? Why would I propose? Huh. Hearing Lu Ming's counter-question, Ing Rongrong was also taken aback. She exclaimed in astonishment, but didn't you say you wanted to replace Su Shan? Isn't that because you want to become my fiancé? As her words fell, Lu Ming, Ing Rongrong, their eyes locked. The dining table fell into complete silence, the air seemingly frozen in concrete. At this moment, Ing Rongrong fearfully realized one thing. She had misread the situation, and at this moment, Lu Ming was internally shouting, oh man. He now understood why Ing Rongrong was blushing. It turned out that because he had spoken too quickly just now, she had misunderstood his meaning. Heir, what I meant was that I can replace the Su family and cooperate with the Ing family. Lu Ming broke the silence, forcing a dry smile. Sorry, I got ahead of myself. Ing Rongrong opened her big eyes wide, suddenly feeling utterly humiliated. The toes inside her shoes were so embarrassed they had already dug out a 3-bedroom apartment, yet she had to pretend everything was fine on the surface, giving Lu Ming a matching awkward smile as she stammered. No, it's fine, I was just asking randomly. You, hurry up and make the call. Ing Rongrong quickly took out her phone, entered her father's number with trembling fingers, handed it to Lu Ming, and then lowered her head. Under the table, her delicate fists pounded her knees soundlessly in silence, her entire face now completely red, not from shyness, but pure mortification. Am I out of my mind? What in the world was I even saying? Ing Rongrong was practically ready to punch herself. Never before had she felt such an urgent desire to leave the world entirely. How could I say such a straightforward thing? Asking someone to become my fiancé. Ing Rongrong was nearly suffocating with embarrassment and ready to change planets. Looking at Ing Rongrong, her head lowered and obviously trying to find a crack in the floor to disappear into, Lu Ming tried hard not to smile. He bit his lip, coughed dryly twice, trying to hide his amusement. On one hand, he thought Ing Rongrong's flustered and indignant appearance was extremely cute and endearing, both pretty and amusing. On the other hand, he wondered whether her question about proposing meant she might have special feelings for him, like being smitten by his handsome looks and strong physique. Sigh, it would be awkward to ask if that's what she really meant. It's tough being this attractive, always being plagued by such troubles. Eventually, Lu Ming refrained from speaking those words out loud, knowing he'd be pummeled if he did, and instead shifted the subject. Well then, I'll make the call now. Okay. Ing Rongrong replied with a blush, carefully raising her head slightly and whispering as softly as a mosquito. She still wasn't quite daring to look into Lu Ming's eyes. Lu Ming coughed again, then dialed the call and stood up to step beside the nearby floor-to-ceiling window, waiting for Ing Chengfeng to pick up. Watching Lu Ming dial and bring the phone to his ear, Ing Rongrong finally felt her embarrassment subside slightly, only for nerves to immediately take over. The phone was picked up almost immediately. On the other end came the sound of flipping pages and Ing Chengfeng's voice. Thought it through? This is Lu Ming. Lu Ming said simply. Normally, by etiquette, he should address Ing Chengfeng respectfully as uncle, but he just didn't want to. Upon hearing Lu Ming's voice, the sound of pages flipping on the other end ceased, replaced by Ing Chengfeng's cold voice. What do you want? Chapter 174, Ing Chengfeng's Wrath. There's something I want to discuss with you, Lu Ming said in a calm voice. Speak. Ing Chengfeng's tone revealed neither joy nor anger. I heard that Rongrong and Sushan are only bound by a childhood betrothal, without an official engagement contract, so I'd like you to dissolve their engagement. Lu Ming came straight to the point. Ing Chengfeng immediately laughed in anger, countering. On what basis? He never expected Lu Ming would actually dare order him to break off the engagement. Did this fellow even know his own weight? If it weren't for Shen Yunchuan's sake, Ing Chengfeng would have hung up the phone the moment Lu Ming opened his mouth with such unfriendliness. I know you're unwilling because you want to cooperate with the Su family. Lu Ming continued. If you dissolve the engagement, whatever the Su family can offer you, I can provide as well. Ha ha ha. This time, Ing Chengfeng could hardly contain his anger anymore. He shouted furiously. Lu Ming, do you know who you're talking to? He had tried to control his anger speaking with him, but now he dared speak to him in such commanding tones and claimed that whatever the Su family could give, he could too. Did he realize that the Su family had secured for the Yings nearly 10,000 in low-interest loans over the past decade? Who did he think he was? I'm serious. Frowning, Lu Ming replied. As for that matter of 100 yuan earlier, I won't hold it against you. Partly because of Rongrong, partly because to me, 100 yuan isn't worth the fuss. Are you sure you don't want to reconsider? To take Rongrong's feelings into account, I can show you my sincerity first. He'd already humbled himself enough. If Ing Chengfeng couldn't appreciate this gesture, he was ready to turn hostile. Although the Ying family was a powerful clan, Lu Ming didn't feel he needed to grovel. As for physical strength, he might not know how many hidden experts existed in the shadows of this world, but he was confident he could beat any professional bodyguard available in the open market. That was proven through underground bare-knuckle boxing experience. If it hadn't been because of Qin In, he would have long abandoned the underground rings, already earning millions annually. As for wealth, he didn't believe Ing Chengfeng could rival his fortune. Therefore, if not for Ing Rongrong, he wouldn't have cared about Ing Chengfeng's feelings at all. Yet Ing Chengfeng still felt that Lu Ming was treating him with great disrespect. He snapped, silence, then sneered. Who do you think you are? Flaunting other people's money before me? Do you think our Ing family is some soft, squeezable target? You even dream of altering my daughter's fate? Let me tell you, I agreed to play the father's role for 5 years is already more than sufficient kindness on my part. If she dares send someone else to talk to me like this again, I'll have her sent back to Longdu immediately. As for you, let me make this clear. I had Zhong Heir apologize to you purely out of respect for Shan Yunxian. Otherwise, do you think you're anyone worth my attention? He made it plain that he despised Lu Ming. There was no way someone like Lu Ming could sabotage his plans with the Su family. Furthermore, the reason Ing Chengfeng could now scold Lu Ming so openly wasn't out of fearlessness towards Shan Yunxian anymore, but because as head of the Ing family, there were situations where leniency must end. He had chosen to apologize the day before because they were in the wrong initially, but now the other side had the audacity to command him, through someone else, to cancel an engagement as if trampling on his face, a clear sign of contempt toward the Ing family. In such circumstances, there was no need to worry about Shen Yunchuan's reputation anymore. Otherwise, if he chose to back down again, the entire Ing family would become the laughingstock of Longdu. In that case, you won't agree? Upon hearing these words, Lu Ming finally chuckled coldly, his tone gradually turning arrogant. Then Ing Chengfeng, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. What? Are you threatening to destroy my Ing family? Now Ing Chengfeng also grew furious. How dare this fellow call him by name directly? He sneered. Let me tell you this, even in 100 years, you won't touch the Ing family. I do. Staring at the phone, Ing Chengfeng froze. Lu Ming hung up on him. You're asking for death, Lu Ming. You're begging for death. Half an hour later, an extremely disgraced and furious roar burst from Ing Chengfeng's office. Never in his life had anyone dared treat him this way. Chapter 175. Ing Rongrong's strange ability to imagine things. What happened? As soon as Lu Ming hung up the phone, Ing Rongrong couldn't help but ask. But when she saw Lu Ming's expression, her heart sank slightly, already knowing that things probably hadn't gone well. As expected, Lu Ming shook his head. He refused to cooperate with me. Ing Rongrong's heart dropped to the bottom of her stomach. She sighed softly. Well then. Seeing the disappointed look on Ing Rongrong's face, Lu Ming's gaze sharpened slightly. He said, since that's the case, then I have no choice but to handle things my own way. How do you plan to do that? Upon hearing this, Ing Rongrong immediately asked, her eyes showing determination. Now that her father was determined to marry her off to Sushan, there was no way she would ever agree. Whatever method Lu Ming intended to use, she would fully cooperate. Looking at Ing Rongrong, Lu Ming replied slowly, it's simple. You come with me to a hotel. The moment the words were out, Ing Rongrong, whose eyes had been full of determination, froze. She stared at Lu Ming, her expression gradually hardening, surprised. Wow, what? To the hotel. Lu Ming lowered his head and pulled out his ID card. Did you bring your ID? I did, brought it. Seeing that Lu Ming wasn't joking, Ing Rongrong was even more startled, but still instinctively obeyed, pulling out her own ID from her bag. Good. Then let's go to the nearest Hilton hotel now. Just book a room by the hour. Lu Ming opened his phone and immediately started booking a room. This time, Ing Rongrong was truly panicked. Her palms turned icy cold from nervousness, her heart thumping wildly, her gaze shifting restlessly as she avoided looking at Lu Ming directly. Why had it come to this suddenly? This fast? Had her father said something provocative to him on the phone? Is it really appropriate for things to move so quickly? We aren't even dating. If I agree, will he think I'm too casual? If I refuse, will he think I'm uncooperative? And I've heard that it hurts a lot. Mentally, I'm just not ready yet. Oh no, had I known it would come to this today, I wouldn't have worn the cartoon-patterned undergarment. I remember owning a really pretty red lace set. Her eyes stiffly fixed on the dishes in front of her, Ing Rongrong was completely frozen in place, thoughts racing wildly through her mind. Right now, her mind was blank with confusion. Seeing her expression, Lu Ming took her ID and called out to her. Rongrong, Ing Rongrong? What's wrong? Startled awake from her daze, Ing Rongrong gasped. Where's your bodyguard? That Ding Jingning. Lu Ming asked. She's in the car outside. Ing Rongrong obediently answered, her brain still consumed with anticipation, fear, and anxiety over the earlier topic, leaving nothing else but empty space. Even the way she answered his question appeared mechanical and robotic. Call her to come with us to the hotel. Lu Ming said. Upon hearing that, Ing Rongrong felt even more horrified. Her beautiful eyes widened in shock, lips parting slightly as she asked, Hish. That wouldn't be appropriate, right? We can't possibly be heard. Never in her wildest dreams had she imagined needing to bring a bodyguard along for such an occasion. Wouldn't that be extremely embarrassing? Heard what? Of course we need her to hear. Otherwise, wouldn't it be pointless for us to go? Lu Ming replied, puzzled. Ing Rongrong was totally stunned. Staring at Lu Ming, she could hardly find any words to say. Was there really something peculiar about Lu Ming's preferences? For the moment, she could hardly accept this. Then Lu Ming added, here's the thing. Let me tell you my plan. Okay. Numbly nodding, Ing Rongrong's brain was still digesting what Lu Ming had just said. As for the so-called plan Lu Ming had mentioned, she had already stopped trying to understand. She was wondering, was this really something that needed a plan? Or was Lu Ming actually planning out certain positions, just like the legends say? Chapter 176, The Embarrassment at the Hotel. My idea is this. We shouldn't provoke the Su family and the Ing family too much in our first move. Lu Ming continued speaking, completely unaware that Ing Rongrong's mind had already drifted across the Atlantic. So, my plan is, first, we go to the hotel. Then your bodyguard will pretend to be a traitor and call your dad to say that we've been alone in the hotel together for 2 hours. That way, they'll assume we've actually done something. Do you get what I'm saying? As his voice faded, Ing Rongrong suddenly looked up in shock, staring at Lu Ming with wide eyes. So, we're not actually going to do anything. Of course not, Lu Ming instinctively replied. At that moment, Ing Rongrong's face turned red with embarrassment. In an instant, her delicate cheeks flushed bright red. Her toes curled tightly inside her shoes as if trying to dig into the floor. Flustered, she waved her hands around and gave an awkward chuckle. Okay. She wanted to argue, but in the end, she just gave up. Right now, only 2 lines echoed endlessly in her hopeless mind. I want to die? Seriously. Meanwhile, seeing her reaction, Lu Ming also suddenly looked awkward. He scratched his head, coughed dryly, and subconsciously pulled back a little, his face turning slightly sideways. Wait a minute. She actually thought we were going to do something? And she even gave him her ID? Does that mean she's okayed it? Cough, cough. Lu Ming shook the thoughts out of his head. No. A man shouldn't jump into things without thinking first. Miss, should I make the call then? Ding Jingning asked carefully. Alright, you go ahead. This is the best plan Lu Ming could think of. Ing Rongrong said. She knew exactly why Lu Ming hadn't asked her to announce this to the whole world. It was to protect her reputation. This way, even if they checked into a hotel, the only ones who'd know would be Ing Changfeng and Su Shan. If the engagement could be dissolved, Ing Rongrong would still remain single. But if not, they could always do something even more daring. Alright, Ding Jingning nodded, then immediately ran outside. Bang! The door closed shut. Lu Ming noticed that the hotel room was clean and luxurious. The main color scheme was black and dark gold, with eye-friendly warm orange lighting, though it was so bright outside that the lights weren't needed. There was a subtle fragrance in the air, calming yet indescribable. His eyes landed on the pure white bedding set, smooth in texture, with a pair of slippers neatly placed in the corner. Through the transparent bathroom window, he could see a huge fish tank large enough for 2 people to lie in. The marble bathroom was wide and spacious, clearly suitable for sharing. Through the transparent bathroom window, he could see a huge fish tank large enough for 2 people to lie in. The marble bathroom was wide and spacious, clearly suitable for sharing. Lu Ming, who normally paid little attention to his surroundings, rarely took in the whole picture. So why now? Because after Ding Jingning left, Lu Ming suddenly didn't know what to say to Ing Rongrong. That was understandable. Alone in a room, a man and a woman. And he wasn't some eunuch. Ing Rongrong's charm was growing exponentially in his eyes. After all, Ing Rongrong was a genuine beauty, the sharp, fox-like face that made men's imaginations run wild. Though her dark suit was conservative and modest, the bare, smooth skin exposed was more than enough to set his heart racing. Yet even so, Lu Ming still tried to keep his composure. But when he recalled Ing Rongrong's cute and flustered voice back in the restaurant, asking, "We're not going to do anything," he couldn't stay calm. Hadn't Ing Rongrong just given her silent approval for anything? How could he not have wild thoughts now? How could his mind not be heating up? Trying to suppress the rising heat in his lower abdomen, Lu Ming sat down on a chair. The room was so quiet now that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Lu Ming could even sense the soft and careful breaths from behind him. Ing Rongrong obviously didn't dare to breathe too loudly, not wanting to disturb the silence between them. Just then, Ing Rongrong suddenly spoke. Lu Ming immediately raised his head. What? Chapter 177, Lips. Seeing Lu Ming respond immediately, Ing Rongrong froze again. She quickly realized that Lu Ming hadn't actually been looking around the room. He had simply been pretending to avoid awkwardness. In truth, he had been paying attention to her all along. Lu Ming, too, felt suddenly awkward. It's hard for someone who's never dated or been alone in a hotel room with a girl to truly grasp the situation. If they were boyfriend and girlfriend, they'd probably already be in bed together, at the very least kissing and touching passionately. If they were both completely innocent and straightforward, they could at least be completely at ease. But the problem was that neither of them had completely innocent intentions. They weren't exactly thinking about that, but on the other hand, Lu Ming wouldn't be acting like this if there were absolutely nothing. Still, after only about 5 or 6 seconds of silence, Lu Ming quickly followed up, asking, "What's wrong?" "Oh well, I was wondering if you want to watch TV." Ing Rongrong asked, making small talk. At this moment, her hands were so tense they were clenched tightly, her delicate fingers turning pale from the pressure. This was her first time coming to a hotel with a man, and under such circumstances, it wasn't her fault she was nervous. "Sure, let's." Lu Ming coughed awkwardly, then suddenly remembered his purpose for being here and quickly stopped himself. "Wait, don't let your dad hear the TV." He was worried Ding Qingning would pick up background noise from the TV while on the phone. "Oh, fine then." Ing Rongrong softly agreed. Seeing her like this, Lu Ming also felt bad about letting the girl stay so awkward and started making small talk. "By the way, is this your first time at a hotel?" "Yeah, no." Ing Rongrong almost admitted, then hastily corrected herself. "I've stayed at hotels alone before." "Yeah. Oh, then is this your first time coming to a hotel with someone else?" Lu Ming instinctively replied. After saying it, he frowned slightly, confusion flickering in his eyes. What a stupid question he had just asked. "Oh yeah, what about you?" Ing Rongrong answered the same way. Why was this awkward topic suddenly turning into a back-and-forth conversation? Lu Ming couldn't help but internally complain, then nodded. "Yeah, me too." "Ah." This response sparked Ing Rongrong's curiosity, and she exclaimed in surprise. "How could you be a first-timer? Didn't you used to be with?" She meant Lin Jiao. She found it confusing. How could Lu Ming and Lin Jiao have dated for so many years without ever staying at a hotel? Upon hearing that name, Lu Ming gave a bitter smile. "You find it strange too, don't you?" "So do I. I told her I wanted to respect her and wait until after marriage. Turns out she and Zhang Yun went to a hotel anyway." As he said this, a trace of sadness showed on Lu Ming's face. It wasn't so much sorrow now as it was frustration. It wasn't that he felt bad because he didn't have money back then to keep Lin Jiao. He just regretted not beating Zhang Yun to a pulp 2 days ago. A few slaps were simply too lenient. No good. At this thought, Lu Ming's anger flared up, and he decided grimly that once he and Ing Rongrong left the hotel, he would definitely go have a little chat with the Jiang family. They'd been warned not to mess with him. And yet, 2 days ago, Zhang Yun had dared to confront him at the Ocean Dream City, asking for death. Just at that moment, while Lu Ming was deep in dark thoughts, he suddenly noticed Ing Rongrong had quietly moved to sit beside him without him noticing. He turned his head and saw an apologetic look on her pretty face. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have brought that up." She now felt slightly guilty. How had she steered the conversation straight to Lu Ming's emotional wound? Looking at Lu Ming's disappointed expression, Ing Rongrong imagined he must be feeling anger, sadness, maybe even a bit of inferiority. Those feelings often came with betrayal by a deeply loved partner. "It's okay. It doesn't bother me." Lu Ming shook his head. And honestly, he really wasn't bothered anymore. But Ing Rongrong wanted to comfort him further and lift his spirits. "You shouldn't think too much of it. That short-sighted Lin Jiao will realize someday what she missed. Besides, even if she didn't accompany you to the hotel, isn't there me with you now? You don't have to feel bad at all." At that, Lu Ming was instantly stunned. So was Ing Rongrong after saying it. She hurriedly corrected herself. "No, I mean, you'll definitely have someone accompany you." "Oh, forget it. Pretend I said nothing." Ing Rongrong immediately felt like life had no meaning again. What exactly was wrong with her today? Chapter 178. From now on, we are family. Thankfully, the awkward moment didn't last long. Before the atmosphere between the two could freeze again, Ing Rongrong's phone rang. "It's my dad," Ing Rongrong said nervously. She knew exactly why Ing Qing's phone was calling again, which was why she felt anxious. Although it had been her own decision to carry out the plan, how could she not be nervous facing her father's inquisition about such a matter? Her mind suddenly went blank, unsure of what to say if she answered. "All right." Lu Ming nodded and directly took Ing Rongrong's phone. Then, under Ing Rongrong's watchful gaze, Lu Ming simply ended the call. "Huh? Not answering it?" Ing Rongrong exclaimed in astonishment. "Of course not." Lu Ming shook his head. "Your father got to be the head of the Ing family for a reason. He's not stupid. If we just checked into the hotel and yet still could answer his call, what do you think he would assume we're actually doing?" Upon hearing this, Ing Rongrong froze for a moment, before realization dawned upon her. "That makes sense. We'll call him back after the hourly room time is up." Lu Ming smiled. Then he stood up and walked toward the balcony. "For now, let's just wait." "All right." Ing Rongrong obediently nodded. Because the next step was simply waiting for time to pass. The embarrassment between the two was no longer as intense as before. Lu Ming poured Ing Rongrong a glass of water and handed it to her. "Here you go. Thank you. So, any plans for what you're going to do next?" Lu Ming really was thirsty. He gulped the entire glass down and then asked. "No idea." Ing Rongrong shook her head. "If I can still continue working normally, then I'll just stay in Qingqing. Me and Xiaoning are doing fine here. But if my father and Sushan really want to hunt me down, then I'll just find a smaller city. I've already secretly bought a house and 3 shops under Xiaoning's name. The registration is done through shell companies, completely disconnected from my name." Hearing this, Lu Ming smiled slightly. "Seems like you've been well prepared." Ing Rongrong truly intended to escape this marriage. But what good is all that preparation really? Ing Rongrong sighed bitterly. If they're determined to find me, they definitely can. Otherwise, I wouldn't have run here to bother you, asking you to save me. Don't worry. Lu Ming tapped his glass lightly against hers with a crisp sound. "I will definitely save you from Sushan's grasp." Seeing the casual yet determined expression in Lu Ming's eyes, Ing Rongrong felt a warm sense of gratitude. Thank you. In this world, how many men could possibly go this far for her sake? After the time in the hourly room ended, Ing Rongrong called back and handed the phone to Lu Ming. "Where are you?" Ing Chengfeng's voice was already completely dark, devoid of even a hint of variation, not calm, but rather the eerie stillness just before a furious storm. He had been waiting those hours on edge, nearly consumed by rage. Whether or not Ding Jingning called was essentially irrelevant, because ever since Sushan arrived in Qingqing, people had already been tailing Ing Rongrong. Thus, during those few hours, Ing Chengfeng had already confirmed with Sushan. Ing Rongrong had actually gone to a hotel with Lu Ming. At that moment, Ing Chengfeng was furious beyond words, nearly murderous. If Lu Ming had been in front of him, he would have smacked him into oblivion without hesitation. That guy actually dared to touch Ing Rongrong, and even stayed in there for 3 whole hours. Alone, in a room, for 3 hours, a man and a woman. There was no need to guess what could have happened. Ying Qingfeng had previously suspected Lu Ming and Ying Rongrong of having some kind of relationship, but after investigation, he found out that they had only met a few days prior, with no actual romantic history. Thus, over the past couple of days, he had eased up slightly, but he had not yet fully relaxed, when these two people immediately went ahead and had actual relations. Damn it. At a hotel, uncle. Lu Ming said cheerfully, clearly with a mocking tone aimed solely at pissing off Ying Qingfeng. From now on, we are family. Chapter 179, Let You Save Face. What did you say? Lu Ming's first sentence immediately drove Ying Qingfeng, who was already on the verge of explosion, over the edge. Ying Qingfeng roared, shut up. Be more cultured, uncle. Lu Ming still wore a grinning face. If you get angry easily, you'll break my heart as your future son-in-law. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Ying Rongrong beside them blushed slightly. How could he speak the words son-in-law so naturally? I never intended to marry my daughter to you, Lu Ming. Give up on this idea forever. Ying Qingfeng spoke with icy coldness. I advise you to disappear from my daughter's side immediately, or I'll make you disappear. Lu Ming grew up unafraid of threats. Upon hearing Ying Qingfeng's words, he didn't panic at all but instead became even more provocative. Oh, I'm so scared. Why don't you come and kill me then? If you can't kill me, I'll come looking for you at the Ying family. How about you try again? His tone was arrogant, unbelievably audacious. At this moment, Ying Qingfeng became utterly furious, spitting out, good. Lu Ming, I've given you a chance to live, but you insist on choosing this path to death. I tell you, shut your damn mouth. Seeing Ying Qingfeng preparing to threaten again, Lu Ming directly interrupted, sneering. Ying Qingfeng, I gave you face, but you refused it yourself. I'll tell you now, this is my final ultimatum. Cancel Su Shan's engagement to Ying Rongrong within 3 days. If not, I'll cancel it for you. You'd better consider, do you want to keep fighting me head on, or do you want to preserve the dignity of the Ying family and the Su family? That's it. The moment he finished speaking, Lu Ming hung up the phone directly, not bothering to listen to Ying Qingfeng anymore. At that moment, Ying Rongrong beside them stood frozen. Frankly, she thought that as Ying Qingfeng's daughter, upon hearing Lu Ming insult her father, she should be angry. But in her heart, Ying Rongrong felt not the slightest anger. Not only that, she even thought Lu Ming was kind of cool. This was the real courage of a family heir, wasn't it? Previously, Lu Ming's gentle image had always made Ying Rongrong believe that aside from his wealth, he was just like a good-natured, humorous older brother. But now she realized. Lu Ming usually kept his claws sheathed, but once revealed, they were extremely fierce. He just insulted your father. You're not upset, are you? Lu Ming handed the phone back, smiling. Of course not. What are you talking about? It's you helping me, right? On the contrary, I should apologize to you for dragging you into trouble. When Ying Rongrong saw Lu Ming apologizing, her heart nearly overwhelmed with emotion. How could this man always think of taking care of her feelings, even at a time like this? Clearly, he was the one enduring hardship, being threatened by her father. He should be the one feeling wronged. Sigh, she didn't know how to repay him anymore. If only she could offer herself to him. However, this thought passed through Ying Rongrong's mind for a moment, but she never voiced it. Fool, neither of us did anything wrong in the first place. It's just misfortune falling from the sky. Lu Ming smiled. He knew the root of all this was because Ying Rongrong had helped him purchase the building, which caused misunderstandings from the Su and Ying families, eventually leading them to target him. From the very beginning, all this had shown the arrogance of the Dragon City aristocratic families and their contempt for him, Lu Ming. He knew that even if he didn't stand up for Ying Rongrong, they would eventually come after him anyway. Lu Ming could say for sure that if Su Shan hadn't realized his bodyguards couldn't beat him, he would already be dead by now. Therefore, even faced with Ying Qingfeng's threats, Lu Ming was fearless, going head-to-head without hesitation. After all, if he's going to die anyway, why not go out strong? Later, Lu Ming and Ying Rongrong left the hotel. Before getting into the car, Lu Ming smiled towards some bushes by the roadside, forming the silent shape of 2 letters with his mouth. S. B. Then, smiling, he waved goodbye and turned to get into the car. Behind the bush in the distance, a black-clothed bodyguard hiding in a corner of the wall paled, lips trembling, whispering. He noticed me. Chapter 180 The winner's reaction. The bodyguard had been sent by Su Shan immediately after Ding Jingming made the phone call. He had been assigned to conduct surveillance and verify the authenticity of Ding Jingming's message. This bodyguard had just gone up to the front desk to ask around for information, before rushing outside again to continue the stakeout. What he hadn't expected was that despite hiding so discreetly, he was seen right away by Lu Ming, who had just walked out of the hotel and completely spotted. Back at the hotel where Su Shan was staying, the bodyguard's face was ashen, and his entire demeanor was limp, as if he'd just experienced something horrifying. Seeing the bodyguard walk over, Su Shan's personal guard frowned. Howsy, what's wrong with you? Didn't the young master send you out to tail someone? Yeah, Howsy muttered, in a dazed state. Then why are you back already? Su Shan's personal guard furrowed his brow. Is this guy seriously slacking off? I came back to report. Howsy hesitated slightly, before finally stammering out. He felt an intense reluctance inside at the thought of entering to report to Su Shan now. Earlier, when he had reported to Su Shan over the phone that Ying Rongrong and Lu Ming had entered the hotel, Su Shan had already been furious on the other end of the line. If he now told Su Shan that Ying Rongrong and Lu Ming had indeed stayed at the hotel for 3 full hours, and when exiting the hotel, Ying Rongrong had even affectionately linked arms with Lu Ming, Su Shan would surely erupt like a volcano, reaching a peak of rage, and he himself would definitely become one of the targets to bear the brunt of it. But he had no choice. He had to report. If he didn't, the consequences would be even worse. Faced with this scenario, how could Howsy not look shaken and dazed? Then go in already. Why are you still hesitating? The personal guard frowned, opening the door and letting Howsy in. Howsy took a deep breath and nervously walked in. Unexpectedly, the moment he stepped inside, Su Shan had already come out, his face filled with gloom. Master Su, Seeing this, Howsy's face changed drastically. Why had Su Shan come out personally? Don't speak. Keep your mouth shut. Su Shan barked. Howsy immediately dared not say anything anymore. Forget everything about this matter, or I will kill you myself. Su Shan said indifferently. Yes. Howsy looked terrified, quickly lowering his head. Come with me. Su Shan then summoned his other 2 personal bodyguards. Young master, where are we going? To the underground boxing ring. Su Shan said through clenched teeth. At this moment, his Zhengning face was fully revealed, the tendons on his neck visibly bulging outward. Inside his room, he had nearly died from fury just moments ago. Never had he imagined that Lu Ming would dare to say something like that to Ying Qingfeng, let alone threaten them into breaking off the engagement themselves. That man must die. Lu Ming, you must die? Ying household, study room. Headmaster, the young Mrs. Feng is unreachable now. A servant reported to Ying Qingfeng, who was sitting behind his desk. Ying Qingfeng's face remained cold. Fine, stop calling. You may leave. Yes. The servant nodded and immediately withdrew. Then, the middle-aged man standing beside Ying Qingfeng said, Headmaster, should I proceed to Qingqing and eliminate him now? Go, and make sure he is killed. Ying Qingfeng said coldly. Understood. Upon hearing that, the middle-aged man nodded immediately. Looking at the figure receding into the distance, Ying Qingfeng's eyes gradually filled with murderous intent, icy and sinister like a venomous snake. Earlier, out of respect for Shun Yinxian, he had decided to give Lu Ming some opportunity to survive. As long as Lu Ming behaved himself and did nothing reckless, eventually, the Ying family would spare him. But now, this man had the audacity to call directly and speak insolently to him. That meant he was practically asking for death. Now, even if the Heaven's Emperor himself showed up, Lu Ming must die. Shun Yinxian wouldn't be able to save him. That was what he had said. As for Ying Rongrong, Ying Qingfeng did not care whether she had slept with Lu Ming or not. To him and the Su family, a Ying Rongrong who was no longer pure wasn't significant. Everyone already knew that Su Shan himself was a well-known lecher. They only needed Ying Rongrong to obediently marry into the Su family after Lu Ming's death, thus facilitating the cooperation between the two families. Chapter 181 Jim. Fortunately, my daughter, you haven't thought about breaking up yet. If you had announced to the world that you have something going on with Lu Ming, I might have forced you to break off the engagement. Too bad you're still a bit too reserved. Now that Lu Ming is dead, you'll still become the obedient daughter of Ying Qingfeng and help me complete my plan properly. Ying Qingfeng curled his lips, thoughts flashing rapidly in his mind. After Ying Rongrong returned to the branch, Lu Ming also set off and left. Before parting, Lu Ming reassured Ying Rongrong not to be too nervous, but Ying Rongrong remained jittery all the time. She was deeply worried about Lu Ming's safety and even started regretting having approached him. Helpless, Lu Ming could only let Ding Jingning try to comfort her more. He wasn't particularly concerned about the offensive moves from Ying Qingfeng and Su Shan. As far as he was concerned, he had plenty of room to maneuver. However, he needed to ensure the safety of the people he valued the most. So, after getting into the car, Lu Ming didn't hurry to start the engine. Instead, he made a phone call to someone. And after waiting until Ying Rongrong and Ding Jingning were completely out of sight, Lu Ming took out his phone and dialed a number that had lain dormant in his contact list for several years. Beep, beep, beep. Hello, who's this? A voice from a burly man came from the other end. This is Haimian, Lu Ming said coolly. Upon hearing Lu Ming's voice, the man on the phone immediately went silent for a moment. Then his voice suddenly became excited. Hey, Haimian, how come you're contacting me? Is it really you? It's me. Otherwise, I wouldn't even be able to reach your phone. Lu Ming smiled slightly and said, I've got something for you to handle. Whatever it is, I'll do everything I can. Go to Linqing and protect 2 people from the shadows. Lu Ming said. The people he wanted protected were none other than his parents. He couldn't guarantee that Su Shan and Ying Qingfeng wouldn't take extreme actions, so he had to make these arrangements. Yet, after finishing the call, Lu Ming sighed. He had originally thought that due to Qin and Sake, he would stay away from the underground boxing scene for life. Unexpectedly, after all these twists and turns, he was back. If he had known it would come to this, wouldn't it have been better to bring out the underground boxing skills from the beginning, saving himself 5 exhausting years? However, as soon as he thought about it again, Lu Ming suddenly felt grateful that he had kept his promise and didn't easily bring out the resources from back then. And the reason was simple. Had he acquired great wealth so effortlessly, he probably would never have seen Lin Jiao's true colors. And by then, it would have been too late to regret. After that, Lu Ming drove to the gym. Qin Yong had been busy at the gym these past few days. Lu Ming had been attending to his own affairs and hadn't checked in, which made him feel somewhat guilty. He wondered whether Qin Yong resented him for being a hands-off boss. Yet, upon arriving at the gym, Lu Ming found that Qin Yong probably didn't resent him at all, because the man was so busy, his feet barely touched the ground. Hey, be careful, be careful. Equipment isn't free, you know. Inside the gym, everything was bustling with activity. Qin Yong was directing the workers to move the new equipment inside. Previously, several treadmills were in and out of function, drawing complaints from the students. Yang Qijing had stubbornly refused to pay for repairs, so Qin Yong, Lu Ming, and some staff had to apologize daily while arranging for technicians to come fix them. Now that the owner had changed, and Lu Ming was willing to pay, of course Qin Yong immediately replaced all the broken-down equipment. Wow, are they really this efficient now? As Lu Ming walked in, he saw that the brand of the treadmill supplier was still the same one previously used by their gym, and immediately chuckled. Before, when we called them to fix the treadmill, getting someone to show up within 2 days was the best we could hope for. Now they've managed to deliver all the equipment you ordered so quickly. Who wouldn't want to make money? These guys are sharp as ever. Qin Yong's eyes lit up as he saw Lu Ming, replying with a happy smile. Previously, during warranty services for the treadmills, these suppliers procrastinated at every turn, delaying on-site service until the warranty expired. Then when payment became necessary, Yang Qijing refused to shell out. So, as far as Lu Ming could recall, it was extremely rare to see representatives from the manufacturers. That's true. Lu Ming nodded. Just then, a middle-aged man in a brown suit walked toward them. Chapter 182, Manager Yin. When he saw who had arrived, Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. This man was Manager Yin, the representative from the manufacturer responsible for dealing with their gym. Manager Yin had always looked down on Qijing Gym. Because Yang Qijing's investment had been minimal from the beginning, they were seen as a budget client. Plus, in Manager Yin's eyes, Lu Ming and Qin Yong were merely employees, hardly worth his time. Normally, if Lu Ming wanted to meet this manager, even with an appointment, he'd have to wait at least an hour upon arriving at the company. And once the meeting finally started, the man would waste time with sarcastic remarks and delays, refusing to help resolve the equipment issues. It had driven Lu Ming up the wall. But even though this man was exactly the kind of person he loathed, since they were already used to the equipment, Lu Ming didn't have Qin Yong switch brands. He bought directly from this supplier. Then, just as Lu Ming had placed the order, Ian had heard that Lu Ming had money now. He had actually purchased the gym, and suddenly, he changed his tune. Even tasks like delivering the equipment, which didn't require his presence at all, made him come in person. Now, seeing that Lu Ming was finally showing up, Manager Ian naturally hurried over to speak. Manager Ian looked at Lu Ming and offered a slightly awkward smile. Xiao Lu. No. I should say Mr. Lu now. I was wondering if you might need anything else. Our company just released a new product recently. 26% of high-end gyms in Qingsheng have already installed our equipment. Would you like to take a look? Haha, no thanks. I'm not that rich. Lu Ming cheerfully declined, then patted the man on the shoulder and said, and, Manager Ian, you can chat with me like you used to. It was more fun when you were arrogant. Why don't you go back to that style? Upon hearing that, Manager Yin's face instantly stiffened. Then he gave a somewhat forced chuckle and said, Mr. Lu, you really like to joke around. Where? Not at all. Lu Ming replied. Alright then, since there's nothing else to do here, you